Witness the journey of an ordinary worker from the 21st century as he transforms into a Saiyan and gradually evolves into a formidable warrior. Chapter 1. Rebirth. In the year 734 of the AG era, on the planet Baijita, within a nursery room. Dabu, can you check the power level on this one? Asked an alien with a frog-like head, addressing his companion who was equipped with a detector. Beep beep. Power level 10. It seems we have yet another exile. Dabu remarked disdainfully, pressing the detector against like. Are you out of your mind? If those savage Saiyans hear you, are you prepared for me to accompany you to the grave? Spare me your foolish words, the frog-headed alien exclaimed, startled by his companion's casualness. He nervously glanced around, relieved to find only the two of them in the nursery, and scolded his companion with a fierce glare, wishing he could devour him on the spot had he not been powerless. Such a thoughtless individual might someday lead to his demise. He resolved to find someone else to take over his shift and to avoid associating with this fool in the future. It was no surprise that the frog-headed alien was on edge. On the planet Baijita, their status was so low that being killed by a Saiyan was a common occurrence. Understand, Dabu replied, somewhat shaken. All right, let's finish the registration quickly and leave. We wouldn't want to run into any Saiyans. The frog-headed alien urged impatiently upon seeing his companion's expression. As the pair opened the hatch, like slowly opened his eyes. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Damn it, had I known I shouldn't have drunk so much last night, I wouldn't be late for work today. Like shook his head in pain. The moment he spoke, he sensed something was amiss. He was submerged in a nutrient solution, unable to produce any sound, and the environment around him felt wrong. He turned his head to look around. Surrounding him were rows of infants encased in cultivation chambers, resembling a human experimentation facility. Like was utterly stunned, a chill creeping into his heart. I merely had a drink. How did I end up in a laboratory? He pondered. Wasn't it Xiao Zhou who took me home? Questions flooded like S mind, as his brain struggled to recover from the hangover of the previous day. In disbelief, he closed his eyes, and as a wave of drowsiness washed over him, his infant body could not withstand further contemplation, and he fell into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate time, like awoke once more. Staring blankly at the rows of infants, despair enveloped him. It turned out he was not dreaming. Not only was he not dreaming, but he too had transformed into an infant residing in a cultivation chamber. Observing the infant in the adjacent chamber, he increasingly felt that something was off. What was amiss was that the infant opposite him not only sported a thick mane of hair, but also had a furry tail sprouting from its rear. The tail occasionally swayed, unmistakably not a mere decoration. The more he looked, the more familiar it became. It was identical to the Saiyans he had seen in the anime Dragon Ball. No way, could it truly be a Saiyan? Like mused, while beginning to assess his own form. To his astonishment, a tail had also sprouted from his own backside, moving in accordance with his thoughts. With his chubby little hands grasping his tail, he felt an inexplicable sensation, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Time slipped by as he remained in a daze, and another wave of drowsiness hit him. Startled, he resisted the urge to succumb to sleep and glanced down to confirm that his little member was still intact, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. No longer resisting, he acknowledged that he was still an infant and needed to rest. Whatever needed to be addressed could wait until he awoke again. Meanwhile, the frog-headed alien and his companion completed the registration of this batch of newborns and sought out the Saiyan in charge for a report. Sir, here are the combat power data for this batch of newborns. The frog-headed alien respectfully presented the device to a burly figure clad in combat attire, a tail coiled around his waist. Without glancing at the device, the burly man fixed his gaze upon the frog-headed alien and inquired, "How many of these newborns are intermediate warriors?" "Sir, not a single one. The highest combat power does not exceed 30, the frog-headed alien responded anxiously. Damn it, yet another batch of useless ones. Send them into exile in 2 years. The burly man glared at the frog-headed alien, a flash of murderous intent crossing his mind. He had just returned from a planet on the verge of conquest, and the thought of this batch of worthless infants only deepened his displeasure. As he looked at the two before him, he contemplated eliminating them to alleviate his frustration. Upon realizing that the two would still serve a purpose, he suppressed his murderous intent and offered a few words of caution before departing without a backward glance. Such is the nature of the Saiyans, their hearts consumed solely by slaughter and combat, especially since their subjugation under Frisia. They dwell either in the act of killing or on the path to it. The entire race revels in the ecstasy of bloodshed, with none perceiving any wrongdoing. For them, familial bonds and love are merely optional. To the Saiyans, one is either a lower-tier warrior or a worthless being, with the return from a mission remaining an uncertain outcome, thus rendering their concerns negligible. Saiyans are categorized into tiers. A combat power rating of 1 to 30 denotes lower-tier warriors. 31 to 100 signifies mid-tier warriors, and 101 to 500 identifies upper-tier warriors. Lower-tier warriors cannot even control themselves after transforming into great apes, which explains the disdain shown by the stronger ones. Mid-tier warriors can retain some semblance of rationality after extensive training during their transformation into great apes, while upper-tier warriors require no training at all, being innately capable of maintaining their sanity. As the footsteps of the imposing figure faded into the distance and eventually disappeared, the two with toad-like heads slowly lifted their gazes. They wiped the cold sweat from their brows, feeling a wave of relief within. They dared not linger any longer, hastily returning to the control console to assign tasks to this batch of newborns. For the next 2 years, Lei Ku and his companions would remain in the nursery, awaiting the time when they would be dispatched to lower-tier planets to undertake conquest missions. Lei Ku awakened once more, and the thought of having traversed into the Dragon Ball world and transformed into a Saiyan ignited excitement within him, as he envisioned himself becoming a Super Saiyan. I believe no one remains unmoved at the moment Son Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan. However, as Lei Ku emerged from his daydream of becoming a Super Saiyan, a sense of dread began to creep in. To his knowledge, the Saiyans would face annihilation at the hands of Frieza, and as an infant, he was oblivious to the specific timing of this event. Apart from knowing that planet Vegeta was destroyed shortly after Kakarot's birth, he was entirely ignorant of other details. Damn it, I can't be this unlucky. I've barely just arrived, and I'm already facing doom. This thought shattered Lei Ku's dream of becoming a Super Saiyan, and he found himself urgently wanting to know whether Kakarot had been born yet or how old Vegeta was. Unfortunately, a mere nursery barred him from any further actions, and his body did not permit him to venture elsewhere. System Dad, Golden Finger, Lord God. Lei Ku called out every conceivable name in his mind, yet nothing responded to him. Damn, it can't be this tragic. I've crossed over with nothing to show for it. Despair settled in Lei Ku's heart. Forget it. I'm tired. Let all be destroyed. Chapter 2. The Planet Vegeta. 2 years have elapsed, and the very essence of Rek is on the brink of collapse. 2 years prior, he had relinquished all hope, living each day in a state of trepidation, awaiting annihilation. Yet, each time he awakened, still ensconced within the nursery pod, a flicker of hope ignited within him. There was no surplus of time to contemplate future aspirations. He had once imagined himself traversing realms like his predecessors, believing that desires would manifest effortlessly, achieving Super Saiyan at 3, and Super Saiyan 4 by 5. Yet, all of it turned out to be folly. Novels can be quite misleading. In his previous life, Rek was an ordinary individual, neither excelling in academics nor in his career. After a strenuous journey to this new existence, he now faced the perpetual threat of obliteration. The fact that he had not succumbed to despair was a small mercy. Were he a few years older, perhaps he would possess the ability to act, but now he was reduced to the status of an infant, confined to the nurturing chamber, unable to venture beyond. Each awakening lasted merely a fleeting moment before he succumbed once more to slumber, only intermittently grasping that he was deemed a lower-tier warrior. With his combat power evolving from an initial 10 to 30, all he longed for was to be dispatched into the world, merely awaiting his fate. Throughout these 2 years, aside from the knowledge, languages, and combat techniques imparted to him during his slumber by the nurturing pod, he remained utterly bewildered by the concept of ki, unable to harness the power dwelling within him. At times, Rek pondered whether true traversers could gain mastery over their ki as infants transformed into Saiyans. Previously filled with doubt, he could now assert with certainty that it was all nonsense. If ki were so easily controlled, there would be far fewer individuals in the universe who lacked mastery over it. One cannot simply claim that Vegeta learned after a single battle with Kakarot. Such a notion is overly simplistic. One must consider the stature of Vegeta. Aside from Broly, he possesses the highest combat power at birth in Saiyan history. Although there was some mention of a brother named Reg, whose existence remains uncertain in this timeline. Furthermore, to suggest that Vegeta's constant rivalry with Kakarot stems from jealousy is to ignore the complexities of their relationship. Had Kakarot not been the protagonist, Vegeta might not have garnered such recognition. Consider the multitude of mentors Kakarot has sought throughout his life, from Master Roshi to King Kai and beyond. What has Vegeta acquired? Nothing but the fruits of his own relentless pursuit. In this regard, Kakarot cannot simply cast him aside. Vegeta persistently trails him closely. Moreover, Vegeta harbors a deeper commitment to family, often prioritizing them above all else. Kakarot, consumed by his training, neglects his responsibilities as a husband and father, leaving Chi-Chi to bear the weight of the household alone. It is little wonder that Chi-Chi vehemently opposes Gohan's martial pursuits, urging him instead to pursue academia and provide for the family, an aversion rooted in the psychological scars inflicted by Kakarote's neglect. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Rek gradually drifted back into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he succumbed to sleep, a figure with a frog-like head, accompanied by his cohorts, entered the nursery chamber. Approaching Rek's cultivation pot. Dab, this one is to be sent to the planet Yudarapa, with a journey estimated to take about a year, the frog-headed figure remarked, surveying the task at hand. Understood. Then the two of them worked together to lift the incubation pod containing Rake and carried it out of the nursery, placing it into the single-person spaceship. After setting the destination, the spacecraft initiated its launch under their watchful gaze. The circular vessel gradually ascended, accelerating until it vanished from sight, entering the vast emptiness of space. The two returned to the nursery to prepare the next pod. In the cosmic void, an unchanging environment was disrupted today by the passage of a circular spaceship. As the scene zoomed in, one could see a child approximately 4 or 5 years old, sleeping within. He bore a tail, with long black hair soaring skyward and a tuft of hair hanging down over his forehead. Rake wiggled his bottom and slowly opened his eyes, raising his hand to rub them in disbelief at the spectacle before him. The black void of space surrounded him, punctuated only by the occasional glimpse of planets gliding past, leaving an endless chill in its wake. Rake never imagined that he would awaken inside a spaceship, momentarily suspecting he had traversed dimensions once again. It was only upon feeling the tail on his back that he realized he had been sent out to undertake a mission to conquer a planet. A surge of joy overwhelmed him, a feeling beyond words. He had not expected to emerge alive from planet Vegeta. After expressing gratitude to the celestial deities, his exhilaration gradually subsided. Indeed, I have survived, but I cannot afford to be complacent. I must first examine the mission, Rake thought to himself. For him, reviewing the mission did not imply immediate execution, but rather the knowledge transmitted from the incubation pod informing him that a task's timeline in the spaceship referred to the departure time rather than the completion time. This understanding would help him ascertain how much longer planet Vegeta had before its destruction and how much time remained for his safety. Glancing at the mission details showing the year 736 in the age of the universe, he recalled that the story of Kakarote began in 749. He deduced that Kakarote had not yet been born, which momentarily eased his apprehension. It was crucial to note that at this juncture, Saiyan spaceships and probes were all monitored and located by Frisia, meaning he was not yet safe. Despite the anime stating that all Saiyans, except for Kakarote and a few others, had perished, reality diverged from fiction. Rake was uncertain if Frisia would send someone to hunt him down. He found it hard to believe that Frisia could track every Saiyan in such a vast universe, while simultaneously pursuing a group of insignificant Karamis. After much contemplation, he arrived at two possibilities, the first being a recall before the destruction of planet Vegeta, as Saiyans typically returned upon receiving such orders. The second was that Frisia's pursuit might not be aimless, but rather based on feedback from the probes. At this time, no Saiyan would suspect their king intended to annihilate them, as all their probes were equipped with listening devices. Moreover, Saiyans could not detach from these probes, allowing Frisia to systematically hunt them down after the destruction of planet Vegeta, based on the information gathered from these devices. Gazing at the probe nestled within the spacecraft, Rek fell into a deep reverie. With his current combat power of 30, venturing to a new planet without the probe could potentially attract the attention of formidable adversaries, leading to his swift demise. Yet, he could not forego its use. He remained entirely unaware of the mission planet's characteristics, whether it harbored civilization, its combat capabilities, or if it possessed the ability to conceal its strength like Earth. His mind was shrouded in uncertainty. The probes were indispensable, albeit they could only be utilized for a week, after which they were to be destroyed. He must learn to discern the strengths and weaknesses of the inhabitants within that fleeting week upon arrival. With a year remaining before reaching the mission planet, he resolved to cultivate his inner energy. This meant he could not afford to languish in slumber during this year. Every moment must be seized. With that thought, Rek closed his eyes, delving into a meditative state to attune with the energy within. Chapter 3. Arrival at Yudarpa Star. Damn, why is it so difficult? Rek muttered with a wry smile as he opened his eyes. A month had passed since departing from planet Vegeta, and during this time, Rek had awakened from the incubation chamber to ponder the energy within him. Yet it bore no fruit. Aside from realizing that his strength had increased significantly compared to his former life, he felt no tangible progress. The more he sought tranquility, the more his mind wandered with chaotic thoughts. He found himself reminiscing about his previous life, Frisia, Kakarot, or even the hidden files on his phone. Anyone familiar with the modern experience would understand that achieving a blank slate of thought is a formidable challenge, let alone comprehending one's inner energy. Damn, must I wait until the brink of death to attain enlightenment? Rex scolded himself internally. Having faced death once, he should have learned to cherish life. This was a world where stars could be obliterated casually. Could he not focus his thoughts on his combat power? Did he wish to meet a fate as unclear as in his past life? Clenching his fists, he struck his head twice, a sharp pain jolting through him, momentarily halting the tumultuous thoughts. He had underestimated the energy within him, although it paled in comparison to Frisia's first form, boasting 530,000. It was still vastly superior to the frail body he once possessed. He recalled Kakarot's initial appearance, with a combat power of 10 able to withstand Bulma's handgun. Now, with his 30 points of combat strength, it was only natural for him to feel the sting of pain when striking without restraint. Damn it. I hope I don't encounter those who write about 3-year-old Super Saiyans. Otherwise, I'll obliterate them. A surge of frustration welled within Rek, a desire to annihilate everything around him. The pressure weighed heavily on his heart. Having narrowly escaped from planet Vegeta, the specter of death loomed ever-present. If he didn't vent his frustrations, he feared succumbing to madness. After a cathartic outburst, Rek compelled himself to regain composure, relinquishing thoughts of instant success and instead striving to clear his mind. Refraining from contemplating trivial matters, even a temporary victory has been achieved. Rex silently hoped to attain his goals within the remaining 11 months. Time, however, would not pause for Rex's thoughts. It flowed inexorably onward. On this day, a colossal planet adorned in hues of red, green, and yellow witnessed a meteor streaking across its sky, shattering the tranquility of the night. With a thunderous crash, a spacecraft collided with numerous towering trees, establishing an intimate connection with the Earth and creating a deep crater spanning several meters. As the crater settled, a circular spacecraft gradually opened its hatch, releasing a thick plume of white gas. Rex, clad in a yellow and black Frisia Force combat suit, emerged from the vessel, his petite frame accentuated by a detector that nearly obscured half of his face. Beeping persistently, Rex pressed the detector twice, revealing the combat powers of surrounding life forms. 50, 15, 300, 3,000? 3,000? Who in the world estimated this planet's metrics? Did they intend to do me? Rex's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the numbers on the detector, a chill running through him, prompting an outburst of expletives. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, the highest combat power was a mere 50, with most beings registering below 20. Yet, the distant 3,000, located 2,000 kilometers away, left him dizzy with trepidation. For a creature with a combat power of 3,000, traversing that distance would take no more than an hour. Was he not landing right at someone's doorstep? Frustration surged within him. Am I to await my demise here? After 2 minutes, Rex shook himself from his stupor, realizing that this was not a time for complacency. It was impossible to resign himself to fate. He must struggle against it. What if that life form was not sentient? With urgency, Rex leapt from the spacecraft, secured the hatch, and hastily filled the crater, choosing a location with relatively low combat power before making his escape. 2 hours later, he found himself near a small hill, uncertain of how far he had run. That nearly gave me a heart attack, Rex gasped, leaning on his knees, trembling with fear. Beep. 2060, 3825. Observing that no danger lurked nearby and that the 3,000 combat power remained stationary, Rex plopped down onto the ground. At last, he had time to ponder. This is undoubtedly not a primitive planet. It seems I must prepare for the long haul. For the next few days, I will utilize the detector to thoroughly survey the surroundings, then destroy this device. With determination set, Rex examined his environment. He stood at the base of a small hill over 100 meters high, encircled by towering trees. Extending his right hand, he clenched his fist and struck the hillside. A crack echoed as stones tumbled at his feet, and a small dent appeared on the mountain, bringing a slight sting to Rex's knuckles. Rek, filled with a sense of bravado, withdrew his fist and blew upon it with a triumphant expression. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he recognized that his foremost concern was to secure shelter and a source of water. On such a perilous planet, One could only speculate whether the local fauna concealed formidable combat capabilities. Thus, he commenced a search around the mountainous terrain. On the opposite side of the mountain, approximately 20 kilometers away, he discovered a small stream, its vicinity scattered with the tracks of creatures. Although he couldn't identify them, their presence indicated that this locale served as a water source for the surrounding wildlife. The stream appeared to be free of toxins, allowing for safe consumption. Moreover, its proximity to the mountain made it an ideal location for a reliable water supply, while the mountain itself could serve as a shelter. After surveying the area, Rek chose not to leave, but instead concealed himself within the branches of a tree, activating his detector while awaiting the arrival of prey to quench its thirst. He was hesitant to venture without the detector, fearing the potential emergence of a monstrous adversary. Despite being reborn as a Saiyan, imbued with a warrior's bloodline, he was not inclined to court death. Embracing a safe approach instead of courting danger seemed the rational choice, and Rek prided himself on being a sensible individual. It wasn't long before sounds rustled from the nearby underbrush, prompting Rek's attention. He focused on the source of the noise, as the detector displayed a figure of 15, instilling him with a semblance of confidence. The first sight to greet his eyes was a 3-meter-long creature, its body cloaked in fur. Upon viewing the entirety of the being, Rek was momentarily transfixed. The creature bore a resemblance to a wolf. Its size dwarfed that of any wolf from his previous life by 2 or 3 times. Its sharp claws and jagged teeth confirmed its carnivorous nature, but most strikingly, it possessed 2 heads. Rek gazed at the imposing figure before him, towering over 6 meters and extending several meters in length, then glanced at his own arm, which measured less than 1 meter. Finally, he fixated on the number 15 displayed on the detector. Chapter 4. The Initial Battle. To engage or not to engage? That was the question. Rek found himself gripped by trepidation. He harbored doubts about the number on the detector, questioning whether the creature before him truly possessed a combat power of merely 15, a figure 30 points less than his own. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he perched in the tree, paralyzed with indecision. Although he had fully absorbed the combat techniques of the Saiyans, he was but a novice who had scarcely engaged in a single fight in his previous life. Now he was expected to confront such a colossal beast, filling him with profound uncertainty. Perhaps a typical Saiyan of his age would have charged forward without hesitation. Alas, he was not a conventional Saiyan. As someone who had previously kept a safe distance from even dogs in his former life, the prospect of confronting such a creature, despite knowing his strength far surpassed its own, provoked a mental blockade within him. A rumble echoed from his stomach, shattering his moment of contemplation. The 4 ears of the wolf-like creature perked up, and its enormous eyes, akin to lanterns, locked onto Rek's position. Its forelegs slightly retracted, poised to spring forward at any moment. A low growl emanated from the creature, jolting Rek from his reverie and leaving him no time for further reflection. Aware that he had captured the attention of his adversary, he felt a surge of adrenaline. In an instant, as Light glanced at the wolf-like creature, its limbs propelled it forward with remarkable speed, closing the 10-meter gap in the blink of an eye. Its gaping maw was less than half a meter from Like. Despite the creature's swiftness, to Like, its movements appeared almost sluggish, akin to watching a slow-motion replay. He swiftly devised several strategies to counter the impending attack. With a slight bend in his legs, he exerted force and leaped upward, causing the wolf-like creature to snap the branch beneath him as it lunged 20 meters away. As Like landed, the creature pivoted, refocusing its gaze on him. Could it be that this wolf-like creature was so sluggish? After narrowly evading its strike, Like's confidence surged. He hadn't anticipated that this creature posed little threat. Steeling himself, he clenched his fists and subtly shifted his right foot back, preparing for a powerful counterattack. This time, Like sought to initiate an offensive maneuver. The wolf-like creature charged at him once more, and at the moment it leapt into the air, he dashed beneath its belly. With a slight rotation of his body, he unleashed a straight punch aimed at the creature's abdomen. The impact felt akin to striking paper, offering no resistance whatsoever. His fist pierced through the creature's belly, splattering blood across him. Withdrawing his fist, its entrails spilled forth from the wound, and both heads emitted agonized howls. Was it truly this effortless? Was he merely weak, or was he exceptionally strong? Like, momentarily stunned, gazed at his hands in disbelief, unable to fathom the strength he possessed. He hadn't anticipated such a vast disparity in power, despite being only 30 points stronger than his opponent. Undoubtedly, it was a swift defeat. He had annihilated the creature. Approaching the wolf-like being, he noted its breaths had grown faint. Crouching before its wolfish head, he stared into its large, lantern-like eyes. Disdain etched across his face as he remarked, "How could you fall to me so easily? I am merely 30 points above you." The creature, whether comprehending his words or sensing his disdain, widened its eyes in anger, tilted its heads, and then succumbed to death. Upon witnessing the creature's demise, Lek felt it prudent to vacate the area. He dragged the wolf-like creature to a nearby stream to cleanse the blood from himself. After relocating, he roasted the creature while pondering the situation. How could it have succumbed so effortlessly? Kakarot and Piccolo had both been capable of defeating Raditz, whose power level far exceeded theirs. What was going on here? Lek found himself truly perplexed. He could not comprehend how Raditz, with a power level of 1500, could be bested by two individuals with levels below 1000. Given the earlier confrontation, it seemed impossible that Kakarot and Piccolo could even land a blow on Raditz. The disparity between the two parties, whether in combat prowess, speed, strength, or cognitive abilities, was indeed monumental. Ultimately, Raditz was defeated. Rek was left pondering, utterly bewildered as to how Kakarot and his companions had achieved such a feat. This uncertainty gnawed at him, leaving him feeling profoundly insecure. It wasn't until he caught a whiff of something burnt that clarity dawned upon him. Firstly, Raditz was woefully incompetent, both inept and overly playful. Secondly, he had been gravely injured by Gohan, and his battle power post-injury was certainly below 1500, conservatively estimated around 1000. Thirdly, Kakarot and Piccolo, upon unleashing their full power, were around 800, a difference not exceedingly vast compared to the wounded Raditz. Ultimately, it was Kakarot's sacrifice that led to Raditz's downfall. Upon realizing this, Rek felt a wave of relief wash over him and resolved never to emulate Raditz again. Combat demanded one's utmost effort, regardless of one's intentions. The priority must always be to incapacitate the opponent, leaving no room for a comeback. As the weight of several hundred pounds settled in Rek's stomach, he could not help but admire the Scion's formidable appetite, truly beastly. Weighing less than 100 pounds himself, he marveled at how several times his weight could be consumed with only a slight fullness. Had he possessed such a capacity in his past life, he would have surely triumphed in any eating contest, he mused while lying on the ground. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang to his feet, glanced towards the mountain, and began to run. Coming to a halt before the mountainside, he clenched his fists and struck vigorously. In a short span, he had excavated a space of approximately 5 square meters. After clearing the rubble, he found a stone large enough to seal the opening, positioned himself within the cave, and secured the entrance. That would suffice for today. The rest could wait until tomorrow, Rek thought to himself, clapping his small hands together. He then lay back down, descending into a deep slumber. Upon awakening and pushing aside the stone, sunlight graced his face, revealing the brightness of day. Rek sat cross-legged on the ground, reflecting on the results of his 11 months of effort, letting out a resigned sigh. Indeed, novels often mislead. Despite his endeavors, he had yet to master the control of ki, let alone perceive it. His battle power had increased by a mere 15 points over the year, and the only notable improvement was his ability to rein in his errant thoughts, which offered little assistance for his survival. Steeling himself, he closed his eyes and concentrated on channeling his energy within, employing the techniques Gohan had taught to Videl in the anime of his previous life. Half an hour slipped by, and once again his stomach grumbled. Could it be? He had only consumed several hundred pounds the previous day, and now, mere hours later, he was hungry again. A lament echoed within him. He truly wished to avoid venturing outside, even after a night's rest. The memory of the 3,000 battle power lingered vividly in his mind, particularly intensified by the previous day's encounter with a 30-point disparity in power. Chapter 5. A brand new experience. It is truly unimaginable to encounter someone with a battle power of 3,000. I would rather feign death or take my own life for a swift release. A self-deprecating smile crossed Rek's lips. In the past, while watching anime, he believed Earthlings to be weak, but now he comprehends the formidable strength of Krillin, who possesses a battle power in the millions. It is no wonder that he could marry Android 18. I am utterly impressed. Rek once thought Krillin unworthy of Android 18. Yet now he can envision the immense courage it takes for Krillin, with his several million in battle power, to stand before Cell, who boasts billions, to protect her. I wonder when I might meet such warriors. If you were to ask Rek why he does not currently venture to Earth, could he confess his cowardice? To say nothing of it, before the device on his spaceship was dismantled, he did not dare to operate the craft. Moreover, for individuals like him with a single pilot spaceship, One return coordinate leads only to planet Vegeta, unless he is capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. I recall that becoming a Super Saiyan requires a base battle power of 300,000, coupled with cells and intense rage. Additionally, the newly released Dragon Ball Super suggests that extreme rage is not necessary. Once the first two conditions are met, one must concentrate power in the spine. I wonder which method is viable, Reik pondered. As he contemplated, he envisioned himself transforming into a Super Saiyan, delivering punches to Frieza and kicks to Goku, saliva dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, imagining concentrating his power in his spine, fists placed on his hips. His back slightly arched in a pose of effort to transform into a Super Saiyan. He shouted for quite some time, aside from his face reddening from exertion. Nothing transpired. Thankfully, there was no one around, otherwise, it would have been a grand social embarrassment. After amusing himself for a while, Reik stroked his chin, beginning to devise a plan for his forthcoming life. His residence and water source had been determined. First, he would focus on training. Second, he would continue to comprehend ki. And third, once his battle power increased, he would explore the planet to see if there were any intelligent beings or civilizations. Glancing at the detector beside him, he hesitated for a long while, realizing that understanding ki could not be achieved overnight. Grasping the detector firmly, he shattered it into countless pieces. It is better to die trying than to languish for eternity. Reik abandoned comfort. He was ready to embrace new challenges. After all, the detector would inevitably break, so it was wiser to resolve himself early. Reik approached the cave's entrance, stretched lazily, and resealed the opening. He set his sights on the direction of the small stream from yesterday and dashed towards it. Logically, even if I cannot harness ki, I should still be able to unleash a Kamehameha wave and fly. Why do I feel nothing? Reik mused as he ran. Unbeknownst to him, as he wished to fly, his legs gradually lifted off the ground, swinging in midair. What on earth is happening? When Reik finally sensed something was amiss and realized he was ascending further from the ground, a wave of panic surged through him. It is worth noting that he had a mild fear of heights in his previous life, and now, at nearly 4 or 5 meters above the ground, he became acutely aware of his situation. After flailing for a while, he fell directly from the sky, landing face down on the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Reik rubbed his face, pondering the events that had just transpired. I just flew up. What on earth happened? Alas, he thought, forget it. I shall try again. Reik rose once more, extending his arms, envisioning the sensation of flight. A gentle breeze swept by, and slowly, his feet began to lift off the ground. Seeing the effect ignited a thrill within him, but soon he descended once again. Indeed, I can fly. Let me see if I can stabilize my flight while grasping its principles. With that resolve, Reik embarked on another attempt. This time, he suppressed his excitement. Eager to discern the mechanics behind his newfound ability, he became completely immersed in his practice, and before he knew it, an entire day had slipped away without sustenance or any profound insights, save for the mastery of his flight and the overcoming of his acrophobia. He discovered that flying felt as natural as walking. Simply thinking of soaring forward set his body in motion without conscious effort. As dusk approached, Reik hurriedly sought out an animal, swiftly satisfying his hunger before eagerly returning to his dwelling. Seated within the cave, he crossed his legs and sank into deep meditation, delving into his internal essence. Despite his mental fatigue, he struggled to grasp anything substantial. Reluctantly, he set aside his contemplations to commence his training. Reik was not versed in many disciplines. He placed over 100 pounds of stones upon himself, and, with his hands pressed against the ground, began performing push-ups. 1-873-00-500. Gritting his teeth, he completed 500 repetitions. Upon stopping, his arms burned with fatigue, leaving him unable to lift them. At that moment, 2 voices echoed in his mind, one from his past life, urging him to relent, insisting he need not exhaust himself so. The other, a primal instinct awakened since his arrival in this world, asserting that such a workload was trivial, barely a warm-up. You are a Saiyan. Your body knows no limits. This is merely the beginning. Continue your efforts. Do you not wish to challenge the elite of this world? Do you wish to cower before a mere 3,000 battle power? Reik's expression fluctuated as he stood, torn between the lethargy of his former self and the roaring blood of the Saiyan within. As he recalled the prowess of legendary figures from anime, his blood began to boil, and the aches in his arms dissipated. Damn it! I may lack a system or a golden finger, but should I abandon my Saiyan lineage? I shall push forward. With a low growl, Reik resumed his push-ups, pressing toward his utmost limits before transitioning to squats. He persisted with sit-ups until every muscle in his body screamed in protest, collapsing onto the ground, motionless, drifting into a deep slumber, though the upward curve of his lips hinted at some unspoken emotion. Rake was roused by the growling of his stomach, and upon awakening, he sensed a profound change within himself. Unlike the corporeal form of his previous existence, if one were to consider the soreness felt yesterday, movement today would be utterly out of the question. However, the physique of a Saiyan is distinct. Awakening from slumber, the fatigue of the prior day dissipates entirely, leaving him not a trace of discomfort, but rather invigorated with an abundance of strength. It feels as though a mere punch could obliterate the very mountain before him. Yet, he is aware that this is merely an illusion, as yesterday's exertions likely yielded no increase in combat prowess. Nevertheless, this realization does nothing to dampen his exuberant spirit. Although he had long known of the Saiyan's extraordinary nature, it was only through personal experience that he comprehended the extent of their anomaly. Having embraced this transformation, he jested, "I shall no longer be human." His laughter echoed through the air, filling him with newfound hope for the future. His immediate objective was to shatter the 3,000 battle power threshold. Chapter 6, The Monster. 999910000. With a surge of strength in his right thumb, he propelled himself upward from a single-finger push-up position. Reflecting on the events of the past month, he felt as if he were in a dream. Never had he imagined that within a mere month, he could progress from performing 1,000 push-ups with both hands to 10,000 with a single finger. The speed of his advancement was astonishing. It should be noted that this was achieved under the conditions of 1/5 the gravity of planet Vegeta, without any additional weight. Each day brought significant improvements, rendering any notion of a bottleneck completely invisible. Clenching his fists and feeling the immense power that surpassed his abilities from a month prior, he truly saw the potential for future confrontations with formidable adversaries. Next, he decided to test his prowess. Standing in an open space before his dwelling, he raised his right hand toward a large tree situated 50 meters away. A blue light began to coalesce in the palm of his hand, growing increasingly radiant as energy accumulated. In a short time, an energy sphere, 3 meters in diameter, took form. With a mighty shout, he released the energy sphere toward the tree. In less than a second, it struck the trunk with a resounding crash. The surrounding area erupted in a shower of wood splinters as the enormous 30-meter-wide tree toppled backward. The point of impact was utterly obliterated, causing the tree to fracture and ultimately collapse. Remarkably, after launching the energy sphere, he felt no exertion whatsoever, akin to taking a breath and exhaling effortlessly. This mastery was a product of his recent efforts to consolidate and transmit memories. Yet he lamented the absence of worthy opponents to employ the combat techniques embedded in his recollections. Without a detector, he had no means of gauging his current battle power, and could only compare it to his previous capabilities. Conservatively estimating, he believed his strength had more than doubled, suggesting his battle power now exceeded 100 points. Based on his earlier assessments of the surrounding area, he surmised that within a radius of 200 miles, no being possessed greater power than his own. This realization emboldened him to act with audacity. After concluding his daily physical training and satisfying his hunger, he settled cross-legged in the cave, closed his eyes, and began his meditation on energy cultivation. Now, Rek's daily regimen consists of physical training during the day and by night. He endeavors to grasp the essence of Qi as taught by Gohan in the anime. According to the teachings, all things in the universe possess Qi. Even stones are not exempt. Whether it is due to a month of diligent practice or an increase in physical strength, today Rek has sensed it. Just as depicted in the anime, he perceives the Qi within his body. In a state of relaxation, yet mental focus, he gently attempts to control the Qi within him. A gentle breeze envelopes him, and he feels an invisible force gathering at the points of contact with the ground, gradually lifting him upwards. This sensation is distinct from his previous attempts at flight or the launching of energy blasts. He is now able to feel and manipulate this intangible power, rather than surrendering entirely to his body as he had done before. Upon ceasing his meditation, Rek opens his eyes and pushes aside the stone, stepping out of the cave. This marks the first time he has witnessed the night on the planet Utalapa since his arrival. Once steadied, he mimics Kakarote's Kamehameha stance from the anime. With his feet spread apart, he positions his hands in a cup formation at his waist, channeling the invisible force of Qi into the palms of his hands. As the energy accumulates, Rek continuously compresses it until it takes shape, then thrusts his hands forward with force. A surge of energy is unleashed. Boom! Unlike previous energy blasts, this one does not cease upon striking a tree. It continues, toppling 7 or 8 trees before obliterating the final one, leaving a crater 30 meters wide. Awestruck by the potency of his Kamehameha wave, Rex stands in disbelief, unable to fathom that this was his doing. The tranquil night is shattered by his actions. Roars echo through the forest, as if Rex has disrupted an ancient order among the woodland creatures. The roars grow ever closer, signaling that the local fauna have mobilized in response to the disturbance, and Rex can distinctly feel the ground tremble beneath him. Realizing the impending danger, Rex hastily retreats to the cave and seals it, leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation. Meanwhile, various creatures from the forest converge upon the site of the explosion. Fortunately, Rex's swift actions prevent him from being caught in their path. Holding his breath, he peers through the narrow opening to behold a multitude of beasts gathered outside. What is that? Rex's eyes widen as he spots a creature towering over 100 meters high. Even from thousands of meters away, he can sense a palpable threat emanating from its massive form. A visceral sense of impending doom washes over him. His tail stiffens in alarm, and the fur along its length stands on end. The creature appears to sense the gaze upon it, unleashing a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Boom! A tempest erupts from its center, annihilating all life within a 500-meter radius. With a muffled groan, Light clutched his ears and collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth in agony, terrified of making a sound that might attract attention. He dared not glance at the monstrous entity, writhing helplessly on the ground. Damn it! This situation had escalated severely. Why was this cursed place so terrifying at night? Regret consumed Like. Had he known, he would have ventured out during the day. Outside, the creature roared relentlessly, nearly shattering his teeth, while his insides felt as though they were being violently shaken. Every cell in his body resisted the torment. Like lost all sense of time, battling the pain with every ounce of his strength. He had never experienced such agony before, yearning to cry out to relieve the suffering. Yet primal instinct held him back from uttering a sound. Clenching his jaw tightly, blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. His ears had gone deaf, and blood flowed from them, indicating that his eardrums had ruptured. Grasping his hair with both hands, he inadvertently tore out a handful along with his scalp. Like felt himself teetering on the brink of consciousness, oscillating between delirium and awareness. He must endure. He could not succumb to unconsciousness. This thought consumed him, compelling him to persevere. He was uncertain whether he would awaken if he fell into a coma now and dared not take the gamble. Eventually, when the creature outside ceased its roars, Like's mind relaxed, and he succumbed to oblivion. For miles around, the echoes of the creature's roars lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of blood, creating an eerie silence devoid of even the faintest chirp of an insect. On a typical day, the scent of blood would have attracted numerous predators, yet now, no creature dared to approach within 100 miles. The oppressive aura left by the monster lingered heavily in the atmosphere. It was not until dawn that a few beasts cautiously approached the fringes of the area. In Chapter 7, in the cave, a beam of sunlight filtered through a crevice, illuminating Like's face. There, a small figure lay motionless on the ground, covered in dark crimson stains, making it difficult to discern if it was alive or dead. Time passed, and gradually, the figure's fingers curled slightly, and its eyes slowly opened. The consciousness returning. The searing pain coursed through Like's nerves, overwhelming him. His torn lips moved, but no sound emerged. I'm still alive was Like's first thought, filled with relief. Damn it, I've truly put myself in a dire situation, was his second thought, suffused with regret. You wretched beast, just wait. I will surely end you, was his third thought, an indelible hatred for the creature. What should I do now? Like stared blankly at the cave ceiling. In such a pitiful state, even moving seemed a monumental challenge. I cannot die in this cave. No, I must not wait here to perish. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he attempted to move his body. Alas, after much effort, exhaustion overcame him, and he remained immobile. A wave of fatigue washed over him. His body resisted, and he drifted back into slumber. It was uncertain whether 2 days or 3 had passed. Rake had been struggling within the confines of the cave, awakening only to attempt to move his body, succumbing to fatigue and drifting back into slumber. He found it remarkable that despite an extended period without sustenance or medicinal intervention, he had not perished from hunger. Rather, his body was gradually recuperating. He had managed to prop himself up against the mountainside, eyes closed, attuning himself to the energy within, seeking to accelerate its flow in hopes of hastening his recovery. During Rake's days of convalescence, The surrounding area had become teeming with wild beasts. The remnants of the monstrous presence gradually erased by the passage of time. Only the deep pit at the center, 100 meters wide, bore witness to the terrifying events of that fateful night. The sounds of insects, birds, and the roars of wild creatures began to resonate in Rake's ears. Rising to his feet, he could scarcely believe it as he clenched his fists, feeling the immense surge of energy within him, amplified several-fold. He once again experienced the formidable power of the Saiyans. Having been confined for this duration, he had devoted all his energy to introspection. It became evident that attempting to accelerate the energy within did not expedite his recovery. Rather, it unveiled the reason behind the Saiyan's significant power increase when on the brink of death or grievously wounded. He discovered that during automatic recovery, waves of energy emanated from his cells, repairing his body while most of it remained within, transforming into energy. Initially, he had assumed this was merely a matter of cells, but upon recalling the old bird's teachings, he dismissed that notion. Even after a month of maintaining a tranquil mindset here, it was improbable that he possessed an abundance of those so-called cells. This meant he had achieved a doubling of his combat strength, relying solely on ordinary cells. He began to formulate his own hypotheses regarding cells. He pondered why Saiyans exhibited a substantial power increase when near death or severely injured early on. Yet this effect dissipated once Kakarot and the others transformed into Super Saiyans. Perhaps Saiyans could reach the threshold of Super Saiyan transformation through ordinary cells, but to achieve a significant leap thereafter would require the intervention of cells. Otherwise, whether in their normal state or in transformation, they would encounter a bottleneck, and only by breaking through it could one experience remarkable progress. This also elucidated the reason behind the original narrative's classifications of Super Saiyan levels, Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. In the early stages, it was essential to nurture the cells in order to later control their division for greater advancement. These thoughts merely flitted through Rake's mind. The time was not ripe for him to delve deeper into these inquiries. After attuning to the energy within him for a while, Rake emerged from the cave. Facing the direction of a nearby stream, he bent his legs slightly and, in an instant, vanished from the spot, reappearing at the stream's edge less than a minute later. Having traversed 20 kilometers, approximately 10 times faster than before. Using his rudimentary grasp of mathematics, he calculated his velocity and was struck by the terror of his newfound speed, which was now approaching the speed of sound. Goodness, have I become superhuman? Rake murmured to himself, contemplating just how much stronger he might be compared to those with a power level of 3,000. Upon reflection, Leek closed his eyes to immerse himself in the sensations around him. He discovered that he could now perceive energy, a myriad of fluctuating auras surrounding him, varying in size and intensity. In the direction of the formidable energy reading of 3,000 battle power, a colossal aura manifested within his awareness, akin to a luminous sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. Comparing the disparity between himself and this entity, he realized that his own energy had reached approximately 1/3 of the opponent's. A smile gradually spread across Kree's face, his lips curling into an increasingly broad grin, until he erupted into laughter. Ha! The pent-up emotions of the past weeks were finally unleashed. In that moment, thoughts of Frisia were cast aside. He had not anticipated such significant gains from his brush with death, and along with his joy came a lingering sense of dread. Truth be told, he was not entirely in favor of such reckless behavior. After all, he was alone, and while fortune had favored him this time, next time he might silently perish. Reflecting on the encounter a few days prior, he confirmed that the monster he had sensed was indeed the same being with the 3,000 battle power reading. This revelation eased one of the doubts that had plagued his mind. "You will pay for this, you scoundrel," Leek muttered darkly, casting a furtive glance in the direction of the monster before burying the thought deep within him, awaiting the next opportunity for vengeance. He was a man who believed in retribution. Previously, he had endured grievances due to a lack of power, but now, having tasted unprecedented strength, his mindset had irrevocably shifted. As he sensed the energies around him, he swiftly dispatched his prey and, with a carefree demeanor, settled by a small stream to commence a barbecue. Although he lacked seasonings and his culinary skills were rudimentary, a Scion's appetite was indifferent to such trifles, and he savored each bite with delight. After consuming several 100 pounds of meat, Leek reclined comfortably on the ground for a brief respite, his thoughts drifting to planet Vegeta. He wondered if Kakarot had been born yet. By all accounts, he should have arrived this year, though the exact month remained a mystery. Despite his indifference towards planet Vegeta and the fate of the Scions, he had resolved to resurrect his parents once he reached Earth or Namek. Ever since he had heard the frog-like creature in the nursery mention their demise, he intended to repay the debts of this life, after which he would no longer concern himself with their existence, whether they lived or died. Of course, all of this was contingent upon ensuring his own survival. Otherwise, pondering such matters would be futile. Thus, this thought flickered briefly in Leek's mind, barely lingering for a second. His primary concern remained Frisia's impending pursuit. All prior assumptions were merely conjecture, and he could not guarantee that Frisia would refrain from sending reinforcements. Should Frisia indeed dispatch forces to conquer this planet, his plans would undoubtedly be thwarted, forcing him to remain hidden in a corner of this world until he transformed into a Super Saiyan or until Kakarot vanquished Frisia, allowing him to escape. Chapter 8. Training. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Leek felt increasingly restless. This lack of control was deeply unsettling to him. However, he could not resolve the issue either. It would be absurd to send a weakling with a battle power of merely 1,000, like Karami, to confront Frisia, whose power exceeds 1 billion. Such an act would not be valorous. It would be sheer folly, a manifestation of a muddled mind. It would be far more gratifying to bring about one's own demise. Rex stood up, clapped his hands, and sought a stone of suitable weight nearby. Lifting it and beginning to run, he paid no heed to the surrounding woods. Rather, their presence was advantageous. Rex maneuvered through the gaps in the trees, initially colliding with them from time to time, either knocking them down or causing the stone to slip from his grasp. His running was particularly awkward. Ultimately, he inserted his fingers into the stone to prevent it from falling. Although he could not guarantee a graceful passage through the woods, Rex was unfazed. This merely indicated that he still had room for improvement, and he was elated by that realization. During his training, Rex lost track of time. Over the course of a month, he had become profoundly enamored with the process of strengthening himself. The exhilarating sensation of personal growth far surpassed any enjoyment derived from gaming, watching movies, or playing cards. He could comprehend why Vegeta would spend an entire day in the gravity chamber, or why Kakarot would neglect his family in pursuit of training. This was all the result of the Saiyan bloodline, which incessantly urged him to grow stronger. After a day of rigorous training, Rex returned to the cave, his body weary. Yet you might think that was the end? Not at all. Rex remained spirited and continued to contemplate Ki that evening. Since that night when he first discovered the Kamehameha, he realized that his control over Ki was woefully inadequate. That day, he merely forced his Ki to coalesce, perhaps increasing its potency by a mere 10%. Thus, with his battle power of 1,000, he could at most unleash a Kamehameha of 1,100. This was before his Ki had expanded significantly, and now, with his Ki being so vast, his control was even poorer. Therefore, his next training task was to enhance both his physique and Ki control. Rex summoned a small surge of Ki within him, concentrating it in the palm of his hand, where a blue energy sphere materialized. As Rex compressed the energy sphere inward, the dim cave grew increasingly illuminated. However, once the sphere shrank from 1 meter to half a meter, no matter how hard Rex exerted himself, he could not compress it further. He attempted to forcibly constrict the Ki, only to see the energy sphere fluctuate immediately, transforming from a perfect circle into an oval shape. Realizing that continuing down this path would only result in the sphere exploding, Rex ceased his Ki output, perplexed by the sphere hovering in his palm. This phenomenon lay entirely beyond his realm of knowledge. Not only was it absent from the Saiyan lore, but it had also not been elucidated in the original text. Rake maintained the energy sphere without realizing that it had slightly diminished in size, and the brightness of the cave had increased a tad. However, his thoughts were not focused on the energy sphere, which led him to traverse many unnecessary paths in the future, only to recall today later with regret. Striking his thigh in frustration, after pondering for a long time without resolution, he casually dispersed the energy sphere. Images from anime he had watched in his past life floated through his mind, showcasing various methods for training control. In the end, he remained uncertain and resolved to try them one by one in due course. Nonetheless, this was not the time for experimentation. The perils of the night on Udalapa were too great. Rake dared not venture out to cause mischief. He had narrowly escaped death and did not wish to squander his life again. The previous encounter with a monster boasting a battle power of 3,000 suggested that even more formidable foes, perhaps with battle powers reaching 30,000, could emerge. Additionally, Rake had never transformed into a great ape since his birth, and he feared that a full moon outside might trigger a wild transformation. As a low-ranking warrior, according to seasoned veterans, he would undoubtedly lose control. Even the world's protagonist, Kakarot, after decades of training, had succumbed to uncontrollable fury, only to be brought back to reason by his granddaughter, Xiaofang. Rake did not believe he could compare to Kakarot. His only advantage lay in his battle power at birth, which was 5 times greater. However, this advantage did not offer him any significant leverage. Coming to this realization, Rake ceased his inner turmoil and lay down peacefully to sleep. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months went by. Each morning, Rake exercised, while in the afternoons, he endeavored to enhance his control over energy. He experimented with techniques from familiar anime, even attempting the tree climbing and water walking exercises from Naruto. The results, however, revealed that energy was not chakra. While the two were not entirely unrelated, they were fundamentally different. Ultimately, Rake understood that one played joyfully on the planet while the other could easily obliterate stars and devastate galaxies. The disparity in their worlds was vast. In terms of energy, they were incomparable, as was the case with other anime. A small deviation could lead to monumental consequences. Eventually, Rake recalled the training regimen that Bobo had devised for Kakarot, emphasizing tranquility akin to the sky. He sought to elevate his spirit, striving for a state of nothingness in order to better himself. In summary, he resolved to calm his heart, sense his energy, control his strength, and act according to instinct. With this clarity, Rake adjusted his training plan, dedicating his afternoons to fishing by the stream. He no longer concerned himself with whether he would catch anything, but rather with the goal of becoming inconspicuous to the local wildlife, such that they would come to drink from the stream, signaling his success. After 2 months, although his control had not improved, the energy within him had significantly expanded, and his physical strength had greatly increased. In comparison, he was nearly on par with the 3,000 battle power monster, even surpassing it slightly, achieving approximately 3,100 in battle power. It has been previously stated that Rake is a man who repays enmity in kind. After 2 months of rigorous training, his combat prowess has surged to unprecedented heights, and he can no longer contain his restless spirit. Moreover, the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins incessantly urges him to seek formidable adversaries with whom to engage in battle. It is noteworthy that Rake has never faced an opponent of equal strength. In every encounter, he either dispatches his foes with a single blow or finds himself unable to even approach them, resulting in a severe deficiency in combat skills and experience. Although it is true that the combat techniques of the Saiyans have been imprinted in his mind, one must not merely consider the strength of these techniques. The reality of Rake's recent opponents has left him with little opportunity to develop muscle memory. Whether it has been a swift knockout or a single energy blast, none have allowed him to hone his abilities. Thus, apart from mentally preparing for battle, he remains a novice in all other aspects. As thoughts of his enemies consumed him with rage, Rake sensed their location and propelled himself through the air towards them. Chapter 9. The Destruction of Planet Vegeta. Unbeknownst to Rake, as he soared to confront the monsters, a monumental event was unfolding on his home planet, Vegeta, one that would determine its very survival. Shortly after arriving on Udarapa, his spacecraft received a recall order from planet Vegeta. It can be said that fortune smiled upon him, for just a day after his arrival, he destroyed the reconnaissance device. Otherwise, Frieza would undoubtedly have detected his continued existence. Had that occurred, a pursuit team would have been dispatched to locate him. However, by obliterating the device, Frieza was led to believe Rake had perished, thus allowing him to evade disaster. Of course, Rake remains oblivious to this fortunate turn of events and continues to live in fear of Frieza's impending hunt. Meanwhile, Kakarot has already been born and, prior to Rake's confrontation with the monsters, was sent to Earth by his father, Bardock. The vicinity surrounding planet Vegeta has been cordoned off by Frieza's forces. Any spacecraft attempting to depart will be shot down. By coincidence, Kakarot's vessel managed to escape just before the blockade, unknowingly laying the groundwork for Frieza's own eventual destruction. Within the royal palace on planet Vegeta, King Vegeta had summoned the elite warriors to convene. He had received news of Frieza's blockade of the star system and his imminent arrival. Your Majesty, Frieza offers us no avenue for survival. Let us rise and revolt. I shall lead the charge, declared a Saiyan with a pineapple hairstyle, gazing at King Vegeta from his throne. Indeed, Your Majesty, we must rebel, echoed another. Let us strike first, Your Majesty. Now is the opportune moment. While they remain unsuspecting, we should launch a surprise attack on their spacecraft, urged a bald warrior. As these sentiments were voiced, the others quickly chimed in agreement. King Vegeta surveyed the assembly of over a dozen elite warriors before him. This was the entirety of his formidable force. Despite the Saiyan population numbering in the thousands, Only these few elite warriors possessed combat power exceeding 6,000. Furthermore, their strength would multiply tenfold upon transforming into great apes, elevating each of their battle powers to surpass 60,000. As far as he knew, there was no one by Frisia's side capable of thwarting them. They could wreak havoc at will. Once he eliminated Frisia, the oppressive weight on the Saiyans will be lifted forever. King Vegeta's emotions were stirred by his subordinates. Having already harbored rebellious thoughts, he no longer hesitated. Rising from his throne, he gestured grandly, proclaiming, "Very well, we shall rebel. Nappa, Kappa, accompany me to the spacecraft to ambush Frisia. The rest will follow in our wake." "Prepared for battle. At your command, my king," replied the warriors below, striking their chests in unison. With a dramatic flourish of his cape, King Vegeta strode forth, his warriors trailing closely behind. Sabo, the leader of the Saiyan monkeys, has come to pay his respects. He likely harbors ill intentions. Should we handle it? Sabo received the message and reported to Frisia. "Ha ha, no need for that. Let those monkeys approach. I am curious to see what kind of spectacle they will present." Frisia chuckled, swirling the red wine in his glass as if he had heard jest. "Understood." Sabo, a trusted confidant of Frisia, along with Dodoria, felt an unsettling chill, aware that their master had turned murderous. Sabo hastily relayed the message to his subordinates, while Dodoria, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, dared not utter a word beside Frisia. When King Vegeta entered the cabin with his two elite warriors, he found Frisia still seated in a childish chair. He immediately signaled to his subordinates. Raising his hands towards Frisia, he shouted, "Frisia, perish. Once you are gone, the universe shall be mine to rule." In an instant, countless energy blasts surged from King Vegeta's hands towards Frisia. Frisia, enraged yet amused, squinted his eyes. A powerful aura emanating from him, instantly extinguishing King Vegeta's energy blasts. The two elite warriors of King Vegeta, poised to strike, were paralyzed by Frisia's overwhelming presence. Momentarily taken aback, King Vegeta did not expect Frisia to so effortlessly defend against his assault, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. Nevertheless, he refused to yield, directing an energy blast towards the ship's ceiling, breaking through and soaring into the open air. Frisia observed his action but did not intervene, following him outside. There, they found a dozen Saiyans waiting for King Vegeta's command. "Frisia, do not revel in your triumph. After our transformation, our battle power will multiply tenfold. Let's see how you withstand it." A sphere of light ascended from King Vegeta's palm. The Saiyans fixated upon it as their bodies began to swell. In moments, colossal brown great apes, towering over 100 meters, emerged. Leading the charge, King Vegeta opened his gaping maw and declared, "Frisia, my battle power exceeds 100,000. Prepare to meet your demise." A surge of yellow energy coalesced in King Vegeta's mouth, while the other elite warriors followed suit, charging their own energy beams. After witnessing a performance of monkey tricks, Frisia ominously declared, "My battle power is 530,000. As he spoke, he gestured with his finger. King Vegeta, momentarily pausing and gathering energy, suddenly unleashed an attack towards Frisia, exclaiming, "You deceiving fiend, perish." Unbeknownst to him, a tremor laced his voice. He was acutely aware that his foreboding intuition had materialized, yet in the dire circumstances, retreat was not an option. He could only press forward in his assault. Frisia, however, paid no heed to King Vegeta's energy wave, completely disregarding the imminent threat. With a mere finger, he directed a barrage of death rays at the other Saiyan warriors. Streams of crimson energy pierced through the hearts of the great apes, rendering them incapable of even releasing their energy waves as they swiftly lost consciousness, their forms gradually shrinking and drifting through the cosmos. King Vegeta trembled with rage, recognizing his defeat, a crushing loss that filled him with bitterness as he raised his fist and charged at Frisia. After dispatching the lesser warriors, Frisia turned his attention to King Vegeta, instantly appearing at his chest and thrusting his right hand through his heart, discarding him like refuse. King Vegeta fell in an instant, unable to withstand even a second against Frisia's overwhelming power. Once King Vegeta was vanquished, Frisia gazed upon the distant crimson planet of Vegeta. He extended a finger, channeling a black energy sphere that quickly swelled to a colossal size, poised to strike the far-off planet. At that moment, a warrior with a crab-like hairstyle and a scar on his left cheek emerged from Vegeta, positioning himself before the planet-destroying blast. He gathered every ounce of energy in his right hand and hurled it towards the impending doom, shouting, "Frisia, let this strike alter the fate of all." However, the warrior's energy wave met the planet-destroying blast with nary a ripple, being consumed entirely. The annihilation orb continued its descent towards the planet, engulfing the valiant warrior. Yet his actions caught Frisia's attention, leaving a profound impression. With a resounding explosion, Frisia beheld the vanishing planet before him, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Zarba, Mr. Dodoria, witness the moment of this planet's destruction. Truly magnificent." Chapter 10, Vengeance. "Lord Frisia, shall we pursue the remaining Saiyans who have not returned?" Zarbon inquired. "Zarbon, eliminate all but the young Prince Vegeta's squad," Frisia commanded before turning to soar away in his infant chair. "Oh, and inform young Vegeta that their planet met an unfortunate fate, struck by a meteor." Pausing briefly, Frisia continued. "Very well, Lord Frisia," Zarbon and Dodoria replied promptly, bowing in respect. Kakarote's spaceship had barely escaped the planet Vegeta before it was detected en route to Earth by another vessel. As the scene zoomed in, it revealed a ship identical to Frisia's, where a creature with a crocodile head was reporting to a figure strikingly reminiscent of Frisia himself. "King Gula has just detected a solitary Saiyan spacecraft. Should be shot down?" Standing at the window, Gula flicked his tail and mockingly mused to himself. Frisia truly lacks competence. Was it not said that he intended to annihilate the Saiyan race? Yet, he remains a lone survivor. My brother is utterly useless. After a brief pause, he continued, "Have we assessed its combat power? To report to King Gula, the combat power stands at 2. I shall proceed to destroy it immediately." Answer to subordinate. Gula waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the suggestion. "Forget it. This is Frisia's concern. It is of no matter to us." With that, he turned and departed. A light chuckle echoed in the air. "Ah, a mere combat power of 2. Kakarote once again escapes death, as the craft vanishes into the void." Rek was entirely unaware of the events transpiring on planet Vegeta. Having just arrived before the monstrous entity, he finally beheld its full form. The creature was encased in a shell of stone, resembling armor, with a single eye dominating much of its face, standing like a small mountain on its hands and feet. It gazed down at the insignificant insect before it, pondering what this mere creature was doing in its presence. "Monster, today I shall send you to your demise. Remember to choose a better incarnation in your next life." Rek ascended above the creature, launching a punch towards its head. The monster sensed the threat and swiftly tilted its body, retaliating with a left fist aimed at Rek. Caught off guard by the creature's rapid response, Rek found himself unable to change his course of action. He had no choice but to twist his body and channel his strength into his waist, meeting the creature's left fist with his right foot. A tremendous crash erupted where they collided. After the exchange, Rek hastily created distance. "Damn, this fiend is remarkably tough. Its armor is no mere facade." Feeling a sharp pain in his right foot, Rek cursed under his breath. Just as Rek sought another opportunity, the monster's right palm swung toward him, simultaneously locking onto his energy. A devastating energy blast erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards Rek. He evaded the creature's palm, but the energy blast was already upon him. Desperate, he crossed his arms to shield himself. Boom! 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 Rek was propelled by the energy blast, crashing through several small mountains, his body embedded within the rocky terrain. Dazed, he realized that although he had withstood the blow without injury, it was evident to all that he was at a disadvantage. Overwhelmed from the onset, he had yet to retaliate effectively. "Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Today, I shall confront you head-on." Fueled by rage, Rek felt the blood coursing through him heat up. Disregarding all strategy, he charged recklessly, engaging the monster in a direct confrontation. Clash! 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 Rek did not attempt to maneuver around. After one exchange with his left hand, he followed through with his right hand, delivering a kick to the creature's left knee. Initially, he could still feel the sting, but as they exchanged blows, Rek grew increasingly exhilarated. His strikes became progressively more powerful. What began with Rek being sent flying culminated in the monster being forced back by his blows. All of this transpired within mere minutes. Rek transitioned from being subdued to overpowering his opponent, everything occurring with such abruptness. He delivered a powerful punch to the monster's chest, shattering even its rocky exterior, leaving a small imprint on its left side. What is happening? I could have swiftly ended this, so why suppress my strength and engage in a contest with it? Rek felt a profound confusion. He was not one to be reckless by nature. Although initially he struggled against the creature, despite his superior combat prowess. His strength paled in comparison, placing him at a disadvantage. However, as the battle progressed, Rake managed to assert full control over the monster, even capable of dispatching it. Yet, he refrained, not only holding back, but increasingly matching his strength to that of his adversary. At that moment, Rake thought of Kakarot and Vegeta, both of whom were known for their reckless abandon in battle, including the half-breed Gohan. Whenever they gained the upper hand, they fought without restraint, embodying the essence of Saiyan nature, relentless in victory and undeterred in adversity. Realization dawned upon Rake. It was indeed the Saiyan bloodline at play. Damn, can I not exert control over my own body? Rake roared. After once again repelling the monster, he resisted the urge to charge forward. Energy began to coalesce in his hands, as he no longer wished to prolong the confrontation. Locking onto the creature's head, he unleashed a wave of energy. Boom! The monster's head erupted instantly, its headless corpse toppling backward, crushing countless trees and stirring up clouds of dust. Having eliminated the creature, Rake sensed its energy dissipate and chose not to glance back. Maintaining a fragment of awareness of his surroundings, most of his focus remained inward. He felt his blood growing increasingly heated, the desire for battle surging within him. Rake struggled to rein in his emotions, suppressing his urge to fight, striving for inner tranquility. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, illustrating the intensity of his current state. This continued until twilight began to descend. Rake's furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and he opened his eyes, exhaling a deep sigh. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, revealing a faint smile. Damn, this Saiyan bloodline truly has its drawbacks. Rake mused internally. Nevertheless, despite the complaints, it was undeniably effective when needed. Standing still, stroking his chin, he suddenly thought of Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Previously, Rake had envied his bloodline, but now he felt nothing but relief. He finally understood why Broly fought like a madman. Even Rake, with his relatively ordinary lineage, struggled to contain his own battle instincts. Broly, a monstrous being whose combat power perpetually escalates, is indeed an entity that one cannot provoke. It is no wonder that the original narrative refers to the legendary Super Saiyan as either succumbing to madness, becoming a harbinger of destruction, or meeting a catastrophic end. Chapter 11. 5 years have elapsed. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed since Lake's arrival on the planet Ydarpa, marking the year 738 in the age of the universe. Seated upon a stone by the brook, he clutches a self-fashioned fishing rod. Of late, a profound tranquility has settled within him, a result of having lifted a significant burden from his heart. Throughout the year, he has come to realize that he had miscalculated time. The planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza over a year ago. Despite the passage of such time, he has yet to sense any spacecraft approaching, indicating that Frieza has not dispatched anyone to pursue him. During this period, he has concentrated his awareness on his vessel, failing to detect any energy signatures exceeding 1,000 combat power. Typically, he keeps his own energy contained, maintaining it at around 20 points, relying solely on his physical strength for hunting, lest he attract detection from afar. This year has yielded remarkable results for Lake. To begin with, his physical prowess has reached nearly 10,000 in combat strength. The energy within him approximates 15,000, and he has even mastered the technique of explosive energy. Thus, his standard combat power has escalated to 25,000, with the potential to double during explosive moments, culminating in an overall combat power of 50,000. As for his mastery of energy, he can now ensure that his 50,000 combat power can unleash a wave of energy at 70,000. One should not underestimate this achievement, as it has been the fruit of gradual exploration and is complemented by a recent surge in control. However, he senses he is nearing his limits. Progress has become increasingly sluggish, akin to the plateau he experienced 6 months prior when he broke through the 10,000 combat power barrier. At that time, he employed various methods to fortify his physique, enabling him to shatter the barrier and resulting in an extraordinary increase of 40,000 over the subsequent half year. Otherwise, he would still be stagnating at the 10,000 mark. It is not that he lacks the desire to break through yet another barrier. However, the current circumstances do not favor such an endeavor. Moreover, he is still quite young, merely 4 years of age. He believes that prematurely elevating his combat power is not prudent. Thus, aside from his fundamental physical training, he dedicates his time to fishing, enhancing his ability to control energy. In this secluded place where silence reigns, he finds himself speaking to himself daily, lest he nearly forget the art of conversation. Suddenly, Ripples disturbed the water surface, prompting Lake to relax his mind and release a surge of energy. A nearby beast, startled by his aura, scurried away, tail tucked in fear. Lake glanced in the direction of the creature, a wry smile gracing his lips as he swiftly reined in his energy. He then gathered his fishing rod and returned to his dwelling. Now, the dwelling of Rake has undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer resembling a desolate cave. During this period, he not only expanded the cavern, but also crafted chairs, utensils, and a bed, though a kitchen and a restroom remain absent. Rake continued to extend his perception outward, sensing the air within a radius of 10,000 miles. The familiar essences lingered, with the most formidable boasting a combat power of approximately 15,000. He dismissed these minor threats, as such trivial foes could no longer intimidate him. He had no desire to engage them. Rake was no longer the feeble wretch who had once been frightened away by a mere 3,000 combat power, reduced to a quivering mess by a single roar. He did contemplate venturing outside, yet at this stage, unless he could master the tranquility akin to the sky, as spoken of by Bobo, and attain the state of nothingness, he would not leave this place. Over the past year, he had completely shed the bad habits of his previous life. Remaining solitary here no longer felt tedious or unbearable. Rather, he found joy in it. In his leisure, he would reminisce about the plot of Dragon Ball. In truth, most details eluded him. He could only recall a few protagonists and key figures. This was a tangible world, and he was uncertain of which timeline he belonged to, leaving him to ponder aimlessly. Kakarot must have arrived on Earth by now, he mused, wondering when he might reunite with them, a wry smile gracing his lips. Not dwelling further on such thoughts, he finished his meal and retired to bed early, drifting into slumber. On this day, by a small stream in the forest, a creature resembling a velociraptor was crouched by the water's edge, oblivious to the presence of a boy of about 10 years old, sitting nearby. The boy's hair was long and tousled, with a tuft of bangs sticking up, and he held a fishing rod in his right hand. With a swift motion, the fishing line twitched, the boy gently tugged, and a 3-meter-long fish soared out of the water. This sudden occurrence startled the velociraptor-like creature, which tilted its head in confusion as it witnessed the fish land beside it. It had never encountered such fortune, food falling from the sky. How could it resist? Without a second thought, it opened its jaws wide and lunged forward, secretly praising its own cleverness. "Little dragon, that's not your food," the boy remarked, gently patting the creature's head. The velociraptor-like creature, taken aback, stumbled backward, its voice cracking in a mix of fear and confusion. Upon realizing the boy was merely a small child, its mood soured. It had just been frightened off by such a diminutive being. How could it continue to exist in this vicinity if it did not confront him? With this thought, it bared its large fangs and charged at the boy, exuding an air of fearless determination. The boy, seeing that it had no intention of halting its advance, smirked mischievously. With a sharp glare, an invisible force struck the creature's head instantaneously, causing it to roll its eyes and collapse at the boy's feet. This is the consequence of disregarding the wisdom of the elders. The cost manifests before one's eyes. I was prepared to let you off the hook, yet you chose to present yourself. It is only fitting that you become my dinner. The boy rose to his feet, standing at a modest height of approximately 1.20 meters, utterly unremarkable, were it not for the colossal creature lying before him. No one would perceive this boy as a significant threat. However, alongside the creature resembling a velociraptor, one could ascertain the immense power contained within his diminutive frame. Unconsciously, I have turned 8 years old. Tomorrow, I shall gather my belongings and embark on a journey to discover whether this planet harbors intelligent life and civilizations. The boy, with an air of premature wisdom, remarked, "I never anticipated that the realm of nothingness would be so challenging." After a moment of reflection, he began to prepare his sustenance. Who might he be if not Rake? For years have elapsed, and recently he has begun to touch upon the realm of the void. Unfortunately, he has yet to fully enter it, but there is no longer a need to linger here. He has already taken a half step forward. What remains is merely a matter of time. Over these 4 years, his combat prowess has increased, albeit not drastically, doubling to approximately 100,000 in a state of heightened energy. It is worth noting that most of his efforts have been devoted to mastering the control of his energy. His current energy wave can now unleash a combat power of 250,000. In comparison to the past, he remains quite satisfied. Though he cannot compare himself to those protagonists from novels of his previous life, he understands that such tales are mere fabrications, pure escapism, soaring to unimaginable heights. Even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly could not achieve Super Saiyan status at 3 years old, nor contend with Beerus at 5, or engage with angels at 8. What gives them the right to such feats? Chapter 12. The journey begins. Rake traversed the forest, seemingly merging with nature. If one were to close their eyes and feel, they would be unaware of his presence. Should I simply fly out? Rake mused, gazing at the unchanging scenery, tilting his head and stroking his chin in contemplation. Then, shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Perhaps not. I am not in a hurry, and I should soon exit the woods. In truth, given his current combat power, he does not believe there is anyone on this planet who could rival him, allowing him to fly freely around the globe without concern. Yet, he is reluctant to do so, retracting his sensing ability to a radius of merely 100 miles, fearing that greater hope would lead to greater disappointment. He now walks step by step. Eventually, he will circle the globe, and it will not take long. Do not be misled by the vastness of this planet. Spanning 200,000 kilometers, for one of his combat prowess, it remains trivial, easily obliterated by a single energy wave. Though he appears to be walking, he maintains a steady pace of 10 miles per minute. This journey of stops and starts has brought him to the second day of his departure, having traversed a familiar expanse of 10,000 miles. Not far ahead, he is on the verge of exiting the forest, and he has further tightened his sensing radius to around 100 meters, ensuring he remains prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of envy towards Kakarot. Earth was such a splendid environment, not only home to the most delectable cuisine in the universe, but also blessed with miraculous healing beings and the grandest of Dragon Balls. There was simply no comparison, none whatsoever. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became. Indeed, at times, the disparity between individuals could be greater than that between man and dog. With a self-deprecating smile, he dismissed these thoughts, having mentally prepared himself for such realizations since his arrival in this world. Life was not treating him too poorly. Merely escaping Frisia as clutches was a significant achievement, ensuring he wouldn't meet his demise before his journey had truly begun. With a snap, he finally emerged from the thicket, greeted by a panorama of mountains, varying in size and shape. Instantly, he discerned the issue at hand. These were no mere mountains. They were a horde of monsters, belonging to the same species as the one he had previously vanquished, which boasted a combat power of 3,000. The corners of his mouth twitched as he covered his face with one small hand. How utterly ridiculous. It turned out the first creature he battled was merely a small fry. Quickly expanding his sensory range, he discovered that within a radius of 10,000 miles, these creatures were abundant, with combat powers soaring to as high as 100,000, nearly on par with his own. Surely, am I expected to defeat each one of them in succession? Damn that inspector. I swear if I ever cross paths with you again, I'll turn you to dust. After a thorough scan, his anger boiled over into a tirade of curses, once again cursing the inspector of this planet. You wretched being, this feud has escalated. It's either you or me. Just wait, I shall hunt you down, and if I cannot find you, I will wish upon the Dragon Balls. His eyes blazed with fury as he spat those words. This planet was clearly a high-level one, yet that group of imbeciles had classified it as low-level. Had he not traversed here himself and learned the importance of self-preservation, a native Saiyan would have perished long ago. Unbeknownst to him, however, he could not truly blame the inspector. The creatures before him spent half of the year in slumber, resembling the mountains he now surveyed. Their dormant state was undetectable by the sensors, and they would not initiate attacks on living beings. It was only because he could sense their energy that they appeared exposed and vulnerable to him. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to these facts. The prospect of battling his way through was not appealing. Over the past 5 years, he had successfully harnessed the combative nature of his Saiyan blood, refraining from recklessly charging into combat at the sight of an opponent. The seemingly endless mountains before him, teeming with rock-like creatures, were not worth counting. He chose a path with relatively lower combat power and enveloped himself in a radiant white aura. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself into the air, swiftly traversing thousands of miles until he landed upon a vast expanse of grassland. Gradually, his aura dissipated as he took his first strides. Yet, he had scarcely moved far when he was greeted by the first wave of a welcoming committee from the grassland. A group of beasts, possessing the heads of lions and the bodies of horses, charged towards him with eyes aglow like embers. Perfect timing, as he was just feeling hungry. As Rake beheld these creatures, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and a broad smile stretched across his face. He lunged towards them. In no time, A multitude of lifeless bodies lay scattered as the beasts fled in terror. Rake, however, made no attempt to pursue them. Indifferent to the scent of blood that hung in the air, he directed a wave of energy towards one of the fallen carcasses, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted into the atmosphere. Unable to resist any longer, he severed a leg from one of the horses and began to feast. Surprisingly, despite its grotesque appearance, the flavor was delightful. After a few hearty bites, Rake's taste buds were fully awakened, and he let out a satisfied sigh. He continued to indulge, and soon the ground was littered with the remnants of his meal. An hour later, all the bodies within a 10-meter radius had vanished into his belly, leaving him with a pronounced roundness as he reclined on the grass, contentedly burping. Alas, he had eaten to excess. After half an hour of rest, Rake rose, ready to commence his foundational exercises. He performed a handstand, balancing on his right finger while his left hand rested behind him, and began to do push-ups, counting to an astonishing 999, 500, 010, 000. Upon completing his 10-finger workout, he sought out a 10-ton boulder, hoisted it onto his back, and commenced frog leaps forward. Despite the immense weight he carried, the ground felt no tremor upon his descent. He relied solely on his body to absorb the impact. Along the way, he encountered various wild beasts, which, upon spotting the mountain of a figure that was Rake, wisely chose to steer clear, none daring to stand in his path. As night fell, Rake lay upon the stone, gazing up at the starry expanse of the Utalapa sky, the stars twinkling in a mesmerizing dance. He was enraptured by this natural beauty, realizing that it was his first glimpse of the night sky in 5 years, having always slept in caves before. What he failed to notice was that tonight marked the full moon of Utalapa, the orb resting just 10 meters to his left. Had he tilted his head slightly, he would have seen the luminous sphere. Yet he remained still, unaware that while he did not move, the moon was slowly drifting into his line of sight. What is this? Was Rake's immediate thought. Oh no, this is bad, was his second reaction. There were no further thoughts. His heartbeat quickened with mounting intensity. Chapter 13. The first transformation into a giant ape. Rake's tail stiffened, his consciousness gradually fading. The hair on his body lengthened, and his eyes were consumed by a scarlet hue. His form expanded, transforming from a diminutive figure of 1 meter and 20 centimeters into a colossal brown ape towering 100 meters high. Roar! The giant ape pounded its chest, releasing a thunderous roar. The mindless destruction commenced. The colossal ape observed a group of beasts resting in the distance. Before they could react, the giant leaped before them and delivered a powerful blow. In an instant, the entire group of creatures vanished, leaving no trace behind. After dispatching its prey, the giant continued its search for the next target. Typically, the moment it locked onto a target, the kill was completed. The resounding roar of the giant reverberated across the entire plain, startling not only the beasts but also the rock monsters and other creatures inhabiting the outskirts. On the opposite side of the plain, rather than monsters and beasts, there was a gathering of sentient beings, an adventurous troop exploring the grasslands. They bore a resemblance to ordinary humans, yet some possessed 4 ears, others sported a pair of wings, and a few had 2 pairs of eyes. They were resting by a lake, situated 100 miles from the plain, when the thunderous roar of the giant roused them from their slumber. "Boss, what was that sound?" inquired a slender woman, approximately 7 meters tall, with a pair of wings, addressing a burly man standing about 8 meters tall, with 2 pairs of eyes. Before the team leader could respond, a gaunt man with 4 ears let out a piercing scream. His eardrums had been ruptured by the shockwave, and blood poured from his 4 ears as he writhed on the ground. "What's wrong, fifth brother?" "Don't scare me," cried a member of the group. "Third sister, hurry and fetch some medicine." A cacophony of voices erupted, creating chaos and confusion, leaving no clarity as to whom to listen. It was the leader who, unable to tolerate the disorder, furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Silence. Everyone quiet down." Instantly, the commotion subsided, though the fifth brother continued to moan on the ground. Countless eyes turned to the leader, awaiting his commands. It was evident that the leader commanded considerable authority within the group, earning the trust of the others. Upon assessing the fifth brother's condition, the leader quickly discerned that his acute hearing had been adversely affected by the earlier roar. "Third sister, fetch the medicine." "Second brother, activate the soundproof barrier." Fourth and sixth brothers, assist third sister in administering the medicine and escort fifth brother to the tent for rest. "The rest of you, disperse and do not obstruct." With the leader's directives issued, order was swiftly restored. Those who received orders sprang into action, while others stood at a distance. Once the commands were fulfilled, the leader turned to the winged woman and replied, "Eighth sister, I too am uncertain about what transpired. For now, please bring the energy detector over. Understood. Eighth sister responded without hesitation, promptly setting to work. By the time she positioned the device in the center of the group, second brother had activated the soundproof barrier, third brother had administered the medicine to fifth brother, and fourth brother had returned, leaving sixth brother to guard fifth brother. Leader, shall we activate the energy detector now? Eighth sister inquired, standing before the 2-meter-tall device. Yes, activate it. Let us observe the energy readings within a 1,000-mile radius, he instructed. Beep. The group gathered around, gazing at the readings on the device, perplexed by the energy fluctuations displayed before them. Have you not noticed something amiss? The stern-faced leader inquired. A group of individuals shook their heads, but ultimately, it was Eight's sister who discerned the anomaly in the instruments. Are you suggesting that all creatures within a 1,000-mile radius are moving, and they are retreating towards the outer planes? Eight's sister scrutinized further. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment I wish to convey. Despite the absence of significant energy responses within a 1,000-mile radius, the other creatures are fleeing, indicating the presence of a terrifying entity in that direction. The leader gestured toward the location of Rake. Regrettably, our device can only detect within 1,000 miles, leaving us oblivious to the distance of that roar. Boss, fifth brother has awakened. He requests your presence. Sixth brother exclaimed as he rushed out from the tent where he had been tending to fifth brother. The leader wasted no time and entered the tent directly. He discovered that although fifth brother's wounds had healed, his complexion was grim, and he appeared utterly drained. Fifth brother, do you have anything to share? The leader inquired, sitting beside the bed. Boss, are you investigating the origin of that roar? Fifth brother retorted instead of answering. Yes, but unfortunately, we could not detect it. Otherwise, I would have been inclined to investigate what manner of creature inflicted such injuries upon you. The leader lamented, his expression filled with regret. Please do not go. Fifth brother pleaded, trembling at the thought of the leader pursuing the source of the roar. He felt fortunate to have regained consciousness just in time, grateful he had not succumbed to unconsciousness for too long. What of it? Is this not the path we have all traversed? To explore the unknown, the leader proclaimed, his eyes glimmering with fervor, brimming with enthusiasm for the enigma of uncharted life forms. This is different. This time is truly unlike the rest. Fifth brother replied with a bitter smile. Observing the leader about to speak again, he raised a hand to silence him and continued, Boss, do you comprehend the distance of that roar? At the very least, it is 1,000 miles away. Consider this. A roar from 1,000 miles could incapacitate me. I can assure you that with my current energy level of merely 500 points, I would not dare approach within 1,000 miles of it. Entering its domain equates to certain death, 100%, without a shadow of a doubt. Do you know what I discern from that roar? You cannot possibly fathom the terror I feel at this moment. Frankly, I consider myself fortunate to still be alive. Fifth brother's agitation intensified, his body trembling uncontrollably, his pupils dilating as if he had glimpsed some monstrous apparition. Ultimately, he managed to extend a trembling finger, his face etched with despair, and uttered one strike. That creature could obliterate our planet with a single blow. As soon as he finished speaking, fifth brother could no longer support himself and collapsed onto the bed. The leader, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Rake had eradicated all creatures within a 1,000-mile radius, channeling energy into a projectile aimed toward the ground. Instinctively sensing the looming danger, Rake began to struggle. Influenced by him, the colossal ape gradually dissipated the energy projectile, standing still unmoving, while Rake remained utterly lost in his own confusion. Time trickled by, each second stretching interminably as creatures within a 20,000-mile radius sensed the sluggishness of the night. None dared to stir, casting anxious glances towards the location of the colossal ape as if awaiting judgment. Even the rock monsters, typically in slumber, were roused by Rake's thunderous roar. They felt an overwhelming threat, torn between the urge to resist and their paralyzing fear. It wasn't until the moon vanished and sunlight broke through that the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, leaving countless creatures prostrate on the ground, unwilling to move. As the moon disappeared, Rake's form gradually diminished, his fur retracting into his pores, and his consciousness slowly returned. Gazing at the multitude of giant craters surrounding him, he felt a profound sense of relief, thankful that his uncontrollable outburst had not resulted in unleashing an energy blast upon the ground the previous day. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Unbeknownst to him, it was his own actions that had preserved his life. Chapter 14. The Aftermath of Transformation. Rake floated in the air, his face etched with fatigue, retracting his awareness of the vast expanse he had just sensed. A faint smile of irony graced his lips. It was indeed terrifying to have annihilated everything within 1,000 miles. He had been careless, failing to evade. The lingering scent of blood in the air incessantly stimulated his senses and nerves. It was clear that one should not harbor a sense of false security. The notion that any traveler could maintain their composure was but a myth. Should I? Rake pondered, his gaze gradually shifting toward his tail behind him. His expression filled with uncertainty. Unlike other Saiyans who coiled their tails around their waists, he, like Kakarot, allowed his to sway freely in the wind. Over 5 years, he had overcome the tail's weakness, turning it into a weapon. Yet, he was unwilling to accept that the appearance of Super Saiyan 4 held the same significance in his heart as Super Saiyan 1. Although he was uncertain if such a form existed in this realm, he yearned to try. Unfortunately, his lineage as a lower-tier warrior profoundly affected him. The loss of consciousness upon transforming into a giant ape troubled him deeply, leaving him unsure whether to persist. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to sever his tail. Nevertheless, he had made a silent vow. Until he learned a method to retain his awareness, he would never again reveal himself on a full moon night. Perhaps I should simply extinguish the moon? A strange thought crossed Rake's mind. He mused that rather than avoiding the full moon, it would be simpler to obliterate it entirely, eliminating future complications. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. He was not the tyrannical type who would destroy for personal convenience. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over Rake. He found a giant crater and lay down, unperturbed by the possibility of beasts approaching. He knew that after the carnage of the previous night, no creature would dare venture within a 1,000-mile radius. The instincts of beasts surpassed those of sentient beings. Thus, Rake settled into a comfortable slumber, the repercussions of his actions continuing to unfold. The adventure team, thousands of miles away from him, reconvened after a night fraught with anxiety. Each member sporting bloodshot eyes. They gathered in a circle, fixated on the roasted meat over the fire, yet none possessed an appetite. An oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. Ultimately, it was the leader who spoke, shattering the eerie silence. Let's share our thoughts. Should we venture into the wilderness? Upon hearing this, the 5th member, trembling, was the first to respond. Leader, I propose we return immediately and report the situation to the authorities. This is not merely our concern, but a matter of life and death for the entire planet. His words seemed to unlock a torrent of dialogue among the others. 5th brother, are you exaggerating? Come now, are you joking with us? Leader, I concur with the 5th. This is not the time for recklessness. We must relay the information. 5th brother, you are rather timid. Aren't you? How are your injuries from yesterday? I am indifferent, you all decide. The scene erupted into a cacophony of voices. Some ridiculed the 5th. Others expressed concern for his health, while still others were in agreement with him. Observing the turmoil, the leader pressed his hands down to restore order. Let us do this. We shall split into 2 groups. I will head towards the source of yesterday's roar. Those willing to accompany me may stay. The rest will return with the 5th to report. As soon as he finished speaking, not a single person made a choice. All heads bowed, gazing at the ground as if something there captivated their attention. The leader, sensing the impasse, relaxed his furrowed brow and, adopting a lighter tone, said, do not feel burdened. Regardless of the choice made, we are all still members of the Budeso adventure team. Moreover, those returning bear a greater responsibility. We must ensure the message is conveyed. We need the authorities to deploy a broader range of energy detectors and prepare for the potential destruction of the planet. It was the 5th who first voiced his intent. Standing tall, his voice steady and resolute. Leader, rest assured, I will deliver the message. With that, he turned and returned to the tent to begin packing his belongings. Leader, I will accompany you, said the 8th member. Her curiosity piqued about the roar from the previous day. Then I shall stay with the 5th. I wish everyone a safe journey home, added the 6th, concerned for the 5th's health while extending well wishes to those departing. The remaining members began to make their decisions. Those opting to stay remained stationary, while those returning set about gathering their belongings. Ultimately, 6 members resolved to press forward. The leader, the 4th, the 7th, the 8th, and the 13th and 14th. They all looked to the leader, awaiting his command. Dear siblings, I am uncertain whether this decision is indeed the right one. However, I refuse to resign myself to fate. I must seek clarity even at the cost of my life. I am determined to uncover the nature of the force that has plunged our planet into the brink of destruction. The path ahead is fraught with the certainty of death, and I can only assure you that I shall be the first to perish. Until my demise, I shall not allow any harm to befall you. Let us gather our belongings. The leader spoke gravely, his countenance heavy with resolve, and the determination in their eyes was unmistakable. The group divided into two factions, exchanging blessings before turning to depart. Gradually, the two parties drifted apart, each pursuing their own objectives. Rake, having slumbered for an entire day and night, awoke the following morning. Stretching luxuriously, with a surge of energy, he straightened his posture. Rubbing his emaciated stomach, he gradually lifted himself into the air, surveying his surroundings as he soared towards the water source. Unbeknownst to him, a gathering of intelligent beings was approaching his direction. Had he been aware, he would have leaped for joy. As he glided leisurely, he observed the devastation wrought by his transformation into a giant ape, and with each glance, his trepidation grew. The destruction was indiscriminate, leaving even the grass beneath his feet ravaged. He could not fathom why the Saiyans exhibited such overwhelming destructive urges upon transforming. Nor could he comprehend how he, with a battle power of 100,000, could lose consciousness. With a swift movement, Rake quickened his pace, traversing 2,000 miles in a heartbeat, finally glimpsing a few scattered beings. Without hesitation, he dove towards the beast below. Chapter 15. Encounters 10 days later. Rake had nearly traversed 10,000 miles, with less than a day's journey remaining to exit the grasslands. Conversely, the Dabu Suao adventurers had advanced scarcely 200 miles since entering the wild prairie, facing peril at every turn. Their garments lay tattered, and even the once pristine wings of Lao Ba bore signs of wear. This was their first venture into the wild prairie, and the energy readings indicated the formidable nature of its beasts, with scarcely any creatures below the level of 500. They had underestimated the dangers of this restricted zone. Individually, the beasts were manageable, but they invariably appeared in swarms. After painstakingly evading one group of beasts, they would soon encounter another. When nightfall finally granted them a chance to rest, their anxiety lingered, fearful of a beastly ambush. The leader gazed at his younger siblings, noting their wearied expressions, and with an air of remorse, confessed, "I have led you astray. My arrogance blinded me. After claiming dominion in the small town, I overestimated my own capabilities. I should not have dragged you all into this. Let's turn back." As he spoke, the towering figure of the man appeared forlorn, his vigor rapidly waning, aging him a decade in mere moments. "Leader, this is not the time for us to leave at our whim," Lao Si replied gravely, surveying their surroundings. Lao Si, a portly man with a pointed head, belonged to a clan renowned for their psychic abilities. Each member possessed the power to sense the energy of living beings within a kilometer radius. The energy detector was crafted based on the capabilities of their kind, albeit with greater convenience and an expanded range. At that moment, he realized that his group was encircled, surrounded by an overwhelming presence of biological energy signatures. Old 4. Discern which direction offers a more feasible escape route. The leader's group had no intention of remaining to fight. Over time, he had come to understand that the beasts here were endless, and a direct confrontation would only seal their fate. Each member, armed with their respective weapons, awaited Old 4's response, poised for an escape. Coincidentally, Rake was also advancing towards their direction, with the distance between them not exceeding 50 miles. As previously mentioned, Rake maintained a sensory range of 1,000 meters, unaware of the intelligent beings ahead. He carried a massive boulder weighing 10 tons, bounding forward with vigor. As the distance between the two parties diminished, Rake, in mid-leap, spotted a cluster of dark figures ahead. Unfazed, he recognized them as beasts engaged in a hunt. He did not intend to alter his course, leaping directly towards the dark figures, ready to make them his midday meal. "Leader, I can't go on. You all should flee." Xiao Shi-san, a woman around 1.60 meters and somewhat plump, had sustained an injury to her left leg from a beast, limping painfully. Fully aware that escape was no longer an option, she urged her companions to leave while she prepared to make a final stand, wielding twin daggers to carve a path for her comrades at the cost of her own life. "Sister Shi-san, we will not abandon you." "Eighth sister, take Shi-san to the skies." The leader rejected her plea, issuing commands instead. Hearing the order, Eighth sister did not hesitate, rushing forward to lift Shi-san and soar into the air. Just as Shi-san was about to protest, wanting Eighth sister to set her down, she noticed a massive boulder moving towards their direction, bouncing as if it had sprouted legs. This bizarre sight rendered her speechless, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gaped at the scene. As it drew nearer, a shiver ran down her spine, jolting her back to reality. "Look over there," she shouted, her voice piercing through the air, capturing the attention of all creatures nearby, who turned to follow her gaze. Initially, the beasts, upon witnessing this spectacle, fled in terror, abandoning their would-be meal, disregarding the distant roars of their king. The Bidasoo adventure group, too, stood dumbfounded, their expressions mirroring Saiyan, save for their leader, who appeared as though witnessing an apparition, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Upon regaining his composure, his eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Rake discerned the situation 2 miles away. With a swift throw of the boulder, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before 2 pairs of astonished eyes belonging to a towering man. The leader, upon witnessing Rake's sudden disappearance, turned his head to survey the surroundings, entirely oblivious to the figure at his waist. Rake, observing them, helplessly greeted, "Hello there." The group was taken aback, retreating hastily until they created some distance, at which point they finally noticed Rake. Before them stood a boy, approximately 1 meter tall, adorned with a tail, his face illuminated by a cheerful smile. The atmosphere became palpably tense as they exchanged wide-eyed glances, neither party daring to speak. Realizing this impasse was untenable, Rake, determined not to frighten these sentient beings, wore a friendly grin upon his cherubic visage. He raised his right hand in a wave, thinking perhaps they might not share a common language, and reiterated, "Hello, do you understand what I am saying?" "Oh, we understand." The leader was the first to snap out of his stupor and responded. Rake exhaled in relief, his heart swelling with delight at his good fortune. This planet not only harbored intelligent life, but also facilitated communication. Observing their attire, he noted they seemed to have developed a semblance of civilization. The group, except for the leader who had witnessed Rake training with stones, was unaware of the immense power encapsulated within his diminutive form. The 4th member inquired, "Child, why are you here alone? How did you just appear?" Sensing through his supernatural abilities that this child's energy signature was akin to that of an ordinary kid, he felt no apprehension and boldly posed his questions. His unwavering faith in his powers blinded him to the vast chasm that lay between his capabilities and Rake's. He could only detect the superficial energy emanating from Rake, which suggested a mere 10 points of combat prowess. Finding him rather amiable, Rake replied, "I have always been by myself, having come from another planet." After a brief pause, he pointed toward the stones some 2 miles away and continued, "As for how I arrived here, I simply ran over from there." The notion of concealing his origins had never crossed Rake's mind. He aspired to harness the technological prowess of this world to construct a gravity chamber and a new spaceship, using his own vessel as a blueprint. "Let us not kid around. It's not a good habit for a child to tell lies," the 4th member retorted, clearly skeptical, yet amused by Rake's demeanor, eliciting a chuckle from him. Rake, rendered speechless, regarded him with an expression of incredulity, letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 16, The Test. Rake extended his right hand, poised to demonstrate something. Startled by Rake's movement, the leader swiftly admonished the 4th member, then bent respectfully towards Rake, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you to our humble place? We are prepared to cooperate fully." He sensed that Rake was being truthful, and with his strength, there was no need for deception. Rake scanned the group, finally fixing his gaze on the leader. The corners of his mouth twitched in bemusement as he took in the peculiar assembly before him, one with 4 eyes, another with long legs and short arms, and yet another resembling a bird-like creature with wings. He failed to consider that he himself bore a monkey's tail by his own classification. He too belonged to the realm of crooked melons and split dates. It was not a matter of great significance, merely a query about the location of their city and whether they could escort him there. "Do not address me as adult. I am called Like, and that is how you shall refer to me," he stated nonchalantly, waving his small hand. "Like, perhaps we should first find a place to stay and converse at our leisure," the leader suggested cautiously. Like glanced at their injuries and, indifferent, nodded in agreement. Following closely behind, the others were perplexed, unable to comprehend why the leader showed such deference to a child. Their eyes were filled with questions as they turned to the leader, who merely shook his head slightly, unwilling to elaborate. Like noticed their subtle gestures, but chose to disregard them. After running for over half an hour, the group returned to their dwelling, a secluded corner of a canyon where they had excavated a cave, furnished with several tents and an energy detector. They had traversed more than 100 miles back towards the edge of the prairie, encountering not a single wild beast. The others found this astonishing. The only notable difference from before was the presence of Like. They understood the leader's intentions. He had certainly perceived the distinctiveness of their companion. As the others prepared dinner, Like wandered around the energy detector. "For eyes, what is this?" he inquired, tilting his head at the device. The leader, momentarily stunned, realized that Like was addressing him and approached the instrument to explain. "Like, This is an energy detector capable of sensing energy fluctuations within a radius of 1,000 miles. Goodness, isn't this akin to a combat power detector? Lake exclaimed with delight. Like, I cannot ascertain what your combat power detector entails, so I cannot answer your question. Four Eyes replied earnestly. Let me ask you this. Does this device provide a numerical value for the detected energy? What is yours? Such a straightforward query prompted Four Eyes to respond without hesitation. Yes, it can detect numerical values. Mine is at 900. Upon hearing this, Lake engaged in quiet contemplation, realizing that this device bore a striking resemblance to the combat power detector. Calculating that Four Eyes' combatability was indeed around 900. He quickly inquired, is there a maximum value this device can detect? What is the highest it can register? Four Eyes had not previously considered this, primarily because they had no need for such knowledge. He directed his gaze toward 14, who was the polar opposite of 13. While 13 was long-limbed and short of stature, 14 had short legs and long arms. His arms hung down to his calves, and he stood at just under 1.55 meters, neither stout nor slender. 14. You're more knowledgeable in this regard. Please enlighten Like. 14 set aside his belongings and approached the instrument, stating, this device has a maximum value of 20,000. Like's expression fell. A mere figure of 20,000 was utterly insignificant to him. Undeterred, he pressed on, why is it limited to just 20,000? Can the upper limit be adjusted higher? After contemplating for a moment, Shirsi replied, the reason it is set at 20,000 is that this level of energy is sufficient to annihilate a planet. There is no need to establish a higher threshold. Currently, the highest value we have detected is merely 10,000. As for your suggestion to raise the upper limit, it is feasible, but since we have yet to test it, we cannot ascertain the maximum capacity of the instrument. Lake's emotions ebbed and flowed with Shirsi's words. He proposed, remove the upper limit and instruct me on how to operate it. I shall test the maximum tolerable value. Shirsi hesitated. The equipment was quite costly, and their team had expended a significant portion of their funds to acquire 2 units. If Lake were to damage it, it would surely cause him great distress. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Lake inquired kindly, sensing Shirsi's discomfort. There is no problem, Shirsi. You should heed Lake's instructions, declared Saiyan, the leader, who could intuit Shirsi's thoughts, and decisively he made the call. Very well. With the leader's command, Shirsi ceased to hesitate, picked up the tools, and began the necessary adjustments, subsequently informing Lake of the operational procedures before preparing dinner. Lake ascended with the instrument to a safe distance, activated it, and fixated on the display, his frustration mounting. 8, 000, 12, 000, 13, 000, 50, 000, boom. The apparatus before Lake erupted as it could no longer withstand the pressure after he had exerted half of his energy. Fortunately, he had observed the value of 50,000 just before the explosion. The members of the Bidasuo adventurer team, upon realizing Lake's imminent actions, rushed to the cave entrance, watching him conduct the test from afar. Among them, only Saiyan could discern the situation clearly. The others merely joined in the commotion. The moment the device detonated, several were startled, uncertain of Lake's condition. Saiyan, having seen the figure of 50,000, felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground as a stream of liquid trickled down his trousers, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Leader, what happened? Did you see the value? Are you all right? Did you sustain an injury? Huh? Leader, did you wet yourself? Goodness, is this what they call being scared to the point of losing control? Only Lao Chi remained silent, quietly assisting the leader to his feet. Saiyan, regaining his composure, paid no heed to the jests of his younger siblings. Glancing down at his trousers, he sighed ruefully. Damn it, I've made a tremendous fool of myself this time. Lao Chi's hoarse voice broke the silence. Leader, what exactly did you see? Saiyan extended 5 fingers, his face a mask of terror as he replied, 50,000, and that is not even my limit. It is the maximum for the instrument. At this revelation, even Lao Chi could no longer maintain his calm demeanor, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded the leader, questioning his own senses. Suddenly, it became clear why the leader had displayed such audacity, and the gravity of the situation left them all in a state of confusion, devoid of any inclination to jest. It was not until Lake returned to the cave, patting his stomach, that he asked, why are you all standing here? Is dinner ready? All right, hurry up and eat. I'm nearly starving, he exclaimed. My apologies. As soon as the voice of Rake rang out, a chorus of individuals bowed in unison, offering their apologies. This left Rake utterly perplexed, unsure of their peculiar behavior. Chapter 17, Instruction. What is the meaning of this? Rake inquired, bewildered. We sincerely apologize for causing your hunger. We shall attend to it immediately. The group sprang into action, devoid of any playful atmosphere. Prepare a larger quantity. I have quite an appetite, Rake instructed. While the BDSO adventurers prepared the meal, Rake, feeling bored, observed them intently. Soon enough, he noticed that those whom he scrutinized began to stiffen, beads of sweat forming upon their brows. Realizing their anxiety was likely due to the earlier numerical revelation, Rake understood the immense pressure they were under. Having experienced such a sensation himself, he decided to divert his attention, idly playing with his tail while seated on a stool. After more than half an hour, the meal was ready. Without a moment's hesitation, Rake buried his face in the food, and it swiftly diminished before his eyes. It had been far too long since he had savored such delicious fare. Once he cleared the table, he reclined on the floor, exclaiming in satisfaction, "Haven't you all eaten?" Noticing that they were still poised to begin their meal, even Rake, with his thick skin, felt a touch of embarrassment. "My apologies. I couldn't help myself." "No worries at all," they replied. "Indeed, we are not yet hungry. Have you had enough? Shall we prepare more?" They waved their hands in dismissal, internally lamenting the insatiable appetite of this starving ghost who had consumed enough for 20. Rake had missed the earlier comments, but the last statement caught his attention, causing him to spring up, his eyes gleaming as he turned to the one who had posed the question. "Really? I was only 5/10 full. I could certainly eat more with you all." Thud. The group collectively collapsed, their mouths twitching in disbelief at Rake's antics, struggling to comprehend how such a small figure could consume so much. They began to realize that he was not so difficult to approach, and the weight in their hearts lifted, allowing them to relax. After dinner, they formed a circle, and Rake, filled with curiosity, asked with such little combat prowess, "How did you find yourselves in the grasslands?" He playfully directed his comments at their faces, yet he could not deny the truth in his own words. "Are you referring to energy when you mention combat prowess?" inquired the 8th member, intrigued. "Indeed, I compared them today, and the differences are negligible. By the way, I shall compensate you for the equipment I damaged." As a product of 9 years of compulsory education, Rake possessed a sense of responsibility. This was a matter of basic ethics, unrelated to his combat capabilities. "No worries." The bespectacled one expressed indifference towards the equipment as he began to address Rake's inquiry. "Rake, I wonder if you have heard the earth-shattering roar from over a week ago? Our desire to uncover the source of the mysterious roar compelled us to venture deep into the wilderness. Initially, our team intended to merely document unknown creatures at the periphery of the vast grasslands, but that resonant roar solidified our resolve to delve deeper. However, we were unprepared for the terrors that lay within the wilderness. Had it not been for your timely appearance, we might have met our demise." At this moment, it was rather amusing to observe Leek's uncharacteristic silence as he regarded the group. These few members, in their quest to locate his colossal ape, seemed to be courting death in the most absurd manner. Leek, with a peculiar expression, could no longer restrain himself and spoke up, "No offense intended. But at your current level, I would be impressed if you could traverse even 5,000 miles, setting aside the perils of the grasslands. You are utterly unaware of what you seek." Leek refrained from divulging any details about the giant ape, indulging in a moment of self-importance before continuing. "It possesses the ability to eliminate me in an instant. Would you like to experience my aura? I can offer you a taste of the brink of death." Observing their resolute demeanor, Leek, lacking the inclination to elaborate further, began to unleash the immense power within him. Upon releasing just around 10,000 units of combat strength, the group members succumbed to unconsciousness. Leek paid them no mind and awaited their revival in silence. Among them, the one with 4 eyes, boasting the highest combat prowess, was the first to awaken, instinctively retreating in terror as he gazed at Leek. Soon after, the remaining members gradually regained consciousness, mirroring the actions of the 4-eyed individual. Only after confirming that Leek posed no immediate threat did they begin to settle down, their heads bowed in silence, steeped in disappointment. Leek, fearing he had not sufficiently impacted them, chuckled lightly, "I've only unleashed a mere 10th of my power." The group, suddenly alert, lifted their gazes to fixate on Leek, as if seeking affirmation. With their senses restored, Leek asserted, "Let me dictate our next steps. Starting tomorrow, you shall escort me to the city to find the finest scientists." The group nodded in quiet agreement, refraining from contesting his authority. "Do you possess any flying apparatus?" Leek inquired. "We do have a flying vehicle, but it is not located here. It has been taken by our companions, the four-eyed member replied, struggling to remain composed. Leek then recognized the predicament. This realm lacked the convenience of universal capsules that made travel effortless. Can any of you fly? He asked, his fingers tapping his chin. The group collectively shook their heads. Ah, why is it that your combat strength is so lacking that you cannot even fly? This is rather disheartening, Leek lamented, finding himself at a loss. Was he to teach them how to fly first? He pondered. Alas, it seemed fortune was not in his favor. The group, feeling humiliated by Leek's remarks, dared not retort. To understand their nation, one must realize that, aside from those with wings, no one has ever taken flight. Not even the nation's foremost warrior. A person with an impressive combat power of 8,000 is capable of soaring through the skies. How could they possibly achieve flight? In this moment, they perceived Rake as behaving irrationally. Unbeknownst to them, Rake remained indifferent to their thoughts and directly imparted the technique of aerial movement to them. I shall grant you but 2 days. Should you fail to master it within this time frame, I shall depart with this lady, he declared, gesturing towards Lao Ba. Why had Rake taken so long to grasp the art of energy manipulation, only to resort to life and death threats for success, while providing them with merely 2 days? It is essential to note that Rake had traversed this path through sheer determination, with the anime merely pointing him in a general direction. Furthermore, when he attained energy manipulation, his combat power was exceedingly low, barely surpassing 100. In contrast, the group known as the Four Eyes possessed a minimum combat power exceeding 500 and had the advantage of Rake's teachings. Although he allotted them only 2 days, even if they failed to learn, this method of energy cultivation could be regarded as their reward. Is the method of energy cultivation precious? Undoubtedly, yet Rake remained unconcerned. Merely possessing the technique does not guarantee surpassing him. If that were the case, Earth warriors would not be increasingly falling behind the likes of Kakarot and other Saiyans. In Chapter 18, titled Misunderstanding, Rake and Lao Ba soared through the air. The ease with which Rake navigated the skies contrasted sharply with Lao Ba's flushed cheeks. This marked the 3rd day since their departure, during which Rake had learned Lao Ba's name, Lola. The Four Eyes had yet to meet Rake's expectations and had been left behind in a cave, as he could no longer wait to indulge in a life enriched by modern technology. Upon their departure, the individual who excelled in energy cultivation was not the one with the highest combat power, but rather the slender-legged woman named 13. She had already achieved the ability to hover above the ground, albeit unable to fly high or control her direction. In a fit of boredom, Rake inquired, Lola, how much further do we have to go? Can you not increase your speed? This is slower than my walking pace. Lola shot him a glare, straining to flap her wings, lacking the energy to respond. The past 3 days had been excruciating for her, as they had to travel from dawn till dusk, enduring Rake's incessant teasing, which inflicted a dual burden upon her body and spirit. Noticing Lola's silent grievances, Rake reclined, placing his hands behind his head and crossing his legs. He too realized that their current pace was unbearably slow. Stop, he called out to Lola. First, answer my question. At our current speed, it will take nearly a month, she calculated silently before replying. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Rake was momentarily taken aback. He had no intention of leisurely flying alongside this woman for an entire month. Point me in the right direction and tell me the distance. I will carry you. Rake replied with resignation. In this direction, there lies approximately 20,000 miles ahead. Rake glanced at the direction indicated by her finger, soared before her, and grasped her belt. A humming sound enveloped them. With a swift motion, the two vanished into the air. Their speed surged dramatically, propelling them forward. Lola, lifted by Rake, remained in a daze, her flight speed exceeding 100-fold, continuously accelerating. She had no time to behold the scenery around her, which was swiftly left behind. She curled up tightly, hesitant to move. An hour later, a dark speck appeared ahead. Out of the corner of her eye, Lola caught sight of a flying vessel that seemed to resemble their own adventuring party's craft. Without a moment's hesitation, she exclaimed, "Wait!" Rake halted, gazing at her with curiosity. "Rake, did we just pass a flying vessel? A crimson and black one?" Lola asked cautiously, unsure of her observation. Rake nodded affirmatively. "That must be our adventuring party's vessel. Let us approach and inform them." "Very well. We should be nearing the destination. We can complete the remaining distance aboard the vessel," Rake replied nonchalantly. "Oh, so we just traversed 20,000 miles in an instant?" Lola gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment at Rake's revelation. Rake contemplated returning, stopping at the vessel's window, and waved to those inside. The craft resembled a flying saucer, and the pilot was taken aback by Rake's sudden appearance. Lola, still in Rake's grasp, raised her hand and offered them a smile. The vessel gradually came to a halt in midair, and its doors slowly opened. In a swift motion, Rake entered the craft, setting Lola down and surveying the interior, which included a kitchen. He proceeded towards it, leaving Lola to explain the situation to her companions. Lola, is this food edible? Rake inquired, refraining from taking any until he sought the owner's permission. Go ahead, eat to your heart's content, Lola replied weakly. Through their days together, Lola had grown more relaxed around Rake, even managing to share a light-hearted jest with him. True to form, Rake paid little mind to Lola's words, seizing a cake-like morsel and stuffing it into his mouth. Tears of joy streamed down Rake's face. Before long, he devoured their week's worth of provisions, collapsing onto the sofa in a state of utter fatigue. Meanwhile, Lola began to elucidate the events to her companions, occasionally gasping in surprise. However, Old Five was different. Ever since Rake entered the vessel, he had been intently observing him. A sense of familiarity emanated from Rake, yet he could not recall where he had encountered him before. He furrowed his brow in deep thought until a glance at the tail behind Rake sent him trembling uncontrollably. His peculiar behavior caught Rake's attention. Tilting his head, he addressed Lola. Lola, has your companion fallen ill? Is it epilepsy? Goodness, he isn't afflicted with some contagious disease, is he? Anxiety began to take root within Rake. To be frank, he feared not injury, but rather these ghastly ailments. He was well aware that even the protagonist of the world, his own kin, the Saiyan cockroach, had succumbed to a virus, and that was after transforming into a Super Saiyan. He doubted he could endure what others, with combat powers in the millions, could not withstand. With this thought, he could no longer remain seated. He rose abruptly and shouted at the driver, "Open the door, I need to get out." "What is wrong with you, Rake?" Lola inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she approached him. "Stop. Don't come any closer. For goodness sake, don't transmit the virus to me." Noticing the driver's indifference, Rake's expression grew increasingly grave. Without a second thought, he held his breath and shattered the window, propelling himself outside. Once he was outside, he took deep breaths of the fresh air. Seeing Rake break the window, Lola quickly followed suit, eager to ascertain what was amiss. "Rake, what is happening? Damn it. Why do you ask? Does your four-eared companion have a contagious illness? Are you trying to infect me too?" Rake erupted, a surge of energy emanating from within him. "Perhaps you have misunderstood. My brother is not ill," Lola asserted. "Goodness, are you still trying to deceive me? If he is not sick, why is he trembling?" Rake retorted. "Ever since I entered the aircraft, he has been fixated on me. Initially, I had no intention of acknowledging him, yet he began to shake uncontrollably. Is that not indicative of an ailment?" With a firm stance against Rake's burgeoning energy, she replied, "Wait, let me inquire about this." Moments later, Lola emerged from the aircraft, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. "My brother is not sick. He trembles because he was frightened by you. It is fear." However, Rake did not believe a word of Lola's explanation. "Nonsense. I have not revealed a shred of my energy. How could that four-eared little Karami possibly sense it?" He countered. Was her statement a challenge to his control? Ridiculous. Had he trained for 5 years in vain? If a person of similar strength, possessing a combat power of 100,000, had sensed a threat from him, he could accept that, but what had just transpired? He could blow that creature away with a single breath. The idea of probing his limits was absurd. Chapter 19, a new problem arises. As Rake appeared on the verge of taking action, Lola began to feel apprehensive and hurriedly divulged everything she knew. "It's true. I heard my brother mention that your presence reminded him of the roar from that fateful night, which is why he trembles uncontrollably." "Really? You're not deceiving me?" Rake hesitated. "Why would I deceive you? That night, my brother was gravely affected by the roar, leaving him with a lasting fear," Lola replied earnestly. "It is somewhat peculiar. The roaring sound was not emitted by you, so why does fifth brother gaze at you with such trepidation?" Lola articulated her inner doubts. Upon hearing this, Rake began to feel a pang of guilt. Others may be oblivious to the source of the roar, but he was acutely aware, despite the absence of his memories. This also clarified why the four-eared creature observed him trembling. However, how could he possibly admit to such a thing? He defiantly replied, "How should I know about the four-eared one? It's utterly nonsensical." As a misunderstanding was resolved, Rake followed Lola back into the spacecraft. After surveying the surroundings and failing to spot the four-eared creature, he extended his senses and discovered it was still in the room, thus dismissing it from his mind. Instead, he curiously inquired, "Did you all sustain injuries that night?" "No, it was only fifth brother," she replied. His exceptional hearing allowed him to amplify sounds 100-fold. which ultimately ruptured his eardrum and caused him harm. Your fifth brother is quite the talent. Does he continuously amplify his hearing to such an extent? How has he not lost his sanity? Normally, he maintains a regular level of hearing. I have no idea why he activated the 100-fold amplification that night. How bizarre. He muttered under his breath before continuing to recline on the sofa for rest. 2 days later, the spacecraft arrived at Ponchi City, landing atop a 3-story building. As Rake and his companions disembarked, his spirits lifted upon observing the towering structures around him. This not only signified his ability to indulge in modern life, but also heralded the prospect of further strengthening himself. Hope for departure began to blossom. Lola, where can we find the most renowned scientist in your area? We must seek him out, Rake said eagerly. Lola smacked her forehead and asked, do you have any money? None, Rake replied with unwavering conviction. I'm still just an 8-year-old baby. What need have I for money? No money, and yet you wish to seek him out? He would hardly pay you any mind, Lola remarked, feeling a headache return at Rake's demeanor. Are you truly still a baby? Have some dignity, she retorted, her skepticism evident. Hey, Rake said, feeling irked by her expression. Regardless of the situation, he was indeed still 8 years old, albeit with greater strength. Yet, strength could not erase his age. He was about to engage Lola in a proper debate. Enough, let us rest for today. We can discuss matters tomorrow, Lola said, waving her hand dismissively. Women, Rake scoffed, turning his head to give her a sidelong glance filled with disdain. Despite his disdain, Rake's body obediently followed Lola. Upon entering the room, he instinctively made his way to the kitchen. After satisfying his hunger, he noticed Lola emerging, her slender figure wrapped in a towel. Rake's face turned slightly red as he admonished. Have you no shame? Do you not see a grown man before you? You run out without clothing. A man? Where? Lola began to glance around. Rake, observing her antics, clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead. Madness. This individual not only looks down upon me, but blatantly disregards his own worth. As this thought crossed Rake's mind, a surge of anger ignited within him. Although he currently had no intentions of seeking companionship, adhering to the principle that women could hinder his strength, this did not justify anyone's blatant disregard for him. His expression darkened, and with a fierce tone, he exclaimed, Are you blind? Do you not wish for my assistance in eliminating this obstacle? Upon witnessing Rake's explosive demeanor, Lola dared not utter another word and hurriedly retreated to her room to don her attire. When she finally emerged, her gaze was cast downward, unable to meet Rake's fierce eyes. I warn you, never disregard me again, Rake's roar reverberated, causing the 3-story building to creak ominously, as if on the brink of collapse. This marked the second time Lola had witnessed Rake's fury, and this time it was more intense than the last. All right, I promise I won't do it again, she replied, a hint of defiance lingering in her tone. Without a backward glance, Rake strode into the bathroom. As the cold water cascaded over him, he became aware of his own disproportionate anger. Logically, he would not typically react with such fervor. Had he exhibited this behavior in his past life, he would have found himself embroiled in numerous brawls. In truth, he had hardly engaged in any fights in his previous existence. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Why was he now akin to a powder keg? While the previous incident could be justified by a perceived threat to his life, today's circumstances were decidedly different. After all, guests were in his home, and it was not the place for an outsider to dictate terms. With this realization, Rake quickly concluded a shower and dashed back to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he allowed himself to levitate gently, immersing his mind within his body to meticulously inspect every part. Ultimately, he uncovered an anomaly within his cells. The cells he had cultivated over the past 5 years were being assimilated by ordinary cells. Having been out for roughly half a month, he found himself struggling to maintain even the most basic level of power, with his cells nearing complete assimilation. How peculiar, if all Saiyans were experiencing such a phenomenon. Let alone Kakarot. Even Vegeta would find it challenging to cultivate his cells while ensuring they did not undergo assimilation. Was it merely due to his status as the secondary protagonist? The more he contemplated, the stranger it felt. Rake revisited the memories of all the Saiyans depicted in the anime, and therein he discovered the distinction. In the primary timeline, Vegeta was aware of the impending threat posed by the androids 3 years in advance, transforming into a Super Saiyan within that time frame. In contrast, the future timeline as Vegeta had evidently not achieved this transformation. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily defeated. What was the fundamental difference between the two? Rake began methodically eliminating possibilities. First, the personality. Both were undeniably proud. Next, their circumstances, both had lived on Earth for an extended period and had fathered Trunks with Bulma. Ultimately, there remained one key factor: pressure. The exhilaration of encountering formidable adversaries continuously stimulated his cellular division, thereby accelerating the process of transformation into a Super Saiyan. Upon realizing this, Rake experienced a sudden clarity, and a smile graced his face. He understood that he was nearly invincible on this planet, with Frieza unlikely to come after him. His demeanor was gradually shifting towards arrogance. Much like the Saiyans from planet Vegeta, who were oblivious to their opponent's true capabilities. He mistakenly believed that transforming into a great ape would grant him tenfold combat strength and render him unbeatable. A cold sweat broke out across Rake's body, soaking him through. What a perilous situation. He had narrowly avoided catastrophe. In Chapter 20, he sought the professor. Although Rake had identified the problem, the solution now posed a new challenge. Damn it, I was the first to realize how dangerous the Saiyans are. In the past, I envied them while watching anime and reading novels. Must I truly sever my tail? Rake pondered to himself, lacking confidence. It makes no sense, just because I have an extra tail? I refused to believe that. He was determined not to backtrack on his assumptions. In the ensuing days, Rake refrained from asking Laura to lead him to the scientist, suppressing his desire to grow stronger. He left early and returned late each day, with no one knowing what he was up to, except for those who saw him during mealtimes. This state of affairs persisted for 2 months until the Four-Eyed and others descended from the sky, astonishing their companions. They bombarded them with questions, eager to discover the secret of their flight. The group was hesitant to share this knowledge, as it had been bestowed upon them by Rake. None dared act without his consent. However, after years of camaraderie, they felt compelled to approach Rake for assistance. That evening, Rake was dining at Laura's home, and the two shared no conversation until the doorbell rang. Four-Eyed entered, greeted Rake, and took a seat, patiently waiting. Burp. While brushing his teeth, Rake inquired, "What is the matter? Do you need something?" Four-Eyed hastily relayed the situation to Rake, standing anxiously as he awaited Rake's response. He recognized that his request was somewhat excessive, yet he was willing to take risks for his younger siblings, despite their lack of blood relation. "All right, if you wish to teach them, go ahead. What I have given you is yours to manage. In the future, such trivial matters need not require my approval," Rake replied with a smile. Thank you, thank you," Four-Eyed exclaimed repeatedly. Rake waved his hand dismissively and returned to his room, listening to the sounds of joy emanating from outside, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Undeniably, the fruits of his labor over the past 2 months had met his expectations. What had Rake been up to recently? He had been refining his strength, immersing himself in the experience of an ordinary life. This allowed him to recognize the disparities he had previously overlooked. To put it plainly, his immense power was not matched by an equally developed mindset. At merely 8 years of age, he already possessed a combat power of 100,000, while Kakaroto's power at that age barely reached 10. Even the prodigious Vegeta pales in comparison to him. At the age of 30, Vegeta could only muster a power level of 18,000, which underscores the astonishing magnitude of his strength. He has been significantly affected by the narrative's toxicity. His body never even entered the growth phase, hindering his ability to harness the Saiyan bloodline. Pure-blooded Saiyans are still in their infancy at the age of 10. They only begin to enter their growth phase at 18, reaching their peak by the age of 25. They remain at their zenith until the age of 80, after which they begin to decline into old age. Unlike Gohan, whose mixed heritage of Saiyan and Earthling allows for earlier development than that of a pure Saiyan. Not to mention Gohan, who is widely recognized as possessing the greatest potential, even commanding the respect of Vegeta, this genius. With a solution in mind, Rek decided to refrain from hastily pursuing greater strength. He resolved to slow his growth. This, however, did not mean he would cease seeking out scientists. The gravity chamber and spacecraft remained his priorities. The following day, Rek instructed Lola to guide him to the city's most renowned scientist, Plas. Throughout the journey, Lola hesitated to question Rek, uncertain about why he needed her guidance. "Rek, this is where Professor Plas works," Lola indicated, pointing to a 30-story building. "Let's proceed." Rek nodded in agreement. Noticing Lola's apprehensive demeanor, he understood her concerns about the potential use of force. "Fear not. I will not resort to violence," he reassured her. "Excuse me, could you kindly inform Professor Plas that I wish to speak with him?" Rek politely inquired upon being intercepted. "Youngster, this is not a playground. You should play elsewhere," the guard retorted impatiently. Rek cast a penetrating glance at him before stepping aside to sit down. Behind him, Lola nearly succumbed to fright at the guard's behavior. Upon seeing Rek remain composed, she hurried to his side. Lola, do you know what Professor Plas looks like? Yes. Very well. We shall wait patiently for him to finish work. With that, Rek closed his eyes, extending his senses throughout the building, enveloping the entire structure in his perception. As time passed, numerous individuals entered and exited the edifice. Each time someone emerged, Rek would check with Lola for confirmation. Upon sensing something amiss, he returned to his meditative state. During this interval, the guard noticed Rek's continued presence and attempted to evict him, but halfway through his approach, Lola managed to dismiss him. As nightfall gradually enveloped the city, Professor Plas had still not made an appearance, and the building's occupancy dwindled within Rek's awareness. Turning to Lola, he inquired, "Is tonight a full moon?" Receiving a negative response, he resumed his wait. As the clock struck 10, the remaining individuals in the building began to move toward the exit. Rek rose to his feet, directing his gaze toward the doorway. A procession of 5 individuals emerged from the grand entrance: an elderly gentleman, 2 middle-aged individuals, and 2 youths. After confirming with Lola that Professor Plas was among them, Rek approached and positioned himself in front of the group. "May I inquire who Professor Plas is?" To Rek's surprise, one of the young men responded, "I am Plas." "What business do you have with me, young one?" Plas inquired gently. "Professor, I am an extraterrestrial, and I seek your assistance in researching the creation of a gravity chamber and a spacecraft." With his objective firmly established, Rek spoke directly, disregarding the presence of others. "Are you serious, young one?" Plas's expression shifted, and after scrutinizing Rek intently, he sought confirmation. "Indeed, I am not merely asking for your help without reason. I can provide my spacecraft for your study." Rek nodded affirmatively. Plas, now serious, contemplated for a moment before replying. "Very well. When can you deliver the spacecraft to me? I can bring it to you by tomorrow afternoon. Just provide me with an address, and I will deliver it." "All right. Accompany me to my residence, and you can deliver it directly to my home tomorrow." Plas extended the invitation. His colleagues stood in stunned silence, initially believing Plas was merely indulging a child. Upon realizing the sincerity of the situation, one middle-aged man spoke up, "Professor Plas, is it truly necessary to waste time with this child? My instincts inform me that this child speaks the truth, and I am willing to undertake this journey," Plas responded, locking eyes with his colleague. After alighting from his vehicle, Rek gazed upon the vast estate that spanned 10 miles, nodding at Plas as he stated, "Professor Plas, I shall see you tomorrow. Lola, you may return on your own." With that, Rek soared into the sky, discerning his direction before vanishing from sight. Chapter 21, The Ambush. Plas remained momentarily stunned, gazing at the heavens in silence. At that moment, Lola, sharing in his astonishment, gently patted Plas on the shoulder. Before he could regain his composure, she vanished from his sight. Meanwhile, as Rek flew at great speed, a smirk crept onto his lips as he murmured, "Well, that left them dumbfounded." One may wonder why Rek chose to fly back himself to retrieve the spacecraft, instead of using a control device. Quite simply, it stemmed from his lack of understanding of technology. He was uncertain whether activating the spacecraft from his location would successfully transmit a signal to Frisia. Thus, he preferred to make the trip himself. He had no desire to disrupt the fragile tranquility he had attained and risk being pursued by Frisia. In this tangible reality, Rek was not acquainted with Goku and his companions. Death would mean the end of everything, and there would be no Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Therefore, he was exceedingly cautious regarding his own life. As he passed over the Rock Monster Mountain range, Rek assumed the creatures there were in slumber and chose not to deter, flying straight through. Unbeknownst to him, these monsters had awakened months prior due to his own roar as a great ape and had remained in a state of heightened alert ever since. Upon entering the mountainous terrain, he was immediately detected by the lurking creatures. However, most could not keep pace with his speed by the time they prepared to act. He had already outrun them significantly. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, an unexpected battle erupted. A fierce gust of wind from a powerful punch struck him, leaving him with barely enough time to summon his inner energy for defense. He was struck by an enormous fist, sending him hurtling through the air. A searing pain coursed through his body, bones creaking ominously, and his internal organs churned violently. Undoubtedly, he was injured. Cursed be these treacherous fiends, devoid of martial ethics. Enduring the agony, he struggled to stabilize his form, a mix of fear and simmering rage igniting within him. Halting his movement, he glared at the colossal creature towering 1,000 meters above, the very one he had sensed earlier with a combat power of 100,000. "You seek your demise," he muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and heedless of whether the beast could comprehend, he charged forward with a roar. In a swift motion, he appeared at the creature's waist, delivering a horizontal strike. With a resounding impact, the creature staggered, but retaliated with a knee thrust aimed directly at him. Reacting instinctively, he evaded, retreating 1,000 meters to dodge the attack. Upon closer inspection, the monster showed no sign of injury from his strike, indicating that his assault had been utterly ineffective. This creature was indeed formidable, its resilience far surpassing that of the previous adversary. Observing the thick stone-like armor adorning its body, a wave of frustration washed over him. He had not anticipated that such a creature would possess both immense combat prowess and extraordinary defensive capabilities. How on earth was he to combat this? His previous strike had been delivered with no restraint. He was no novice, unlike Kakarot, who toyed with probing tactics. He had unleashed at least 90% of his strength, yet the foe stood unscathed while he himself nearly faltered. The creature's combat power was comparable to his own, around 100,000, but its defense was at least 150,000 or more. With unwavering focus, he scrutinized the monster, his eyes darting in search of any chinks in its armor or weaknesses. After an exhaustive examination, the creature's exterior appeared more impenetrable than a tortoise's shell, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. This also underscored the inadequacy of his combat experience. He could not fathom how such a massive creature could also possess such remarkable speed. The beast had no intention of engaging in a turn-based skirmish. It would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. As he assessed the foe, the creature's eyes gleamed ominously, and it unleashed 2 violet energy beams toward him. Disrupted in his thoughts, he hastily lowered his altitude, pressing his body against the ground to evade the onslaught. The ground erupted in explosions wherever the beams passed, creating immense craters. Not one to shy away from retaliation, he fired energy blasts at the creature while dodging its rays. However, the monster disregarded his projectiles entirely. They had no effect and merely drained his inner energy. Realizing the futility of his efforts, he ceased the pointless expenditure of his energy. The 2 adversaries engaged in a relentless pursuit, traversing 100 miles in a mere span of moments. Along their path, every obstacle, both material and living, was obliterated by the creature's energy beams, including even its own kin, reduced to nothingness in the wake of its destructive rays. Rek, feeling increasingly agitated by the relentless suppression, resolved to no longer flee. He positioned himself to confront the approaching beams, bracing for impact. As the energy neared, a surge of power erupted within him, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. In a deft maneuver, he reappeared behind the creature, launching a flurry of blows aimed at the nape of its neck within a mere fraction of a second. The creature leaned forward under the onslaught, its beams ceasing momentarily. Rek's eyes sparkled with hope, sensing his strikes had borne fruit. Just as he prepared to unleash a final, decisive assault, a colossal hand loomed above him. He retreated, his gaze fixed on the site of his previous strikes, eager to gauge the effects of his assault. The sight of a minute crack brought him a fleeting sense of joy, only to be extinguished as, in less than a second, that crack vanished before his despairing eyes. A wave of despondency washed over Rek. How could he possibly defeat this creature? Was it not an infringement of fairness? The beast exhibited no visible weaknesses whatsoever. In a fit of frustration, Rek unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed at the creature's visage. Yet, while the creature remained largely unfazed, Rek found himself utterly exhausted. Observing the thick smoke emanating from the creature's face, he had little hope for any significant impact. He had no intention of remaining locked in a futile struggle. The recent outburst had vented some of his fury, and he now sought an escape, planning to return for vengeance another day. Those familiar with Dragon Ball are aware of a prominent flaw within the series, known as the smoke without injury phenomenon. As the smoke dissipated, Rek's expectations were met with disappointment. Not a speck of debris had been dislodged from the creature's countenance. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. In that fleeting moment of clarity, as the fog lifted, Rek observed a subtle movement in the creature's eyes. It dawned upon him that the beast must have closed its eyes at the moment of his assault. Though the creature's eyes were relatively small for its massive frame, they appeared gargantuan to Rek, who stood at merely 1.2 meters tall. This revelation presented an opportunity for attack. However, the challenge now lay in how to approach the creature's eyes. Lacking the technique of the solar flare, he could not obscure the creature's vision. Rather, he remained firmly within its line of sight. It was only when he noticed the ground beneath the creature that a new idea sparked in his mind. Yet, he was uncertain if it would prove effective. Determined, Rek prepared for one final attempt. Should he fail, he resolved to retreat. With that thought in mind, Rex surged forward once more to confront the beast. Chapter 22, Counterattack. The two forces collided. Rex adopted a strategy of brute force. With each impact, his entire being protested, as though his body were on the verge of disintegration. Rex endured the blood pooling in his mouth, refraining from releasing his pent-up breath. The clash between the two continued unabated. Unbeknownst to the creature, Rex had been gradually descending, initially engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with his fists and arms. He eventually found himself grappling with the creature's feet. With each moment, Rex drew closer to the monster's feet. At last, when he was but 100 meters above the ground, his elbow collided with the creature's right calf. Despite the pressure pushing him back, Rex's inner energy surged forth. Seizing a moment of stalemate in their struggle, he vanished, reappearing instantaneously at the creature's left foot, where he gathered a significant amount of energy within his palms. Now, Rex bellowed, unleashing a shockwave directed at the ground beneath the creature's left foot. The shockwave met the earth without obstruction, penetrating deep into the ground. A gaping chasm, thousands of meters deep, manifested beneath the monster's feet. With no leverage from its left foot and its right leg suspended in the air, the balance was disrupted, sending the creature plummeting uncontrollably downward. Its arms flailed wildly in the air. At the very moment the chasm erupted, Rex stood at its edge, his hands positioned before his chest, channeling the energy that surged unceasingly towards the center of his palms, compressing it. A sphere of deep blue energy emerged, its glow intensifying as the energy amassed. Sweat trickled down Rex's cheeks. The instant the creature's head aligned with his gaze, Rex's focus sharpened, and he flickered into position before its eyes. Perish, monster! Experience the wrath of my Dolong destruction cannon. With a forceful thrust, he propelled the energy blast from his chest. The 250,000 battle power energy wave collided with the creature, the contact surface dissolving before their eyes as the monster's defenses proved utterly ineffective. The energy blast shattered the creature's skull, continuing its trajectory into the vastness of space, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Rex floated in the air, his arms limply hanging before him, drenched in blood, his expression weary. The injuries he bore did not dampen his spirits. A smile crept onto his lips as he burst into laughter. Ha ha, cough cough. Yet before long, a fit of coughing ensued, blood escaping his lips. You thought you could toy with me, you wretched creature? Ignoring his own physical state, he chuckled for a while before gradually ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters. In this condition, he could no longer recklessly soar above the Rocky Mountains. He had to traverse from a height. Better not struggle against the larger foes only to fall prey to the smaller ones that would haunt Rex even in death. As he passed through the Rocky Mountains and entered the forest, he did not rush to seek out a spaceship. His current state was in dire need of rest. Had it not been for the prior arrangement with Plas, the utmost priority for him at this moment would have been to recuperate from his injuries. He had not anticipated that this journey would be fraught with such peril, nearly costing him his life. Upon returning to his previous residence, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Yet, due to the worries weighing on his mind, he awoke after merely 2 hours. His condition had improved slightly. At least he could move his arms again. He extracted the spacecraft, supporting it with his hands as he soared towards Ponchi City. The return trip was significantly slower, taking nearly 4 hours, and it was only after 9 that he landed at Plas's doorstep. As soon as he touched down, he noticed Plas standing at the entrance, bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the spacecraft. It was evident that he had spent the night awake, perhaps even standing vigil at the door. Is this the spacecraft? Are you all right, Rex? Two voices echoed simultaneously, Plas's inquiry followed by Lola's concern. Rex initially shook his head at Lola before addressing Plas. Indeed, this is the spacecraft, and I arrived here aboard it. Seeing Plas eager to approach, Rex continued, let me explain a few things first. Firstly, there's a locator within the spacecraft that you must locate immediately. Additionally, check for any surveillance devices or unnecessary installations on the ship. Lastly, ensure the gravity chamber has the highest possible multiplier. For today, this will suffice. Study it well, and I shall return in due time. After hearing Rex's words, Plas finally diverted his gaze from the spacecraft to Rex. Are you all right? How did you manage to return with such injuries? Should I contact a hospital for you? Observing Rex's battle suit, tattered and bloodied, with no unscathed area to be found, Plas realized the severity of the boy's injuries. Rex pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. It's merely a minor issue. No need for the hospital. Just remember what I told you. It is crucial for the fate of this planet. Watching Rex's retreating figure, Plas felt a sense of confusion wash over him. He simply could not comprehend this behavior. Judging by his earlier assessment of Rake's wounds, he should have been incapacitated, struggling to even stand. It was incomprehensible why he seemed unperturbed, refusing medical attention. Considering the extent of his injuries, it would have taken at least 3 months of hospitalization for a proper recovery. With a silent shake of his head, he redirected his focus to the spacecraft, summoning robots to transport it to his workshop, eagerly commencing tests on the vessel, marveling at its features. Meanwhile, Rake, as Lola observed his silhouette ahead, mustered her courage to speak once more. Rake, perhaps we should go to the hospital after all. It might expedite your recovery. I'm done. I am hungry. Please return and prepare a meal for me, replied Rake to Laura with a nonchalant tone, indifferent to the gazes of passersby. Although Rake appeared unfazed, his injuries were far more severe than he let on. His reluctance to visit the hospital stemmed from a desire to avoid leaving any trace of his blood behind, as a blood test would be inevitable there. Since the moment he sustained his injuries yesterday, he had meticulously eliminated every drop of blood within him, even the seepage that had emerged along the way. The moment it appeared, it evaporated under his aura, leaving no trace aboard the spacecraft. His caution was ultimately rooted in the trauma instilled by the original narrative. Who could have anticipated that a planet with a maximum combat power of merely 300 could produce artificial beings with combat capabilities in the billions? This does not even account for the likes of Super 17 and the unofficially recognized Jaiko. While the latter group had not gained the endorsement of the old bird, despite their grotesquely amplified powers, the former had a degree of acknowledgement from the old bird, despite not being part of the official Dragon Ball canon, as it was deemed a parallel universe event. The mere thought of Super 17 being able to contend with Super Saiyan 4 sent a shiver down Rake's spine, for he could not ascertain whether he had traversed into that timeline. He shuddered and hastily dismissed the images from his mind. Chapter 23, Acceptance. News of Rake returning to the Badasso Adventurers Guild injured spread like wildfire, reaching every member in less than a minute. The rapid dissemination was due to the entire guild being engaged in a training session, with everyone following the guidance of the four-eyed instructor to comprehend ki. Coincidentally, a member returning from an errand stumbled upon Rake's injuries. Upon reporting back to the training room, chaos ensued. Those unaware of Rake's true strength presumed that someone had dared to challenge their guild. They clamored for vengeance, some insisting that the guild had never faced such a grave affront, while others contended that they must teach their adversaries a lesson, lest they allow any lowly individuals to trample upon their dignity. Meanwhile, those who understood Rake's prowess were taken aback, ignoring the uproar of their comrades. They simply could not fathom how someone of Rake's caliber could have sustained injuries, nor could they conceive who might have been capable of inflicting them. The four-eyed leader, unable to contain his anxiety, was the first to rise. He fidgeted like an ant on a hot stove, torn between the urge to seek out Rake in Laura's room for clarification and his trepidation to do so. The other members encircled him, their eyes filled with urgency and despair. It was precisely their awareness of Rake's strength that magnified their fears. To them, they felt barely superior to ants. Should an adversary confront them, they would undoubtedly be collateral damage, swiftly annihilated. Old Five, come here. The four-eyed leader, overwhelmed by the gaze of his comrades, felt as though the weight of their anxiety might crush him. Spotting Old Five sitting quietly in the corner, his eyes lit up as he called out. Old Five's expression was remarkably calm, devoid of the urgency displayed by the leader and the others, as well as the indignation and fury of their comrades. "Boss, what'd you have me do?" asked the fifth as he approached the group. The four-eyed gestured towards the fifth's ear and then pointed upstairs, understanding the boss's intent. The fifth realized he was being asked to eavesdrop on the happenings in Lola's room. Although he comprehended the request, he shook his head in refusal, marking the first time he had rejected the boss. The four-eyed stared in disbelief, questioning the reason for his refusal. "Boss, you wouldn't understand," the fifth reiterated, shaking his head again, unwilling to elaborate. Noticing the boss's gaze, tinged with sorrow, the fifth felt a pang of discomfort and sighed deeply. "Come with me to the side. I need to speak with you privately," he said, reluctant to voice his suspicions in front of others, but unable to withstand the boss's gaze any longer. Once outside the training room, the fifth took a deep breath, as if summoning courage. The four-eyed observed the fifth's demeanor, silently waiting, perplexed by this transformation that seemed to have overtaken him. Finally, the fifth spoke. "Boss, I suspect that the roar we heard that night came from Rake." The revelation struck like thunder, leaving the four-eyed's mind in chaos. He struggled to understand how the fifth could connect Rake to that terrifying sound. Having heard firsthand of the fearsome nature of the roar's owner, he had always believed it to be the work of two individuals. Now, the fifth presented him with an alternative, one he was reluctant to accept. How can you reconcile this reality? He croaked, his voice hoarse from the effort. Surely, the two are unrelated? That roar was distinctly that of a beast. It hardly resembled a human sound. I don't know. I cannot articulate it clearly, the fifth admitted. But from the moment I first laid eyes on him, I felt this way. To be honest, I dread encountering him. The sensation is too terrifying. Which is why I just declined your request. I can hardly fathom your feelings, the four-eyed replied. But I must tell you, Rake once used an energy detector. The device exceeded its limits and exploded when it reached 50,000. Moreover, we experienced his aura. We couldn't withstand even a fraction of it and lost consciousness entirely. Once the four-eyed poured out his thoughts, he felt a considerable weight lifted. After sharing their burdens, both found solace in each other's company. The four-eyed's demeanor appeared to brighten, and he sought to reassure the fifth. Don't overthink it. Based on my interactions with him, he seems to be quite amicable. The knowledge he imparts is evidently profound. My practice has deepened significantly. Just yesterday, after conducting an energy reaction test, I recorded an increase of 200. Can you believe that? In just a few months, my growth has surpassed that of the previous years. And I have a premonition that as I delve deeper into my training, I will reach heights I once dared not dream of. Sanguine and animated. Sihai cast aside all previous negativity. Lao Wu, upon hearing this, gradually broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Like was utterly oblivious to the commotion his injury had ignited within the adventurers group. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. His entire focus was devoted to the battle against hunger, devouring a plate of meat in an instant. As soon as the food entered his stomach, it was promptly digested, filling him with a warm sensation, as if his wounds were beginning to heal themselves. To suggest he was mistaken in feeling this would not be entirely accurate. The nourishment he consumed indeed provided a substantial boost of energy to his body, accelerating the division of his cells and alleviating his injuries. Lola, nearly at her wit's end, had just served a dish that was promptly devoured by Like, who then incessantly urged her for more. An hour later, regardless of whether Like was satiated, she remained sprawled on the sofa, too exhausted to move. Observing Lola's state, Like refrained from calling for more food. He patted his stomach and reached out for money from Lola. Lola, your stamina is lacking. I'm only half full and you're already down. Hand me some cash. I shall go out to eat myself. Upon hearing this, Lola silently lamented, feeling that her arduous efforts had yielded no benefit and even invited ridicule. She nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Rolling her eyes at Like, she mustered her strength to fetch him a set of clothes and some money, gesturing towards his tattered battle attire. First, take a shower and change into clean clothes. Feeling a warmth in his heart from Lola's concern, Like gratefully accepted the clothes and money and retreated to the bathroom. When he emerged post-bath, he found Lola asleep on the sofa, muttering, coming, akin to her responses when he had urged her to serve the dishes. Her endearing demeanor elicited laughter from Like, who chuckled softly before pausing, as a thought crossed his mind, prompting a gentle sigh. Alas, I must eventually depart. Shaking his head, he donned a smile once more and stepped outside. Chapter 24. A small consolation in disappointment. A month later, Like stood atop a building, stretching his body. With a light exhale, he retracted his fist, bemused by the fact that his internal energy had doubled. He had resolved to temporarily halt the increase of his combat power. Yet who could have anticipated that a mere outing would result in such grievous injury, activating the passive abilities of a Saiyan and forcibly elevating his combat strength? What a predicament. His combat power had already reached 200,000 and was still on the rise. When would it cease? Like pondered to himself. What a situation. If others were to learn of his complaints about the rapid increase in combat power, they would undoubtedly wish to slay him, perhaps even in a most gruesome manner. After some physical activity to confirm his complete recovery, Like soared towards the home of Plas. Ding ding. Like pressed the doorbell repeatedly, but there was no response. Rake was feeling quite frustrated, not because of Plas's absence, but rather because he sensed Plas's presence within the house, yet no one came to answer the door. Rake was on the verge of losing his patience when a roar from Plas emanated from the doorbell. Knock, 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 are you summoning me? That scoundrel. Did he not say he was conducting research and requested not to be disturbed? Rake found himself at a loss for words, knowing that the other party was indeed working for him. With a wry smile, he said, Professor, it's me. A sudden click interrupted their communication, and 2 minutes later, the door swung open. Plas's figure rushed towards him in the distance. You finally arrived. Come quickly, follow me. Plas exclaimed, extending his hand to pull Rake inside. Rake observed the disheveled figure before him, emanating an unpleasant odor. If not for the familiar aura within him that matched Plas's, he would scarcely believe this was the well-dressed young man he had seen a month prior. Plas tried to pull him a few times, but failed. Professor, what's going on? Perhaps you should clean up first? Rake gestured toward Plas. There is no time for that. Just come inside. Plas insisted, unable to resist. Rake followed him into the research room. Upon entering, Rake's eyes twitched at the sight before him. The floor was strewn with parts, and he hesitated at the threshold, fearing he might step on something vital. Hurry up and come in. What are you standing there for? Plas called out, having noticed Rake's reluctance. With no choice, Rake slowly levitated, floating behind Plas. Plas paused momentarily, then continued forward, eventually stopping at Rake's spaceship. By the way, how should I address you? Plas began, realizing he did not know the boy's name, and awkwardly ruffled his unkempt hair. You can call me Rake. Rake, is this the locator you mentioned? As for the listening device, I couldn't find it, and there are no other useless items on the ship. Can the locator be shielded? Rake inquired, glancing at the device. Yes, give me 2 days, Plas replied confidently. Will my ship be operational again? Rake asked, looking at the shell of the spaceship that remained. Sorry, I can't reassemble it right now. I need to master the other technologies first to ensure success. Rake's heart sank, a cold chill washing over him. Taking a deep breath, he asked, Can you recreate a spaceship from scratch? I can, but the speed will be lacking. Based on my current understanding of the technology, the ship I could produce might not even reach 1/10,000th of your ship's speed. Are you planning to have me grow old and die aboard this ship? Rake lamented. Don't lose hope. Once I thoroughly grasp the spaceship technology, I am confident I can construct a vessel that reaches half the speed. Upon hearing this, Leek was filled with joy and eagerly inquired, How long will it take you to master it? Plas extended 2 fingers, his gaze fixated on the ceiling, as if something there held his fascination, daring not to meet Leek's eyes. Leek, focused solely on the fingers, failed to notice Plas's demeanor. 2 years? I didn't realize you were so capable, Leek commended. Not 2 years, but 20 years, Plas confessed, having realized he could not deceive Leek. With a steely resolve, he closed his eyes and spoke the truth. Leek was instantly petrified, his mind buzzing as the phrase 20 years echoed relentlessly within him. 20 years? Leek trembled with fury. Leek, our technology is severely outdated. 20 years is the fastest estimate I could calculate, Plas replied earnestly, his face etched with sincerity. He had resigned himself to the situation, speaking whatever came to mind. It was not that he feared Leek or was unaware of his power. Rather, he had genuinely exerted his utmost effort. What could Leek do? He felt a profound sense of despair. Yet, he could not bring himself to kill Plas. If it truly took 20 years, losing Plas might mean he would be stranded here for a lifetime. Why did Leek seek Plas? This individual was already the most brilliant scientist on Ydarpa, deeply knowledgeable in spacecraft technology. No one else could replace him. Leek had to begin convincing himself. He calculated discreetly and realized that if he wished to leave Ydarpa, it would not be until the year 762 of the era of A. Coincidentally, the same year, Kakarado transformed into a Super Saiyan, meaning he still had ample time ahead of him. With that thought, Leek felt a slight alleviation in his heart, once again marveling at the genius of Bulma and her father. They were indeed the creators of the Universal Capsule and the Time Machine. Comparing Plas's 20 years to Dr. Briefs' 1 month was akin to contrasting the heavens with the earth. Embracing a carefree attitude, Leek casually asked, What about the gravity chamber? To Leek's surprise, Plas offered him another revelation. The gravity chamber poses no issues. Due to material constraints, I can only construct a chamber with a maximum gravity of 200 times. As he spoke of the gravity chamber, Plas regained his confidence and adjusted his hairstyle. Oh, how long will that take to complete? Leek queried. Give me 3 months. But may I ask what you need such high gravity for? Plas inquired, puzzled. With the previous 20 years as a backdrop, Leek felt entirely at ease accepting the 3-month time frame, even finding Plas somewhat more agreeable. What else would I use it for? Naturally, it's for my training. I wouldn't have it merely as a decoration, Leek retorted, somewhat irked. Plas brushed off Leek's attitude and, still perplexed, remarked, Do you realize that as the gravity multiplier increases, the pressure you must endure grows exponentially? It affects your entire body, unlike mere weightlifting. I am well aware. The gravity of my home planet is 5 times that of Ydarpa, Leek asserted. Plas nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Chapter 25, Resolution. Rake, when did you arrive on this planet? What brings you here? Can you share? Plas inquired curiously after the formalities were concluded. There is nothing to conceal. I arrived 8 years ago with a mission to conquer this planet, which we refer to as purification, Rake succinctly explained. What does purification entail? Plas pressed further. Purification, in essence, means the annihilation of all life forms on this planet, Rake stated. A shiver ran down Plas's spine, and he felt a sudden chill, as if the climate control system in the lab had malfunctioned, offering him no warmth. Are you serious? Plas stammered, his face pale and arms wrapped around himself, his teeth chattering. Noticing the effect his words had on the young man, Rake shrugged and replied, that was indeed the original mission. But I never intended to carry it out. Plas exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the floor in silence for a long while. Rake, unperturbed, regarded him with a bemused expression. As expected from the planet's most intelligent individual, within 5 minutes, Plas regained his composure and stood up, looking considerably more at ease. Rake, could you tell me about the universe? Certainly, although my knowledge is somewhat limited, considering I left my home planet at the tender age of 2. Plas, curiosity rekindled, gazed at Rake with eager anticipation. My knowledge informs me that planets are classified into 5 tiers based on combat capability, civilization level, and other criteria. You need not concern yourself with the highest tier. Let me explain the remaining categories. Firstly, the lowest tier consists of primitive or uncivilized planets, which we usually target with single operatives deploying low-level warriors. The objective is generally purification and subsequent sale. Wait, let me finish. Rake interrupted as Plas opened his mouth to speak. The second tier, possessing combat capabilities in the thousands or a semblance of civilization, typically warrants a combat team for suppression, after which the native inhabitants are sold into slavery. The planet may be transformed into a tourist destination or sold outright. The third tier features advanced technology or combat capabilities in the tens of thousands, which invites elite warriors for conquest. These planets may serve as resource bases or be sold as well. What were you about to say? Rake inquired after completing his exposition. Surely our planet cannot be classified as a Tier 2? Plas voiced his lingering doubt. Damn it, speaking of this infuriates me. Those foolish scouts clearly misclassified your planet as Tier 2. I swear, if I ever encounter them, they shall vanish without a trace. With that, Rake launched into an impassioned tirade, unleashing a torrent of expletives he had accumulated over 2 lifetimes, continuing for over half an hour without pause. Plas did not anticipate that his seemingly trivial inquiry would cause Rake to become defensive. He refrained from interrupting, though many of the words were beyond his comprehension. He could discern that they were not flattering. Once Rake had vented his frustrations, he continued, I can assure you that the lowest tier on your planet is at least level 5, possibly even higher. On the day I ventured out to retrieve my spacecraft, I encountered a creature with a combat power of 100,000. As for whether there are stronger entities, I cannot say, for I have yet to encounter them. The initial statements and subsequent remarks were intelligible to Plas when considered separately. However, when connected, they left him bewildered due to their contradictory nature. I have several queries. You mentioned arriving in a single-man spacecraft, which implies you're classified as a lower-tier warrior. Plas directed his gaze towards Rake. Indeed, Rake confirmed with a nod. And you stated that a month ago, you battled a creature with a combat power of 100,000. What does that signify? Do you not possess energy detectors? The combat power corresponds closely to your measurements. 1 point of combat power is equivalent to 1 unit of energy response in your system. What? Plas exclaimed, taken aback and filled with trepidation. He was all too familiar with energy detectors. A mere 20,000 could obliterate their planet. The sudden emergence of a 100,000 combat power meant that a month prior, he had been living under the constant threat of annihilation. Who wouldn't be frightened upon hearing such news? He pondered. Are all lower-tier warriors this formidable? I am an exception. Typically, lower-tier warriors range from 800 to 200, Rake replied. That's a relief, Plas exhaled, patting his chest. What is your current combat power? What became of the creature we fought? I cannot provide an exact figure at present, only an approximation. I managed to defeat that creature. However, do not rejoice prematurely. It belonged to a larger clan. Although I eliminated the strongest, there are still many with combat powers in the thousands. Plas had been startled by Rake numerous times that day, yet he learned to remain composed. Let them destroy. I no longer wish to struggle. Where are those creatures? How is it that the people of our planet remain oblivious? They reside 30,000 miles away. Rake indicated towards the mountainous region. That explains it. That area is off limits, and we have always been unaware of what lies within. I happen to have an energy detector here. Would you like to measure your precise combat power? Rake shook his head. I have tested it before. Anything over 50,000 detonates. Plas nodded thoughtfully, a plan forming in his mind for later execution. Do you have any further questions? If not, I shall take my leave and return in 3 months. Rake glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly lunch. And not wishing to linger, he inquired. Plas shook his head and walked towards the exit, preparing to see Rake off. Just outside the research facility, Rake halted Plas, ready to take flight. Wait, there's an air defense system. If you ascend, it will trigger an alarm. Very well, you must still ensure you rest adequately. There are 20 years ahead of you. If you continue as you have this past month, I fear you may not endure for the full duration. Remarked Like with a profound tone. Indeed, I shall refrain in the future. This past month has been solely due to the disassembly of the spacecraft, explained Plas. As they stepped outside, Like slowly levitated into the air. Just as he was poised to fly back, a thought struck him, prompting him to pause mid-flight, and, turning to Plas with curiosity, inquired, "Are you capable of creating a gravity wristband? One that I could wear while dining or resting?" Alas, no. Even if such a device existed, you could not wear it during meals or sleep. The food and bed would not withstand the kind of gravity. With his curiosity thus satisfied, Like ceased his lingering and nodded at Plas, vanishing into the sky. Chapter 26. The Adventurer and the Adventuring Team throughout his flight back. Like pondered how to navigate the next 20 years. When he had entrusted the spacecraft to Plas, he had anticipated departing within a few years at most, never considering the need to invest much effort here. But now, the situation had changed. He was not like Kakarot, that madman. Indeed, he had not misheard, to like. Kakarot epitomized insanity. His life revolved around combat, training, eating, and sleeping, an incessant cycle devoid of any semblance of a fulfilling existence. There was no semblance of a life. He could not even manage to earn a living. He frequently abandoned everything to pursue training, disregarding family. He would rather dwell in the underworld than return to life. Who could undertake such a path without suffering a cerebral crisis after a decade? Like could not emulate Kakarot. While he would not forsake his desire for strength or the opportunity to battle formidable opponents, it did not imply that these were his sole pursuits. Until he arrived before the Adventurers Guild building, Like had not arrived at any conclusions. However, one thing was clear. His foremost priority was to amass wealth. It was futile to argue that with his formidable combat prowess, he should resort to force to make money. As previously mentioned, he had undergone 9 years of obligation, and he did not wish to become a mere brute relying on violence. Thus, earning money became paramount. He could not subsist solely on handouts. With time on his hands, Like began to wander within the building. Admittedly, although he resided there, he typically went straight to his room on the 3rd floor, never having explored the other levels or learned what the members of the Adventurers Guild engaged in daily. Upon spotting Like in the bustling cafeteria on the 1st floor, Saiyan expressed surprise. "Like, what brings you to the cafeteria today?" Like surveyed the lively scene, clusters of people chatting animatedly. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. What a distant yet familiar sight. "Please inform Lola that I shall dine in the cafeteria from now on." Like responded with a gentle smile, moving toward the food service area. Observing this, Saiyan phoned Lola and followed closely behind Like. "Is there no charge for your cafeteria?" Like inquired with curiosity, noting the absence of any payment transactions. "Indeed, there is no charge," came the reply. "How can you afford such a system? The number of individuals in the Adventurers Guild far exceeds the mere few that Rake has encountered. Before him, there are already over 100 people, not even accounting for those who have yet to arrive at the dining hall. I must persist, the majority of these children are orphans. Each one I have personally brought into the guild. It would be unconscionable to neglect them." Upon hearing this, Rake gazed at the fierce-looking man before him and began to regard him with newfound respect. No wonder this old fellow holds such high esteem within the guild. As soon as they entered the dining hall, numerous individuals greeted him, dispelling Rake's initial assumption that their interactions were merely perfunctory, akin to acknowledging a superior at work in his previous life. Clearly, the situation is quite different. "What does your guild rely on for income? Surely, no one is providing sponsorship?" Rake inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes. "In the time I've been here, I have yet to see any of you embark on a quest. We typically accept various commissions, ranging from the trivial, like locating lost pets, to assisting the city defense in combating crime. Alternatively, we engage in the exploration of unknown creatures to sell to collectors, as you witnessed when you encountered us." Four Eyes explained with a smile. "Do not underestimate our presence in the wilderness. That area is a restricted zone, and our guild is one of the few brave enough to venture so far from the city. Of course, Other cities boast numerous guilds of equal or larger stature, which have also explored the wilderness, albeit in different regions. When the topic of adventurers arose, Four Eyes radiated enthusiasm, his voice brimming with pride. Where do you accept your tasks? He produced a circular device, tapping it lightly, which projected an image above, allowing for the selection of individual or team assignments. Naturally, the tasks are categorized by level, and one cannot accept tasks without meeting the requisite rank. The classification is straightforward, divided into 6 levels, with the minimum being 1 and the maximum 6. Individuals may only undertake minor tasks, sufficient merely to sustain their households, unless they attain a personal rank of 4 or above, in which case their earnings align with those of a level 3 guild. As Four Eyes logged in, Rake noted that his personal rank had reached level 4, while his guild's rank stood at 3. How is your ranking determined? Is it based on combat prowess or the quantity of tasks completed? Rake inquired, intrigued, as he sought means of generating income. This opportunity seemed perfectly suited to him, allowing him to earn while occupying his time. The criteria differ for individuals and teams. For personal rankings, it emphasizes combat capability, while for teams, it considers both combat strength and the volume and success rate of completed tasks. Four Eyes explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Rake ceased his meal, straightened in his seat, and asked, "What must I do to become an adventurer?" Huh? Four Eyes was taken aback by Rake's question, as he had not anticipated that Rake desired to become an adventurer himself, considering his current combat ability, which seemed akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. However, upon reflection, Four Eyes surmised that Rake was likely seeking an amusing diversion, expecting his enthusiasm to wane shortly. He patted his chest confidently and declared, "That is quite simple. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the guild." "Are we going to conduct energy reaction detection at the guild tomorrow?" asked Like. "Indeed. Unless you prefer to be classified as a level 1 adventurer, or perhaps you might consider joining our adventure team," Four Eyes suggested with a hint of implication. "Could you enlighten me on the combat power required for level 16? Like continued without acknowledging the suggestion. Four Eyes sensed something amiss. Like seemed far more serious than one merely seeking amusement, as evidenced by his detailed inquiries. However, he found no grounds to press Like further. Anyone can be level 1, but from level 2 onward, a minimum combat power of 100 is required. For level 3, it's 800, level 4, 2000, level 5, 4000, and level 6, 8000, Four Eyes explained. Upon hearing this, Like formulated a plan. "Very well, take me to the guild tomorrow," he stated. Meanwhile, the patrons in the cafeteria had their eyes, intentionally or not, focused on their conversation. Those familiar with Like were at ease, while a significant portion only knew him by reputation. Living at Lola's house led many to assume he was a relative, unaware of his true circumstances. However, witnessing their leader's respectful demeanor towards the boy raised suspicions. He treated Like with undue reverence. For some, it was their first encounter with him, and curiosity began to brew, especially in one young girl who fixated on Like. After Like entered the cafeteria, she stealthily followed him until he stood before the door of Lola's house. "Hey, who exactly are you?" a clear, ringing voice called out. Like turned to see a slender girl, around 13 or 14 years old, with 2 cat ears sprouting from her head, radiating vitality. Although aware of her presence, he had disregarded her, as she registered as too weak in his perception to warrant attention. Who could have predicted she would call out to him? Intrigued, he retorted, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about me? Do you not understand the most basic of courtesies?" The girl looked at Like with disdain, declaring, "Listen well, peasant. I am Bellies, the future leader of the Badasso adventure team, and your future superior." Like observed the girl, her neck arched proudly, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its feathers. Unable to contain himself, he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha!" Like laughed unabashedly, even as the girl's face flushed with indignation, tears of mirth streaming down his cheeks. He had not anticipated encountering such a scene straight out of a second-rate novel. The theatricality of it all struck him as incredibly amusing. "Why are you laughing? Be quiet." Bellies chided in a high-pitched tone, her hands clenched tightly as she struggled to suppress her anger. Though somewhat naive, she possesses considerable strength within the Badasso Adventurers Guild, ranking among the most formidable after the founding members. Despite her sharp tongue, she harbors a genuine affection for her comrades, treating them as family. Had she not witnessed the leader's subservience towards Rake today, which she perceived as an affront to his dignity, she would not have approached him with such a caustic tone. "What? I can laugh if I wish. Can you strike me for it?" Rake retorted with a mischievous grin. "You," Bailey stammered, pointing an accusatory finger at Rake, struggling to find her words in her fury. "You foolish girl, what are you? Rake continued to provoke her, relishing the sight of her restrained rage. "Ah," Bailey's exclaimed, tugging at her hair in frustration. "I swear I will kill you." Her eyes glistened with indignation as she declared her intent. "Come on if you don't. I'll think less of you." Rake continued to taunt her. Suddenly, the door to Lola's home creaked open, roused by the commotion outside. As she stepped out, she was greeted by the sight of Bailey's charging at Rake, fists clenched. Lola instinctively intercepted her. "Hey, sister, let me go. I must kill him, this country bumpkin." Bailey's protested, thrashing against Lola's hold. Initially startled, Lola was concerned for Bayless's safety, casting a cautious glance at Rake. To her relief, he appeared more amused than enraged, enjoying the spectacle with a relaxed demeanor. Despite her struggles, Bailey's found no success in breaking free. Turning to Lola with a pleading expression, she implored, "Eighth sister, release me, and I promise I won't strike him." "Remember your words," Lola replied, gradually loosening her grip. However, the moment Bailey's was free, she lunged at Rake once more. Despite her fierce declarations, there was no true malice in her intent. She merely sought to land a few playful punches. Rake, sensing the absence of any lethal intent, allowed her to approach, knowing that had she exhibited genuine hostility, he would have swiftly subdued her. As Lola prepared to intervene again, Rake's glance halted her in her tracks. With no other option, she looked at him with a pleading expression, silently wishing for him to show restraint. Unaware of their unspoken communication, Bailey's was puzzled by Lola's lack of intervention. Upon regaining her focus, she realized she had closed the distance to Rake, startling herself and instinctively retracting most of her force. Rake noticed her subtle hesitation, nodded slightly, and deftly sidestepped her punch. "Oh no!" Bailey's exclaimed as she found herself behind Rake, their positions completely reversed. "Country bumpkin, I see you possess some skill after all," Bailey's remarked seriously, offering Rake a reluctant compliment before charging at him once more. With a flurry of straight punches, elbow strikes, swinging hooks, knee thrusts, and flying kicks, Bailey's unleashed a relentless barrage upon her opponent. However, each of her efforts was deftly evaded by Rake, and as she exerted herself increasingly, her strength seemed to dwindle. After a grueling half-hour of continuous assault, it became apparent that the disparity in their abilities was insurmountable. She not only failed to land a blow on Rake, but found herself utterly exhausted. Breathless and drenched in sweat, she paused, hands resting on her knees, glaring fiercely at Rake. "You country bumpkin, if you have the guts, don't hide. Come face me." Despite her tenacity, the limitations of her strength were evident, and Rake, stifling a yawn, remarked, "This foolish girl still has stamina, but her skills are woefully inadequate. I'm getting drowsy." With that, he strolled back to Lola's quarters. "Coward! Don't run away," Bellies shouted defiantly at the closed door. "That's enough for today, Bellies. Let us head downstairs," Lola interjected, sensing Rake's waning interest. Even as Bellies continued to provoke him, Lola grasped her arm and led her away. Behind the door, Rake smiled, having thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle and committed Bellies' name and visage to memory. Lola, still holding on to Bellies, found her leader. Resigned, Bellies ceased her struggles, trailing behind Lola, her face a mask of dejection. She recognized the chasm between her abilities and Rake's. Her impotent roars were laced with frustration as she grappled with the prospect of defeat. Four Eyes gazed curiously at the two, puzzled by the earlier commotion, awaiting Lola's explanation. Just as she was about to speak, Bellies interjected, bowing deeply to Four Eyes and declaring, "Boss, please train me. I wish to grow stronger." Four Eyes, bewildered yet captivated by the fire in Bellies' eyes, nodded without seeking further clarification. "Very well, but be prepared for hardship. I will show you my determination," she replied, turning resolutely away. Four Eyes exchanged a questioning glance with Lola, who recounted the events that had transpired at her doorstep, sharing her suspicions. They both shared a bittersweet smile. "Perhaps you should speak to Bellies?" Lola suggested. After a moment of contemplation, recalling Bellies' fierce resolve, Four Eyes shook his head in dismissal. This could be a positive development, since surpassing the veterans in our group, she has lacked focus in her training. This might serve her well. Lola shot him an exasperated look, but she should set her sights on Rake. "You're merely pushing her toward despair." Four Eyes stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Rest assured, I know my limits. You may proceed as you wish." Lola shook her head and departed. The following day, after meeting with Rake, Four Eyes informed him of Bellies' request for training. "She probably seeks to create trouble for you. I hope you can show her some mercy," he urged. "Certainly, it's a rare opportunity for entertainment, and I shall cherish it," Rake replied with a broad smile. In his heart, the four-eyed man silently mourned for Bellies, hoping that Leek would be gentle. With Leek's assurance, at the very least, Bellies was not in any mortal danger. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Upon entering the hall, they found it sparsely populated, aside from staff. The four-eyed man held a certain status in this small town, and as soon as he entered, someone approached to attend to him. "Greetings, Captain Pat. It has been a while. Please follow me to the reception room on the second floor." "Very well, lead the way." Leek and the four-eyed man followed the attendant upstairs. However, as soon as they reached the second floor, they were confronted by a towering figure, a burly man with a full beard and a single eye. Standing over 2 meters tall, behind him trailed a scholarly young man, slicked back hair and glasses adorning his face. Upon seeing Pat, the burly man sneered, "Oh, if it isn't our illustrious Captain Pat. I heard you scurried back from the wild prairie not long ago. Why are you out and about instead of staying at home?" Pat's gaze hardened, avoiding the burly man's eyes and instead focusing on the scholarly youth. He replied in a low voice, "Haddon, keep your mutts in check. Don't let them run wild. Be careful not to lose your teeth. You're courting death," roared the burly man, ready to strike. A gentle cough from Haddon halted the giant's advance. Adjusting his glasses, he chuckled, "Pat, my little brother has not spoken falsely. Is it not the truth? Did you not flee from the wild prairie? Why have you yet to submit your mission? When I submit my mission, it is of no concern to you. Mind your own business. I've heard your adventuring party has been facing financial woes. If you can't manage, just say the word. I can take over for you. Our affairs do not require your meddling. You should focus on preserving your own life. Watch out for those who may wish to do you harm." A glint of menace flashed in Pat's eyes. Haddon shrugged nonchalantly. "Many wish for my demise. Yet here I stand, alive and well. Does that frustrate you, boss?" "Do not call me boss. I have no need for a backstabber like you." The intensity of Pat's murderous intent toward Haddon grew. "Hey, could you move aside? You're blocking the way." Leek's voice drew everyone's attention. "Little brat, didn't your mother teach you not to interrupt when adults are speaking? Pat, you seem to have regressed. When did you become a babysitter?" Haddon chimed in before the burly man interjected again. Leek observed the group, his patience waning. This was clearly wasting his time. How dare these small-time thugs act so brazenly before him? "Pat, shall I take care of them for you?" No sooner had Leek spoken than the burly man lunged at him. Seeing the impending attack, Leek's demeanor shifted. He was not one to be trifled with. To the casual observer, he appeared unmoved, yet the giant's hand halted mid-air. A resounding thud echoed through the hall as the burly man collapsed to the ground. As several gazes fell upon him, a gaping void materialized in the chest of the burly man. The atmosphere instantly thickened, and beads of cold sweat adorned Haddon's brow. His lips drained of color, rendered as motionless as a statue, too fearful to cast a glance at Rake. Haddon was acutely aware of the man's formidable prowess. With an energy response exceeding 900, he had been dispatched without so much as a struggle, leaving Haddon oblivious to the nature of the attack. The sheer horror of the situation was palpable. "Pat, do you require my assistance in dealing with this one remaining adversary?" Rake's voice pierced the silence once more, shattering any lingering underestimation of his capabilities. "Allow me to handle this myself, Rake. I have a score to settle with him." Pat declined Rake's offer. It was imperative for Haddon to be dealt with by his own hand, as a matter of honor to the brothers who had perished in the past. Pat and Haddon had once been comrades in the same adventuring party, which had met its tragic end due to Haddon's betrayal, leaving only Pat alive. The Badasso adventuring group was subsequently reformed by him, and many of the members were the offspring of his fallen brothers. Rake shrugged and continued alongside Pat towards the reception room. As they passed Haddon, Rake remarked, "You wretched dog, should you dare to prance before me again, I shall ensure your complete obliteration." Once Rake and his companions departed, Haddon collapsed onto the ground, engulfed in sheer panic. He was genuinely terrified by Rake. Drawing in several deep breaths, he neglected to attend to the corpse and fled in a frenzied scramble, not daring to linger for a moment. It was only upon returning to his dwelling that he felt a semblance of calm wash over him. This city is no longer safe. I must leave at once. Haddon, still gripped by insecurity, hastily packed his belongings and departed. After escorting Rake and Pat to the reception room, the attendant rushed out to summon assistance. "President, a monster has just arrived and requires your attention," the attendant informed an elderly man with a shock of white hair. "What is the matter?" "Have a sip of water and recount slowly." The president noted the attendant's distress and poured him a glass of water. After calming himself with a few sips, the attendant recounted the recent events to the president. "What are we waiting for? Go tend to the body. I shall head to the reception room at once." The president, upon hearing the attendant's account, could no longer remain seated and promptly issued his orders. standing at the entrance of the reception room. The president adjusted his attire and entered with a broad smile. Pat, what a pleasure to see you again. You haven't come to check on this old man in ages. What brings you here today? One must acknowledge the wisdom that comes with age. For the president immediately expressed his familiarity with Pat before inquiring about the matter at hand. My apologies, President, but you are aware of the many mouths I must feed. I truly have been pressed for time. I am here today merely to accompany Rake in obtaining his adventurer's credentials. Pat, not one to be easily intimidated, discerned the president's intent and gracefully acknowledged his oversight while indicating Rake to clarify their purpose. Must you, a busy man, take the trouble to address such a trivial matter in person? A simple phone call would suffice. I could arrange for someone to come to you for the processing. The president cast a reproachful glance at Pat before turning his attention to Rake. The cherubic visage of Rake lingered in his mind. Had he not just heard the receptionist's words, he would have never imagined that this seemingly harmless child possessed such formidable strength. He refrained from indulging in unnecessary chatter and got straight to the point. Rake, my young brother, let us proceed. I shall conduct a scan for you now. Rake leaped off the sofa, mimicking Cockroach, with his hands crossed behind his head, following the president. Chapter 29, Undertaking a Task. Standing before the energy detector, the president stated, Rake, let us commence. Do hurry. You are wasting too much of my time. Rake had already regulated his combat power to 8,000. Thus he urged him on. Beep beep. Observing the reading of 8,000 on the device, the president felt no surprise. Having heard the receptionist's description, he was aware that Rake's energy response was significant. Upon entering the reception room, he had also sensed it discreetly. Despite his outward demeanor, the president possessed a combat power of 2,000 and a wealth of experience. Although he lacked the ability to sense emotions, he had his own methods of discerning danger. The impression Rake left on him was akin to those he encountered in his youth, with an energy response of 8,000. In fact, his body was persistently sending him signals of danger, urging him to steer clear of Rake. Once the president handed Rake the credentials and communicator of a level 6 adventurer, he respectfully escorted him to the door. Watching Rake's retreating figure, he inwardly sighed in relief. Goodness, at my age, I am still subjected to such stress. I shall resign from this wretched job tomorrow and return to caring for my grandchildren. Rake remained oblivious to the fact that he had frightened a guild president into considering resignation. He was busy fiddling with the adventurer's communicator, scrolling through a plethora of tasks. Clearly invigorated. At that moment, a task caught his eye. It was issued by a research facility from his old acquaintance, Plas. The mission entailed capturing a rock monster, with no specified energy response required. Upon seeing this, Rake understood Plas's intent. He sought to uncover the creature's weaknesses for future reference. Nonchalantly, he clicked to accept the task. Rake was in no rush to complete it, nor did he fear that others would outpace him. He returned to his residence with Pat. Throughout the day, Rake remained indoors, perusing tasks. Some genuinely piqued his interest. For instance, there was one requiring a combat power of 500 to substitute for a month of teaching. Another involved finding a fake boyfriend to appease a parent's expectations. In summary, the array of options gave Rake the distinct impression of browsing through job listings. Unbeknownst to him, he spent the entire night scrolling. Lola, I am off to undertake a task. There is no need to prepare my meals. At dawn, Rake soared towards the rock mountains. His method of capturing the rock monster was straightforward and brutal. He smashed its limbs and lifted it, flying back with his prize. After a brief 2-hour visit, the mission was accomplished. Plas, open the door. I have a task to deliver, Rake called out while hovering above Plas. Plas dashed out of the laboratory, glancing at Rake and the colossal rock creature above, hastily shutting off the air raid alarm. All right, you can come down now, Plas shouted. Do you have a place to confine this creature? Rake inquired, holding up the towering monstrosity that stood 200 meters tall. Plas's lips twitched. Is it really that large? What did you expect? I opted for the smaller one. The higher the combat capability, the larger the size. The one I eliminated previously was over 1,000 meters high. Plas felt tears welling up as he envisioned the 10-meter confinement chamber he had prepared, contrasting it with the 200-meter behemoth that Rake was holding, leaving him utterly despondent. I have no place to confine it. My preparations were far too inadequate. Rake looked at him, perplexed as well. Surely, I can't just keep holding this thing indefinitely. How about I destroy it for now, and when you're ready with a proper space, I can capture another one. Wait, let me think, Plas said, pacing anxiously. Suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany. I have it. There's a research facility where I used to work that has the necessary containment. I'll contact them. Just wait for me. All right, hurry up. I have another task to complete, Rake replied. Once you've made the arrangements, head straight over. Professor, I hope this doesn't interfere with the spacecraft production. Let us consider this a one-time occurrence, Rake remarked, jostling the rock creature in his hands with a knowing look. It was no secret that Rake had undertaken this mission primarily to warn Plas. Although the commission was substantial, it paled in comparison to the significance of the spacecraft. Having invested a third of his time here, he would not tolerate any lack of dedication. Rake cast one last glance at Plas before vanishing into the horizon. Plas, too, grasped the warning in Rake's tone and understood his standing in Rake's eyes. Undoubtedly, their relationship had shifted from one of collaboration to that of superior and subordinate. All due to the 20-year delay in spacecraft production caused by the dismantling of Rake's vessel. Realizing his predicament, Plas plunged back into the laboratory. Having completed Plas's task, Rake disregarded the stares of the research personnel as if he were a monster and hurried off to his next assignment. This task was issued by the mother of a boy living in a slum, and it was the lowest-priced mission on the list, merely 50 Marley. The task involved providing companionship for her son for a day. When Rake found the boy, he was rummaging through a trash bin. The earnest and determined expression on the boy's face made it difficult for Rake to interrupt him, so he patiently waited until the boy had finished. "Hello. May I ask if your name is Lanshin?" The boy turned his gaze toward the sound and looked at Rake, his small face filled with confusion. He wondered how this well-dressed boy knew his name and why he called out to him. "It's me. May I ask who you are? What business do you have with me?" The boy was clad in tattered clothing, yet they were clean, suggesting that the person who washed them had taken great care. What left a lasting impression on Rake were the boy's eyes. His cerulean gaze exuded clarity and an unwavering hope for life. "Your mother entrusted me with finding you and asked me to keep you company for a day," Rake said gently. "No, you can go. I must continue collecting trash." "My mother is waiting for money to buy medicine," the boy replied. Despite the longing in his eyes for a day of play, he still turned Rake down. Rake was taken aback. He had never encountered such a situation and was unsure how to respond. "When you have time, let me come back on a day when you're free." "There's no need for that. I need to collect trash every day to earn money," Lanshin declined once more. "Then I will accompany you while you collect it." Although he could not persuade Lanshin to let him help with the trash collection, he could still be there by his side. "Suit yourself," Lanshin replied, a broad smile blossoming on his face, which Rake did not notice. Thus, Rake watched as Lanshin spent the entire day searching for, picking up, organizing, and eventually selling trash, following him all the way to the doorstep of his home. Chapter 30, Moving House. "Are you not going back? Hurry home, or your parents will worry," Lanshin urged. Rake shook his head, surveying what was deemed a dwelling. It was worse than the cave he resided in. Merely a few wooden planks haphazardly assembled and covered with plastic, surrounded by heaps of garbage. This environment would not only afflict the sick, but would cause even a healthy individual to fall ill after prolonged exposure. "I have no parents. You should go in and see your mother," Rake replied. Upon hearing this, Lanshin repeatedly bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right." "Lead the way," Rake reassured him. "Mother, I'm back, and I brought a friend," Lanshin called out while lifting the plastic covering. "Cough, cough. Make sure to entertain your friend. Don't worry about me," came the weak reply from a woman lying amidst the grass, her body a mere shell, with sunken eyes that spoke of suffering. Sensing her condition, Rake frowned deeply. The woman's health was severely deteriorated, ravaged by chronic illness. Compounded by the lack of funds for medication, her body teetering on the brink of collapse. He stopped Lanshin, preparing to offer him a chance. "Lanshin, would you like to come with me for training? I will arrange for someone to take your mother to the hospital. Her condition is critical. Without treatment, she may not survive the month. Please, save my mother. I will do anything you ask," Lanshin cried, dropping to his knees and bowing repeatedly in desperation. Rake ceased his words, retrieving his communicator to send a message to Pat, then turned his gaze toward Lanshin. "Please stand up. I have already contacted someone." "Thank you. Thank you. Later, accompany your mother to the hospital, and when she feels better, come see me." Shortly after, Pat arrived with the doctor. Rake called Pat aside and said, "You will accompany them to the hospital, arrange for someone to take care of them, and when they recover, bring them back to me." "What is this?" Rake pointed at Lanshin and said, "This child will be training with me from now on. Help me find a place to live. I plan to move out of your building." "Have we not been hospitable enough?" Pat asked, concerned. Rake waved his hand dismissively. "It's not your fault. I have my own plans. I intended to move out in due time, and now the two matters coincidentally align." "Very well. Leave this matter to me," Pat replied, relieved. Rake nodded and gave Lanshin a few instructions before departing. Lying in bed, Rake reflected on his mother from his past life. Today, both Lanshin and his mother had deeply moved him. Unbeknownst to him, The cells within his body were rapidly dividing and growing. For the next few days, Rake refrained from undertaking any missions, spending his time in his room. Lola learned of his intention to move out and ran out in tears. However, someone managed to console her, and by the next day, her spirits had been restored, allowing Rake to witness the capricious nature of women. "Rake, I found a place for you. Come and take a look," Pat's voice called from outside the door. Rake opened the door. "Let us go and see." Following Pat, Rake felt increasingly uneasy. "Why do you say that?" Pat led him downstairs and walked toward the back of the building. Within 100 meters, they stopped. Rake observed that the new residence was merely separated from the building by a wall, leaving him speechless. He had not anticipated that Pat would play such tricks on him. No wonder it took a few days to find a place. He must have been negotiating the purchase with the owner behind the building. Shaking his head in resignation, Rake did not blame Pat. He intended to remain on this planet for another 20 years, so establishing a home was paramount, regardless of its location. He had already devised a preliminary plan to stay in this city for a maximum of 10 years, then explore the entire planet for the remaining decade. The moving process was swift. Once Rake settled in, it was as if the move was complete. "Hey Rake, didn't you say you would take Launching a train? Can our group join in as well?" Pat cautiously inquired, scratching his head. This thought had crossed Pat's mind after hearing the news from Rake. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to position Rake's new residence behind the building. "Your progress is different. Let's wait a year. Once Launching catches up, we can train together." Rake consented. Even without considering Pat's feelings, he felt indebted to Lola for taking care of him for several months, and her regard deserved acknowledgement. "Very well. I shall convey this delightful news to everyone. You may rest now." "Wait, what did the hospital say regarding Launching's mother's health?" "Thankfully, she has been saved, but she may need to stay in the hospital for several months. Inform him that there is no rush to come over. He should wait until his mother is discharged, and then they can come together." Observing Pat's impatient demeanor, Lake waved him off, allowing him to return with the news. Upon returning to the building, Pat gathered everyone in the training room to share the good news. "In a year's time, we will have the opportunity to train under a formidable master." He encouraged everyone to contemplate and refine their skills over the coming year. Those aware of Lake's prowess could surmise who the leader was referring to, and their faces illuminated with joy. Among them, Air was the most elated, as this not only represented a chance for him to grow stronger, but also an opportunity to dispel the shadows that had long haunted him. Should he succeed in overcoming these fears, he believed he could surpass everyone in their group and secure his position as the foremost expert. Conversely, those unaware of Lake's strength were left in speculation, their expectations tempered. They merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging the leader's words. Pat, unconcerned with the thoughts of those around him, recognized that the journey of self-improvement was a personal endeavor. He had extended the opportunity to all, but how far they would go was beyond his concern. As Pat exited the training room, he felt a sense of lightness. Unfortunately, he was soon intercepted. "Leader, do not leave. Bellies, is there something you need?" Pat Kaswali Inmured, evidently having forgotten his promise to assist Bellies with her training. "Leader, did you not promise to help me train? I have waited several days without a word and could not find you. Have you completely forgotten?" Bellies' eyes widened as she glared at Pat, visibly upset. Realizing he had indeed neglected his commitment, Pat felt a twinge of guilt, but he masked it with sincerity, saying, "Am I truly so unreliable? I've been gathering what you need for training these past few days. We can commence the day after tomorrow. Simply come to my home." Belly scrutinized Pat's eyes, and after a moment, she appeared to reach a conclusion, nodding in satisfaction before leaving with a smile. Chapter 31. The Gravity Chamber Acquired. Today marks the day that Lake and Plas had agreed upon. Country bumpkin, perish. As Lake stepped outside, a loud shout rang out. "Damn it, I've been stuck with you." Lake cursed under his breath and tilted his head back just in time to evade a flying kick. "Silly girl, I have matters to attend to today and no time to play." Fine, fine, Bellies replied, her fury transforming into a tremulous laughter, her body quaking with indignation. After 3 months of relentless training, to be regarded as mere playtime in his eyes was unacceptable. Lake recognized the gravity of Bellies' expression over the past 3 months. Any sign of progress, she felt compelled her to seek retribution against him. Rek did not anticipate that this girl would harbor such a grudge. Was it merely a provocation that she could not overcome? As he pondered whether to incapacitate her or make a swift exit, he deftly evaded Bellies' onslaught. Her punches sliced through the air, narrowly missing his cheek, but in a flash, he found himself behind her, with a finger poised at the nape of her neck. He acted decisively. Bellies' eyes rolled back as she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground without a stir. Why resort to such measures? Rex shook his head, disregarding her sprawled form as he soared toward the Plas residence. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have relished the opportunity to toy with her, but his mind was now consumed with curiosity about the gravity chamber, leaving no time for entanglements. Given her current demeanor, she hardly seemed a conversational partner. Prompting Rex to take action, this was his first instance of confronting Bellies. Reflecting on her frustrated expressions, each time he played with her brought a smile to his face, adding a dash of amusement to his otherwise mundane existence. As for tasks, Rex had scarcely taken any recently, merely accepting one here and there to pass the time, while devoting the remainder to contemplating his energy. Upon arriving at the Plas estate, Rex spotted his companion awaiting him from a distance. He raised a hand in greeting. Professor, long time no see. Has the gravity chamber been completed? Indeed, follow me, replied Plas. As they walked, Plas elaborated, fortune has smiled upon us. I was initially troubled about the energy source for the gravity chamber, but I received delightful news from the laboratory. After dissecting the creature you sent last time, they discovered energy cores within it, sufficient to power your gravity chamber for a decade without interruption. Rex's initial joy quickly faded into a frown as he prepared to voice his concerns, but Plas seemed to read his thoughts. The research on that creature has been entirely entrusted to the laboratory. Since the discovery of the energy cores, it has become a matter of national interest. They are currently engaged in capturing that creature for further study. Had it not been for your previous contribution, we might not have obtained these energy cores. I also have a question I would like your opinion on. Standing before the gravity chamber, Plas awaited Rex's response before proceeding with his introduction. What is it? Please. Go ahead, Rex replied, his eyes gleaming as they fixed upon the cubic gravity chamber. Can estate dispatch personnel to assist with the development of your spacecraft? Plas inquired. Locking eyes with Rex, Rex shifted his gaze from the gravity chamber to Plas. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, can this accelerate the development timeline? Can you ensure that no tampering occurs with the spacecraft? I cannot guarantee an expedited timeline, but there is a possibility, Plas replied uncertainly, pausing before revealing an expression of unwavering confidence as he continued. As for anyone attempting to sabotage in my presence, such a person has yet to be born. How absurd, exclaimed Rex, his irritation palpable as he observed the incredulous expression on his companion's face. I am aware of a certain doctor on a distant planet who, under comparable circumstances, managed to develop a spacecraft and a gravity chamber within a month, despite dedicating merely a few days to resolving the sound issues within the vessel. That cannot be true, Plas stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Rex rolled his eyes, his tone resolute as he replied, I assure you, that is the reality. Otherwise, why would I confine your research solely to the spacecraft? If you doubt me, accompany me. I shall introduce you to him. Plas felt his worldview shatter, unable to fathom the magnitude of the individual Rex spoke of. The prospect of meeting this remarkable person ignited a fervor within him, and he eagerly inquired, is it true? Can you truly take me to meet him? Plas's demeanor transformed, akin to a devotee anticipating an audience with a deity. For minds like theirs, nothing was more enticing than the emergence of an intellect surpassing their own. Enough of this for now. Such matters can wait. If we cannot construct the spacecraft, we shall remain stagnant here. As for your suggestion regarding the delegation, I acquiesce, but first, please enlighten me about the gravity chamber, Rex interjected, interrupting Plas's daydreams. Plas, now distracted from the gravity chamber's particulars, had initially intended to boast to Rex. However, after hearing Rex's words, he hastily recounted the details of the gravity chamber, ultimately gesturing towards a button. If you do not comprehend, simply press this. A comprehensive explanation will ensue. By the way, the measurements are calibrated to half the gravity of our planet. With that, he hurried into the research facility, leaving Rex alone in the gravity chamber. Rex stood stunned by Plas's abrupt departure, shaking his head with a wry smile. Who can be blamed? Had I not revealed the matter of Dr. Brevis, he would not have reacted this way. Yet, perhaps this is fortuitous. It may expedite the spacecraft's development. Seated in the gravity chamber, Rex diligently reviewed the intricate procedures multiple times. Unlike Kakarot or Vegeta, who had the support of two genius scientists, Rex cherished this gravity chamber. Should he inadvertently damage it, not only would he face the arduous task of reconstruction, but it would also delay the spacecraft progress, an outcome that would surely be devastating. Shortly after Rex's departure, Bellies awoke on the floor, her mind adrift. She had not anticipated that despite her relentless training, the disparity between her and Rex remained so vast. Unbeknownst to her, Rex's battle power had gradually ascended to 270, 000 following his recovery from a grave injury. Confusion clouded Belize's eyes as she pondered the purpose of her perseverance. Initially, it was the inability to swallow that breath of indignation, but eventually it transformed into the enjoyment of feeling stronger with each passing day. In the distance, Pat approached slowly, standing beside Belize. "What's the matter? Has the little girl given up?" This remark struck Belize like a thunderbolt, dispelling the confusion in her gaze and gradually replacing it with determination. Clenching her fists tightly, she resolutely declared, "I will not give up. Just wait, you country bumpkin." Chapter 32. The first experience in the gravity room. When Rake returned home with the gravity chamber, Belize and the others had already departed. Finding an open space, he carefully set up the gravity chamber, marveling once again at the convenience of the multifunctional capsule. Stepping inside, he gazed at the buttons for adjusting the gravity multiplier, filled with anticipation as he set it to 10 times. A hum resonated through the air as Rake felt a sudden weight pressing down on him, accompanied by a slight discomfort. He stood still, moving his body until the unease completely dissipated before he began to adjust the multiplier again. Upon reaching 30 times, Rake distinctly felt pressure on his eyes, prompting him to withdraw his fingers from the button. While his body could endure it, he couldn't guarantee that his eyes could withstand a higher multiplier, especially since he had never trained them. Previously, during battles, his energy had shielded him from harm. This was different. Rake's need for the gravity chamber stemmed not only from its reputation as a powerful training device in the original narrative, but also from his awareness of his own weaknesses. Simple weight training was insufficient for him, as many areas of his body remained unexercised. Take Gohan for Dragon Ball Super, for instance. In the original story, he was injured by an energy gun, which Rake found utterly astonishing. Even if he was at his weakest, it was only in comparison to Kakarot and the others that his shortcomings became apparent. In reality, Gohan's combat power must have exceeded 100 billion at that time. Yet he was wounded by something with a power level of merely 10,000. Absurdity, sheer absurdity. It was as if absurdity had come home. Based on his understanding from the anime and his personal experiences, Rake could only speculate that Gohan's body was too fragile. Gohan had never undergone gravity training. All his strength stemmed from the energy within him. Once that energy shield was removed, his physique was hardly superior to that of an ordinary person. It was puzzling how his frail body could contain such immense energy. Rake attributed this to the differing rules of the world. This also elucidated why Kakarot could escalate from 10 times gravity to withstanding 100 times in just 1 week. He must have trained his body and energy in tandem. Furthermore, it highlighted an essential truth. In the Dragon Ball universe, a robust physique could enhance the growth of one's inner energy, while conversely, merely increasing one's energy without physical strength would not result in an enhanced body. With Gohan as a living example, Rake was determined to find a way to compensate for his own weaknesses. He had no intention of being defeated without understanding why. At his tender age, he remains inseparable from the planet Utalapa. He possesses the capacity to gradually adapt to the higher gravity through sheer physical strength, fortifying his body and harnessing his inner energy to grow stronger. For an entire day, Rake diligently practiced the fundamentals, slowly acclimatizing to the gravity and enhancing his physique. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, he found Pat and Lola waiting outside. "What brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Rake inquired, perplexed. Lola shot him a disdainful glance. Reluctant to speak, internally cursing, "This brat is insufferable. Must I have a reason to visit?" Pat interjected, "Rake, Longsheen, and the others will be discharged tomorrow. Shall we fetch them directly?" Rake paused, momentarily perplexed, before recalling who Pat was referring to. "Yes, let us bring them over," he replied with a slight nod. He turned to head towards the shower, only to notice the two staring intently at the gravity chamber. "Is this the gravity chamber you had Professor Plas construct?" Lola asked curiously, her eagerness palpable. "Indeed, would you like to give it a try?" Rake, perceiving their intentions, directly posed the question. They nodded vigorously, their enthusiasm almost alarming. "Tomorrow, please help me find a few individuals to keep watch. No one is to approach the gravity chamber," Rake instructed Pat as he stood firm in the chamber. He harbored concerns about potential intrusions. 1. The risk of damage to the equipment, and 2. The inherent dangers it posed, especially to members of the Debuso Adventurers Guild. "You too must heed this warning. This apparatus is foreign and perilous to you. A moment's inattention could render you as flat as a pancake." Pat took Rake's words to heart, while Lola seemed somewhat dismissive. Rake noted their expressions, but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he promptly adjusted the gravity to 10 times its normal level. A sudden crash echoed as both Pat and Lola were instantly pinned to the ground by the equivalent of 5 times the gravity of Utalapa. They stood there bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired, as a heavy pressure enveloped them, causing their cells to protest vehemently. Gritting their teeth, they summoned their strength to gradually rise, their legs trembling and faces flushed. Rake observed them quietly. He understood that given their combat prowess, they should not be in such disarray. Their predicament stemmed from their lack of preparation and failure to channel their inner energy for protection. It is worth noting that Kakarot's initial experience under 10 times the gravity was remarkably similar, yet at that time, his combat power barely surpassed 500, less than 1,000 when factoring in his explosive energy. In contrast, Pat and Lola, having trained for several months, each possessed combat powers exceeding 1,000, with Pat even surpassing 1,500. After approximately 10 minutes, the two began to feel somewhat more at ease. Observing their struggle, Rake promptly deactivated the gravity. They both exhaled deeply, relief washing over them. From this experience, Rake discerned that their physical capabilities indeed fell short compared to those of the Saiyans. If the Saiyan body adapts at an extraordinary rate, it has just been discovered that prolonged exposure to 10 times the normal gravity could potentially lead to minor physical injuries, although the body would eventually recover autonomously. However, the Saiyan physique is markedly different. It does not succumb easily to harm, merely feeling fatigued, which can be alleviated with ample nourishment. How does that feel? Invigorating, perhaps? A smirk danced upon Rake's lips as he gazed at them mischievously. Pat remained incredulous, questioning in astonishment. Have you been training in this environment all day? No, Rake replied. I have been under 30 times the gravity while you were just at 10. Pat offered a wry smile, secretly admiring Rake's prowess. In contrast, Laura was less than impressed with Rake's demeanor and retorted sarcastically, well, that doesn't mean you are significantly stronger. Only 3 times more. You wouldn't comprehend, Rake said enigmatically, refusing to engage in further debate. Although Laura did not grasp the full meaning of Rake's words, the implications of his subsequent statement led her to suspect it was not favorable. 30 times the gravity could crush you into a pancake in an instant. With that, Rake powered down the device and strode outside, anticipating the need to instruct Lanshin in her training while also augmenting his own physical capabilities. His forthcoming days would be filled with purpose. Rake whistled as he entered his home, leaving Pat and Laura exchanging glances. Chapter 33. Instructing Lanshin. Rake had already formulated a plan for training Lanshin. In the Dragon Ball universe, no training philosophy is more foundational than that of Master Roshi. Rake had consistently followed Roshi's teachings to rest well, eat heartily, study diligently, and train rigorously. These 4 maxims had transformed Kakarot into the universe's mightiest warrior. Rake would not neglect such a valuable method for the sake of experimentation. Though he had no intention of pursuing formal education, Rake had not been idle during this time. He gathered numerous training philosophies and methods from this planet, continuously learning and assimilating, transforming the knowledge of others into his own. The following day, while Rake was in the courtyard attuning to his energy, Pat arrived with Lanshin and her mother. Upon their meeting, Lanshin's mother immediately knelt before Rake, pulling Lanshin down with her. Benefactor, thank you. We shall repay your kindness for a lifetime, she expressed gratefully. Rake swiftly moved to their side, supporting their bodies. He was still unaccustomed to others kneeling before him. It felt rather awkward. Please, no need to kneel. From now on, you will be responsible for our meals, and Lanshin will train with me. I do not appreciate such displays. Lanshin's mother stood there, flustered, as she only knew how to express gratitude through kneeling and bowing, now at a loss for how to respond. Rake noticed her discomfort and smiled. I have a hearty appetite, requiring nearly 50 portions of food in one meal. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply prepare more delicious dishes for me. Of course, I shall strive to do my best, she replied eagerly. By the way, I do not yet know your name. I'm UTI, she replied. Rake cast a scrutinizing glance at UTI, silently nodding in approval. She was no longer the person she had been 3 months prior. You both should tidy up your quarters today. Tomorrow, Lanshin will commence her training with me, so prepare yourselves mentally. Understood, Master, Lanshin responded respectfully. There's no need to call me Master. Henceforth, refer to me as Brother Lei. Now off you go, and refrain from unnecessary chatter. From now on, whatever I say shall be law, and dissent will not be entertained. Rake discerned Lanshin's intent to speak, preemptively dismissing the two with a wave of his hand. 4 Eyes, please arrange for a private tutor for me tomorrow. but nodded instinctively, only to question whether he had misheard, staring at Rek in astonishment. A private tutor? Is that even useful? But inquired perplexed. My goodness. Do not tell me that all of you in the Adventurers Guild are illiterate, Rek exclaimed, covering his forehead, exuding exasperation. We focus on combat training and imparting mission experience, alongside teaching basic literacy and arithmetic. Knowing they weren't entirely illiterate relieved Rek somewhat. He understood their plight. Society operated in such a manner. Their profession was fraught with peril, and prior to mastering chi training, their combat prowess relied solely on physical development, either through natural maturation or rigorous physical conditioning. Such conditioning consumed a significant portion of their time, leaving little opportunity for academic pursuits. Although Rek had shared the methods of chi cultivation with them, the time was too brief for them to grasp the significance of mental fortitude. Education not only enhances wisdom, but also purifies the soul. Even if Rek conveyed this now, years of experience would not easily be altered. They could only realize it on their own. Thus, Rek refrained from further elaboration, recognizing that the malleability of youth is unparalleled. Very well, I suggest you ultimately seek out a teacher to adequately educate the children of your Adventurers Guild, Rek stated with solemnity. Pat departed, shrouded in confusion. Though uncertain of Rek's motives, he resolved to give it a try, as it would not cost much. Delicious. UTI, your culinary skills are commendable. Do not linger. Eat up, Rek exclaimed, shoveling a plate of meatballs into his mouth, chewing heartily while encouraging them to join him. Rek was thoroughly pleased with UTI's cooking. Though he found it somewhat modest, the provisions were still insufficient. The sight of Rek devouring his meal left Lianxin and her mother in shock. At the pace Rek was eating, if they did not act quickly, there would be nothing left. Lianxin, let me advise you. If you do not eat your fill today, you may very well perish in training tomorrow. Rek, noticing their hesitation, exaggerated his statement before turning his focus back to the food. The two were cautious not to delay. Particularly UTI, who kept serving Lianxin more dishes, anxious that she might not eat enough today and thus meet her demise tomorrow. Upon returning home, Pat also announced the decision to find a tutor for the children. The elderly are faring well, for they are not burdened with the rigors of attending classes. Yet their minds are rife with questions, pondering the true intentions of the leader. The children in the group, however, are quite the contrary, their lamentations echoing through the air. Some even organizing to confront the leader in protest. Alas, their efforts are in vain. All who dare to voice their dissent are swiftly quelled, extinguishing their hopes and demonstrating his unwavering resolve. Put on, commanded Rake, as he tossed the meticulously crafted weighted gear onto the ground before Lianxin. Lianxin gazed at the equipment, wordlessly bending down to retrieve it. Upon grasping it, a heavy sensation enveloped her, compelling her to lean forward. With a determined step of her right foot, she steadied herself, summoning her strength to don the gear, and lifted her gaze to the leader, who hovered above. Run. Keep up with my pace, Rake urged, gliding forward at a speed slightly beyond Lianxin's utmost limits. With great effort, Lianxin forced her legs to move, her eyes fixed intently on Rake, disregarding the strain on her body. A singular thought consumed her mind. I must keep up. It must be said, Lianxin possesses admirable willpower. Though life has not bestowed upon him a robust physique, it has endowed him with unwavering determination. For Lianxin, this period felt akin to living in a dream. Not only had his mother's ailment been cured, but he was also freed from the degradation of scavenging. He savored many delicacies he had never tasted before, donned new garments, and slept on soft, comforting beds. All these gifts were bestowed upon him by the boy ahead, and though he remained oblivious to the essence of cultivation, he was unperturbed. He only knew he must diligently fulfill Rake's tasks. Reluctant to awaken from this beautiful reverie, he had already resolved in the hospital to sustain this dreamlike existence, come what may. In accordance with prior arrangements, Rake took Lianxin to collect milk, commencing their deliveries from one household to another. After completing this task, he led Lianxin to the construction site, indifferent to Lianxin's faltering body. Rake did not urge him on, eager instead to observe his self-discipline. Lianxin, oblivious to how many times he collapsed, remained resolute in his determination to rise again. Thus, he persistently repeated the motion of falling and standing. As time ticked away, Rake awaited patiently. Having previously witnessed Lianxin's indomitable spirit, he now sought to discover the limits of Lianxin's physical endurance. After Lianxin fell once more, he could not rise again. Although he remained conscious, his body had become unresponsive. Rake found no oddity in this. In the vastness of the universe, Most individuals are akin to Lan Xin, while those like Rake, the Saiyans, who possess no physical limits, are exceedingly rare. This marked Lan Xin's initial foray into cultivation. Achieving such a level of endurance was commendable, placing him in the upper echelon. Individuals of their ilk, after rigorous training, gradually elevate their physical limits until they reach the pinnacle of their race. Upon witnessing her son, scarred and battered in the hands of Rake, UTI stifled the tears welling in her eyes and gingerly took him from Rake. She would not deter her son, having experienced the hardships of life at the bottom herself. She felt a pang of sympathy for his injuries, but chose to support him in this hard-won opportunity. Today's physical training would conclude here, and upon his awakening, they would engage in cultural lessons in the afternoon. After giving a brief instruction, Rake hastened towards the dining table. Do not presume that Rake had merely been supervising Lan Xian in the morning. In truth, he had been deeply contemplating the attributes of energy. This aspect puzzled him greatly, leaving him at a complete loss, as the original narrative offered no guidance. While he could muster some thoughts regarding the universal shocking palm and the sun fist, even surmising a little about the energy canon, the enigmatic Chiyuan eluded his understanding completely. He could not fathom how Krillin could develop such a formidable skill. The disparity of several hundred times was seemingly bridged by this singular technique, and, astonishingly, without the aid of any external force. His battle power exceeding 10,000 was capable of vanquishing Frisia, whose power reached millions, a truly unfathomable feat. Rake had not refrained from experimenting with accelerating the rotation of his condensed energy, yet he sensed an intrinsic difference between the two. Nevertheless, he had not emerged entirely empty-handed from his reflections. He vaguely discerned an energy within him that transcended the level of energy itself. According to the original text, this should be the vital energy, instilling him with hope, indicating his progress, albeit slow in terms of battle power enhancement. This was due to his desire to solidify his foundation rather than expedite his growth. Regarding cultural lessons, Rake did not intervene. He was not Lan Xian's father and could not oversee every aspect of her training. Instead, he immersed himself in the gravity chamber, striving to comprehend the state of his body under 30 times the normal gravity, identifying areas of discord to target for improvement. He aimed to rectify his physical shortcomings and maintain his physique in optimal condition. While battling someone with significantly lower power might be manageable, even minor deficiencies could be magnified against an opponent of equal caliber, potentially leading to failure or even death. Thus Rake, undeterred by the challenges, eschewed a singular focus on battle power, opting instead for a gradual refinement of his abilities in the 30-fold gravity environment. Unlike others, he possessed a clear vision of his future strength, envisioning a promising path ahead. At times, he would fantasize about the prospect of battling Kakarot, imagining scenarios where he dominated Kakarot with ease, which brought a smile even in his dreams. Consequently, he resolved to endure the solitude of his training. 9 months later, Lan Xian found herself engaged in battle against Belis. You read that correctly. It was indeed the two of them. For 3 months, Rake had laid a solid foundation for Lan Xian, during which Belis frequently sought to trouble Rake. Each encounter left her seething from his scathing retorts. During this time, Lan Xian also became acquainted with Belis. Regrettably, after each of Belis's encounters with Rake, where she suffered indignities, she would take it upon herself to enhance Lan Xian's combat experience by teaching her a lesson, as long as Belis did not interfere with his training regimen for Langson. Like generally observed Langson being struck, offering commentary while laughing heartily. However, this situation changed recently. Each time Belis launched an attack at Langson would swiftly intervene, and the two would exchange blows for an extended period. Langson kick her in the rear. Oh dear, how can you be so foolish? Don't you know to aim for her eyes? Such a glaring weakness in her chest, and you fail to notice it? Extra practice tonight. Dodge. Why are you standing there like a wooden post? Like chided, what is wrong with your punches? Have you not eaten? Why are they so soft, like a woman's? Langson's face flushed crimson as he averted his gaze from Belis. Meanwhile, Belis, increasingly infuriated by taunts, shouted, "Country bumpkin, can you not keep your mouth shut? All you do is hide behind Langson and jabber. Are you even a man? If you have the guts, come to me yourself." Smirked, mocking her outburst. This provoked Belis to unleash her latent power, her body enveloped in a violet glow as her speed doubled. In an instant, she lunged towards Langson, delivering a punch to his abdomen. The impact forced Langson to spit bile, a wave of pain washing over him. Just as he attempted to create distance, Belis struck again with a knee to his midsection, causing his body to bow in agony as he knelt, clutching his abdomen. Unrelenting, Bailey's knew Langston still possessed the capacity to resist. With a swift roundhouse kick, she struck his cheek, sending him flying. As Langston soared through the air, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, utterly devoid of the will to fight. Bailey's, devoid of any hint of joy, fixated her gaze upon searching for his vulnerabilities. "Oh, foolish girl, it seems you've been hiding your capabilities quite well to reveal such a trick only now," yawned, covering his mouth with one hand. Ignoring his words, Bailey's continued her scrutiny for weaknesses. After a prolonged observation yielding no insights, she dared not delay any longer. This was her second activation of her innate skill, which could only sustain her enhanced speed for a brief period. She had 5 minutes to secure victory, or else she would find herself defenseless. In a flash, Bailey's could wait no longer. She moved to S left side, raising her hand in an attempt to strike his neck. However, deftly shifted his weight, vanishing from her sight only to reappear behind her, making a face. Realizing she had missed, Bailey's executed a backward somersault kick aimed at him. "Not fast enough. I'm nearly asleep," taunted, taking a small step back. Bailey's, determined, stomped her left foot fiercely, sending turf flying and creating a 10-meter-wide crater as she charged once more. Hey, if you want to fight, that's fine. But don't destroy the ground here. Can't you take a loss?" Lamented, eyeing the gaping hole with concern. "Madness. I shall see compensation from Pat shortly. Enough of your incessant chatter. Perish." Bailey's rushed before Rake, aiming a strike at his waist. As her attack drew perilously close, just mere millimeters away, a flicker of delight crossed her features as she exclaimed. With a swift motion, Chapter 35, preparing to re-enter the wild prairie commenced. Bailey's blinked, realizing her strike had missed entirely. The figure before her began to fade, leaving her in astonishment. She struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Hastily, she sought Rake's location, only to discover him crouching beside the small pit she had just vacated. "Country bumpkin, what was that just now? A trick, perhaps? I should have struck you," Bailey's queried urgently. TSK, you foolish girl, still in denial? I had long vacated that spot. It was merely an afterimage. I presume I was crouched here when you stepped out," Rake replied, shaking his head in a manner that suggested her naivety. "What was that maneuver you just performed?" Bailey's persisted, her curiosity unyielding. Rake ignored her, rising to stretch lazily as he ambled back home. Though Bailey's wished to continue their confrontation, waves of pain coursed through her body, and her stamina had nearly depleted. Reluctantly, she unclenched her fists, bowing her head in silence while reflecting on Rake's earlier afterimage. Over the past 9 months, Rake had conquered the gravity of 60 times, elevating his combat prowess to the threshold of 300,000, yet he sensed a new bottleneck. He harbored a strong premonition that overcoming this hurdle would lead him to the next stage of transformation. Satisfied with his physical training, he had conducted tests. When he unleashed a ki blast with a power of 100,000, his body sustained no damage whatsoever, relying solely on his physical resilience throughout the ordeal. His mastery of ki had also reached a plateau, surpassing it would enable him to successfully replicate the spirit/technique. He had already managed to imitate the solar fist. While the world-shattering palm held no interest for him, the ki bullet was subpar, and the ki cannon was excessively taxing on life force. The afterimage fist he employed was merely a technique for utilizing ki, requiring no formal instruction. Once an individual attains a certain level of understanding, it comes naturally. Tomorrow marked the day when the adventurers would accompany Rake for training. However, he intended to remain uninvolved. He had previously promised them the opportunity to train alongside Longsheen. In truth, he had ceased to oversee Longsheen's training long ago. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door. But the journey of cultivation relies on the individual. Rake had merely provided Longsheen with a foundational understanding. Ironically, tomorrow, Rake would send Longsheen off to a predetermined location, which had already been selected, the wild prairie. Comfortably reclining on the sofa, Rake observed as Longsheen entered with her face obscured. Casting a sidelong glance at him as she spoke, "Rake, tomorrow, the Debujuo adventurers will seek you." "Brother Rake, am I not meant to set off for the wild prairie tomorrow?" Longsheen inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, I promised him a year ago that they could accompany you in your training. If you venture to the wild prairie, they shall undoubtedly follow." Upon observing the demeanor of Rake, Longsheen immediately discerned that the adventurers had been misled. They surely wished to accompany Rake in his training. "What? Do you have an objection?" Rake inquired, noticing Longsheen's hesitance. No. It's just that the adventurers must want to train alongside you, Rake. Can you simply leave this to me? Will they even agree?" Longsheen expressed her doubts. As she spoke, Rake too felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, in comparison to his own circumstances, that embarrassment was trivial. Call Sigwai over now. I will speak to him. If he refuses, so be it. Rake insisted on his stance. Pat, upon receiving Lanxin's urgent call, hurried over, already guessing the matter, and looked at Rake with eager anticipation. Clearing his throat, Rake averted his gaze from Pat and said, Sigwai, tomorrow is the agreed time. Lanxin is heading to the wild prairie, and you shall accompany her. Huh? Pat was momentarily taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. Aren't you training us? Rake rolled his eyes. What I said was, once Lanxin's progress catches up, you would train together. Besides, didn't you nearly falter in the wild prairie last time? This is the perfect opportunity to test the fruits of your training. Surely, you're not afraid? Pat struggled to counter Rake, recalling that Rake had never stated he would train alongside him. He had merely misinterpreted the situation. The wild prairie indeed left a mark on his mind, but over a year of rapid growth in their combat prowess, coupled with the entire group setting out, instilled confidence. Consider it a grand training exercise. All right, I'll go prepare now, Pat declared with renewed assurance. Hold on, you may venture to the prairie, but do not stray beyond its limits. The monsters within are far beyond your capacity to handle, Rake cautioned after a moment's contemplation. Can I go with over 3,000 combat power? Pat, in his current inflated state, recalled that their team's average combat power had reached 2,000 after a year of rigorous training, not to mention his own prowess at 3,500. You've forgotten the lessons of past wounds, haven't you? You're merely a fledgling Karami. If you wish to court death, do so alone. Do not drag others into your folly. There are monsters within possessing tens of thousands in combat power. Are you truly willing to charge and head first? Rake's frustration erupted, and he scolded vehemently. Well, aren't you all capable of sensing energy now? You'll know soon enough, Rake concluded. Now be gone. Pat, thoroughly chastised, left with his tail between his legs. Lanxin, I want to say much more. Just remember, your life is paramount. Take the time to bid farewell to your mother properly. Meanwhile, not to mention how UTI was reluctant to part with her son, Pat returned to the building to notify others to begin their preparations. This time, apart from non-combatants, Pat intended to gather everyone, regardless of age, to sweep through the wilderness prairie. His actions, as anticipated, stirred the elders within the group. Several younger siblings approached him in succession. Eldest brother, aren't we supposed to be training tomorrow? What is this about? Laura was the first to inquire. Pat conveyed to them the intentions and plans of Rake. I think Rake just wants to be lazy, Laura gritted her teeth and remarked. Eighth sister, we cannot say that. It was actually the eldest brother's misunderstanding, and I believe going to the prairie is a splendid idea. Indeed, the little ones in the group should witness the bloodshed. It is an opportune moment for us to be by their side and oversee things. I concur. Last time, I nearly lost my life there. This time I shall ensure they are vanquished. I would like to add that I hope we refrain from using aircraft this time. We should travel entirely on foot, but the children are still so young. Perhaps we should leave them behind this time? Third sister, I must address you. Think about our group's combat capability when we previously ventured to the prairie compared to now. Their strength has increased significantly. Do you intend to keep them sheltered at home? Enough arguing. We shall all go together. The children are the future of our group. We will inevitably grow old, Pat interjected, decisively concluding the discussion. Chapter 36, Departure. Captain, we have received news that the Budasuo Adventurers Group is headed to the wilderness prairie. Should we intervene? A diminutive gnome reported to a young man with slick back hair and glasses. As the gnome spoke, he gestured to his neck, his eyes revealing a glimmer of hatred. Talp, talp, talp? The young man drummed his fingers on the table, his mind conjuring the visage of Rake, a blend of ferocity and fear distorting his previously handsome features. Captain, what are you hesitating for? The opportunity for revenge for my brother is at hand. I must eliminate them, the gnome said bitterly. Unbeknownst to the gnome, he had been deceived by his captain. His brother's death had no direct connection to the Budasuo Adventurers Group. Yet, out of fear of revealing the truth, the young man placed the blame squarely on them. We have waited a year. Do not be hasty. When we strike, it must be decisive, ensuring none escape. You should gather more detailed intelligence on their members. Upon receiving the captain's response, a smile broke on the gnome's face as he eagerly departed to gather information. With the gnome's exit, the spacious room was left with only the young man. This young man was Haddon, who had fled in terror from Rake a year prior, while the gnome who had just left was the elder brother of the man Rake had slain. Since his flight from Ponchi City, Haddon had relocated their adventurers group to the neighboring Crescent Moon City. Throughout the past year, he had been gathering intelligence and had already discerned that Rake was not part of the Budasuo Adventurers Group, thus igniting his hope for revenge. hadn't dared not provoke Rake, nor even to appear in Ponchi City, fearing that Rake might recognize him. He placed all the blame on Pat, believing that had it not been for Pat leading that individual to the guild, they would not have encountered such misfortune, and he would not have had to forsake his decades of hard work. Oh, Pat, you have indeed chosen a fine resting place for yourself. Hutton gazed at a white porcelain jar on the table, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Had Pat remained in Ponchi City, he would not have dared to tempt fate, but now that they were bound for the wilderness, the opportunity presented itself perfectly. The white jar contained the costly, beast-attracting powder he had procured. Just a pinch could lure wild beasts within a 10-mile radius, and a whole jar would incite a frenzy among creatures for 1,000 miles. Pat and his companions remained blissfully unaware of Hutton's intentions, as they busily prepared for their final rally. Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, our special training officially commences. The road ahead will be paved with blood and sweat. Those who fear may take this opportunity to withdraw from the ranks. You may leave the group now. Pat addressed the nearly 100 individuals of all ages from his elevated platform. Silence enveloped the crowd. Not a single person departed, nor did anyone utter a word. The elders regarded him with steadfast determination, while the youth gazed at him with eager anticipation. Pat nodded in satisfaction and with a grand gesture commanded, "Let us depart." The throng, united by Pat's command, moved in unison. Bellies looked at Lansheen, who stood behind Pat, and could not suppress her curiosity. She dashed forward and said, "Little follower, why are you with us? Shouldn't you be trailing behind that bumpkin?" "Bellies, Rex does not wish to argue with you, but you must show him some respect," Lansheen replied. Her brow furrowed, her countenance serious as she listened to Bellies' disrespectful reference to Rex. "Puffed, mind your own business. Just be a good little follower," Bellies retorted, dismissing Lansheen's expression completely. Since their acquaintance, their arguments had revolved around Bellies' choice of words regarding Rex. "You are utterly ungrateful." Had it not been for Rex's instructions, Lansheen would have already confronted Bellies directly. For now, she refrained from action, turning her head away, unwilling to engage further with Bellies. Meanwhile, Pat and the others observed the two with amused expressions. Lola, with a glint in her eye, seemed to have conceived an amusing thought and pulled her sister aside for a whispered conversation. Rex, sensing the commotion from the building, chose to disregard it, believing it akin to a group tour, nothing worth his concern. However, UTI felt differently. Observing the building's activity filled her with apprehension. With her child departing for the first time, she worried about his well-being and safety. "UTI, for the time being, do not worry about me. I must attend to a task." "Huh? Rex, are you leaving too?" UTI suppressed her worries for her son and turned to look at him, astonished that within a single day she would be left alone. Take care of yourself." Rex was always prompt in his dealings. After giving a brief instruction, his figure vanished in a thin air. The individual soared in the opposite direction towards the wild prairie. This marked the first time in over a year that Lake ventured into other cities. Upon accepting this mission, he had already devised a plan to explore various cities over the next year. This particular task involved the exploration of an ancient civilization and was classified as a grand adventure, with a prerequisite of a level 5 or higher for participants, and no limit on numbers. According to publicly available information, this ancient civilization could potentially provide methods for enhancing mental strength. It was this very prospect that captivated Lake, as he was most apprehensive about the loss of rationality that could accompany his transformation into a giant ape. If this issue remained unresolved, he would be deprived of the opportunity to experiment with the transformation into a Super Saiyan, fearing it might lead to his own demise. As for the transformation into a Super Saiyan god, to be candid, Lake found it incomprehensible. He could not fathom how 5 righteous Saiyans could instill their sense of justice into another Saiyan to achieve this transformation. According to the established lore, this divine transformation far surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 3. It should be noted that Super Saiyan 3 is no trivial transformation. It boasts a staggering 400-fold increase in power, given the threshold of 3 million battle power required for a Super Saiyan transformation. The bar for Super Saiyan 3 must be considerably higher, likely exceeding 1 billion in its normal state. Yet, the transformation into a Super Saiyan god reportedly requires merely 6 Saiyans, each possessing a sense of justice, with no additional prerequisites. Regardless of the circumstances, Lake remained unconvinced. Even if this was a temporary solution, he held no expectations for it. Was this merely a way to diminish their hard work? He placed his hopes on the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, which he considered to be a more legitimate recognition of his efforts. The issue of rationality was paramount. And thus, upon encountering the mission details, Lake felt a flicker of hope. He was willing to undertake the journey for even the slightest chance of resolution. With ample time before the mission commenced, Lake was in no rush. He intended to explore each city along the route, savoring local delicacies and immersing himself in the culture. Meanwhile, Pat and his companions faced a less fortuitous journey. As battles erupted, the young adventurers, unaccustomed to bloodshed, floundered in chaos. Some were so bewildered that they stood frozen, staring blankly at the beasts before them. Xiao Fei, what are you doing? Do not lose focus during combat. As the youth appeared on the verge of meeting his demise beneath a beast's claws, a large hand reached out from behind, pulling him to safety. After rescuing the boy, Pat uttered a brief admonition but did not linger. The situation did not afford him the luxury of teaching a lesson at that moment. His eyes darted across the battlefield, scanning for any signs of imminent danger to others, ready to intervene whenever a comrade appeared on the brink of death or unable to withstand the assault. Such scenarios unfolded repeatedly on the battlefield. From an aerial perspective, one could observe numerous figures darting across the expanse of conflict. Half an hour later, the battle drew to a close, leaving behind hundreds of beast carcasses upon the ground. Concerned that the scent of blood might attract other predators, the group hastily cleared the battlefield and prepared to relocate. In a secluded valley, Pat commenced his admonition. Frankly, I am profoundly disappointed in you all. I never anticipated nurturing a cadre of inept individuals. Each of you possesses far superior combat prowess compared to mere beasts. Yet when confronted with battle, you stand idly by, awaiting your demise, utterly oblivious to the notion of resistance. Is this truly how I have instructed you? Moreover, some of you, in the heat of combat, disregard everything around you. Your comrades are on the brink of death nearby, yet you charge forward recklessly into the fray. What, pray tell, does that signify? An attempt to showcase your prowess? The youths, chastened by Pat's words, lowered their flushed faces. The color rising from their near brushes with death at the hands of beasts, while those previously exhilarated by their slaughter gradually regained their composure. Reflect upon your shortcomings and consider what you have neglected. You must understand that we are a family. Those beside you are your kin. Now disperse. Pat's words dripped with disappointment. One by one, the youths departed, leaving a handful of elders behind. Leader, this journey to the wild grasslands was indeed timely, remarked the second elder. Indeed, I had not realized their myriad shortcomings until now, the fourth elder concurred. Upon careful observation, I discerned that they possess certain virtues. At the very least, none fled in the face of danger, nor did they use their companions as shields. The third elder shared her perspective. It appears they are still far from being self-sufficient. We must invest greater effort henceforth to seize this opportunity and elevate them. Pat concluded. You all should rest early. The days ahead will be long. I intend to remain here for a year. The others had no objections and departed, leaving only the fifth elder behind. Fifth elder, what troubles you? Pat inquired, bemused by his presence. Leader, I sense that today's events are rather peculiar, yet I have not detected any anomalies. Have you noticed anything? The fifth elder expressed his concerns. Pat shook his head. His focus had been entirely on the young ones, leaving him unaware of any other circumstances. However, the fifth elder's observation piqued his interest, and he committed it to memory. I shall be vigilant, and do inform me should you uncover anything, he replied, acknowledging the fifth elder's intuition. Approximately 500 miles away, a group of individuals was shadowing them. Captain, how is this conceivable? The gnome exclaimed. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the readings on the energy detector, his voice trembling. Mard, what on earth is happening? Why are their energy levels so extraordinarily high? Hutton was similarly flabbergasted, utterly unnerved by the figures displayed on the instrument. It was not only the two of them. The rest were equally astounded, each bearing some awareness of the Badasso Adventure Group's status from a year prior. The atmosphere grew tense as they exchanged glances, uncertain whether to proceed with their forthcoming plans. Hutton, too, hesitated. Should their adversaries become aware of them, a single member of that formidable group could obliterate them entirely. Captain, shall we retreat? A burly man with dark skin broke the tranquility. Hutton's expression fluctuated, and he hesitated to respond. We cannot leave, Captain. The dwarf shivered at the thought. If they abandoned this mission, he would never have the chance to avenge his brother. With this in mind, he blurted out his concerns. The crowd's gaze turned towards the dwarf, internally chastising him for his indiscretion, yet they dared not act further until the captain spoke. Pike, what are your thoughts? Please share. Captain, while their energy levels are indeed high, we need not confront them directly. We can simply follow from a distance and wait for an opportunity. I refuse to believe that the wilderness holds no monsters capable of taking them down. Hutton regarded Pike, his expression laden with meaning. How can you assure me of that? Pike understood that failing to substantiate his claim might compel the captain to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to press on. Captain, I will venture deep into the wilderness to scout, but you must provide me with the latest energy detector. Pike, are you out of your mind? Your life is worth less than that detector. Who knows if you're simply planning to escape? Before Hutton could respond, the burly man could no longer contain himself and interjected with a reprimand. Pike ignored the man's outburst, his gaze unwavering as he awaited Hutton's final decision. Hutton recognized Pike's intentions. The lad may lack prowess, yet his innate skills were undeniably useful. He possessed the ability to diminish his presence, rendering him undetectable to both monsters and humans. And, as long as the energy detector was not used in close proximity, he could easily deceive it, provided the energy disparity exceeded 100-fold. Yet, how plausible was this? With Pike's energy response at 300 points, the minimum detection threshold would need to be above 30,000. As far as Hutton was aware, he had yet to encounter any beings, human or monster, with values exceeding 15,000. Weighing the risks and rewards, Hutton was not particularly concerned about Pike fleeing. He understood the depth of Pike's feelings for his brother. However, the price of the latest energy detector gave him pause. This model was not only portable, but also capable of detecting energy levels up to 100,000. Captain, are you truly willing to forfeit this opportunity? This may be our last chance. Do you wish to live your life under Pat's heel, in constant hiding? Pike, driven by his desire for vengeance, did not mind defending Hutton and pressed on, striking at the captain's vulnerabilities. Pike's words solidified Hutton's resolve. There was no room for reconciliation between him and Pat. One of them had to fall. He cast a cold glance at Pike before turning to enter the tent. When he emerged, he held a half-meter-sized briefcase in his hand. I shall await your good news, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Pike knew his life was forfeit, his eyes fixated on the briefcase, consumed solely by the thought of revenge. Chapter 38, A Castle Interlude. Rex stood at the entrance of a grand castle complex. Child, this is not a place for you, a towering man, standing at 2 meters tall, admonished as he spotted Rake. Rake chose not to engage in conflict. After all, he was merely a little over 9 years old, and it was only natural for others to look down upon him. He could not possibly eliminate everyone who underestimated him. He was no monster. Rake retrieved his adventurer's credentials from his pocket and presented them. I am here on a mission. Please assist me in notifying the necessary parties. The guard, casting a dubious glance at Rake, recalled that many skilled individuals had indeed been arriving lately. Suppressing his discomfort, he accepted the credentials and examined them. The guard's hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the documents. Realizing he could not afford to offend, he respectfully returned the credentials and sent a message to the castle. Greetings. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please follow me. I shall first take you to your quarters. Rake wagged his tail and trailed behind the guard into the castle. The castle steward, upon receiving the news, promptly reported to the castle's master, the task's issuer, Persona. Is that him? A level 6 adventurer, Persona mused as he gazed out the window, immediately spotting Rake following the guard. Rake cast a fleeting glance at the castle's pinnacle before nonchalantly continuing behind the guard. How perceptive, truly worthy of being a level 6 adventurer, Persona reflected, surprised that he had been noticed from such a distance. Master, the departure time is approaching. Shall we gather everyone tonight for introductions? The steward inquired, bowing slightly. Very well. Let us convene this evening. Prepare accordingly. Rake retracted his awareness, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I knew it. The Four Eyes are simply inferior, their caliber far too low, and they speak of lacking combat power of 10,000. From the moment Rake encountered the rock monster, and later interacted with Pat and his companions, he sensed something amiss. Logically, if this planet lacked the power to restrain the rock monsters, it would have long been overrun, leaving no room for civilization to exist. Intriguing. It seems the answers lie within this so-called ancient civilization, Rake pondered quietly. Knock, knock. Rake was roused from his reverie by the sound of a knock at the door. Esteemed adventurer, the master has arranged a banquet for this evening. I am here to guide you. Rake opened the door to find a slender, beautiful maid with 2 foxtails standing outside. Following the maid through a maze of corridors, Rake found himself nearly disoriented by the twists and turns before finally arriving at the banquet hall. Upon entering, Rake's nose twitched as he bypassed the maid and stepped inside. The expansive hall, spanning several thousand square meters, was filled with an array of food and drink. Dozens of adventurers had already gathered, conversing in small groups. As Rake entered, the majority of gazes turned toward him. Some glanced briefly before returning to their conversations, while others continued to fixate on him. Rake was aware of this attention, but chose to disregard it, finding these minor karami far less enticing than the food before him. Recklessly striding towards the dining table, he seized a leg from an unknown creature and began to devour it hungrily. In no time, the entire spread before him was cleared, and he moved on to the next table. Alas, while Lek yearned for a peaceful meal, there were always fools in this world seeking attention. A man, embracing a voluptuous woman, obstructed his path. Child, haven't your elders taught you manners? The hosts have yet to arrive, and you've already begun, he scolded, pointing at the now empty table. Smack! A small notebook struck the man's face. Initially enraged, he prepared to retaliate until he heard Lek's voice. Take a look, then leave. The man, aware of the item that had just hit him, suppressed his fury and opened it. Upon glancing at its contents, his face turned ashen, and he dared not utter another word. Ignoring the curvaceous woman beside him, he returned the document to Lek and fled the castle, abandoning his mission in disgrace. The voluptuous woman displayed indifference to her companion's departure and instead regarded Lek with newfound intrigue. She had seen the document as well. A level 6 adventurer was no trifling matter, and there were scarcely many in the nation. Here stood one before her, and he was remarkably youthful. Lek furrowed his brow at her gaze, tilting his head slightly and coolly inquired, "Do you wish to perish?" His tone was as nonchalant as asking someone about their meal. Taken aback by Lek's response, the woman raised an eyebrow, suppressing her irritation, and smiled. "Then I shall not disturb your dining." With the bothersome presence gone, Lek redirected his focus to the food once more. The voluptuous woman exited the dining hall and knocked on a door. Knock, knock, knock. Scorpion, weren't you in the dining hall, charming suitors? Why are you back? A young man with 6 arms opened the door, astonished at her return. The woman, swaying her slender waist, entered the room and addressed a graying man within. Boss, this plan may be in jeopardy. The middle-aged man halted his work, his gaze sharpening with a flicker of menace as he inquired, "What happened?" "I encountered a level 6 adventurer in the dining hall, which could thwart our plans. I nearly met my end there," she replied, shuddering at the memory of Lek's lethal aura. "Huh, Scorpion, are you afraid? It's merely a level 6 adventurer. We've dealt with such before, and besides, our boss is also a level 6 adventurer. What is there to fear?" The 6-armed man regarded her with disdain, his tone brimming with confidence. "Foolish creature, what did you say? Do you dare threaten me? If you can, go ahead. Let us see who meets their demise first." The voluptuous woman retorted dismissively, playfully beckoning him with her finger. The 6-armed man's eyes widened in shock, but he did not advance. He understood just how dangerous the woman before him was. Words were one thing, but engaging in a fight was a different matter altogether. The voluptuous woman spat, and then turned her gaze towards the middle-aged man, recounting the events that transpired in the restaurant. Upon hearing her account, the man inquired, "Do we stand no chance whatsoever?" Uncertain, the woman shook her head in confusion and continued, "That child gave me a peculiar impression. Before he targeted me, I believed he was just an ordinary child. However, once he turned his attention towards me, an overwhelming instinct to resist his proximity enveloped me, as if approaching him would herald my ruin. Thus, I have chosen to abandon this plan." She articulated her feelings about Rake. "Is it truly that sinister? This complicates matters. Let us regard this as a mission and proceed cautiously from here." The middle-aged man still held faith in the woman's judgment and made a decision. "It is nearly time. Let's head to the restaurant together." Chapter 39. Parker in action. Persona learned of the incidents at the restaurant immediately, yet he remained indifferent. He had his own card to play and sought to recruit some expendable pawns for this mission. He had traversed the ancient civilization ruins several times, each encounter narrowly escaping disaster. Cultivating his own influence required immense sacrifice, and he could not simply issue tasks as he did now. Regardless of the gains others might accrue within, they would ultimately serve his interests. Unbeknownst to Rake, he remained blissfully unaware of their ulterior motives, confident in his own abilities. He believed that as long as he did not provoke him, he would be left to his own devices. Rake had not heard a word of Persana's discourse that day. His thoughts were solely occupied with food. The culinary offerings here truly delighted him. From the skies, the land, and the waters, there was nothing he could not procure. During his days in the castle, Rake indulged to his heart's content, to the point where he almost wished to linger longer. Ultimately, he summoned his formidable willpower to suppress his appetite. Before their departure, Rake flew beside Persona and patted his shoulder, saying, "Fatty, You have taken excellent care of me during this time. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards you, leave it to me. Parsana gestured discreetly to an inconspicuous young man behind him, halting any further actions as he watched Rake approach him. Upon hearing Rake's words, a flicker of anger crossed Parsana's eyes, yet his plump visage broke into a smile, his tone laced with a hint of flattery as he replied, "Thank you, young brother." "You're welcome," Rake responded. The others observed the interaction. Some took his words to heart, such as the voluptuous woman's trio, who had entirely given up hope. However, others remained undeterred, brimming with self-confidence, dismissing Rake's remarks as inconsequential. A group of several dozen followed Parsana onto the aircraft. Rake, filled with curiosity, asked, "Is the destination far?" The collective silence that followed was palpable. Had Parsana not mentioned this just a few days prior? They were reluctant to engage with him. Rake scratched his head, mistakenly believing the others were unaware, and was about to seek clarification from Parsana when the voluptuous woman spoke up. "Brother, it is 50,000 miles away, and we will arrive in over half a month." "All right, thank you," Rake replied. Rake nodded slightly at the well-endowed woman, his impression of her improving somewhat. After Part left Hutton's side, he had been wandering the wilderness with his innate skills, yet months had passed without encountering any energy signatures exceeding 3,000. Energy readings below this threshold served only to bolster the combat experience of the Badasso Adventurers Guild and were of little use otherwise. Frustrated, Part resolutely crossed the grasslands and ventured into the Rocky Mountain region. After traveling approximately 100 miles, he paused to open his suitcase and activate the energy detector. Beep, beep, beep. Part was momentarily stunned as a dense array of readings appeared on the device. Not a single value was below 3,000 within 1,000 miles, with the highest exceeding 20,000. Even a small hill upon which he stood emitted an energy response. Confused by this phenomenon, he wondered why such readings had not been detected in the grasslands. Initially elated to have finally located the creatures he sought, he soon felt disheartened, pondering how to lure these monsters back to the Badasso Adventurers Guild. The beast-luring incense evidently had no effect on these stone-like creatures. After exhausting his thoughts in vain, he decided to return and report the situation to Hutton, hoping they might devise a plan. Pat and the others had enjoyed a bountiful few months, amassing numerous samples of unknown organisms while also enhancing their combat capabilities. The younger members of the guild had accumulated substantial battle experience, now able to fend off wave after wave of beasts without the constant oversight of their elders. Notably, Longsheen and Berelis had shown the greatest progress, their combat power not only far surpassing their peers, but also exceeding that of Pat and the older members, nearing an impressive 5,000. "Captain, shouldn't we consider returning? We are nearing the edge of the grasslands," Longsheen inquired after dispatching the recently attacked beasts. He recalled Rake's admonition to avoid crossing the grasslands. "Why not venture further? We've come this far. Let us explore that direction," interjected Berelis, pointing towards the Rocky Mountains before Pat could respond. "No. Rake warned us that the monsters there are beyond our capabilities," Longsheen firmly countered. Berelis, irritated by Longsheen's repeated invocation of Rake, retorted, "Only a fool like you would heed such country bumpkin advice. I find a beast here far too easy to handle." Recognizing the futility of persuading Berelis, Longsheen turned his gaze to Pat, trusting that he would make the right decision. Pat hesitated. Rake's warning echoed in his mind, yet curiosity continually urged him forward. Observing the tension, Lola spoke up. "This time, I side with Longsheen. We cannot take this risk, especially with a group of children accompanying us. If it were just the few of us, it would be one thing, but those children have yet to experience the richness of life. We cannot lead them into danger. It is fortunate that nothing has gone awry. Otherwise, our Badasso adventure team would face annihilation." Lara's words fell like the final straw on a beleaguered camel, tipping the scales in Pat's mind. Observing the children below diligently cleaning the battlefield, Pat came to a resolution. "Very well. Once the battlefield is cleared, we shall return. We have already conquered the wilderness plains. This journey of self-discovery is nearly complete." The others erupted into joyous laughter, yet only Bellies wore a long face, steeped in despondency. She could counter Rex's remarks, but the leader's words held weight, and seeing the agreement among her older companions, she had no choice but to stow away her own thoughts. Hutton and the others, guided by Pat's leadership, ventured deeper into the wilderness plains, avoiding any significant peril thus far. Yet, with each step, Hutton sank further into despair. Unable to comprehend why the energy readings of the Badasso adventure team were on the rise, disheartened, he resolved to seek a quiet place to spend his remaining days. Captain, Look who has returned. Just as Hutton made this decision, a voice called out. It wasn't too long before the figure of the gnome, Pike, came into view, and Hutton's heart leapt with joy. Instead of merely harboring hopes of vengeance, he realized that, coincidentally, Pike's arrival coincided with his need for funds, as he brought back the latest energy detector, promising a substantial financial influx. Chapter 40. Entering the Ruins. Captain, I have found it, Pike exclaimed excitedly. Hutton was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning of Pike's words. You truly found it? Hutton's excitement mirrored Pike's, as he had not anticipated that hope would be restored just as he faced despair. Indeed, we have a chance for revenge, Pike confirmed, detailing his findings to Hutton. To bolster his credibility, Pike activated the energy detector and presented the data to Hutton. Filled with joy, Hutton gazed at the readings on the device, seeing a glimmer of hope for the demise of the Badasso adventure team. Well done, well done. After a prolonged moment, Hutton's emotions settled, and his mind began to ponder anew, leading to fresh inquiries. Pike, since you discovered over 20,000 energy signatures of beasts, why didn't you lead them to the Badasso adventure team? Pike replied with a wry smile. Captain, it's not that I wouldn't, but I simply cannot draw them. They're like stone, impervious to the beast lure. I returned to see if you might have a solution. Hutton's mind raced, contemplating why he didn't summon the others to brainstorm. He knew all too well the nature of their team. While they could fight, engaging their intellect was a far more arduous task than slaying them. The two huddled in the tent, generating and subsequently dismissing one idea after another. Captain, these creatures are peculiar, as if their actions are constrained by some force, and I received no response even when standing among them. Parker revealed his discoveries, while Hutton found himself in a deadlock. The aircraft hovered above a concealed valley, and Rake descended behind the others. Venom Scorpion, six-armed, let's wait before we proceed. Especially you. Six-armed, don't be foolish and rush ahead, cautioned a grizzled middle-aged man with graying temples, addressing his companions as they gazed at the cavern leading into the ruins. Don't worry. Boss, I'm not some dimwit, replied the voluptuous woman, flicking her long hair. Six-armed shot her a menacing glance and nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone, this cavern descends into the depths. Every 500 meters, we encounter a barrier, and crossing each barrier will unleash a host of monsters upon us. The deeper we go, the higher the energy readings of these creatures. We have breached 4 barriers thus far, with the highest energy reading recorded at 3,000. As for how many barriers remain, I cannot say. What I can assure you is that below lies the remnants of an ancient civilization, and the information we published for this mission was derived from the 4 barriers we have already breached. Parsons gathered everyone, smiling as he pointed towards the cavern. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, none expressing a desire to withdraw, as they all awaited the one to take the lead. Rake stirred, wagging his tail as he sauntered into the cavern. To everyone's surprise, once Rake moved, the others could no longer remain still, fearing that he might claim the spoils. They followed closely behind him into the abyss. Rake sensed that this cavern indeed led underground, and soon he encountered the first barrier. He reached out to press against it, feeling no resistance as he effortlessly passed through. Immersed in the barrier, he found himself in a vast chamber, barren yet marked by the remnants of a fierce battle. What is this? Why is there such an expansive space beneath the earth? He pondered aloud. Look above. Is that the passageway to the next barrier? The tranquil silence of the chamber was shattered as the others who had followed Rake arrived in the space. Boss, Parsons did not descend. Venom Scorpion whispered to the graying man. Understood, the middle-aged man replied, retracting his gaze from the ceiling. Rake had already scanned the murals above upon entering. Finding nothing of value, he proceeded towards the second barrier. Noticing his movements, some hurried to follow him, while others continued to examine the murals overhead. Rake, undeterred by their presence, moved swiftly through the 4th barrier and stood before the 5th. Without waiting for the others to gather, he boldly stepped inside. Before him stood hundreds of statues. As if sensing an intruder, the eyes of the statues glowed red, and fragments of stone began to fall away, revealing metallic surfaces beneath. Intruder detected. Commencing annihilation, the mechanical figures all turned in unison to face Rake. The mechanized beings launched an assault on Rake, unleashing countless beams of energy. A low hum resonated as he summoned the vast energy within his body, enveloping himself in a swirling white aura. Such a level of aggression was beneath Rake's concern. Had it not been for the fear of damaging his attire, he would have refrained from exerting any effort at all. The beams collided with his aura, dissipating silently into nothingness. Detecting an immense surge of energy, the self-destruction protocol was activated. Rake was momentarily taken aback. These mechanical foes, with combat capabilities around 5,000, were not to be trifled with. After merely one wave of attack, they were poised for self-destruction. Observing their flickering forms, Rake immediately surmised their intent to detonate. Whether they survived or not was of little consequence to him. What truly mattered were the frescoes above and the sanctity of this space. If these mechanized entities obliterated it all, his time spent here would be rendered utterly futile. With no time for contemplation, Rake vanished from sight, reappearing a second later. The sound of explosions echoed as hundreds of mechanical beings were swiftly dismantled, their self-destruction protocols forcibly halted. Though he had neutralized the threat, Rake remained perplexed. If such a scenario unfolded now, why had previous areas not been annihilated? Why had he not heard Parsons mention this situation? And why did the self-destruction not activate upon detection, but rather after the attack commenced? Reflecting on the sequence of events, he discerned the issue. It was precisely when he unleashed his internal energy that the machines initiated their self-destruction protocols. Cursing under his breath, Rake pondered the unfolding scene as other figures began to materialize in this space. Witnessing the wreckage strewn about, they hesitated to move. They had entered mere moments apart, and within less than a minute, Rake had dispatched hundreds of mechanical foes. Though the specific energy readings of the machines remained unknown, it was evident they were significant. After all, Parsons had previously indicated that the fourth area possessed a value of 3,000. One could hardly dismiss the terror instilled by the display of Rake's prowess, which rendered even the most obstinate among them reluctant to act out of turn, fearful of suffering the same fate. Rake glanced at the gathered individuals, gradually ascending into the sky to examine the fresco that had appeared following his triumph over the machines. Chapter 41. The Base. Disappointment washed over Rake as he shook his head. He found nothing of significance within the fresco. Addressing the gathering, he stated, "Those with energy readings below 8,000 should refrain from following." As Rake distanced himself, the six-armed man inquired, "Boss, what are we to do? Should we pursue?" "Fool, did you not hear what was just said? Or do you possess 8,000? The voluptuous woman retorted with a scoff. "Scorpion, you too should advance." "I will linger behind to observe," the middle-aged man suggested after a moment's thought. "Boss, if you're leaving, we should all go together," the six-armed man protested. "Those unwilling to follow should wait here for my return," the middle-aged man replied, not pressing the matter. The woman with ample bosom remained silent, undoubtedly hesitant to venture forth alone into the unknown. It was prudent to await the company of others before proceeding. Heeding Rake's suggestion, those with energy readings of 8,000 did not linger, promptly following in his wake. Meanwhile, some of those with readings below 8,000 chose to remain behind, while a few defiant souls stealthily trailed Rake. In total, with the three individuals possessing 8,000 energy readings, a group of 10 made their way toward the sixth barrier. The sixth space was starkly different from the previous one. Upon Rake's entry, he found nothing amiss until the 10 others had also crossed the threshold. As they sought other passages together, an electronic voice resonated. "Congratulations on overcoming the prior challenges and reaching the final destination. To gain access to Base 5, you must vanquish the opponents that lie ahead. The trials will consist of one-on-one battles, with adversaries assigned based on your energy readings. Those whose readings do not meet the required standards will be eliminated." With a thunderous roar, 7 energy waves descended from above, targeting the 7 individuals with combat power below 8,000, obliterating them in an instant. While Rake clearly discerned the unfolding events, the other 3 merely heard a deafening crash. Witnessing the disappearance of 7 individuals, leaving behind 7 deep craters. Although Rake possessed the capability to rescue them, he refrained from intervening. He had previously warned them of the consequences of their reckless choices. They were adults and must bear the repercussions of their actions. As the unqualified participants were annihilated, the battles commenced. The ground 10 meters ahead of Rake and his companions split apart, and a mechanical adversary materialized before each individual. The 3 men encountered mechanical opponents akin to those Rake had destroyed in the 5th space, albeit with varying levels of combat power. In contrast, the automaton facing Rake was entirely different, strikingly lifelike, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, adorned in white attire, with a decorative necklace and a hollow space at its chest. In an instant, as its eyes opened, it vanished, reappearing beside Rake, launching a swift sidekick. Intrigued, Rake noted that although the opponent was a machine and emitted no discernible aura, its recent speed suggested a combat power exceeding 100,000. He lifted his arm lightly, successfully deflecting the attack. A shockwave erupted from their collision, sending nearby individuals and machines hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. "What is this?" exclaimed a burly bald man, landing heavily and spitting blood in shock. As the battle raged on, Rake and a mechanical foe continued to clash. One unfortunate machine, positioned directly beneath their confrontation, was swiftly obliterated by the impact of their struggle. The other three witnesses, disregarding their own injuries and bloodshed, hastily retreated toward the barrier, desperate to escape back to the safety of the fifth space. The remaining two robots, having sustained damage from the shockwave, lay motionless on the ground, their internal circuits severed and malfunctioning. "What is happening? Why can't we escape?" The middle-aged man pressed his hand against the barrier, feeling it as if it were solid steel, resolutely blocking their way. "What on earth is going on?" The bald man clenched his fists and struck the barrier, only to discover that he could not budge this seemingly thin obstruction. "Stop wasting your energy. We cannot leave until the battle concludes. Let us move over there," suggested an elderly woman, pointing toward a corner of the space. As the clash between Rake and his adversary intensified, the three did not dare to hesitate and hurried toward the indicated corner. One might wonder how they could discern the battle status without a clear view. The answer lay in the increasing number of massive craters on the ground and the escalating frequency of their collisions. Rake's speed was steadily rising as he conducted an assessment, seeking to gauge the collective combat effectiveness of the opposing robots. Having gathered sufficient data, he noted that the robots had reached their peak speed, approximately 120,000 in combat power, comparable to the aura he had previously released. They were still capable of providing Rake with a challenging diversion. With his tail ensnaring the robot's arm, he delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen, sending the robot hurtling against the wall. Debris erupted, casting a cloud of dust that obscured the robot's form. Before the dust could settle, a barrage of energy projectiles pierced through, aimed directly at Rake. Frowning at the imminent threat, Rake was not particularly concerned for his own safety. Rather, the confined space posed a risk of catastrophic damage should the energy blast detonate, potentially entombing him beneath the rubble. With this in mind, Rake enveloped his palm with his aura and struck at the energy projectiles. As his arms swept through the air, one by one, the projectiles were dispersed, vanishing into the atmosphere. In an instant, Rake appeared before the robot, seizing its hair and forcing its head downward. With a resounding thud, a deep crater formed in the ground, yet Rake did not relent. He hurled the robot upwards, and before it could reach its apex, he swiftly followed, positioning himself above it. With both hands clasped tightly and raised high, he awaited the robot's descent and then struck forcefully down upon its head. With a sizzling sound, the robot's head vanished, leaving only severed wires protruding from its neck. After neutralizing the robot, Rake gradually descended to the ground. After a brief moment, noticing the absence of the electronic voice, he glanced at the two fallen robots and then shifted his gaze to the three individuals huddled together in the corner. "Hey, who are these two facing?" "Resolve this quickly," Rake's voice rang out, prompting the prayerful trio to open their eyes in terror, gazing at him in shock. Observing their startled expressions, Rake, having just engaged in physical activity and feeling quite elated, did not express anger, but instead pointed at the robot, urging them once more. "Hurry up." All right, they responded. The three individuals, momentarily forgetting their relief at having narrowly escaped a calamity, hurriedly followed Rake's instructions to deal with the mechanical being. "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the final checkpoint and may now proceed to the base." In the center of the space, the ground slowly fissured, revealing an opening approximately 10 meters in diameter. Unbeknownst to Rake, as the chasm materialized, an invisible wave emanated forth, swiftly permeating the entire planet, causing alterations in various locations. Chapter 42, The Turn of Events. A resounding rumble echoed through the Rocky Mountains. An unseen force swept across the terrain, awakening the dormant rock beasts, each releasing a furious roar and dispersing in all directions. "Did you feel that?" A jolt akin to lightning coursed through Pat's mind, freezing the smile upon his face. In disbelief of his recent sensation, he turned to the others for confirmation. Yet, at that moment, his companions were equally stunned, offering no response as they collectively gazed towards the Rocky Mountains. Even Bellies, who had earlier sulked at the prospect of not being able to venture there, now appeared alarmed. It was Pat who first regained his composure, realizing that this was no time for hesitation. He shouted, "Everyone discard your belongings and head towards Ponchi City at full speed." His voice roused the others, who quickly jettisoned their backpacks and soared behind Pat towards their destination. "What is happening? Why have the monsters emerged from that direction?" "But quiet," I do not know, but we must flee. Let us hope those creatures are not coming for us, came the response from Dee Hutton, who had been preoccupied, only to suddenly notice an overwhelming surge of energy readings on the detector. Overjoyed, he asked, Pike, are those the monsters? Pike observed the energy signatures converging toward their position and urgently replied, Captain, yes, but the situation is dire. It seems the beasts are heading straight for us. If we do not leave now, we may be trapped. Excellent. Let's see how Pat and his team meet their demise. Hutton chuckled as he began to gather his belongings in preparation for a retreat. However, it was too late. The rock beast had already detected their presence. One of these creatures possessed a combat power of 30,000 and, oblivious to the insignificant insects below, inadvertently sealed Hutton and his companion's fate with a single step. Thus, their vengeful plans were thwarted before they could even be enacted. Meanwhile, Pat and his group remained unaware that the rock beast had inadvertently resolved one of their predicaments. They were desperately fleeing, yet at their current pace, escaping was improbable. The rock beast approaching them boasted a combat power exceeding 50,000. As the palpable threat drew closer, despair enveloped Pat and his companions. Blue urgently shouted, Everyone, restrain your energy, scatter, and hide. There is no need to continue flying. We must advance on foot. The group turned to their leader, Pat, who recognized that Blue's strategy was indeed a gamble, not only with their lives, but also with fortune itself. Yet, this remains the most viable course of action, certainly preferable to facing annihilation as a group. Whether they can escape now hinges on their individual fortune. Heed Blueheart's words. We shall convene in Ponchi City. Pat, devoid of further hesitation, issued commands with urgency, recognizing the critical nature of the moment. As a leader spoke, the others sprang into action, dispersing in pairs to designated positions, swiftly vanishing from sight. The rock monster, lingering at their previous location, seemed to have lost its target, ultimately selecting a random direction to advance. Surrounding the Rocky Mountains, creatures continued to perish, and soon they had extended their reach by 1,000 miles. A figure that continued to rise. None knew how long these beasts would act, or how far they would expand before halting. Unbeknownst to the group, this scene was not isolated to the Rocky Mountains. Monsters were awakening in over a dozen locations worldwide, mercilessly slaughtering any human or beast within sight. The combat prowess of these creatures surpassed 30,000, with the mightiest exceeding 100,000. By the time the authorities received the reports, an entire night had elapsed. Had these monsters awakened in populated areas, countless lives would have already been lost. Observing Rake descend, the three middle-aged men exchanged glances, forbidding any words or actions from the other two. A cough from the bald man shattered the silence. I won't be going down. I still bear wounds that have yet to heal. The old woman spoke first. Who could argue with that? Consider ourselves fortunate to have escaped with our lives, replied the middle-aged man, clutching his arm. I must admit, this has truly opened my eyes. I never imagined humans could possess such strength, the bald man remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You may still have a chance to progress further, but alas, I encountered this fate too late, the old woman said, her gaze dimming and her expression forlorn. The middle-aged man and the bald man exchanged bittersweet smiles, fully aware that any words would be futile. Very well, very well. The old woman has no hope left. We can only rely on the younger generation, she sighed, shaking her head as she moved toward the barrier, preparing to reunite with the younger ones and depart from this place. As the old woman made her move, the other two followed closely behind. They understood that whatever lurked below was no longer their concern, and it would be wiser to leave early, striving for further advancement. The bloody trio's appearance drew the attention of those in the fifth space. They paid no heed to the gazes, returning to their respective teams. Boss, how did you sustain such grave injuries? Who harmed you? Tell me, and I shall deal with them immediately, Six-Armed said, supporting the middle-aged man, his eyes burning with ferocity as he glared at the old woman and the bald man, poised to strike at the leader's command. The teams of the bald man and the old woman also eyed the other two groups, rife with caution and hostility. Be silent. It is not as you presume. Let us ascend. Any matters can be addressed once I have healed, the middle-aged man asserted, restraining Six-Armed with his uninjured hand. The other two groups faced similar admonitions from their respective leaders. 3 seniors, could you please elucidate the meaning of the following? Indeed, we are a multitude awaiting the outcome. Without communication, we cannot proceed. They will be courting death. Upon noticing that someone obstructed their path, the trio acted simultaneously. Although they had sustained injuries in the 6th spatial zone, they were not to be trifled with by the remaining individuals. The one who dared to impede their advance was swiftly eliminated, and the 3 returned to their respective groups, resolutely descending toward the surface once more. Their fierce and formidable presence instilled fear in the others, who no longer dared to stand in their way, instead choosing to follow them. Is that young man the leader? The well-endowed woman inquired softly, trailing behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at her and nodded slightly, remarking, "He is 1,000 times more formidable than you can imagine. Your intuition is correct. With him around, we are to stand still. We shall discuss the specifics later. The challenges above may prove daunting." Rek continued his descent, and the fifth base soon came into view. It was a desolate facility, bearing the scars of battle. Most structures lay in ruins, with only a few remaining intact. Rek began to inspect each building. Before long, he discovered the control center. Unbeknownst to him, not far from the Utalapa star, a spaceship lingered. "Sir, we have detected a life-bearing planet. Should we proceed to land?" inquired a figure with a rat-like visage. "Of course. We must land, otherwise, what of our Zabala pirate group and the wind from the west?" Chapter 43. The pirate group strikes. Personnel clearance detected. Access granted. The doors of the control center began to open slowly. Upon entering, Rek was taken aback. He could not comprehend any of the inscriptions, nor could he operate the instruments before him. Surely, this journey would not be in vain. What are these devices? What purpose do they serve? Rek called out, but there was no response. Even the earlier electronic voice had vanished. Standing there, he scoured his mind for any knowledge the Scions might have imparted regarding such technology. Yet, one could hardly expect a race like the Scions to have provided mechanical expertise. The only relevant information pertained to spacecraft. Damn it, no wonder they face annihilation. Their very lifeblood is firmly held by others. Frustrated, Rek struck a nearby instrument with a fist. "Warning, warning. Control center compromised. An explosion will occur in 60 seconds. All personnel, please evacuate immediately." The electronic voice reemerged, yet this was not the response Rek had hoped for. With no other choice, he quickly scanned the control center, seized a device resembling a storage unit, and made his escape. Suspended in midair, Rek found himself in a state of disbelief. The only valuable asset in the base had been destroyed by his own hand. Damn it, it seems I must resort to the Dragon Balls after all. Disheartened, Rek relinquished any hope that this planet might offer a means to maintain his sanity during his transformation into a great ape. In a foul mood, he hastened his exit, emerging from the cave just a minute later. As soon as Rek emerged, he beheld two factions locked in confrontation, one led by the task issuer, Parsena, and the other comprised of adventurers accepting the quest. Both parties fixed their gazes upon Rek. He initially turned to the middle-aged man and his companions, stating, "Did I not mention that I would protect him? What is it that you intend to do?" The three, aware of Rek's prowess, shivered in trepidation as the middle-aged man stammered, "My lord, we merely wish to leave, but they are preventing our departure." Rek tilted his head, directing his attention towards Parsena, awaiting his response. "You can leave, but first, allow us to search you, to see what treasures you have acquired below." Parsena sneered, dropping any pretense. "Oh," Rek exclaimed, striking his left palm with his right fist in a moment of realization. "So, you're seeking death." Parsena scoffed. "Do not assume that being a level 6 adventurer renders you invincible. Your life will end here today." At this, the bald man and his companions regarded Parsena with incredulity, their concerns about escape dissipating. "Is that your source of confidence, you fat fool?" Rek questioned, eyeing a seemingly ordinary youth beside Parsena, sensing the latter's combat strength to exceed 10,000. Realizing Rek had unveiled his trump card, Parsena felt a shift in the atmosphere. Inheriting such a vast estate indicated his intelligence. Rek's confident demeanor unnerved him, leaving him indecisive, doubting that Rek could surpass his own ace. Yet also questioning what the last to emerge might possess, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Xiao Jiao, eliminate him." With a resounding thud, a body fell to the ground. Parsena's heart leaped with joy, convinced he had made the right gamble, anticipating victory akin to their familial disputes. However, scanning the scene, he found Rek still standing, one hand at his ear. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, about to chastise Xiao Jiao, only to discover Xiao Jiao sprawled on the ground. The area where his heart once resided now empty. Stricken with fear, Parsena collapsed onto the ground. A colossal presence surged into Rek's mind, prompting him to abandon his flippant demeanor. His perception expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire planet, revealing disturbances within the Rocky Mountains. Yet, these energies failed to capture Rek's attention. His focus was solely directed upwards. "Die," he declared, lacking the time to engage in games with Parsena. Without a backward glance, he unleashed a wave of energy towards Parsena's direction, obliterating them completely. A spaceship materialized within his line of sight. Rek had already sensed the combat capabilities of the approaching entity. Dismissing the lesser threats, he could not overlook the formidable presence, boasting a power level of 310,000. This would mark his inaugural battle against an adversary of superior strength. Why did Rek anticipate this confrontation? The unmasked malevolence emanating from the opponent incessantly stimulated Rek's senses. However, he remained unperturbed, relieved that he did not sense a combat power of 530,000. Otherwise, he would certainly not confront it. The two parties were still at a considerable distance, and Rek's blood began to simmer. No longer willing to wait, Rek decided to take the initiative, for his ancestors had long taught him that the early bird catches the worm. He placed his hands before his chest and began to gather energy. A deep blue energy cannon, the Dolong Destruction Cannon, surged forth from his chest, hurtling towards the spaceship. "My lord, this is bad. We've detected an enormous combat power," the mouse had exclaimed anxiously. "How much combat power do they possess?" An unperturbed octopus head inquired, exuding confidence, firmly believing that no one on this planet could surpass his own combat power of 310,000. It was just 300,000, but it's continuously rising. Now it's at 400,000. Bang! The combat power exceeds the detection limit. The mouse head uttered in despair. The octopus head, too, felt his confidence wane. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he seized the moment to escape the spaceship. Boom! The ship exploded the instant the octopus head managed to flee, claiming the life of the mouse head, who could not evade the blast. Rex soared slowly into the sky, casting a glance at the octopus brother, and noticed he was not wearing a detector, which relieved him. He feared that news of the Saiyans would reach Frisia's ears, prompting his preemptive strike. He was willing to sacrifice the spaceship to annihilate his foes before they could send word. Saiyan? The octopus head noticed the tail behind Rek. Still in shock, he stared blankly at Rek. Indeed, perish. Rek had no time for idle chatter and was disinterested in the octopus head's origins. He swiftly moved before him, launching a powerful punch aimed at his head. Slap! The octopus head caught Rek's fist and flung him aside, closing in with a knee strike. Rek strained to control his flying body, crossing his arms to shield against the attack. Without granting Rek a moment to react, the octopus head vanished above him and delivered a devastating axe kick to Rek's back. Boom! Rek collided with the ground. Ha! Little Saiyan, you startle me for a moment. But it turns out your combat power isn't that impressive, the octopus head remarked, arms crossed, leisurely observing the fallen Rek. Chapter 44, The Clash. Rek pushed aside the rubble on his body, wiping the blood from his forehead, and slowly floated to face the octopus head. He recognized that his lack of combat experience had cost him dearly. Had it been Kakarot, he would surely have left his opponent questioning his existence. Locking onto the octopus head's energy signature, Rek raised his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom! 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 The octopus head's form was enveloped in dense smoke, obscuring his vision, providing Rek the perfect opportunity to charge into the smoky abyss. As he maneuvered behind the octopus-headed adversary, he raised his hand to unleash another energy orb, simultaneously shifting to the left side of the creature's head. Seizing the opportunity while the octopus was preoccupied with deflecting the energy blast, Rek executed a swift sidekick aimed at its head. However, the impact was thwarted, prompting Rek to retract immediately and create distance. "You clever little imp," the octopus head retorted, delivering an elbow strike toward Rek. In response, Rek raised his elbow to counter, while his tail lashed out at the octopus head, sending it reeling. Seizing the moment, Rek maneuvered behind the creature and firmly encircled its neck. The octopus, caught in Rek's grip, struggled to pry his hands away as they engaged in a contest of strength. Unfortunately, Rek's power was somewhat lacking, and the octopus gradually loosened his hold. Realizing he could not maintain the lock, Rek relinquished his grip and delivered a knee strike directly to the octopus's back, propelling it forward. With a shift in posture, Rek surged ahead, delivering a powerful kick to the octopus's midsection. The creature emitted a pained cry, spewing acidic fluid as it hurtled toward the mountainside, crashing through several peaks until it became embedded in the rock. "You have truly enraged me," the octopus head seethed, shattering the surrounding mountains as it charged at Rek with blistering speed. A punch aimed at Rek's head forced him to raise his arm in defense, causing him to stagger backward. Without granting Rek a moment's respite, the octopus unleashed a barrage of punches, relentlessly driving him downward. Just as Rek's feet touched the ground, he initiated a counterattack, gripping the octopus's fists firmly. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he thrust the octopus's arms aside and delivered a hammering blow to its chest, sending it soaring. As it was propelled away, Rake unleashed an energy wave. The ensuing explosion cleared the smoke, revealing the octopus head crossing its arms to shield itself from the energy blast. In a sudden downpour, energy orbs rained from the heavens, sealing off Rake's escape routes. Gathering his breath, he braced his arms above. After the onslaught of energy orbs subsided, just as Rake attempted to move, the octopus head appeared before him, executing a sweeping kick that struck Rake in the waist. With a gasp, Rake coughed blood, feeling his internal organs shift from the impact. His expression darkened. From the onset of their battle, he had been at a disadvantage, and now he bore internal injuries. Yet unbeknownst to him, the blood within him began to boil as his fighting spirit surged, inching closer to the brink of his potential. Well done, octopus creature, Rake mused. Though I cannot fathom how this Saiyan has survived with such formidable strength, today you shall meet your demise at my hands. Come forth and try, he retorted defiantly, charging toward the octopus while unleashing energy blasts. A veil of smoke gradually enveloped the battlefield. Still attempting the same tricks, are we? Dream on, the octopus head scoffed, its voice echoing from a distance. By the time it uttered its final word, it had already appeared to Rake's left side. A sweeping punch hurtled towards Rake's nape. Rake slightly crouched to evade the blow, while his tail deftly coiled around the octopus's elbow. With a surge of strength, he propelled himself into a backflip, landing a fierce kick with his heel squarely on the octopus's face. A sharp crack echoed as the creature recoiled, clutching its face and staggering backward. Seizing the moment, Rake burst forward to the left, delivering another kick to the octopus's right arm. In that instant, the octopus managed to grasp Rake's ankle with its left hand. Realizing the peril he was in, Rake instinctively shielded his head with both arms. With a thunderous crash, the octopus slammed Rake down onto the ground. The relentless assault continued as Rake found himself pinned beneath the octopus, enduring excruciating pressure. Despite the pain, he steadfastly protected his head, gathering his energy and biding his time for a chance to retaliate. That opportunity soon arose, just as the octopus lifted him again to deliver another blow. Rake lashed out with his tail like a whip, striking at the creature's eyes. The octopus instinctively released its grip to shield itself. With a collision between Rake's tail and the octopus's left arm, Rake seized the chance to create distance, gasping for breath. He felt at a loss, as every attempt to strike was effortlessly countered, followed by counterattacks. Spitting blood onto the ground, Rake realized his internal injuries were worsening from the relentless assaults. He understood he could no longer compete with skill. His combat experience paled in comparison, and he was at a disadvantage in height. With no other option, Rake resolved to confront the octopus head-on, wagering that his endurance could surpass that of his foe. As he observed the looming fist before him, he clenched his own fist and retaliated. A thunderous impact resonated as Rake gritted his teeth, holding firm. In a moment, the octopus faltered. Rake withdrew his fist and delivered a powerful strike, colliding once more with the octopus. Taking advantage of the momentum, Rake charged forward. The two combatants clashed repeatedly in midair, each sustaining worsening injuries. The surrounding landscape bore the scars of their battle, with mountains crumbling, rivers rerouting, and the earth fracturing. Their arms collided once more. Rake, bloodied and fierce as a demon, relentlessly suppressed the octopus. Indeed, Rake had shattered his own limits, his combat prowess continuously surging. His cells were invigorating him with energy, and with each battle, Rake grew more formidable, while the octopus began to fatigue. Gradually, Rake pushed the octopus's defenses aside, and neither combatant dared to retreat, knowing that a step back would provide the other an opportunity. As Rake opened a gap in the octopus's defenses, the creature expelled a cloud of ink towards him. Uncertain of the ink's effects, Rake hastily retreated, yet his shirt was still stained by the viscous liquid. The fabric hissed as it began to corrode, prompting him to tear it off in alarm and cast it aside. In less than a second, the garments on the ground were completely corroded, leaving behind a deep pit in the earth. Rake furrowed his brows, fixated on the octopus creature, refraining from launching an attack while it caught its breath. Octopus fiend, you concealed your skills rather well, haven't you? Out of tricks, are we? Oh, little brat, why not give it a try yourself and see? The octopus creature sensed that it might meet its demise on this planet today, yet it had not surrendered hope, still yearning to spot a flaw in its opponent's defense. Well then, here I come. Prepare to meet your end. Rake had devised a strategy. Chapter 45, The Kill. Rake's form ascended higher and higher. The octopus creature was oblivious to Rake's intentions but dared not divert its gaze, eyes intensely focused on Rake's every movement. Observing this, Rake's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he raised his hands to his forehead. Solar fist. A blinding flash erupted, and the octopus creature shrieked in agony, shielding its eyes, the sound imbued with a mix of pain and terror. It realized it had been deceived, one misstep away from a fateful conclusion. In that very moment of the octopus's cry, Rake sprang into action. He opened his tightly shut eyes, positioning himself before the octopus creature, leaving behind an afterimage of his fist. Meanwhile, his true form emerged behind the octopus, hands clasped before his chest, channeling his internal energy. Upon opening its eyes, the octopus was greeted by Rake's afterimage, leaving it no time for thought as it spewed a dark ink toward the apparition. Seeing no sign of Rake evading, the octopus felt a surge of hope, believing victory was within reach. However, as the ink passed through the afterimage, the octopus widened its eyes in confusion. "Drink!" A thunderous voice echoed from behind. The octopus jolted, turning to see a deep blue energy cannon bearing down upon it. Despair washed over its face. No! The energy cannon struck the octopus, propelling it into the air where it erupted in a violent explosion. Boom! The octopus was obliterated. Rake wearily lowered his hands and slowly flew away, having pinpointed a direction. In the valley, a group of buxom women stood petrified, transfixed by Rake's confrontation with the spacecraft. Too stunned to move. As Rake engaged the octopus, an elderly woman suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing now was not the time for dawdling. A battle was imminent. It was time for them to flee. "Why are you still standing there? Run!" she shouted, prompting the others to scatter in panic away from Rake and the octopus. The cacophony of explosions echoed in their ears, and they dared not pause until the following day. How could such a terrifying individual exist? Six Arms sat on the ground, shaken. No one responded, each person filled with confusion and astonishment. Both Rake's power and the spacecraft had shattered their previous understanding. What shall we do if aliens possess such strength? The bald man began to worry for their future. Initially, Rake had already surpassed his understanding, yet before he could recuperate, a spaceship suddenly appeared, and the extraterrestrials possessed formidable strength. "We might as well await our demise. Just pray that the young man prevails, or else our future will be bleak," the curvaceous woman remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the bald man. "The battle should have concluded by now. It's just uncertain who emerged victorious," the middle-aged man lamented, expressing the dreadful feeling of waiting for death. "What are the plans for the future?" The bald man, undeterred by the woman's words, had formulated a plan following the events of yesterday. "Do you have any thoughts?" The elderly woman countered. "What if we establish an alliance, aiming to explore stronger paths and gather more formidable individuals together? In our pursuit of strength, we can also prepare to resist the extraterrestrials in the future." The bald man articulated his thoughts. Having reached his peak, he realized that relying solely on himself to grow stronger was futile, and he believed the other Level 6 adventurers felt the same. Surely, exploring with a larger group would yield better results than venturing alone. As his words lingered in the air, the others fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of his proposal. "All right, let us return to the city. I can invite a few old friends, and we can discuss the specifics then." The elderly woman was the first to agree, subtly laying the groundwork for her future influence. "Agreed. Let us mobilize our connections and try to gather more individuals. We shall reconvene in a month," the middle-aged man concurred, exchanging different strategies with the group before departing with two companions. While the bald man and his companions deliberated, Rake had already reached the city, purchased a new outfit, indulged in a sumptuous meal, and fell into a deep slumber at a hotel. Upon awakening, Rake felt invigorated, sitting cross-legged on the bed, his mind immersed within himself. He focused on mending his internal injuries, disregarding the external ones. Gradually, Rake began to harmonize his internal organs. The night passed swiftly, yet the remaining injuries would not heal quickly. During such times, Rake often thought of the mystical beings, envying Kakarot and Vegeta. Leaving aside Kakarot, even Vegeta had healing liquids to tend to his wounds. They never had a fret over injuries. Rising, Rake gazed out the window, observing the myriad lives in the city. Some hurried to work, others engaged in brawls, some committed theft, while others rendered aid. Rake felt quite satisfied with his experiences from this excursion, although he had not gained anything at Base 5. Even the last remnants he had brought out were destroyed in the battle with the octopus-headed foe. However, that confrontation not only enriched his combat experience, but also shattered his personal limitations. The prospect of becoming a Super Saiyan was within reach, and his body was entering a growth phase. Indeed, Rake was 10 years old, having been away for over half a year. Logically, he could return now, as it was the perfect time for him to make significant strides in the gravity chamber. Yet he was in no hurry, intending to wait until his injuries had healed before commencing his training. Rake's senses expanded, recalling the aura he had perceived before engaging in battle with the octopus-headed adversary. He was not oblivious to the peril faced by Pat and the others. As previously mentioned, cultivation is a personal endeavor. It is not his role to rush to their aid the moment they encounter danger. One day, he must depart, and they must confront the threats themselves. For Rake, the events transpiring on this planet, as long as they do not jeopardize the world or disturb him personally, do not warrant his attention. The gravity chamber he left at home serves as their best option to navigate this crisis, and he wishes to see if they can discover that for themselves. Withdrawing his perception, Rake ceased to focus on Pat and the others. Pat and his companions narrowly escaped back to Ponchi City, intending to seek Rake's assistance with the rock monster, only to be taken aback upon arriving at his home. "Mother, where has Rake gone? Something terrible has happened," Lanshin inquired anxiously. Witnessing her son's distressed state, Uti felt a pang of sympathy. "Rake has been gone for quite some time and has yet to return. You should first go to the hospital to tend to your injuries." "What should we do now? Did Rake leave any contact information?" Lanshin fretted, while Pat and his companions were equally distressed. No one knew when the rock monster would cease its rampage or when it might arrive in Ponchi City. Rake's absence left them feeling unmoored. To date, there were still over a dozen members of their team unaccounted for, likely facing grave peril, and the few who had returned were ill-equipped to contend with the rock monster. The disparity was too great. Chapter 46. Utilizing the Gravity Chamber. No, Rake did not leave any contact information, nor did he specify when he would return. Seeing that she could not dissuade her son, Uti fetched the medical kit from home, tending to her son's wounds as she spoke. "Captain, perhaps we should leave Ponchi City," Lanshin suggested. Upon hearing this, Pat and the others froze, slowly turning to look at Lanshin. "You and your son should leave. We will not abandon this city. If we are to perish, let it be here in Ponchi City." In the face of the unknown, Pat offered a response from the depths of his heart. "Why? Staying here serves no purpose but to await death. If we depart, we can grow stronger and, one day, eliminate those monsters." Lanshin gazed at Pat in confusion. Their words clashed with the principles Rake had instilled in them. He had always emphasized the importance of survival, yet Pat and the others now appeared prepared to embrace death. "You are still young. When you grow older, you'll understand." But spoke earnestly. It was fortunate that Rake was not present. Had he been, he would have certainly given Pat a thorough reprimand. "What foolishness! If you are foolish, do not spread your folly to others." Yet, Rake had not taught them this way. He had said that once life is lost, nothing remains, and as long as life persists, there is hope. Lanshin murmured to herself. Pat and the others heard her words but did not refute them, nor did they intend to change their decision. "Boss, what should we do next?" The second asked. "Here is the plan. You first inform the authorities of the situation. Let us see if there are other options." After the second departed, the group fell into contemplative silence, the only sound being Uti tending to Lanshin's wounds. With no one else speaking, "Boss, shall we go there to train?" Lola's gaze swept over the gravity chamber, and memories of what Rake had said, along with her previous experiences, flashed through her mind as she pointed toward it. The others turned their heads in unison. Apart from Pat and Lanshin, the rest were bewildered, unaware of what the gravity chamber was or its effects. Pat and Lanshin's eyes sparkled with recognition, but Pat hesitated, knowing it belonged to Rake and that their unauthorized use might complicate matters with him. "Boss, let us not hesitate. When Rake returns, I will apologize to him," Lola asserted, willingly shouldering the responsibility and dragging Pat toward the gravity chamber. The others curiously followed suit. Only Uti opened her mouth as if to speak, but upon meeting her son's gaze, she abandoned her intention and merely patted his shoulder, urging him to go. As the group gathered at the gravity chamber, bellies, filled with curiosity, began to poke around and asked, "Boss, what purpose does this rural contraption serve?" "Isn't it merely a metal box?" "Girl, stand still and do not fidget," Pat admonished sternly. "Eighth sister, when Rake returns, I shall be the one to apologize. For now, we must commence," Pat remarked to Lola, recalling Rake's operations as he initiated the gravity chamber. Bang, bang, bang. With the exception of Pat and Lola, the others were pinned to the ground by 10 times the normal gravity. "Boss, what on earth is happening?" Bellies inquired, her words deliberate, This is 5 times the gravity of our planet. We will enter the gravity chamber for training in batches, Pat explained while deactivating the gravity. The group felt lightened and sprang to their feet, with bellies excitedly exclaiming, "Boss, why didn't we use this marvelous tool earlier? Girl, this does not belong to us. It is Rake's. We originally had no right to use it, and I would not have done so were it not for the urgent circumstances," Pat corrected her. "Boss, that was not my intent. I meant, why not find someone to recreate it?" Bellies clarified, realizing Pat had misunderstood her. Pat's mind momentarily stalled. He had not pondered the feasibility of such a question. It struck him that he had no idea who had originally crafted the device, which seemed perfectly reasonable. With a sigh, he replied, "Even if you wanted to create one, you'd first need to know whom to approach. As for me, I am at a loss." Bellies' excitement faded, her expression drooping as she muttered curses at Rake. "Boss, I do know this. However, even if we reach out, they would have no time to assist us in making one," Lola interjected, raising her hand. "What is the situation? Elaborate, please." This gravity chamber was commissioned by Rake from Professor Plass, who is currently engaged in the development of a spacecraft. If the progress of Rake's spacecraft is delayed, we may all face dire consequences, Lola explained with a wry smile. "So, that rural fellow is so formidable?" Bellies gasped, unable to connect Rake's seemingly bothersome demeanor with the potential for danger. "Girl, Rake does not hold grudges against you. Otherwise, a mere breath could spell your end. He is more powerful than you can possibly imagine." As Pat spoke of Leek's prowess, a flicker of longing and bitterness crossed his eyes. "Goodness, does that mean I have narrowly escaped countless deaths? What a fortune." Bellies contemplated her numerous brushes with death, and a smile began to form on her lips. Observing Bellies' foolish grin, the others gained a renewed understanding of her carefree nature. "All right, I shall now outline the precautions," Pat declared. "What we just experienced was a gravity chamber set to 10-fold gravity. You must exercise caution when utilizing it. Should you exceed your physical limits, death is imminent. Everyone in your group will suffer the consequences of your recklessness, so be exceedingly careful even when increasing the intensity by just 1-fold. Pat gazed earnestly at each individual, imparting his words with gravity. "Wait, boss, if Professor Praz is unavailable to create it, can't we request the blueprints from him and have someone else fabricate it?" Bellies suggested, emerging from a moment of levity. Pat smacked his forehead, cursing his own lack of foresight. Bellies' suggestion was indeed sound. "Once this matter is resolved, let Eighth Sister handle it. For now, we shall begin dividing into groups." Lola quickly agreed, and after the second group departed, they activated the gravity chamber. Launching experienced the sensation of pressure enveloping his entire being as he took deliberate steps forward. He was aware that Leek spent an entire day within the gravity chamber. Although the precise multiplier eluded him, he yearned to strengthen himself swiftly. He resolved that such circumstances would never again unfold in his presence. He finally comprehended that as long as he possessed strength, the predicaments described by Pat and Leek would not come to pass, and he would not need to make any choices. Seeing Lansheen's determination, Bellies was equally inspired, quickening her pace with each step, observing the two children exerting themselves. Though their combat prowess had long been surpassed, she and her companions felt a surge of confidence in their own resilience and were unwilling to concede. They sensed that a stronger will would enable them to adapt to the gravity more swiftly, perhaps even allowing them to surpass their limits. Meanwhile, Pat and the others immersed themselves tirelessly in the gravity chamber. Leek, on the other hand, ventured into a dense forest. After leaving the city, he refrained from flying, opting instead to walk aimlessly without a destination. His curiosity had drawn him to this forest, having sensed the disappearance of several auras. As he traversed the thicket, a picturesque village, rich with the aroma of smoke and life, emerged before him, seemingly isolated from the world. Today, this quaint village welcomed 3 waves of unfamiliar visitors. Chapter 47, Bellies and Lansheen Face Off. Upon entering, Leek immediately observed 2 factions brandishing firearms, locked in a standoff. While the villagers cowered in the distance under their leader's guidance, several corpses lay sprawled in pools of blood. The situation was all too clear. Leek's footsteps startled all 3 parties involved. The confronting factions mistook Leek for an ally of the opposing side, casting him fierce, menacing glances. It was evident that these individuals were desperate outlaws. The villagers, gripped by terror, regarded Leek with fear, having been rendered utterly frightened, for a community where altercations rarely occurred. Today's events were overwhelmingly intense. Only the village chief appeared to be intimidated by the 2 groups, yet his gaze remained unaltered. occasionally sweeping over them with a flicker of murderous intent. It seems quite lively here. Would someone care to enlighten me on what has transpired? Asked Rake casually. The leaders of both factions exchanged glances, realizing that Rake was not an ally, and they breathed a sigh of relief. They had no intention of answering him, and instead opened fire. With a swift motion, Rake caught 2 bullets, dismissing any notion of further conversation. He gathered energy into 2 orbs and hurled them at the opposing groups. With a thunderous explosion, 2 massive craters were left in their wake, and both factions vanished entirely. The villagers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, scattered in terror, while the village chief, suppressing his fear, approached Rake's diminutive figure and knelt before him. Aware of his own limited power, he understood that Rake sought to eliminate them. They possessed neither the strength to resist nor the means to escape. My lord, please command me. I implore you, spare these villagers. Observing the chief and the frightened villagers, Rake lost interest. Exhibiting his might before these common folk was not his pursuit. Disappointed, he shook his head and chose not to linger any longer, vanishing silently from the village. Resolute, Rake wasted no time, enveloped in a white aura as he soared towards home. Meanwhile, Pat and the others anxiously stood outside the gravity chamber, sensing a formidable creature with a combat power exceeding 10,000 approaching from 3,000 miles away. After months of training in the gravity chamber, their own combat power had soared past 8,000, yet they remained insufficient to face the impending threat. Since the second-in-command reported the creature's emergence, the authorities had dispatched several teams for reconnaissance and engagement, but none returned. All fell victim to the beast. Their actions prompted the creature to traverse from over 10,000 miles away. Although the officials swiftly organized an evacuation, the creature's speed was overwhelming. At the current pace, half of the populace would be unable to flee in time and would perish in Ponchi City. Upon sensing the creature's advance, Pat and his companions cleared the gravity chamber for Bellies and Lon Sheen, who had surpassed them in strength. They hoped the two would rapidly enhance their combat abilities to eliminate the monster. With only a day left before the creature's arrival, they prepared to gauge whether Bellies and Lon Sheen could potentially defeat it. If not, Pat was prepared to divert the creature's attention, attempting to lead it away. At that moment, the gravity chamber slowly opened, revealing a man and a woman stepping out, their strides steady and their faces radiating confidence. Pat sensed their presence, but found it elusive, only perceiving an unfathomable depth. Girls, Bellies, Lon Sheen, you must have sensed the creature as well. Do you feel confident in your abilities? If not, we old-timers can attempt to draw its attention and buy you some time. Bellies and Lon Sheen exchanged knowing smiles, and Bellies spoke up. Rest assured, leader, we will handle everything. You just prepare for the celebration feast. Absolutely. I guarantee we shall not disappoint you. Pat responded with a clap and a smile. No sooner had Pat spoken than Bellies and her companion, enveloped in a radiant white aura, soared towards the monster. Pat and the others watched their vanishing figures with a sense of satisfaction. Leader, we truly are growing old. Perhaps it's time to consider retirement. The second-in-command remarked with a hint of melancholy. That is a good thing. You can finally settle down and start a family, Pat replied joyfully. With the children now grown, they could each pursue their own destinies. Brother, the leader is right. After years of toil, don't you feel weary? The seventh member teased. Laughter erupted among the group, their mirth resonating through the chaos of the city, a stark contrast to the turmoil surrounding them. Unbeknownst to them, a figure hovered above, unnoticed by both Pat's group and Bellies. This figure had been present for quite some time. Had it been 2 years prior, their presence would have incited wrath from Rake. But times had changed. Over the years, Rake had transformed, viewing Pat and the others as friends. As such, he refrained from interfering, even as Bellies and Lon Sheen sought out the monster. Should they meet their demise, Rake would refrain from intervening, yet he would ensure vengeance in their stead. Do not mistake Rake's lack of compassion. It was a choice they made, one for which they must bear the consequences. Rake yearned to encounter the myriad of skilled fighters within the Dragon Ball universe. He could not remain bound to their protection forever. Furthermore, relocating them to Earth was impractical. Ydarpa was their homeland, and who would willingly forsake their roots? Rake, however, was different. A former inhabitant of Earth, even if it were not the same world, it offered him solace. The Saiyans' homeland had long been annihilated. In truth, Rake was a wanderer. Had he been oblivious to the world around him, he might have found peace in staying. Yet, both the memories in his mind and the blood coursing through his veins compelled him towards Earth. As he descended, he stood beside Lola, who was engrossed in conversation with Pat and the others, none of whom noticed his presence. It was only when UTI emerged from the house with tea that she spotted Rake. Rake, when did you return? Have you eaten? Shall I prepare something for you? UTI asked, hurrying over with a bright smile. Yes, please prepare something. Hearing you mention it has made me quite hungry, Rake replied, saliva almost escaping at the thought. Rake, why are you so quiet? Lola chided, casting a playful glance at him. I saw you were all in high spirits and did not wish to interrupt your merriment. Rake shrugged nonchalantly. Laughter erupted once more from Pat and the others. Suddenly, Pat sensed the presence of Bellies and Longsheen engaged in combat with a monstrous foe. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily addressed Rake, urging, Rake, Bellies and Longsheen are battling a monster. You must assist them at once. However, Rake shook his head in refusal. A profound silence enveloped the group, their laughter abruptly extinguished as they gazed at Rake in incredulity, struggling to believe their ears. Why not? Laura asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Have you all failed to comprehend such a simple matter? Rake replied, disappointment evident in his tone. Old Fifth, for ears, felt a jolt of realization. He began to grasp Rake's implication. Meanwhile, the others remained bewildered, unable to decipher his meaning. I must eventually depart. I cannot remain as your caretaker, Rake stated bluntly. Pat and the others felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. This straightforward concept had eluded their understanding. Disrupted by the current chaos, they had indeed lost sight of the larger picture, having relied on Rake's assistance while their own contributions felt superfluous. Rake is correct. Moreover, the children must grow. If they possess the confidence, we ought to extend to them our utmost trust, for ears reassured Pat with a gentle pat on the shoulder. After allowing time for reflection, he continued, furthermore, the two children have labored diligently for this cause. If Rake intervenes, what will their efforts signify? He bears no obligation to assist us. We cannot depend solely on him. With clarity dawning upon them, Pat nodded in agreement, declaring, Old Fifth, you speak the truth. I shall go apologize to Rake regarding our unauthorized use of the gravity chamber. With that, Pat strode purposefully towards Rake's abode. The others, inspired by their leader's resolve, followed suit, understanding that they had all participated in the gravity chamber's usage, and if Rake were to express discontent, they would share the consequences together. Rake, sipping his beverage, regarded the crowd of kneeling individuals with exasperation. What is this? Did I not make it clear that I dislike when others kneel before me? Rise at once. He set down his drink, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Could Pat and the others claim habitual behavior? They could not. Aware that voicing such a sentiment would likely invite a scathing reprimand, they could only lament the peculiarities of their cosmic counterparts. Complying, they stood upright, and Pat nervously disclosed their unauthorized use of the gravity chamber to Rake, bowing his head in anticipation of punishment. Is that all? Very well, you may leave. Rake waved them away dismissively. With the enticing aroma wafting through the air, he took his seat at the dining table, diving into his meal. Pat and the others retreated, standing outside to monitor the battle involving Bellies and the others. Boss, it's time for the victory feast, Laura reminded. Pat smacked his forehead, rallying the group to depart. Meanwhile, Bellies and Longsheen found themselves in tatters, having faced a situation akin to Rake's. Despite their combat prowess being on par with their adversary, they simply could not breach the defenses. As the battle wore on, the initial confidence of the two had dwindled significantly. Little sidekick, do you possess any extraordinary skills? If this continues, it seems we may meet our end here, Bellies inquired, cradling her fractured left hand. I could attempt something, but I fear the adversary may not grant us the luxury of time, Longsheen replied with a wry smile. Had it not been for their opponent's inability to fly, they would not have endured this long. How much time do you need? Bellies pressed, her eyes fixed on Longsheen, who hesitated. This technique is merely a concept in my mind. I have yet to test it, so I cannot guarantee its success. Time is a luxury we no longer possess. I can only buy you 3 minutes. Our lives rest in your hands, Bellies stated, her determination igniting as she activated her innate abilities, radiating a purple glow. Longsheen, feeling the urgency, cast aside his doubts and raised his hands above his head in a gesture of focus. A crackling sound filled the air as orange energy began to coalesce. The energy surged in his palms, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he concentrated entirely on the force gathering there, losing all awareness of the external world. Is it ready yet, little sidekick? Bellies cried out, her body collapsing to the ground after being struck by a rock creature, blood pooling beneath her. She summoned her last reserves of strength to shout. Longsheen, unwilling to delay further, locked onto the rock creature and unleashed the energy wave. With a whoosh, the wave surged forth just as the creature opened its massive jaws, unleashing a sphere of red energy to collide with it. A fierce clash ensued, with both energies locked in a stalemate. Longqin felt himself being drained, unable to muster even a trace of power, yet he dared not relent. To do so would render their previous efforts futile. With a spark of determination, his azure eyes gleamed, and threads of energy flowed from them, enhancing his energy wave. The orange force began to overpower the red, inching ever closer to the rock creature. With a thunderous explosion, the energy wave detonated within the creature's mouth, causing its head to erupt and its body to topple. Belize and Longqin exchanged triumphant smiles as he soared to her side. "How'd you manage that?" Belize asked, puzzled. "I sense you were completely drained of energy just moments ago. How did you suddenly regain your strength?" Longqin sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "I just discovered that my eyes can store energy capable of holding up to half of my internal essence. You have not disappointed me, little sidekick. Let's return," Belize said, struggling to rise. Seeing her struggle, Longqin rushed to her side, supporting her faltering body. Belize attempted to push him away, but soon surrendered, leaning against him for support. Meanwhile, Pat and the others awaited their return at the base of the building, quickly noticing their condition. They flew over, reproaching them. "What are you two doing here in such a state? You should head straight to the hospital." A group of individuals, unacquainted with one another, engaged in a fierce debate and struggle, ultimately restraining two members and transporting them to the hospital, disregarding the celebratory banquet they had just prepared. "Lan Xin, I shall bring your mother over shortly," one declared. As Lan Xian seemed poised to speak, Laura swiftly silenced him. "By the way, Rake has returned." Upon hearing Laura's words, a joyful smile illuminated Lan Xian's face. He had always harbored deep respect and gratitude for Rake, for it was due to him that he had not only retained his mother, but now also led a life he had once deemed unattainable. Content. He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. This child, Pat observed, slowing their flight speed. "Thank you for your efforts," he added. "Boss, it's a trivial matter," came a reply. Belize, however, was not asleep. She was exhilarated, and had she possessed the energy, she would have circled Ponchi City, showcasing her prowess to the world. But, understanding Belize better than anyone, shared news she adored. "Focus on your recovery. The nation is already aware of your deeds. Once you've healed, a commendation ceremony will be held in your honor." "Really?" Belize's eyes sparkled with excitement, her smile broadening uncontrollably. "Indeed, but do keep your composure. Do you wish for the entire nation to witness you in this state?" Chapter 49. A decade later. The atmosphere was extraordinarily dense, with pressure that was almost unimaginable. The instruments displayed a number of 400, indicative of the immense gravitational force in the environment. A figure, bare-chested, was performing handstand push-ups with a single finger, sweat saturating the ground beneath them as their body moved in a mechanical rhythm, murmuring to themselves, 9999, 10,000. Suddenly, the figure executed a somersault and landed gracefully. Without pause, they lifted the equipment from the corner and began to run swiftly. Setting the equipment down, the figure raised their left hand, concentrating to form a blue energy orb, which they launched forward. Before the energy orb could travel far, the figure instantaneously moved to its forefront. Boom! The energy orb struck the figure squarely in the chest. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed the figure's body, adorned with defined muscles resembling rock, untouched by harm. The figure nodded in satisfaction, channeling their inner energy, causing a multitude of energy orbs to materialize in the air. As their will directed them, the energy orbs hurtled towards the figure, who expanded their awareness, rapidly rotating their eyes and shifting their body. They deftly evaded numerous energy orbs, even as their speed increased and the density of the barrage intensified, making evasion increasingly challenging. Countless energy orbs collided with the ground and walls, vanishing like bubbles upon impact. Each time the figure dodged an energy orb, they dismantled the energy within, neutralizing its potential harm to the environment. As the energy orbs dwindled until they vanished completely, the figure came to a halt, approaching the instrument to deactivate the gravity. The environment has undergone a rapid transformation, as if the shadow of a figure was soaring through the air. The silhouette opened the door and stepped outside slowly. Standing at a height of 1.78 meters, with cascading hair and a tuft of hair playfully perched on his forehead, a tail swayed gently behind him. A chiseled face adorned with a smile tread lightly upon the grass. Indeed, the figure was Rake, who had finally matured completely. A decade has passed, and Rake is now 20 years old. Rake, Sister Lola invites you to her daughter's birthday celebration, said a young man with striking azure eyes, who had been waiting outside the gravity chamber. Sure, I will arrive on time. But what about you? Why are you loitering outside? Didn't I tell you not to linger around me? Next time, I'll have to hear from Bariz about how I'm pressuring you, Rake replied, initially agreeing to attend the party, then turning to Lanshin, feeling a headache coming on. That's not the case. I informed her, Lanshin countered, refusing to accept Rake's explanation. Nonsense. Why not go on a date with Bariz instead? Why should I have that guy accompany me? Are you lacking a few screws? Rake glared at Lanshin's rigid demeanor, fuming in frustration. That's settled then. You are not to come around here anymore. With that, Rake dismissed Lanshin, who wore a wry smile. This fellow seemed to be growing more rigid with age. Rake would never admit to having spoiled him. How could a person as astute as he be responsible for raising such a dullard? A decade had passed, and Rake's combat power had reached 4 million. However, he had yet to discover the method to transform into a Super Saiyan, only sensing that his combat prowess and cells had met the necessary criteria. Of course, he had encountered the bottleneck of the Super Saiyan transformation, a threshold he had brushed against 4 years prior when his combat power was 3 million. Yet, despite a 100,000 increase in his power over the years, he remained unable to break through this barrier. During this decade, even his gravity chamber had been upgraded several times, now capable of reaching a maximum of 500 times gravity. Regrettably, the spaceship remained inactive, causing Rake to grow anxious, fearing that Plas might be unable to produce it in 8 years. The energy detector had now been transformed into a combat power detector, crafted into an earbud style based on Rake's description. However, its upper limit was still low, capping at a mere 100,000, which Rake had never utilized. Undoubtedly, for Rake, the most pressing concern remained the Super Saiyan transformation, as his combat power had ceased to grow in recent times. This indicated that relying on increasing combat power to break through the Super Saiyan bottleneck was unrealistic. Yet, if one were to speak of anger, that would indeed pose a challenge for his plump friend. Over the years, he had seldom lost his temper. Those who truly provoked him would find themselves swiftly dealt with. Hatred was a foreign concept to him, and he lacked the haughty temperament of Vegeta. He was far from evil. Rake was deeply troubled. Although it was still early for that brat Kakarot to transform, it did not prevent him from gaining an advantage later on. Rake was determined not to become like little Kalami, relegated to merely cheering from behind Kakarot and Vegeta. It would be a disservice to all those years of effort. One must remember that in his previous life, he could not even sustain a month of running, let alone endure extreme training for over a decade. Rake harbored another hypothesis. Yet this method was unfeasible on this planet and rather perilous, which dissuaded him. This notion involved pressure. The pressure of death could potentially aid him in breaking through his limitations and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Were Rake currently on Earth, he would undoubtedly choose this path, for even a second of hesitation would be a profound disrespect to Dragon Ball. Alas, he is not there, and he is a man who values his life. This predicament has left him in a stalemate. Thus, over the years, he has consciously enhanced his control and perception of energy, and his ability to infiltrate and dismantle energy blasts within the gravity chamber is a testament to his progress. He now possesses the confidence to confront those with a battle power exceeding his by 1 million. Sigh. Rake exhaled deeply. The Bidasuo Adventurers Guild building, a towering edifice of 9 stories, was adorned with balloons as countless elites and experts arrived in succession. They entered various floors according to their rank and familiarity. Over the past decade, Rake was not the sole individual progressing. The Bidasuo Adventurers Guild had ascended to become the foremost adventurers guild in the nation. The guild leader, Bellies, boasted a battle power of 120,000, standing atop the social pyramid of the planet. Consequently, throngs of individuals sought to curry favor with the members of the Bidasuo Adventurers Guild. Even the nation's second-largest faction, the Leap Alliance, dispatched representatives to partake in the birthday celebration of Lola's daughter. Leading the alliance was a bald man, and amidst their group, a voluptuous woman cautioned a 6-armed man, "Make sure to avoid trouble when we go in, if you get into a mess. I want to be collecting your remains. Scorpion, you should mind your own business and refrain from fishing for admirers. Be cautious not to provoke the wrong individuals." The 6-armed man retorted. Her words struck a nerve with the voluptuous woman, causing her face to shift in color as unpleasant memories surfaced. She refrained from countering the 6-armed man and merely nodded in acknowledgement. The group awaited the elevator when a commotion of footsteps approached and halted beside them. The voluptuous woman caught a glimpse of the newcomer's appearance, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Clearly, The newcomer matched her expectations, and as she struggled to suppress her excitement, she prepared to initiate a conversation, only to notice the tale behind the individual. Chapter 50, The Birthday Banquet. Her eyes widened, and her cherry-red lips parted as she stammered. Why you, the voluptuous woman's reaction drew the attention of her companions. As the six-armed man turned, he grumbled, "Scorpion, what are you up to now? Huh?" Then he spotted Rake and gasped in astonishment. The rest of the group, unfamiliar with Rake, remained perplexed, uncertain of the high-ranking member's behavior. However, the bald man, recognizing Rake, approached him with an expression of surprise and delight, bowing respectfully as he said, "My lord, it is an honor to see you again." Rake observed the scene before him, scratching his head in a moment of confusion, and inquired, "Do you know me?" He had completely forgotten when he had encountered the individual opposite him. "It was a privilege to undertake a mission with you a decade ago," replied the bald man respectfully. As Rake regarded the group, he sifted through his memories and finally recalled where he had met them. Nodding slightly, he said, "Ah, it is you. Be sure to eat well tonight." At that moment, the elevator arrived, and Rake stepped inside, gesturing for the bald man and his companions to join him. "Please, sir, you go ahead. We will wait for the next one," they replied. At this point, the well-endowed woman and the six-armed man also came to their senses, bowing deeply behind the bald man in Rake's direction. Without further ado, Rake closed the elevator doors. "Who is that?" asked someone unfamiliar with Rake, glancing curiously at the bald man. The bald man shook his head and warned, "I'm not entirely sure, but you must understand not to provoke him. Otherwise, it may lead to dire consequences." As the elevator halted on the 9th floor, Rake was immediately captivated by the aroma in the air. He walked straight to the dining table and grabbed a plate of steak, devouring it eagerly. Just as he was relishing his meal, a little girl tugged at his pant leg, interrupting him. "Uncle Rake, why didn't you come find me? Why are you hiding here, eating alone?" The girl looked up at Rake with her expressive eyes, pouting in a way that conveyed her annoyance. Sheen, don't disturb Uncle Rake while he's eating. He will come to find you once he's finished," someone interjected, but Rake paid no heed to the girl's upset expression and turned his attention to other dishes. Knowing who Rake was, Sheen spread her tiny wings and began to flutter around him, employing this as her unique strategy to engage him. Sheen, why don't you go find your brother Don Kong?" Rake said while savoring an ice cream cone, hoping to send the little one on her way. Only Sheen dared to disturb him during his meal. Otherwise, she would have been swiftly dealt with. No, brother Don Kong is too timid. The last time I invited him to play, he wouldn't dare come, and he even told my mother, causing me to miss out. Cough, was that really for fun? You were heading out of the city into the wilderness." Rake nearly choked. "I was just curious," Sheen replied with an embarrassed smile. "Rolla, where are you? Quickly take Sheen away." Rake, feeling helpless against the little girl, resorted to summoning Rolla. Rolla had already noticed Rake and her daughter and had no intention of intervening on Rake's behalf. She found his predicament amusing and pretended not to hear his call, turning her attention to Pat and the others. Meanwhile, Lon Sheen, who had been drinking with Bellies, prepared to seek out Rake upon hearing his voice, but was firmly held back by Bellies, preventing her from leaving. After calling out for a while without any response, Rake surmised Rolla's intentions and directed his gaze towards the smug expression of Sheen. A wicked smile crept across Rake's face as he reached out with his grease-stained hand to pinch the chubby cheeks of Sheen. "Oh, Uncle Rake, how can you be so naughty, smudging my face?" Sheen exclaimed, flapping her wings and retreating in protest, casting her grievances towards Rake. "Look at you, little girl. Still bothering me." Rake laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. Sheen, her face flushed with indignation, charged at Rake, soaring above him to seize his hair and unleash a flurry of playful attacks. With the little girl no longer obstructing his view, Rake disregarded her antics and proceeded to another table to continue his feast. After he had satisfied his appetite, he gently removed the exhausted Sheen, who had dozed off atop his head. Carrying Sheen, he approached Lola, questioning her. "Lola, was this intentional? I distinctly sensed your presence nearby. The moment I called, you vanished." "Don't spout nonsense. Someone was seeking my assistance," Lola replied, well aware of Rake's temperament and unwilling to admit the truth. "You know the reality of the situation. Take care of this girl. I must take my leave," Rake said as he handed Sheen over to Lola. "Did you not just arrive? Aren't you waiting for Sheen to wake?" Lola inquired. "Having eaten to my heart's content, Sheen won't awaken for a while. She has been prancing about on my head for over half an hour, until we meet again in 8 years," Rake remarked, patting his round belly with a carefree expression. "What? You plan to be away for so long?" Lola questioned in disbelief, raising her voice. Suddenly, a crowd gathered around them. Pat inquired, "Sister, what is happening?" Lola relayed Rake's intention to be absent for 8 years. The crowd gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why Rake would be gone for such an extended period. Longsheen was the first to speak, skipping the inquiry of reasons. He urged, "Rake, take me with you." Rake, is there something amiss? Pat, though now in a secondary role, spent most of his time in the wilderness, exploring unknown creatures. "I am embarking on a quest for breakthroughs, and the duration is uncertain. However, I assure you I will return once the spacecraft is completed. That will coincide with my departure from Udalpa Star." Rake succinctly explained his plans. "Longsheen, you need not accompany me. You would only hinder my progress. It would be best for you to marry the silly girl soon and give your mother a grandchild." Rake decisively dismissed Longsheen while suggesting an alternative. Afterward, Rake surveyed the members of the Bissau Adventurers Guild, turned his back, and waved farewell, leaving without a trace. Longsheen gazed despondently at Rake's receding figure, realizing that their time apart would be lengthy. Even though Rake promised to return in 8 years for the spacecraft, there was no guarantee they would reunite then. From what Longsheen knew of Rake, he was capable of disappearing without a word. "Little sidekick, I will stand by you at Professor Plass in 8 years, Bellies whispered, grasping Longsheen's hand gently. "Thank you, Bellies." Chapter 51. The transformation into a giant ape again. By the babbling brook, Rake sat upon a stone, rod in hand, gazing serenely at the water's surface, patiently awaiting a bite. The bobber on the surface quivered slightly, a signal that a fish was testing the waters, yet he remained still. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the ground, and the surface of the water was disturbed by the appearance of a 30-meter-tall gorilla at the edge of the stream. With a sigh, Rake reeled in his line and stood, directing his attention towards the formidable creature. The gorilla had initially approached for a drink, but upon noticing Rake's movement, it became aware of the tiny ants below. With a series of guttural roars, the gorilla pounded its chest, asserting its dominance. Unfazed, Rake calmly observed the display. This only incited the gorilla further, and it launched a fist towards him. The force of the blow stirred the air, ruffling Rake's hair as it seemed destined to connect. In a swift motion, Rake extended a single finger to block the colossal fist, halting its advance entirely. The gorilla, perplexed by the unexpected resistance, hesitated, contemplating a second strike against the insignificant being before it. As the gorilla's arm began to retract, Rake flicked his finger gently. A deep thud resonated, and uncontrollably, the gorilla soared into the sky, quickly diminishing into a mere speck, vanishing from sight. Such creatures held no appeal for Rake as sustenance. It had been 2 years since he departed from Pan City, during which his travels had taken him across the globe, even to the depths of the ocean. Despite encountering a sea monster boasting a battle power of 300,000, Rake refrained from engaging. The creature's power was too trivial to warrant his effort. Now, he returned to the place of his beginnings, residing once more in the cave from over a decade ago. Throughout these 2 years, he had periodically attempted to harness the method of transformation employed by the Saiyans in Dragon Ball Super, concentrating his energy in the cells of his back in pursuit of achieving Super Saiyan status. However, despite his efforts, the veins on his forehead throbbed with no result, as if water and fire could not coexist. While the energy released during battle seamlessly integrated into his being, the reverse proved entirely futile. After yet another failed attempt, he sought solace by the brook, hoping to quell his restless spirit. Little did he know he would encounter a destroyer. Refraining from obliterating it on the spot was a testament to his recent progress in self-control. With his meditation disrupted, Rake gathered his fishing gear and returned to his cave after dispatching a wild beast. That night, he endeavored to channel the energy within him to break through the barriers that held him back, yet it remained stubbornly confined. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he recalled how, in his previous life, transforming into a Super Saiyan seemed effortless in anime. Now, faced with his own stagnation, he had exhausted every method at his disposal. On one occasion, he had even inflicted severe injury upon himself, hoping to leverage the Saiyan ability to increase battle power through recovery. But upon healing, his strength remained unchanged, and his internal energy showed no signs of growth. Rek's understanding of cells remains rather limited, and he is seldom engaged in battle. His body feels akin to a stagnant pool of water. Today marks the full moon, and Rek prepares for one final endeavor. Indeed, he resolves to transform into a great ape, the sole method available to him at present to shatter his limitations. Given the circumstances, this is the only avenue he can pursue to attempt to transcend his current state. He is prepared to embrace death. Should he unleash his great ape form and obliterate the planet, he too would face annihilation. He is unwilling to wait any longer. Although 6 years remain until he could potentially leave, it does not guarantee that he would be able to transform immediately upon departure. Pushing aside the stone, Rek emerges from a cave, his gaze fixed upon the enormous moon in the sky. Thump, thump, thump. A colossal heartbeat reverberates, quickening with each pulse. His hair surges in growth, and the cells within his body divide frantically. A tremendous urge for destruction consumes him, nearly overwhelming his sanity. Rek clings desperately to the last vestiges of his rationality, refusing to succumb to this insatiable desire for havoc. A towering great ape, over 100 meters tall, materializes, revealing the struggle etched upon its face, a visage contorted in turmoil. Its ruby-like eyes betray no clarity. As the great ape tilts its head back and opens its cavernous maw, golden energy swirls within, culminating in a force capable of obliterating the planet, which it unleashes into the cosmos. After discharging this energy, the great ape remains frozen in position, devoid of further action. Only through its eyes filled with destructive longing can one perceive that it has entirely lost its reason. As night passes, the great ape gradually diminishes, and Rek's form begins to reappear. Upon regaining his lucidity, Rex surveys his surroundings. Undoubtedly, he lost his reason yesterday. Yet, fortunately, his transformation into a great ape did not result in further devastation. Rex's heart swells with newfound confidence. As long as his great ape transformation does not lead to planetary ruin, he remains open to the possibility of transformation. With no time to ponder and disregarding his nakedness, Rex promptly returns to the cave and sits cross-legged. He immerses his mind within, attuning to his cells, only to discover that they have undergone no alterations following his transformation into a great ape. Rex is disheartened at the thought that he may have risked his life in vain. Continuously sensing the internal state of his being, he perceives an anomaly at the base of his tail. There lingers a trace of wild energy fluctuations, and his blood feels distinctly different from its usual state. Rex channels all his energy once more, beginning to assault his cells. To his elation, he detects a ripple of change. The barrier separating him from the Super Saiyan form begins to waver. Though it may be unrealistic to achieve a breakthrough to Super Saiyan in his current state, Rex glimpses a glimmer of hope. He fears change, yet he fears even more the absence of any change at all. As time passes, however, the barrier solidifies once again. Rex opens his eyes and rises slowly to his feet. Calming his thoughts, he begins to contemplate the relationship between the two forms. In the context of the Dragon Ball narrative, the transformations into Great Ape and Super Saiyan belong to distinct systems. However, if one were to infer from the Golden Great Ape within the storyline, the two forces should ideally merge seamlessly. However, relying on the transformation into a Great Ape to breach the Super Saiyan threshold appears unrealistic. Setting aside other considerations, Rex's body may not endure the overwhelming energy, potentially leading to self-destruction at the moment of Golden Great Ape transformation. Yet, he believes that harnessing the ferocious energy of the Great Ape to stimulate his cells is plausible. If one were to liken the cells within him to a stagnant pool of water, then the chaotic energy of the Great Ape could be compared to a matchstick. There is no need for a complete fusion. A mere flicker of heat from a match could suffice to induce change in the stagnant water, causing it to bubble and boil. This mirrors Kakarot's approach of unleashing his profound rage to unlock the reservoir of Super Saiyan energy, and Rex intends to do the same with unparalleled ferocity. Of course, this is not a task to be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Based on the residual energy from his previous Great Ape transformation, Rex realizes that he may never transcend the Super Saiyan. In Chapter 52, The Emergence of the Super Saiyan, he reflects that it is not merely about retaining rationality post-transformation, but rather about familiarizing himself with that explosive energy at the very onset of the transformation, which proves exceedingly challenging. He must grasp this energy while clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity, amplifying the difficulty exponentially. Any misstep could spell disaster. Having discovered method, Rex's confidence in his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan blossoms. In the days to come, he dedicates himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of his spirit and the Great Ape transformation. Every full moon, he undergoes the change into a Great Ape. In the initial 3 years, he battled against the urge for destruction, intentionally avoiding thoughts of familiarizing himself with the chaotic energy. Although he ultimately succumbed to madness each time, he found the resistance increasingly manageable, unlike the arduous struggles of his early attempts. The pinnacle of his achievements lies in the fact that after transforming, he no longer expels energy wildly. Instead, each transformation sees him standing quietly throughout the night. Today marks his first attempt to familiarize himself with the chaotic energy while maintaining control over his mind. Rek distinctly feels a wave emanating from the tip of his tail, rapidly spreading throughout his body, causing his blood to boil and grow warmer, merging with the cells within him to produce a colossal surge of energy. A transformation is occurring among the tail's vibrations, blood, and cells, an indescribable change that Rek observes. Taking the opportunity, he senses his cells and discovers they remain unaffected by the tumultuous waves and blood, as if existing in an entirely different dimension, regardless of the surrounding chaos. The cells remain untouched. Before he could discern more, he loses his rationality. The great ape begins to pound its chest and roar, as if just released from a cage. Its eyes emit two beams of golden energy, obliterating a distant mountain peak in an instant. Just as the great ape prepares to unleash further devastation, a flash of light crosses its eyes, halting the onslaught. This is madness. Rek muses as his form materializes, recalling the lingering memories in his mind, offering a bitter smile. 3 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these past 3 years? He vocally expresses to the heavens. Frustration wells within Rek. At the age of 25, he finds himself still grappling with the complexities of becoming a Super Saiyan, perhaps marking him as the most inept reincarnator of all. This was the first time that Rek truly encountered the ferocious energy, and he nearly lost control, leaving him genuinely concerned that he might inadvertently bring about his own demise. Having calmed his tumultuous emotions, Rek meticulously reflected upon the experience of transformation, gaining a new understanding of the Super Saiyan form. He recalled the initial stages of Super Saiyan evolution, realizing that it was characterized by an inherent instability. Both Kakarot and Vegeta were significantly influenced by their emotions upon achieving the Super Saiyan state. This was also true for Super Saiyan 2. When Gohan first transformed, he exhibited a notable arrogance, while Rek found himself excessively rational. This meant he was attempting to bypass the initial Super Saiyan stage, striving directly for full-power Super Saiyan, which significantly increased the difficulty of his endeavor. He recognized that he should focus on harnessing his destructive impulse to stimulate his cells. Thus commenced a year of relentless experimentation with his concepts. After a year, he had mastered the ability to retain that destructive desire, even after reverting from the great ape transformation. He dared not linger, swiftly channeling the energy within him, merging it with his destructive urge to launch an assault on his cells. Suddenly, his body erupted in a fervor. His cells underwent a frenzied division, spreading throughout him, as golden energy began to radiate, causing his internal energy to expand rapidly. His appearance transformed. His hair and eyebrows turned golden. A tuft of hair on his forehead stood upright, and his pupils shifted to a pale green, his gaze exuding an air of indifference. The entire aura surrounding him shifted. A golden flame enveloped his form, emanating a fierce presence that silenced the surroundings for miles. In disbelief, Rek clenched his fist. An unrelenting torrent of energy surged forth from within him. At that moment, he grasped the stark contrast between the cold numbers depicted in anime and his own lived experience. Everything in the world appeared fragile through his eyes, and he felt as though he possessed the power to obliterate existence itself. He could not restrain the energy within him, and his stamina was swiftly depleting. In an instant, he moved, traversing 100 miles to stand before a towering mountain. With a single punch, the mountain crumbled, rocks flying as he erased it from the planet's surface. Rek struggled to rein in his destructive desires, taking a deep breath to regain control over his Super Saiyan energy. The golden flames dissipated, and his hair and eyebrows gradually returned to black as he reverted from his transformation. Reflecting on the process of transforming into a Super Saiyan, he began to draw upon the reservoir of Super Saiyan energy once more. The golden flames reappeared, and he transformed again into a Super Saiyan. Experiencing the overwhelming strength post-transformation compared to his prior weakness, he was engulfed by an immense sense of disparity, feeling as though he existed in a completely different realm. Thus, Rek stood in place, continuously practicing his transformation until his energy was entirely expended, reluctantly returning to the cave. He also recognized the drawbacks of his transformation. Both energy and stamina were consumed at an alarming rate, even in the absence of combat. He came to understand why Super Saiyans required full power, not merely to maintain a tranquil state of mind, but for far more complex reasons. Full power signifies complete mastery over Super Saiyan energy, resulting in a significant enhancement of combat prowess. Otherwise, one could hardly bear the consumption of such power. Unbeknownst to Rek, during his transformation into a Super Saiyan, the magnitude of his presence left an indelible impact. All those capable of sensing energy could feel his astonishingly vast aura. Their faces etched with despair. What is this? Bellies, overwhelmed, sank to the ground, gazing in horror toward Rek. An aura more immense than the sun itself manifested from an unknown distance. Yet in Bellies' perception, she felt entirely enveloped by his energy, enduring an unimaginable pressure at every moment. Beside her, Blux was not faring much better, equally transfixed by Rek's direction, his legs trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. However, Blux possessed an extra layer of awareness. He sensed a familiarity within this overwhelming aura. The image of Rek flashed through his mind, and his trembling ceased, his eyes alight with joy. This is Rek's energy, he exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible, Bellies turned to Blux, skepticism evident in her voice. Despite having known Rek for quite some time, during which he often suppressed his energy, Blux and others had still encountered it. This familiarity is precisely why Blux, having spent the most time with Rek, was the first to recognize his energy. Truly, I cannot be mistaken, Blux replied with unwavering confidence. Is it truly possible for a person's energy to be so vast? Bellies murmured in astonishment. Meanwhile, the Lola family was dining, and they too sensed Rek's energy. Xinyue turned to Lola, wide-eyed, and asked, Mom, is the world coming to an end? Chapter 53. The Time Mist. Just as Lola was about to respond to her daughter, the energy abruptly vanished from her perception. Suppressing her fear, Lola gently patted Xinyue's head, preparing to comfort her. Suddenly, that immense aura reappeared without warning, continuing to fluctuate for over half an hour, tormenting them relentlessly. Of course, during this time, more individuals recognized that this energy belonged to Rek, alleviating their despair. At the moment Lola identified Rek's energy, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, softly assuring her daughter, Xin, don't worry, the world's end is far off. That energy was your Uncle Rek. Huh? Xinyue exclaimed, her adorable mouth agape. Having encountered Rek in her childhood, she had been unable to sense energy at that time. Now, 6 years later, she only retained a vague memory of his name, forgetting what he looked like. However, through the overwhelming aura, she re-acknowledged Rek's significance, finally understanding why the adults spoke of him with such reverence. Oh, what? You used to pull his hair all the time when you were little? Lola and her husband exchanged glances and chuckled. No way. Xinyue stammered, astonished at her own childhood bravery. Are you really afraid sometimes, my dear? Lola teased, playfully pinching Xinyue's nose. The mere mention of Lola brought a headache to her, for only her father, had ever shown such leniency towards her. This indulgence led to Xinyue growing up with the temperament of a little tyrant. As no one dared provoke her for fear, she would tell her father. Even now, as she had matured, she remained untamed, flitting from one amusement to another with no regard for authority. To their astonishment, today she was taught a lesson by like himself. Xinyue chuckled shyly at the thought. However, the repercussions of this incident were far-reaching, affecting not only those attuned to the atmosphere. Within half an hour, every operational combat power detector, whether it was a headset or a large instrument, erupted in a series of explosions. The extent of the damage was incalculable, with countless injuries reported, not to mention the widespread panic that ensued. The following day, Like emerged from the cave, invigorated and ready to embark on a new round of rigorous training. This time, he focused on enhancing his base combat power. Having encountered a bottleneck in his Super Saiyan form, his combat power had stagnated at 4 million for the past decade. After breaking through this barrier yesterday, it had increased by 2 million, yet this was negligible compared to the formidable beings that lay ahead. Even in his transformed state, he barely reached 300 million combat power, insufficient to challenge Frisia's brother, Cooler, leaving Like unsatisfied. Moreover, he sensed that he would not encounter another bottleneck until surpassing 100 million, though the limits beyond that remained elusive to him for now. Time passed swiftly as Like immersed himself in the joyous pursuit of strength, oblivious to its passage. Over a year had elapsed since his agreement with Professor Plass, and by the year 763 of the Ikage, his base power had risen to 50 million. On a fateful day, a loud explosion jolted Like from his reverie. Confusion flickered in his eyes as he pondered the source of the detonation. As his perception expanded, he detected two distinct energies in his mind, cloaked in a white aura. Like soared towards the direction of the disturbance. Moments later, he silently appeared above the two energies, focusing intently on the scene below. A young boy, possibly 15 or 16, was being pursued by a rock monster. Indeed, the rock monster had not been entirely vanquished. After Blue Heart and Bellies surpassed its combat power, they ceased their assault, leaving the remainder for the younger generation to hone their skills. Below, a boy with 4 ears, unmistakably Kong's son, was desperately evading the creature's attacks. Though it had been 9 years since last saw him, he recognized him instantly, albeit puzzled by how much older he appeared than he remembered. The boy was frantically dodging the rock monster's strikes while releasing energy blasts to create diversions, attempting to escape into the woods. Would normally refrain from intervening, but he had pressing questions and was reluctant to wait. With a raised hand, he unleashed an energy blast at the rock monster, obliterating it in an instant. A figure floated before Kong, who inquired, Kong, what brings you here all alone? Kong, perplexed by the swift defeat of the rock creature, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a familiar silhouette. Before he could ponder further, he heard the question posed by Uncle Kong responded, somewhat incredulous. Upon seeing nod, he confirmed that he had not mistaken his identity and hurriedly replied, Uncle this is my father's request. I intended to venture into the Rock Mountains, but unfortunately, I encountered a creature from the core zone. Furrowed his brow at this revelation and admonished. Was Sea Air thinking? How can he let you come here alone at your age? Kong awkwardly rubbed his nose and muttered, Uncle I'm not a child anymore. I'm already 16. What? Exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. Kong, thinking had not heard correctly, repeated. It has been over 9 years since I left. Indeed, Uncle Damn, this joke has gone too far. Kong, I must leave. Take care of yourself, declared, vanishing before Kang's eyes. Goodness, I have become the very person I despised, he mused, recalling his past criticism of Kakarot and Vegeta for only focusing on training. Little did he know that the boomerang of fate would eventually strike him. Lamented silently, feeling utterly despondent. He had underestimated the thrill of becoming stronger. The white aura surrounding surged dramatically, expanding outward. In a minute, he arrived at Professor Plas's doorstep and rang the doorbell. Hello, who is it? A melodious female voice reached ears. Greetings, I am seeking Professor Plas. Although was unfamiliar with the concept of a female voice, he maintained his politeness. Please wait, I will call my husband. Was surprised to learn that after 9 years, Plas had gotten married. In less than 5 minutes. A middle-aged man wearing glasses emerged. I thought something had happened to you. It has been over a year since I last saw you to collect the spaceship. Plas's rich voice resonated. Feeling a bit sheepish, wiped his non-existent sweat and joyfully asked, when can the spaceship be ready for departure? It is ready at any time. The ship is stocked with enough energy for 3 years of travel. Should that suffice? Plas inquired uncertainly. Nodded enthusiastically, rubbing his hands together as he exclaimed, then what are we waiting for? Let's embark. Plas, however, did not share excitement. Adjusting his glasses, he replied, I shall remain here to be with my family. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Encounter with the Mecha Troops. Emotions softened as he gazed earnestly at Plas, asking once more, have you made your decision? Yes. I have considered it every day for the past year. Plas responded with equal seriousness. Nodded, choosing not to press further. Soon, they stood before the spaceship. Reminiscent of the one Kakarot had used, albeit oval rather than circular in shape. Rek did not rush to depart. He intended to remain at Plas's residence for a while, seeking his guidance on the operation of the spacecraft. Plas offered no objections, as it was he who had initially canceled their meeting, and now he was wholeheartedly devoted to instructing Rek. During this period, Rek refrained from contacting Longsheen and the others. Longsheen had surmised correctly. Rek was not fond of the atmosphere of farewells. Moreover, if fortune favored him and he managed to master teleportation, he would return in a heartbeat. Thus, on the day of his departure, only the Plas couple saw him off. Professor, should I acquire a skill, I shall return to introduce you to that esteemed doctor. Rek bid his final farewell. Upon hearing this, Plas's eyes sparkled as they shared a silent exchange. With a soft thud, the spacecraft's hatch sealed, and Rek guided the vessel gently into the sky. In no time, it soared into the cosmic expanse. Longsheen seemed to sense something amiss. She glanced at the spot where the spacecraft had vanished and, filled with determination, flew to Professor Plas's residence. Upon arrival, she immediately noticed the area where the spacecraft had been was now devoid of any presence, her gaze shifting to the professor, who was staring into the heavens. He had already departed. Understanding the question lingering in Longsheen's mind, Plas provided her with the answer. A shadow fell across Lanxin's eyes as she cast a hollow gaze toward the starry universe, silently offering her blessings. In the vast cosmos, Rex stood by the window of the spacecraft, gazing at the tricolored planet he had called home for 26 years, his heart a tumult of emotions, a blend of reluctance and joy. As the vessel accelerated, the planet Eudapola faded from view. Regaining his composure, Rex made his way to the spacecraft's gravity chamber. Lacking specific coordinates in the starry sky, his craft was en route to planet Vegeta. Rex planned to sense the surrounding energy to see if he might encounter commercial planets and subsequently acquire Earth as coordinates. Space travel proved to be a monotonous endeavor, and Rex had no intention of entering stasis in the high-gravity environment of 400. A flash of golden energy enveloped Rex as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, striving to maintain a calm demeanor while diligently restraining the immense energy within him to minimize unnecessary expenditure. Simultaneously, his perception extended over a vast expanse of star domains. Rex employed Kakarot's training methods for honing his Super Saiyan abilities. However, his training was not without its challenges. After 3 years of enhancement, his combat prowess post-transformation reached a staggering 2.5 billion. Such a colossal surge of energy was not easily controlled. Failure to manage it resulted not only in rapid physical exhaustion, but also disrupted his daily life. He often found himself breaking chopsticks or shattering bowls, causing considerable inconvenience, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution in all endeavors. Each time he entered the spacecraft's control room, he would revert to his normal state, fearful of damaging the vessel and leaving himself adrift in the cosmos. On this day, a planet exhibiting signs of distress entered Rex's perception, a situation he was all too familiar with, indicating an assault on the planet. Elation surged within him. The past 6 months have been stifling, burdened by the unchanging scenery and the profound loneliness of self-entertainment. Rex's spirit had endured immense pressure. With his golden hair glistening, he strode confidently into the control room, maneuvering the spaceship towards the planet he sensed. Indeed, Rex had not abandoned his Super Saiyan transformation over the past 6 months. His training had yielded remarkable results, enhancing his full power while simultaneously boosting his base combat strength by 10 million. The spacecraft emitted a trail of blue energy as it sped through space, and days later, a dusty yellow planet came into Rex's view. Without hesitation, he descended rapidly. During these days, the atmosphere of this planet had dissipated significantly, and it continued to vanish as Rex entered. The spaceship landed on a vast plain, and Rex swiftly made his way to the battlefield. Upon arrival, he witnessed 3 extraterrestrials ruthlessly slaughtering the indigenous inhabitants. The natives bore a striking resemblance to humans, save for the long antennae atop their heads. The 3 assailants included a diminutive figure with blue skin, a brown-skinned lizard creature, and a tall being with green skin. The trio of aliens evoked a sense of familiarity in Rex, yet he could not recall where he had encountered them before. Rex's sudden appearance attracted the attention of both parties. The natives mistook him for yet another aggressor, while the 3 aliens reacted differently. The blue-skinned midget, noticing the tail behind Rex, exclaimed to Saiyan, "Are you the one who killed King Frieza? Who are you? Remnants of Frieza?" Rex coldly inquired, dismissing the trio with disdain. "We are not of King Frieza's faction. We are the Gula Mech Corps," the blue-skinned midget replied, striking a pose alongside his companions. Rex could no longer contain himself. He felt his eyes were tainted and his spirit assaulted. Suddenly, he recalled who these 3 were, experiencing a mix of strangeness and elation. According to Rex's understanding, these individuals should have been eliminated long ago. Why were they still laying siege to this planet? Yet, this was not his primary concern. The crux of the matter was that they possessed the coordinates for Earth and planet Yardrat, sparing him from aimlessly wandering the cosmos. "All right, where are your spaceships? Take me there, quickly," he demanded. The 3 Gula members exchanged glances as if Rex were a fool, with Nez scoffing, "Saiyan, we were just about to seek you out. Yet here you are, coming to your own demise. Just the 3 of you? Gula wouldn't even dare to speak before me," Rex retorted. "If you refuse to answer my questions, I shall send you to your end now." His gaze shifted, turning icy as he regarded the trio. Unlike Kakarot, he had no intention of wasting time with trivial banter. Upon hearing Rex's audacious words, Dre could no longer contain his fury and charged at Rex. Saiyan. With a swift motion, Rex's fist connected with Dre's chest, penetrating through his back. Blood erupted from Dre's mouth as his eyes gradually lost their luster. His lifeless body dangling from Rex's arm. With a disdainful flick of his arm, Leek discarded Dre's lifeless body as if it were mere refuse. His expression unwavering and cold as he fixed his gaze upon Saiyan. The two were momentarily paralyzed, their courage faltering as they beheld the drops of blood trickling from Leek's arm, a heavy weight of dread settling in their hearts. They were acutely aware of Dre's formidable prowess, knowing he stood on equal footing with them. His abrupt demise heralded their own potential peril. Yet, they resolved not to relent. Saiyan activated his power detector, reporting, "This is Saiyan, addressing King Gula. We have encountered a Saiyan on Antenna Star, and Dre has just been slain." Chapter 55, The Battle Begins, Gula. Upon concluding his message, Saiyan crushed the device in his grip, exchanging a wary glance with Nez as they kept a vigilant watch on Leek. "Oh, how loyal you are to your master," Leek remarked with a smirk, raising his hands in a mocking gesture. Sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from Leek, Saiyan shouted to Nez, urging him to join their assault on Leek. They charged toward him from opposite sides, launching their attack. "Such foolishness. Self-destruction would be preferable, yet you compel me to intervene," Leek lamented as he effortlessly deflected their strikes, shaking his head in exasperation. With two sharp cracks echoing in the air, Saiyan and Nez's heads vanished in an instant. In a fleeting moment, Leek had delivered a single slap to each, obliterating their skulls. The entire encounter transpired in mere seconds. The inhabitants of Antenna Star were still reeling from the shock when the battle concluded. They could only watch in terror as three formidable demons were so easily dispatched. Awaiting their own judgment, Leek gently descended to the ground, approaching the remaining antenna inhabitants. "Which of you knows the whereabouts of their spaceship?" he inquired. The crowd exchanged anxious glances, none daring to answer, paralyzed by uncertainty regarding their impending fate. "I know," a child's voice piped up. Leek turned to locate the source, spotting a small boy whose mouth was being forcefully covered by a nearby woman, clearly intent on stifling his speech. Slowly, Leek approached the child, but the woman instinctively pulled the boy behind her, shielding him with her outstretched arms. The fear etched on her trembling form softened Leek's demeanor. "You must be this young lad's mother. I assure you, I mean no harm. May I speak with your son?" The woman's apprehension began to dissipate as she observed Leek's sincerity. Her trembling ceased as she crouched down to embrace the boy, her gaze fixed nervously on Leek. "Little one, could you tell Uncle where the spaceship is located?" The boy, realizing he was the center of attention, recalled that he should not speak and buried his face in his mother's shoulder, too frightened to respond. Leek found himself at a loss. He couldn't compel the child to speak, nor did he wish to. Instead, he gestured towards the mother, encouraging her to prompt her son while he stepped aside. "Sir, I have acquired the location. Allow me to escort you there." A man approached, addressing Leek with utmost respect. Rake nodded slightly, seizing the man and soaring into the sky. On the other side, Gula received the news, his anger transforming into a sardonic laughter as he cursed his foolish brother Frisia for tarnishing the noble lineage of the Frozen Demon clan. He promptly commanded his spaceship to head towards the Antenna Star. Upon locating the coordinates within the ship, Rake finally felt a sense of relief. He dismissed the man and returned to his own vessel, inputting the coordinates. He hesitated to depart, both to rest after such a long journey and due to Shaviza's words. With his knowledge of the Frozen Demon clan, he was certain that Gula was on his way. Although he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he was not a villain either. It was beyond him to ignore the annihilation of an entire planet. If he were to leave, Gula would undoubtedly obliterate the planet in a fit of rage. Furthermore, given Gula's combat prowess, Rake saw no reason to evade him. Eliminating a troublesome foe would be advantageous. It would also prevent Gula from returning as a metal being to exact revenge on Earth, where Rake would ensure not a trace of him remained. It had been a while since he had engaged in battle, so he saw this as an opportunity to stretch his muscles and enjoy a spirited encounter with Gula. A month passed, and Rake sensed a tremendous energy entering the planet, causing him to abandon his meal and fly towards Gula. The spaceship soon came into view, and he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy directly at it. The vessel erupted in an explosion, and Gula's silhouette emerged amidst the smoke. An invisible wave swept through, dispersing the haze as Gula flew to confront Rake. "Is this the one you dispatched, Frisia?" Gula inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. "No, he was defeated by Kakarot," Rake replied, shaking his head in denial. He was keen to engage in conversation with Gula, intrigued by this first encounter. "Then you dare to provoke me? No matter. I shall deal with you first before seeking that Saiyan," Gula remarked nonchalantly, as if Rake were merely an insignificant insect beneath his heel. "Huh, you?" Rake's tone brimmed with disdain. With a swift motion, Two beams of purple death energy shot from Gula's eyes, hurtling towards Rake. Perhaps it was Rake's derisive tone that incited Gula to act. Such childish antics should not be flaunted, Rake taunted, effortlessly swatting away the death rays. Oh, Gula narrowed his eyes at Rake's seemingly relaxed demeanor, his expression shifting to one of seriousness, realizing that his opponent was not the trivial foe he had assumed. In an instant, he lunged forward, landing a punch to Rake's abdomen that sent him flying, then swiftly maneuvered behind him to deliver a kick. Rake crashed into the ground. Your skills do not match your bravado. Gula hovered in midair, arms crossed as he fixed his gaze on Rake. Emerging from the rubble, Rake dusted off his tattered clothing, revealing his unscathed abdominal muscles as he looked up at Gula. Are you giving me a massage? Indeed, Rake was uninjured. Although he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had harnessed Super Saiyan energy to shield himself the moment Gula had moved. He certainly does not possess the inclination for masochism like Kakarot. He is well aware of the strength and weaknesses of his opponent, yet chooses to engage, only to unleash his fury after receiving a beating. Gula's eyes narrowed as he sensed the pressure, prompting him to transform. His body expanded significantly, becoming more robust. From his head, four horns extended backward, while his mouth resembled one obscured by a mask. His shoulders jutted out like protective armor, and two horns sprouted from his back. His arms grew into blade-like protrusions. Unlike my brother Frisia, I possess an additional transformation, granting me a battle power of 470 million. Gula regained his composure, his speech brimming with confidence. Truth be told, aside from becoming less aesthetically pleasing, I did not feel significantly stronger. Rake shrugged, spreading his hands in response. You certainly have the audacity to say that. You ought to truly feel your strength. Before he could finish, Gula appeared beside Rake, delivering a swift kick. Rake raised his hand to block the attack, seizing Gula's ankle and slamming him to the ground. See? I told you it wasn't much of an improvement. After the strike, Rake released his grip, standing before Gula with a teasing smirk. As Gula distanced himself, he noticed Rake's transformation. His hair, eyebrows, and tail had turned striking golden hue, and his pupils had shifted to a light green. Is this the Super Saiyan? I must admit, Gula is more astute than his brother. Quickly realizing this was the legendary transformation passed down through their lineage. I am the strongest in the universe. Gula charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Rake's cheek. Chapter 56, Arrival on Yardrat. With a resounding thud, Gula's fist connected with Rake's face. However, before he could express any delight, he noticed Rake remained unfazed, showing no signs of injury. Rake glared at Gula, landing a powerful blow to Gula's chest, causing him to spit out bile. Without allowing Gula a moment to react, Rake twisted his wrist. A sharp crack echoed as he broke Gula's right arm, leaving it limp. Gula let out a pained scream, glaring at Rake with a fierce desire to obliterate him. He had never endured such injury since birth. What is wrong, King Gula? Can't handle it? Rake mocked. It is my fault. I should have personally eradicated your Saiyan kind instead of allowing the fool Frisia to intervene, permitting you to flourish. Gula acknowledged his misjudgment. Then allow me to express my gratitude for your merciful intentions. King Gula, Rake replied, his gaze earnest. Gula's tail sprang to life, wrapping around Rake's neck, launching a frenzied assault with thousands of strikes upon him. Rake casually delivered a kick, interrupting Gula's onslaught and sending him soaring into the sky. Disappearing from sight, he meticulously controlled his strength, assaulting Gula from every angle. After half a minute, Gula's body lay in ruins, save for his intact head. He crumpled to the ground, mouth agape, too drained to emit even a scream. King Gula, is my gratitude satisfactory? Rake embraced the air with both arms, gazing down upon Gulda, the Saiyan. Gulda, with a fiery glare, seethed and shouted in resentment. The sight of Gulda's furious demeanor dulled Rake's interest, rendering the encounter rather tedious. Initially, he had intended to toy with his opponent, yet the instinct for battle quickly seized his mind, compelling him to strike with fervor. Remember, it is the Saiyan Rake who sends you to the depths of hell. Rake raised his left hand, directing his energy towards Gulda, summoning a golden aura that coalesced into a powerful energy wave. In an instant, Gulda was obliterated, leaving not even a single cell behind, forever lost to the antenna star. Rake released his transformation and slowly drifted towards his spacecraft, contemplating whether to journey to Earth or to planet Yardrat. In the year 764 of the age, Earth should be safe, as the androids would not emerge until 767. Visiting Earth seemed futile, especially since Vegeta had yet to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Ultimately, Rek resolved to first master instant transmission on Yardrat. After all, traversing the cosmos at a leisurely pace was both perilous and impractical. He could not afford to perish in the void of space. With his decision made, Rek's spacecraft surged forth from the antenna star. The journey would take nearly a year, a span during which he could further enhance his strength, ideally achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, so that Gohan would not steal all the glory. Rek re-entered the gravity chamber. A year swiftly passed, and, as the ship descended, Rek stepped out only to find himself surrounded. The Yardertons, with their diminutive stature and oversized heads, formed a striking contrast around him. "Visitor, what brings you to Yardrat?" One of the Yardertons inquired. "I come in pursuit of knowledge, and I hope for your benevolence," Rek replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, maintaining a positive demeanor. Rek understood the nature of the Yardertons and chose not to impose his strength upon them. "Yet you are far superior to us. We have little to teach you. I have heard of your mastery of a technique known as instant transmission, and my kin, Kakarot, may have studied here as well." Rek displayed a hint of cunning, leveraging Kakarot's name even though they had yet to meet. "We have long recognized that your life signature bears a resemblance to that of Mr. Goku, though his nature is more tranquil." Upon hearing this, Rek deduced that the life signature referred to the same energy he wielded, merely differing in nomenclature. "Thank you for your assistance. Then follow me. I shall take you to meet the Elder." With that, the surrounding Yardertons vanished, leaving only the one who had conversed with Rek. "What is this?" Rek marveled at the spectacle, gradually grasping the extraordinary nature of the Yardertons' abilities. His gaze fixed on the planet as he awaited further explanation. "This is the multiplication technique, a utilization of the life signature." Rek felt a profound sense of gratitude for his journey to the planet Yadrith, relieved to have arrived, as the comprehension of the inhabitants was simply unfathomable. Over the past year, Rek had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, and it seemed hopeful that he might achieve a breakthrough here. He was brought before an elder Yadrathian, distinguished by a long white beard, who was introduced by his guide. "Elder, this is a relative of Mr. Goku, seeking to learn here." The elder stroked his beard, his eyes, resembling beans, swept over Rek, sensing his life signature, and nodded, saying, "Take him to Chahu." "Thank you, Elder." The two exchanged a bow before Rek exited. Following the guide, Rek arrived at Chahu's residence, observing the individual before him, who bore a striking resemblance to his guide. Rek felt a pang of frustration. They all looked so alike. How could he distinguish one from another? Although one might suggest sensing their energy signatures, Rek could only scoff at the notion. Despite the vast difference in combat prowess, he found himself unable to discern their auras, falling short even compared to the local children. Thus, facing his first challenge, Rek commenced his studies under Chahu, learning the ultimate perception and control of energy. A year later, he began to master advanced techniques of energy utilization, marking the official commencement of his training in instantaneous movement. At this point, Rek couldn't help but marvel at Kakarot's formidable prowess, having learned instantaneous movement in merely a year. With a swift motion, Rek pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, vanishing from his spot and reappearing beside a Yadrathian 10 miles away. "Chahu, greetings," he called. "Mr. Rek, you have mastered instantaneous movement. There is little more I can teach you." Rek, running his fingers through his hair, replied, "I have come to bid you farewell. I am preparing to set off in search of Kakarot. Please send my regards to Mr. Goku." Chahu nodded, his expression inscrutable. "Very well. I shall visit you when time permits." With that, Rek pressed his forehead again, extending his perception. According to his estimations, with the emergence of androids, a tremendous aura should erupt in the direction of Earth, aiding in his navigation. However, to his astonishment, he could sense no formidable energy whatsoever. With no other option, Rek made his way to the spaceship to check its energy reserves, hoping they could support his return to Earth. He discovered that the spaceship's energy was indeed insufficient for his journey home, yet he remained unfazed, assuming the androids had not yet appeared. He boarded the vessel, ready to unleash his energy upon Earth when he instantaneously moved. He was determined. After all, if a spaceship could traverse space for a year and a half, surely it would present him with an opportunity. Thus, Rek's spacecraft surged into the cosmos, unaware that significant events were indeed unfolding on Earth, albeit perhaps not as he had envisioned. Chapter 57, The Soul Warrior of Earth. Rek lay upon the grass, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the sky, unable to comprehend where things had gone awry. 3 years had passed since he departed Yadrith, yet he had yet to sense any substantial energy. Before his spacecraft's energy was entirely depleted, he randomly teleported to a nearby life-sustaining planet and lingered there, for over a year. You may wonder why who possesses the ability to teleport did not sequentially jump from one planet to another in search of refuge. To that, would simply say you are being foolish. The universe is vast, teeming with countless life-bearing planets, and even the slightest distance can be monumental on a cosmic scale. Was far too wary to teleport recklessly, fearing he might drift further away from Earth. Thus, he remained dutifully on the nearby planet, devoting his days to physical training and routine energy sensing. Suddenly, an immense energy signature appeared in perception, and, drawing from his experience as a Super Saiyan, he instantly recognized it as belonging to another Super Saiyan. Elation washed over Like's face. His previously vacant gaze now radiated with astonishing brilliance. He stood up, pressed a finger to his forehead, and locked onto that energy signature. Vanishing from a planet. Earth, year 770 of the age of AI. What was once a bustling city lay in ruins, devoid of any human presence. Countless collapsed buildings narrated tales of the calamity that had befallen it. Ever since the emergence of the androids 3 years prior, Earth had been shrouded in terror. The only warriors who might have posed a threat to the androids had been slain, leaving only a 10-year-old boy. Over the past 3 years, this boy had repeatedly faced death to protect his family and friends, drawing the attention of the androids whenever they appeared, thereby granting others precious moments to escape. Though it was widely understood that remaining on Earth would eventually lead to their demise at the hands of the androids, the instinct to survive compelled them to flee. On this particular day, the androids resumed their deadly game, and the boy, as usual, sought to divert their attention. The androids, reluctant to lose their only toy willing to resist, toyed with him, inflicting severe injuries before departing, leaving him alive for their amusement. The weight of immense pressure bore down on the boy, as the last glimmer of hope for Earth rested upon his shoulders. He had forsaken his dream of academia, evolving over 3 years into a formidable warrior. Just as an energy blast from an android was about to strike a young girl, he intervened, swatting the blast away and shielding her. However, this act revealed his position to the androids. "Run, little sister. Get as far away as you can," he urged, turning his back to her. He dared not expose himself to the androids, his eyes locked onto them, brimming with hatred. The androids were neither surprised nor oblivious to the boy's presence. They had long since detected him lurking nearby, but chose to ignore him, well aware that his instinct to protect would compel him to reveal himself whenever they inflicted harm. As anticipated, the boy emerged. 17. "It's my turn to play with him today. You are not permitted to interfere." A strikingly beautiful woman with golden short hair stated to a handsome young man with black hair. "Understood. Just don't kill him." 17 responded impatiently. Receiving a response, Android 18 cast a frosty glance at the young warrior and remarked coldly, "Son Gohan, you truly possess a remarkable lack of memory. Do you still dare to interrupt our game? This time, I shall end your life." Son Gohan retorted fiercely, exuding an aura of menace. "Oh, it seems my previous restraint was far too lenient. This time, I shall ensure you remember your place," Android 18 replied, flicking her hair dismissively, clearly underestimating Son Gohan. With a determined breath, Son Gohan began to summon his inner energy, a brilliant golden aura enveloping him, and his hair shifting between shades of gold and black. As the golden energy surged, his hair settled into a brilliant golden hue, his pupils transforming into a pale green, radiating a fierce intent as he fixed his gaze upon Android 18. "Do you truly believe that a mere transformation will secure your victory over me?" Android 18 scoffed. Son Gohan uttered no further words. Instead, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Android 18, delivering a swift kick. With a resounding clash, Android 18's arm intercepted Son Gohan's strike, the collision generating an invisible shockwave that radiated outward, displacing stones and debris around them. With a gentle push, Android 18 sent Son Gohan staggering backward. He performed 2 somersaults before regaining his footing, gazing solemnly at Android 18, realizing that even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was still outmatched. Indeed, from that brief exchange, it became evident that I am no match for her, Son Gohan thought. This transformation offers only a slight increase in strength, yet it is insufficient. Android 18 chuckled lightly, her body shifting in motion as she launched a punch towards Son Gohan. He raised his palm to intercept her blow, countering with a swift kick, which she deftly seized. With a powerful throw, she sent him careening through several buildings, landing amidst the rubble. Emerging from the debris, Son Gohan cleared away the stones and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Android 18, moving in tandem with the projectiles to position himself behind her. With an elbow strike, he struck her back, sending her flying. Then, thrusting his hands forward, he unleashed a golden energy wave aimed at her. Magic flash. A thunderous explosion ensued, obliterating the surrounding buildings and creating a massive crater. Son Gohan's expression tightened as he observed the aftermath, uncertain whether his assault had proven effective. Son Gohan doubled over, spitting out bile, feeling an overwhelming sensation of relief, only to realize that Android 18's fist had already connected with his abdomen. His previous attack had inflicted no damage upon her, merely dirtying her attire. Seizing Son Gohan by his hair, Android 18 slammed him into the ground, creating a deep pit. Lifting him once more, she delivered a knee strike that sent him soaring into the sky, following up with a punch to his face. Son Gohan found himself utterly defenseless, being mercilessly propelled like a ball through the cosmos by Android 18. In a brief span, he was left battered and bruised, his golden hair fading to black as he struggled to remain afloat. With a decisive kick, Android 18 sent Son Gohan crashing into the ruins, before gracefully landing beside Android 17. "Let's depart. My attire is soiled. We shall venture to the next city." 17 offered no rebuttal, trailing behind 18 as they vanished from the city. Half an hour elapsed. The ruins stirred, and Son Gohan emerged, his face swollen and bloodied, yet he remained steadfast, enduring the pain as he gradually ascended towards Bun's Mountain. But what of Rake? Logically, he should have already arrived on Earth. Indeed, Rake had reached Earth the moment Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, he chose to remain concealed, on the brink of madness, entirely indifferent to the trivial skirmishes below. Chapter 58, Arrival on Earth. For 36 long years, he had yearned for this day, sacrificing countless endeavors for this singular moment, only to find himself reborn in a future timeline. How could he reconcile with such an outcome? Upon the appearance of Earth, he realized he was in a future realm, specifically within the domain of the Great T. His restraint in not obliterating Earth on the spot was a testament to his mental fortitude. What a farcical jest this was. Tears streamed down Rake's face. In a surge of fury, Rake's hair transformed to a radiant gold, standing on end, while arcs of electricity crackled around him, causing the very Earth to tremble. The martial artists on Earth sensed Rake's energy, while the androids, devoid of the ability to sense ki, remained oblivious to the unfolding event. Son Gohan halted his journey home, a complex glimmer crossing his eyes. With a firm resolve, he redirected his flight towards Rake. The overwhelming power of Rake, boasting a combat strength of 100 billion, was unleashed, teetering on the brink of destruction. In those years, Rake had not only mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, but had also elevated his base combat power to 1 billion. Just as he was poised to annihilate Earth, his gaze fell upon Son Gohan's figure. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, and reverted from his transformation. There remained hope. This world still harbored Bulma, who could fabricate a time machine. Furthermore, with the Dragon Balls, he could still wish for survival. Indeed, Rake's desire for destruction stemmed from the dread that the future timeline would be erased by the Omni King, leading to his demise. His emotions were somewhat beyond his control, yet he retained a semblance of awareness, containing his energy to envelop only the Earth, preventing Babidi and the Kaioshin from sensing his presence. Strangely, the only one who could potentially perceive him, North Kai, seemed disinterested in Earth for reasons unknown. Son Gohan quickly discerned that Rake was a Saiyan. After a moment's hesitation, he approached. "May I inquire who you are?" "Consider me a distant uncle of sorts," Rake replied, feeling a fondness for Gohan, especially from this timeline. "However, I have not heard my father mention you." Gohan cautiously probed. "Perhaps we should relocate to converse at a more leisurely pace," Rake suggested, glancing at the surrounding ruins. "Please, follow me," Gohan responded, gradually making his way towards Bun's Mountain. Now that he was on Earth, Rake felt no urgency, content to linger beside Gohan. He beheld a scene of devastation along the way, his heart brimming with murderous intent towards the individuals numbered 18 and 17. After all, he hailed from Earth. And how dare such mediocre beings with combat power in the millions wreak havoc upon it? Had it not been for Rake's intention to hand them over to Gohan, he would have swiftly dealt with them. Rake descended alongside Gohan at the doorstep of their home. Kiki, hearing the commotion, rushed out and immediately spotted her battered son. Running over to embrace Gohan tightly, tears streaming down her face. Yet, she refrained from uttering any words dissuading Gohan from battle, appearing as a different person compared to the Kiki from the main timeline. "Mom, I'm fine," Gohan gently patted Kiki's back, attempting to ease her worries. However, the moment he spoke, Kiki held him even tighter. Eventually, it was the Ox King who intervened, providing Gohan with a reprieve. Spotting Rake, he turned to Gohan and inquired, "Gohan, who is this gentleman?" Only then did Kiki notice the presence of an outsider and release Gohan. "Grandpa, I'm not quite sure how to introduce him. Let us head inside first," Gohan said, running his fingers through his hair as he led the way into the house. The group settled down, all eyes fixed on Rake, awaiting his explanation. "Ahem, first and foremost, my name is Rake, and I am a Saiyan. Since Gohan possesses Saiyan blood, I initially refer to myself as his relative." Rake began his introduction. "But didn't Uncle Vegeta say that there are only him and my father among the Saiyans?" Gohan asked, puzzled. "What does he know? All he ever does is conquer planets," Rake scoffed. Gohan found himself at a loss for words. He was all too familiar with the original nature of Vegeta. Yet, what about you? How could Earth have been ravaged by those two wretches? Rake pressed. "They are far too powerful. I couldn't team-match them. If only Dad were here, he could have defeated them. But alas, he succumbed to heart disease." Gohan's expression turned somber. "Those two wretches are considered strong?" Rake remarked. "Gohan, you are squandering your potential." Although Rake understood that Gohan's situation stemmed from a lack of guidance, he couldn't help but feel regret for him. "Uncle Rake, what potential do I possess?" Gohan asked, bewildered. "Have you ever visited the temple? Is it still standing?" Rake countered without answering Gohan directly. "I haven't been. It should still be there, right?" "How do you know about the temple, Uncle Rake?" Gohan inquired, puzzled, as Rake appeared to be visiting Earth for the first time. "Never mind how I know. What matters is that you come with me to see the temple now. If it still exists, you shall eliminate the androids yourself. If not, I will eradicate them myself." Rake pondered how to respond, as he couldn't very well admit that he had learned of it through an anime. Thus he remained vague. "Really? Then let us set off immediately," Gohan exclaimed, eagerly leading the way outside. "Gohan, your injuries," Kiki expressed her concern. "Mom, it's nothing. I'll be back soon," he reassured her. Perhaps sensing a glimmer of hope for peace, Gohan's latent potential surged forth, and their flying speed increased dramatically, swiftly bringing them to the temple. Unfortunately, upon arrival, they discovered that the temple had collapsed. Gohan's face fell in disappointment at the sight. Rek meticulously searched through the temple, and before long, he came upon a large wooden door sealed with a strap. Approaching, he tore off the seal and opened the door, revealing a swirling vortex of vibrant colors. A surge of joy filled Rek's heart. This was indeed the place. "Was this, Uncle Rek?" Gohan asked, puzzled. "This is the House of Time and Spirit. In there, a year passes while only a day elapses outside. Each person may enter for 2 days. Beyond that, one cannot exit. The gravity inside is 10 times that of Earth. The climate is different, yet there's an infinite supply of food. Is there truly such a wondrous place?" Gohan pondered, filled with doubt about its authenticity. "Indeed. Are you ready to enter with me now, or shall we wait? I must clarify, given your potential, I can train you for no more than 2 months. I believe by the end of that period, you will be capable of crushing those weaklings with a single hand." Rek had no intention of lingering within. Were it not for Gohan, he would not squander 2 months in such a manner. "Will 2 months truly be sufficient?" Gohan asked, lacking confidence. "It will be," Rek reassured him. "Then I entrust the next 2 months to you, Uncle Rek," Gohan said, bowing respectfully. You will undergo a remarkable transformation," Rek replied, a smile gracing his lips, resolute in his determination to prevent Gohan from becoming like Yamcha. He would dedicate these 2 days to training Gohan thoroughly. The two stepped into the colorful vortex, emerging into a vast, white expanse, where a solitary small house stood as the only structure in this realm. Chapter 59, The House of Time and Spirit. "Gohan, step outside and experience the environment," Rek instructed, gesturing towards the open space. Uncertain, Gohan strolled outside. The tenfold gravity was not particularly daunting for him, but the temperature fluctuated dramatically, alternating between scorching heat and biting cold, placing a significant strain on his body. The air was thin, and he felt his stamina rapidly depleting. "Gohan, this is a natural training environment. Come at me." Rek beckoned from across the way. "Remember to transform," Rek advised. "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Rek," Gohan acknowledged, fully aware of the disparity between them. Without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Rek. As Gohan drew nearer, Rek leisurely extended a finger to block the impending strike. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. He understood the vast difference in their powers, yet he was astonished that Rek could effortlessly defend against him without even transforming. With gritted teeth, Gohan unleashed a flurry of punches, each one landing with a resounding impact. Bang, bang, bang. Rex's finger moved swiftly, deflecting all of Gohan's attacks without a hint of alteration in his expression, as if they were merely engaged in playful antics rather than combat. Exhausted and panting, Gohan found himself unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form, the transformation dissipating due to his waning energy. Uncle Rek, what is happening? Gohan gasped. Gohan, being a Super Saiyan is merely the beginning. Do not forsake the enhancement of your base combat abilities simply because you can transform. You must understand that our transformation amplifies our power by 50 times beyond the norm. Currently, my fighting strength stands at 1 billion, while yours is a mere 10 million. The disparity after our transformations will be even more pronounced. Moreover, we are capable of not only transforming into Super Saiyans, but also transcending that form. Allow me to demonstrate. Rake silently completed his transformation, devoid of the dramatic flair exhibited by Son Gohan. This is the Super Saiyan form, and next, I will surpass it, which I refer to as Super Saiyan 2. Although Son Gohan felt perplexed by Rake's understated transformation, he refrained from voicing his questions, choosing instead to focus intently on Rake. Before him, Rake's hair stood on end, arcs of electricity crackling around him, and his internal energy surged exponentially. Is this Super Saiyan 2? Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could transform into Super Saiyan 2, he could swiftly eliminate the androids and restore peace to Earth. Indeed, this is Super Saiyan 2, which doubles the power of a Super Saiyan, equating to 100 times the normal state. Furthermore, I sense that this is not the limit. I can already feel the threshold of Super Saiyan 3 approaching. As if to amplify Son Gohan's astonishment, Rake tossed him another bombshell. What? Son Gohan gazed at Rake in shock. Moving forward, my focus will be on enhancing your base combat strength, for this is the most expedient way to deal with the androids. Rake shared his forthcoming plans with Gohan. He did not rush to push Gohan to his maximum potential, as that would not be of significant help given the current gap between them and the androids. Son Gohan had no objections to Rake's strategy. He was solely focused on growing stronger quickly to vanquish the androids. The two immersed themselves in intense training, and before long, 2 months had passed. Rake observed Gohan's silhouette with a complex expression. These 2 months had truly illuminated what it meant to be the most potent warrior. Were it not for the years of rigorous training that had fortified Rake's resolve, he might have nearly surrendered to despair. In the span of 2 months, Gohan not only elevated his base combat strength to 40 million, but also learned how to achieve full power as a Super Saiyan during their discussions. It is no wonder that in the Buu saga, despite 7 years of neglecting his training, Gohan could still emerge as the strongest warrior. Remarkable and unfathomable. Gohan, for these 2 months, I have refrained from asking you what your plans are after dealing with the androids. Gohan paused, turning to face Rake. Uncle Rake, I plan to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. I meant regarding your own future. Will you become a scholar or a warrior? Rake scrutinized Gohan's face, searching for an answer. I don't know. Perhaps I will become a scholar? Gohan replied, uncertainty lacing his voice. Gohan, do you believe that once the androids are dealt with, the world will be devoid of danger? Don't be naive. Tomorrow, and unexpected events could arrive at any moment. Should you encounter a situation akin to the androids again, what will you do? Rek discerned Gohan's hesitation and continued. Contemplate this. If the world is in ruins, what purpose does being a scholar serve? Should you truly wish to cling to your scholarly pursuits, I implore you not to abandon your training. With that, Rek stepped through the door, exiting the realm of time and spirit. Gohan recalled the tragic demise of Uncle Piccolo and the perilous existence of his mother and others, as well as his own days spent in hiding. The helplessness faced by the rest of Earth's inhabitants in the face of death solidified his resolve. Clenching his fists, he made a decision. He would not allow such a tragedy to occur again, not under any circumstances. He followed Rek out. The temple below was shrouded in dark clouds, and as thunder rumbled, a fine drizzle began to fall. Gohan, go forth and eliminate the androids. I shall await your return at the temple. Rek nodded at Gohan. Understood, Uncle Rek. I shall proceed, Gohan replied. A white aura surged from him, carving a path through the air as he sped toward West City. As the androids possessed no discernible energy, he required Bulma's assistance to locate them. Aunt Bulma. Gohan knocked on the door of Bulma's residence. Gohan, what brings you here? Is something amiss? Bulma anxiously pulled him inside. Aunt Bulma, I am now capable of defeating the androids. I need your help to find them. Gohan explained his intentions. You mustn't take risks, Gohan. Bulma expressed her disbelief. It hadn't been long since their last encounter, and she was reluctant to let him venture into danger. I assure you, Aunt Bulma, today, I encountered a Saiyan who trained me at the temple for 2 months. I am fully confident in my ability to vanquish the androids and restore peace to Earth. Gohan declared with conviction, dismissing the androids as a threat. However, just as Bulma was about to respond, the radio in her home crackled to life. Attention, attention! The 2 monsters have been sighted in South City. Please evacuate immediately. Gohan's eyes brightened. Aunt Bulma, I must go deal with the androids. Next time, I will bring my mother along to visit you, he said, not waiting for her reply before darting out of her home and soaring toward South City. He feared being too late and that more lives would be lost at the hands of the androids. As for the Dragon Balls, he would discuss them with Bulma once the androids were dealt with. Chapter 60. Elimination of the androids high above. Gohan caught sight of Android 18 launching an energy blast aimed at a figure below. A golden aura flickered as Gohan vanished from the air. With a resounding crash, the energy blast was deflected, resulting in an explosion against the building. Androids 17 and 18 failed to comprehend the sudden turn of events, bewildered by how the energy blast had veered toward the structure. Upon closer inspection, they beheld Gohan before them, now transformed with golden hair. Android 18, brushing back her hair, regarded Gohan with a murderous glare. Having spared him just yesterday, she was incensed at his audacity to disrupt their enjoyment once more. Androids, your time is up, today. You shall perish in my hands, Gohan declared, his cold gaze fixed upon the androids, his tone devoid of any emotion. Did you hear that, number 17? He said we would perish at his hands today. Number 18 burst into laughter, turning to Gohan. Son Gohan, I never realized you possessed such a talent for humor. Unfazed by 18's words, Gohan chose not to engage with the 2 who were already dead in spirit. Are you ready? Here I come. With a sudden impact, 18 was sent flying without warning, and Gohan appeared in the very spot she had just vacated, striking a pose as if to deliver a blow. What? 17 could hardly believe his eyes. He had not seen how Gohan moved. 18, now covering her face, soared back from a distance. 17, let us take him down together. Her eyes blazed with fury, and a murderous intent surged forth as she beckoned 17 to join her assault. With a swift motion, they attacked in unison, one targeting Gohan's upper body and the other his lower, their coordination impeccable. Yet, Gohan effortlessly parried their strikes, countering with precision. A sharp elbow met 17's cheek, while a powerful kick sent 18 crashing into the ruins. Not a chance. Neither of you will escape today. Gohan initiated his offensive, his form flickering as he appeared behind 18, energy enveloping his palm as he executed a swift hand strike aimed at her waist. A scream erupted as 18 was cleaved in 2, her upper and lower halves separating. Gohan unleashed 2 energy blasts that struck her remnants, silencing her cries instantly. As 17 and 18 emerged from the debris, they were met with the harrowing sight of Gohan dispatching 18. 17's heart trembled in disbelief at how easily she had fallen. Unaware of 17's tumultuous feelings, Gohan turned his attention to him after eliminating 18. Without hesitation, he delivered a kick that sent 17 soaring, then crossed his hands, gripping tightly as he brought them crashing down towards 17's head. 17 attempted to block with his arms, only for them to shatter on impact, his body driven deep into the ground, creating a 10-meter pit as he lay there like a defeated dog. Gohan descended slowly, grasping 17 by the hair and lifting him toward the sky. Positioning his hands before his forehead, golden energy began to gather, crackling with arcs of electricity. Majin Flash. A beam of golden energy surged forth from Gohan, striking 17 directly. He gradually faded into the radiant column of energy, which pierced through the dark clouds and vanished into the heavens. Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating Gohan, who wore a broad smile upon his face. In the temple, Rek observed with satisfaction as he withdrew his perception. Gohan's swift resolution of the battle pleased him immensely. Meanwhile, Gohan immediately relayed the news of the android's demise to everyone before soaring toward the temple. Uncle Rek, I have defeated the androids. Will you accompany me home? Rek shook his head. No need. Aren't you seeking the Dragon Balls? They should no longer exist on Earth, correct? Do you have the coordinates for New Namek? Gohan scratched his head, no longer concerned about how Rake possessed such knowledge. He inquired, Uncle Rake, we are unaware of the coordinates. Do you have any suggestions? Rake, without any hesitation, shared his thoughts. I have 3 ideas. First, we could reach out to your father's master, King Kai of the North, to obtain the coordinates. Second, we could create a Dragon Ball radar that spans the entire universe. Third, we We could travel back in time to inquire about the coordinates. Gohan felt somewhat bewildered. The first two suggestions seemed plausible, but the last one left him perplexed. How could they return to the past? Rake noticed Gohan's confusion, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he said, "Just relay my words to Bulma, and you all decide to seek the Dragon Balls before returning to me." Gohan, still in a daze, approached Bulma and conveyed Rake's ideas. "Bulma, do you think this Rake is a good person? He doesn't have any ulterior motives, does he?" Bulma calmly analyzed, "I doubt it. During my interactions with him over the past 2 months, I haven't sensed any malice." Gohan expressed his thoughts. "That's a relief. When he mentioned going back in time, I assumed he meant a time machine, but that's merely my speculation. I've never mentioned it to him. How could he possibly know?" Even Bulma, with her exceptional intellect, could not fathom how Rake was aware of her thoughts. Gohan stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Aunt Bulma. "We have no means to locate King Kai of the North, but I can indeed create the Dragon Ball radar. Our priority should be to resurrect everyone first," Bulma stated with renewed determination. "Then I must trouble you, Aunt Bulma, and the spaceship." "No problem. Leave it to me," Bulma replied confidently. "Then I'll take care of Trunks." Gohan smiled as he glanced at Trunks, who was gripping his pants. "Is that so, Gohan?" Trunks asked excitedly, looking toward Bulma, hoping for her approval. "I appreciate your help, Gohan." Bulma, preoccupied with her plans for the Dragon Ball radar and spaceship, nodded in agreement, realizing she had no time to look after Trunks. Trunks, seeing his mother consent, leaped with joy. Gohan bid farewell to Trunks and Bulma, soaring toward the Capsule Corp, eager to inform his mother about their quest for the Dragon Balls. After listening, Chi-Chi did not oppose. Although Goku could not be resurrected, she was well aware of Gohan's efforts over the years, and with everyone revived, there would be others to assist him. Time passed as Gohan trained with Trunks, and before they knew it, 2 months had flown by. The reason Gohan was training with Trunks was due to Trunks' own desire. One day, Gohan received good news from Bulma, and, along with Trunks, eagerly flew to West City. "Gohan, the Dragon Ball radar is a bit peculiar," Bulma pointed to the light dots on the radar. Gohan directed his gaze toward the radar, which displayed 10 light points, divided into 3 locations, 7 clustered together in one area, 2 in another, and 1 solitary point elsewhere. Chapter 61, Arrival at New Namek. "Aunt Bulma, what is happening?" Gohan was perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden emergence of so many Dragon Balls. Bulma shook her head, equally bewildered by the circumstances. At that moment, Gohan recalled Rake, a person seemingly well-versed in many matters. "Aunt Bulma, I shall inquire with Uncle Rake. It is just the right time to notify him that we can set off." Bulma took a puff from her cigarette, feeling a twinge of curiosity about the Rake Gohan mentioned. She held back Trunks, who was intent on following Gohan to the temple. Watching as Gohan's figure vanished into the sky, Rake sensed Gohan's approaching energy and moved to the edge of the temple, awaiting his arrival. Gohan dissipated the white aura enveloping him, gently descending before Rake, sharing the discoveries regarding the Dragon Balls and the Dragon Ball radar. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Rake's mind began to spiral into disbelief. What kind of nonsensical timeline is this? He had braced himself for the existence of the Super Dragon Balls. But how could even the 2-star Dragon Ball have surfaced? That artifact felt even more sinister to Rake than the Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting outlandish wishes, even at the expense of one's lifespan. Truly absurd. Seeing Rake lost in thought and silent for an extended period, Gohan grew concerned, fearing something was amiss. "Uncle Rake, is something wrong?" Rake, jolted from his reverie by Gohan's voice, realized that now was not the time for such thoughts. He waved his hand dismissively to indicate that all was well, contemplating how to express his thoughts to Gohan. It could be that some Namekians left behind have created this. No need to dwell on it too much. We should simply seek out the new Namek. Upon reflection, Gohan found Rake's reasoning plausible. After all, their Saiyan race was said to be extinct, yet here stood Rake, this unfamiliar Saiyan. Without further hesitation, Gohan led Rake towards Bulma's residence. This was Rake's first encounter with the heroine of the Dragon Ball world. The blue-haired figure before him had initiated this universe. He felt a mix of admiration and joy. It was not that Rake held any particular sentiments towards Bulma. Rather, it was a nostalgic reverie evoked by witnessing a character from his childhood memories. When he first met Gohan, he was engulfed in a swirl of emotions, lacking the clarity he possessed now. While Rake scrutinized Bulma, she too observed him. Her first impression of him was one of confidence, distinct from Goku's innocence and Vegeta's pride, devoid of the brutality often associated with Saiyans. "You must be Mr. Rake, correct?" "I am Bulma." With a warm smile, Bulma greeted Rake and continued, "Thank you for your assistance with Gohan and Earth. I've heard that Gohan will accompany you in the quest for the Dragon Balls, so I kindly ask that you look out for him. There is no need for such formality. Gohan is more than capable of handling himself. I, however, will be settling on Earth, and I might find myself needing your assistance in the future, Rake replied, glancing at Gohan. On behalf of Earth, I welcome your arrival. Allow me to show you the spacecraft, Bulma said. Her thoughts on Rake's settlement on Earth were straightforward. Another powerful guardian had joined the ranks to protect their planet. This vessel has been modified from a previous spaceship, enhancing its speed by 50%. In approximately 1 month, you will reach the new Namek, Bulma announced as she patted the spherical spacecraft. Once again, Rek was astounded by Bulma's brilliance compared to this ship. The one that Placid built for him over 2 decades was undeniably inferior. He obediently followed Bulma and Gohan into the spaceship, attentively listening to her instructions on its operation and the various features it contained. Unbeknownst to Bulma, Rek possessed the ability to teleport. Thus, she had prepared an ample supply of energy reserves within the ship. This was largely due to the 3 years since the emergence of artificial beings, during which many areas of Earth remained unscathed, allowing Bulma to gather these resources in just 2 months. Had Trunks been in the timeline 20 years hence, Bulma would have been unable to prepare such provisions. 2 days later, at Bulma's residence, Chi-Chi, the Ox King, Bulma, and Trunks gathered to bid farewell to Rek and Gohan. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Rek and I are setting off now. Mother, Grandpa, wait my good news, Gohan waved as he said his goodbyes. As the spaceship ascended, tears streamed down Chi-Chi's cheeks, and she sank to the ground in despair. Rek did not emerge from the ship once he had entered. Throughout the journey, it was Gohan who operated the craft. With a resounding thud, Rek produced a universal capsule, pressed it, and tossed it to the ground, resulting in a bountiful array of food appearing. The enticing aroma filled the entire room, causing Rek's nose to twitch and his stomach to rumble. He tore off a chicken leg and brought it to his mouth. The tender meat melted in his mouth, and his taste buds erupted with delight. His teeth ground down to the bone, which he swallowed whole. This was true culinary delight. Rek squinted his eyes in sheer enjoyment, his hands waving in ecstasy, and soon a considerable amount of food had vanished into his stomach. Reclining lazily on the sofa, he caressed his round belly, reflecting on the delectable cuisine of Earth and the convenience of the universal capsule. Rek harbored immense expectations for this journey to Dragon Ball, driven by a singular wish, to ensure that he would not lose his sanity upon transforming into a great ape. Despite the years of effort he had invested, he could at most guarantee that he would not cause destruction during his transformation, yet he would still succumb to a loss of reason. As he grew stronger, Rek found himself hesitant to transform into a great ape, fearful of unintentionally becoming a golden great ape. He had no assurance or confidence regarding whether he would completely lose control at that point. Throughout the month of travel, Rek diligently worked to break through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan 3. He could sense that he was not far from achieving that transformation. Knock, knock. Uncle Rek, we have arrived at the new Namek. A series of knocks echoed, rousing Rek from his thoughts. He opened his eyes, rose, and opened the door, surveying Gohan. Not bad. It appears you have not been idle this past month. Sensing Gohan's significantly enhanced power compared to a month prior, Rek nodded in satisfaction and patted Gohan on the shoulder. Gohan bashfully ruffled his hair as they walked side by side to the window, gazing out at the new Namek. A colossal green planet came into view for the two individuals. Uncle Rek, this place resembles the old Namek, Gohan remarked, standing on a light green ground beneath a verdant sky. Gohan, I hope you can grant me a wish, Rek expressed, as they had arrived at the new Namek. Gohan's expression grew increasingly serious. He did not respond immediately, nor did he worry about Rek seizing his wish. For the Dragon Balls here could only be activated in the Namekian tongue. May I inquire about the wish you intend to make, Uncle Rek? Gohan's changing demeanor did not go unnoticed by Rek, who did not immediately grant his request, remaining unfazed. He was not harboring a nefarious desire. Moving his tail in front of him, he said, Gohan, you have experienced the transformation into a great ape. I trust you recall the loss of rationality that accompanied it. My wish is simple. I wish to retain my intellect while transformed into a great ape as it pertains to my vision of the subsequent transformations of Super Saiyan. Chapter 62, The Appearance of Barunga. Gohan raised an eyebrow. He indeed knew what Rek was referring to, and he was surprised that Rek would lose his rationality while transformed as well. Uncle Rek, does this relate to Super Saiyan 3? Rek shook his head, replying no. In my vision, it pertains to Super Saiyan 4. Gohan's eyes widened. He had not anticipated that Rek was contemplating the future so far ahead. especially when they had yet to achieve Super Saiyan 3. No problem, let's proceed. Given Rex's assurance, Gohan saw no reason to decline, especially since he had 2 wishes at his disposal. The two sensed the energy of the Namekians and swiftly moved toward one another. Before long, a village appeared before them, where Namekians with green skin and 2 antennae protruding from their foreheads were diligently at work. Their arrival caught the attention of the Namekians, who paused their activities. A young Namekian flew before them, inquiring, "Who are you? What brings you to Namek?" Years had passed, and Gohan's appearance had changed, leaving the Namekian unable to recognize him. Gohan glanced at Rek, noting his stillness, and stepped forward with a smile, responding, "Greetings, I am Gohan, a human from Earth. I have come to meet the Elder and borrow the Dragon Balls." "You're Gohan," exclaimed a Namekian of similar height, joy illuminating his face as he soared before Gohan. "You are Dandi?" Gohan sensed the energy of the individual, unsure. "It is I. Gohan, you remember me." Dandi beamed, grasping Gohan's hand with delight. "Dandi, please attend to our guests. I shall report to the Elder." The young Namekian, now recalling Gohan's identity, softened his stern demeanor as he addressed Dandi. "Of course, Brother Monai." Dandi eagerly responded, taking Gohan's hand and beckoning Rek to enter the village. "Gohan, is everyone doing well?" Dandi's inquiry cast a shadow over Gohan's demeanor, revealing a depth of sorrow in his gaze as he began to respond. "Everyone has perished. I have come this time to utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect them." "What?" Dandi exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the gravity of the situation. He hastened to offer words of comfort to Gohan. Under Dandi's reassurances, Gohan's spirits visibly lifted, and he concealed the sadness in his eyes, shifting the conversation to inquire about Dandi's well-being. As their dialogue unfolded, the Grand Elder Muley approached. "Gohan, it's been a while. I have heard from Onai about your purpose here, and I have already dispatched someone to retrieve the Dragon Balls." "Who is this?" Muley's gaze shifted toward Rek. "Grand Elder, I must trouble you with this matter. This is Uncle Rek, and it is thanks to his assistance that our Earth has weathered this crisis," Gohan said, bowing respectfully to Muley as he began to recount the events of recent times. "You are our benefactors. It is a privilege to assist you," Muley replied. "Let Dandi aid you shortly." "Thank you, Grand Elder." Once their exchange seemed sufficient, Rek stepped forward and inquired, "Grand Elder, may we take Dandi to Earth to serve as the Supreme Kai?" Rek's suggestion stirred a wave of reactions among the group. Gohan was astonished by Rek's proposal. Muley regarded Rek with a knowing look, and Dandi appeared perplexed, unsure why the stranger would make such a suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, Muley responded, "I do not oppose, provided that Dandi has no objections." Gohan voiced his concern. "Uncle Rek, but doesn't Earth already have a Supreme Kai?" "This matter will be clarified upon our return," Rek replied, choosing not to rush his response to Gohan, as convincing the old Supreme Kai was paramount. He turned his gaze to Dandi and asked, "Dandi, do you wish to accompany us to Earth?" Dandi glanced at Grand Elder Muley, then at Gohan, and nodded, saying, "I can." "Excellent." As the conversation progressed, the Dragon Balls began to arrive one by one. Upon observing the 7 magnificent Dragon Balls on the ground, Rek's eyes glimmered with delight. Muley approached the Dragon Balls and recited a few incantations. A radiant light emanated from the orbs, and beads of sweat appeared on Muley's forehead. After a moment, he wiped his brow and addressed Rek and the others. "I have enhanced the Dragon Balls. They no longer bear the previous limitation of resurrecting only one person." A look of astonishment crossed Gohan's face, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Muley. As Dandi stepped forward to utter the incantation, the sky over New Namek darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant glow. A streak of light surged from the Dragon Balls, soaring into the heavens, gradually revealing its form. Rek gazed in awe at the towering figure, reminiscent of the genie from Aladdin, adorned with 4 majestic horns, feeling a profound sense of wonder. This spectacle was beyond what any anime could convey. "Gathered souls, speak your wishes. You may now each make 3 wishes, and any desire can be fulfilled," the Eternal Dragon proclaimed, turning Dandi's attention toward Gohan. "Dandi, my first wish is to revive those who were slain by the androids on Earth." Dandi conveyed Gohan's wish to Shinran in Namekian, and the dragon's ruby-like eyes gleamed with brilliance. "Your wish has been granted. Now, please articulate your second desire." Dandi, with fervor, stated that Gohan's second wish was to restore the Earth to its former glory, a wish he had hastily conceived. Due to the enhancement of the Dragon Balls by Muley, Gohan was prepared to use his wish to resurrect others, leaving behind a surplus wish for further requests. "Your second wish has been fulfilled. Please express your third wish." At this juncture, Leek lowered his crossed arms and stepped forward, saying, Dandy, for my third wish, let me retain my sanity after transforming into a great ape. Dandy paused, glancing at Gohan, uncertain whether to assist Leek in realizing his wish. Gohan nodded in affirmation, allowing Dandy to proceed with confidence. As Shenron's eyes illuminated once more, Leek felt a slight chill in his head, followed by an absence of further reaction. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Before Leek could inquire, Shenron vanished, leaving the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone at the site. Simultaneously, the Earth underwent monumental changes. The desolate cityscape restored to its original form, buildings reappeared, cars populated the streets, and figures materialized from thin air. In the heavenly temple, 2 silhouettes emerged. One, a green figure leaning on a cane, and the other, a short individual with dark skin. God, have we been resurrected? Bobo asked. Indeed, Bobo, though we do not know who granted the wish. The Supreme Kai approached the temple's edge, peering down to assess the situation on Earth. 3 years prior, at the site of Vegeta's demise, several figures materialized. Who resurrected us? The androids? Inquired a short-statured, noseless bald man clad in an orange martial arts uniform. Before anyone could respond, a tremendous energy erupted beside him, radiating golden light. A voice filled with fury echoed, belonging to the android Kakarot. Chapter 63, The Battle with Vegeta. Krillin and the others turned toward the sound. Witnessing Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding an aura of impending rage. What has happened to Vegeta? Krillin asked, puzzled. TCH. Need you even ask? Just by looking at him, one can surmise he encountered the androids and Goku in Hell, and undoubtedly he had not triumphed. Piccolo smirked, articulating his conjecture. In truth, Piccolo was not mistaken. Months earlier, he had encountered the androids in Hell, originally transformed into a Super Saiyan. He charged forth seeking vengeance, but was unable to prevail. His training in Hell had yielded minimal advancement, and ultimately, it was Kakarot who rescued him, leaving him grappling with accepting such a reality. Naturally, having encountered the androids and Kakarot, he was acutely aware of why he had been resurrected. Reluctant to remain in the company of Krillin and the others, he vanished into the air in a huff. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, and Piccolo, revealing the knowledge he possessed, felt a profound sense of relief for Gohan. A few individuals exchanged a few words before preparing to disperse. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. It was Rek and his companions. After fulfilling their wishes and bidding farewell to Muley, Rek utilized instant transmission to bring Gohan and Dandy back to Earth. The reason they materialized near Piccolo and the others was that Rek had just sensed Vegeta's explosive energy. No sooner had the 3 arrived than Vegeta's silhouette returned, standing at a distance, observing them. He noticed Rek's swaying tail, and with a focused gaze, he approached with arms crossed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He launched a punch at Rek. Ah, is this not our Prince Vegeta, who perished at the hands of the androids? Rek remarked leisurely, effortlessly blocking Vegeta's attack with a sarcastic tone. Rek had no intention of targeting Vegeta. However, with Vegeta striking first, it would not be in Rek's nature to refrain from provoking him. Observing how easily Rek deflected his blow, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly serious. Uncle Vegeta, please refrain from fighting. It's thanks to Uncle Rek that we can deal with these androids. Gohan interjected hastily, stepping in between the two to separate them. Vegeta's gaze fixed on Gohan as he replied, You little brat, don't think that just because you revived me, you can command me. Who is he? I don't recall any Saiyan by that name. TSK. How impressive. You think you know all the Saiyans? Rek retorted, pulling Gohan aside to confront Vegeta directly, beckoning him with a finger. Let me see just how formidable the prince truly is. Seeking death, Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins, his golden aura flaring as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. He swiftly moved to Rek's right side and struck at Rek's cheek. A collision ensued. Gohan rushed in front of Piccolo and the others to shield them from the invisible shockwave, urging them to distance themselves from the confrontation between Rek and Vegeta. Gohan, who is he? Piccolo inquired, taking on a paternal tone. Uncle Piccolo, I'm not sure where Uncle Rek is from, only that he is incredibly strong and bears no ill will toward our Earth, Gohan replied, shaking his head. Both of them are exceptionally powerful. Team, with his 3 eyes darting about, attempted to capture the spectacle of Rek and Vegeta's battle. Indeed, I can't keep up with their speed at all, Krillin concurred, pushing his perception to the limit. Aside from Gohan, The others struggled to match the pace of Rek and Vegeta's duel. Huh. Seeing all my attacks effortlessly thwarted, Vegeta created distance and unleashed his Prince's technique, sending countless energy waves from his hands directly at Rek. Boom! Rek's figure was engulfed in thick smoke. What? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief as Rek reappeared before him. Your Highness, you are far too slow. Rek evaded the energy waves just before impact, maneuvering past Vegeta's assault to deliver a punch to Vegeta's left cheek. Vegeta was sent flying, leaving 2 trails in the ground as he braced himself against the force of Rek. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, he muttered, standing at a distance, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Rek. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity between them. Not even needing to transform into a Super Saiyan rendered him incapable of resistance. He had no prior knowledge of Rek, but given his intelligence, he quickly deduced that Rek was a lower-class warrior. This infuriated him even further. Not only had Kakarot surpassed him, but even Kakarot's son had outstripped him. And now another Saiyan had emerged above him. Consumed by rage, Vegeta disregarded the evident gap between their powers and launched an attack against Rek. The 2 figures flickered in and out of sight, their silhouettes filling the skies and the ground. With a sudden clash, Rek and Vegeta locked fingers, engaged in a struggle of strength. Vegeta, this ends today. You're far too weak. Strive to grow stronger. Rek, having lost interest in their playful skirmish, realized that Vegeta was still too burdened by his past. The rate at which Vegeta's strength was increasing fell short of Rek's expectations, prompting him to conclude the battle. With a swift motion, he hurled Vegeta into the air, appearing suddenly at his chest, delivering a knee strike that struck Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to retch. Another knife-hand strike landed on Vegeta's neck, sending him into unconsciousness as he plummeted from the sky. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, Gohan swiftly intervened, catching Vegeta and gently lowering him to the earth. The battle concluded, and Piccolo and the others approached, gazing at Rek. Gohan, I must take my leave, Rek announced, unwilling to linger, knowing that once Vegeta regained consciousness, he would likely retaliate. Nodding at Gohan, he grasped Dandy and began to ascend, preparing to depart when he suddenly paused and spoke. Gohan, the situation with the androids may not be over. Our wish to resurrect included even the villains. The creators of the androids could also have been brought back. Gohan and the others trembled at this realization. Without lingering for further discussion, Rek vanished into the sky with Dandy, heading straight for the temple. At the temple, the Supreme Kai was already aware of the battle between Rek and Vegeta and noticed Rek's approach. He turned to face Rek. Welcome, esteemed guest, the Supreme Kai greeted. This is the Supreme Kai I have chosen for Earth from New Namek. I hope you will nurture him well. As for you, I trust you sense that Earth is in dire need of warriors. It is time for you to reunite with Piccolo. Rek, without formality, stated his purpose and pushed Dandy toward the Supreme Kai. Chapter 64, Dr. Gero. Supreme Kai, Bobo said with a worried glance at the Supreme Kai. Dandy stood there bewildered. The Supreme Kai, without further contemplation, nodded in agreement and began to converse with his fellow counterpart, Dandy. Upon receiving the divine endorsement of his opinion, like departed from the temple, setting his sights on finding a suitable place to settle. The momentous events transpiring on Earth reached the ears of Sun Wukong, who, through the North Kai and Gohan, sought to grasp the unfolding situation, including the emergence of the Saiyan known as Like. With an eager spirit, Wukong was delighted by the presence of such a formidable opponent and yearned for a duel. Yet lamentably, he now found himself among the deceased. Gohan, you have truly matured. Your mother is now entrusted to your care, Wukong imparted with a heavy heart. Rest assured, Dad, I will take good care of Mom, Gohan reassured him. Concluding their exchange, Gohan and Piccolo deliberated on strategies to uncover the mastermind behind the androids. Gohan, we can utilize the Dragon Balls to locate them, Krillin suggested, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. The group unanimously embraced Krillin's proposal and prepared to take action when suddenly, Vegeta's voice resonated through the air. None shall employ the Dragon Balls to find them. I will personally deal with them, Vegeta declared, having awakened during their discourse. His fists clenched tightly. He cast a steely gaze upon Gohan and the others. Should anyone dare to act independently, I shall eliminate them. Krillin and the others were rendered speechless by his declaration. Yet the seriousness etched on Vegeta's face left no room for jest. Understanding Vegeta's nature, they deemed it likely that he would follow through with his threat. Shifting their focus back to Gohan. Uncle Vegeta, Bulma, and Trunks are waiting for you at home. Gohan struck at Vegeta's vulnerable spot. Vegeta's expression shifted from pale to furious, his nails digging deep into his palm. He turned his head away, let out a cold snort, and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Over the years in the afterlife, Vegeta had remained deeply concerned for Bulma and their son. Once Vegeta departed, the atmosphere among Gohan and the others noticeably lightened, and they began to allocate tasks for gathering the Dragon Balls. Only Piccolo received word from the Supreme Kai and left for the temple. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, upon reviving in his laboratory, hastened to the underground chamber housing the androids, noting that there was still time before Cell's maturation was complete. He quickly operated the computer to accelerate the process, while simultaneously activating the 3 androids he had previously sealed beneath the Arctic, commanding them to report to the lab. Both Gohan and Dr. Gero were racing against time. Hours later, Gohan and the others reconvened, with 7 shimmering Dragon Balls resonating on the ground. "Gohan, it's your turn," Krillin encouraged. Stepping forward, Gohan proclaimed, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." As the sky darkened, a massive eastern dragon emerged, stretching thousands of meters long. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, where Vegeta was accompanying her in Trunks, he also sensed the activation of the Dragon Balls and expressed his irritation. "State your wish. Any desire you have shall be fulfilled," the dragon intoned. "Shenron, please help me locate the creator of androids 17 and 18. Gohan articulated his wish. "I have transmitted his location to your mind. Your wish has been granted. Farewell." Shenron began to glow, dividing into 7 and vanishing into the ether. In Gohan's mind, the information regarding Dr. Gero and his location indeed surfaced. Without delay, he beckoned Krillin and the others to fly towards Dr. Gero's whereabouts. Sensing their movement, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Without uttering a word, he ascended into the sky in pursuit. As Gohan and the others flew further off course, they eventually halted before an iron gate at the foot of a mountain. "Is this the place, Gohan?" Krillin inquired as he approached to push the door. With a creak, the iron gate swung open from within, prompting Krillin to step back instinctively upon sensing something amiss. Before the figures inside could emerge, Vegeta and Piccolo had already arrived. Piccolo, having undergone assimilation with the Supreme Kai, had significantly enhanced his power. Gohan, sensing Piccolo's energy, smiled happily, feeling joy for his friend. The group remained silent, intently watching the 3 figures that stepped out from the iron gate. "Who are you, Dr. Gero?" Gohan asked nervously, noticing that the individuals emerging did not match the descriptions provided by Shenron, fearing that Dr. Gero might have fled. Meanwhile, Rake sensed the commotion on their side. Having just settled into his new home and feeling bored, he decided to see what Dr. Gero was concocting. He instantly teleported to Vegeta's side, wearing a broad smile. Vegeta, upon Rake's sudden appearance, glared at him with a face ashen with anger. "Vegeta, I have no interest in battling you. You should deal with them first," Rake urged. Recognizing the androids that had materialized, androids 13, 14, and 15. They were formidable opponents. While they could be handled separately, they were on par with Vegeta. If Android 13 were to absorb the chips of 14 and 15 and evolve into Super Android 13, only Gohan would stand a chance against him. Vegeta followed Rake's gaze and replied irritably, "Just wait. I'll dispose of these trash first, then I'll deal with you." Rake, unfazed by Vegeta's bravado, wore a mischievous grin. "You better put in the effort. I have a feeling you're not their match." "Oh, so you know of me, Son Goku?" Dr. Gero's voice emanated from Android 13. After the arrival of androids 13 and the others, Dr. Gero upgraded them, allowing him to share 13's vision and communicate through him. Meanwhile, he himself was hiding in an underground lab, aware that as an ordinary man, the battlefield was too perilous for him. "My father is dead. Why did you create such vile androids?" Gohan demanded angrily, recalling the devastation on Earth. "Oh, Goku is dead. What a pity I couldn't eliminate him myself." With his intellect, Dr. Gero quickly deduced that Goku had not been slain by his creations. Even though he had been resurrected, Goku's absence from the living could only lead to such speculation. Androids 17 and 18 were failures, and even I, their creator, fell victim to them. The thought of them stirred a bitter resentment within Dr. Gero. "Dr. Gero, I know you're here. How much longer will you hide?" As Gohan observed that Dr. Gero had yet to emerge, his instincts directed him towards the research facility. He was about to circumvent Android 13 and his companions to enter the lab when, bang, Android 14 launched an attack, sending Gohan hurtling through the air. At the same time, Android 13 and his allies received a command from Dr. Gero to retreat, swiftly incapacitating Krillin and his friends. However, they encountered resistance from Vegeta, Piccolo, and Rikum. "You worthless trash, allow me to send you to hell," Vegeta declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan to block an oncoming strike from Android 15. With a confident thumbs up, he pointed at himself, exuding an air of self-assurance. Chapter 65, Truce. Vegeta's bold demeanor piqued Android 15's interest as he beckoned the prince with a taunting gesture. Could the prince of all Saiyans endure such provocation? With his golden aura flaring, he instantly appeared before Android 15, delivering a swift kick. Bang! Android 15 raised his hand to block the attack, remaining utterly unfazed. It was evident that withstanding Vegeta's onslaught posed little challenge for him. In retaliation, he landed a punch squarely in Vegeta's abdomen, sending him crashing into the mountainside. As Vegeta engaged Android 15, Gohan returned from a distance, transforming into a Super Saiyan and confronting Android 13 directly. The battle between Android 14 and Piccolo was intense, with Piccolo clearly gaining the upper hand, relentlessly suppressing Android 14. Damn it! A furious roar echoed from the mountainside. The terrain exploded into dust as Vegeta charged forth, launching a frenzied assault. Rikum and the others, having a moment of respite, stood back to observe the unfolding conflict. Krillin and his companions were unable to assist. Rikum found his opponent lacking in challenge and had no intention of pursuing Dr. Gero. In the three battlefronts, Gohan was the first to determine the victor against Android 13, who lay defeated and immobilized on the ground. Just as Gohan prepared to finish off Android 13, he caught sight of Vegeta's dire situation. The prince, covered in wounds, was being held aloft by Android 15, struggling for breath and teetering on the brink of peril. Gohan had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Android 13, rushing to Android 15's side, delivering a precise strike to the android's hand. With a sickening sound, Android 15's grip on Vegeta's neck shattered, flames erupting from the severed appendage. Having rescued Vegeta, Gohan swiftly appeared beside Krillin, entrusting the injured prince to him. With a grave expression, he assessed Piccolo's battle, momentarily alleviating his concerns before turning his attention back to Android 15. Initially, Gohan had intended to show restraint towards the androids, as they had yet to commit any heinous acts. However, resolve hardened within him, and he prepared to strike with full force. Harnessing his internal energy, Gohan reappeared beside Android 15, delivering a devastating blow to the android's head. In that instant of contact, Android 15's head began to contort grotesquely, his eyes flashing with static before erupting in an explosion, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Bang! Just as Gohan dispatched Android 15, Piccolo concluded his own battle. Having eliminated Android 14, two individuals stood side by side, gazing at the 13th entity on the ground, beginning to gather their energy, poised to eliminate it in one decisive blow. As the 13th faced imminent demise, a disturbance arose near the corpses of the 14th and 15th entities. Two chips and a power pack were absorbed by the 13th before Gohan and the others could react. The 13th began to undergo a transformation. Its hair turned a vivid orange and stood erect, its skin shifted to a deep blue, and its physique expanded, becoming taller and more formidable. Be careful, Piccolo. Gohan sensed the formidable nature of Super 13 and cautioned. In an instant, Piccolo discarded his scarf and cape, creating deep craters in the ground upon impact. Piccolo struck, landing a punch squarely on Super 13's chest. To his astonishment, Piccolo realized his attack had no effect on Super 13, causing his expression to change dramatically. Super 13 seized Piccolo by the head, forcefully pressing downwards. Piccolo was rendered defenseless, and Super 13 raised a foot to stomp on him. Boom! A foot intervened, preventing Super 13 from making contact. Gohan, unable to contain himself any longer, intercepted Super 13's assault and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Super 13 flying. Are you alright, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan's concern was palpable, nearly spilling over. Piccolo, propping himself up with his hands, understood he would be of no further assistance in the ensuing battle. He retreated to the side, advising Gohan, be cautious. I can sense that creature harbors immense power within. I know, Uncle Piccolo. Leave it to me, Gohan declared, his focus unwavering as he unleashed nearly 3 billion units of battle power, charging towards Super 13. Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression a mix of resentment and fury. He had never anticipated that one day, he, the proud Saiyan prince, would become a mere spectator. He too could perceive the disparity in strength compared to Super 13, leaving him to vent his frustrations from the sidelines. Vegeta, care for trade? Rake observed with delight as he witnessed Vegeta's transformation from arrogance to defeat. Having enjoyed the spectacle, Rake considered enhancing Vegeta's abilities. After all, his current prowess was hardly commendable. What trait? Vegeta fixed his gaze on Rake, grasping at the opportunity like a lifeline. I will reveal to you an extraordinary training location. A day outside equates to a year inside. In return, I require the technique for creating an artificial moon. Rake was straightforward, mixing jest with seriousness, recognizing that Vegeta's current state was not conducive to humor. After all, Rake had no intention of creating a bitter enmity with Vegeta, as they might find themselves fighting side by side in the future. All right. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with hope as he promptly divulged the method for creating the artificial moon. Piccolo and others overheard their conversation. Krillin and the others were astonished by Rake's revelation, while Piccolo, now integrated with the Supreme Kai, found it puzzling that Rake possessed knowledge of such a place. It was within the temple, in the time and spirit room, where each individual could remain for 2 days. Should they exceed that duration, the exit would vanish. Vegeta had long been aware of the temple, yet he had not anticipated that such a splendid place existed within. Unable to contain his eagerness, he prepared to set off. Wait, you all should go together. I will keep an eye on Gohan here. Piccolo, you are quite familiar with the area. Rek interjected, preventing Vegeta from leaving, suggesting that the others should head to the temple since they would be of no assistance here. Piccolo scrutinized Rek for a few moments, then glanced at Gohan, who was engaged in combat with Super Android 13, before leading the way towards the temple. With a resounding crash, Gohan collided once more with his foe, leaving a profound crater in the ground. Gohan could sense that he was no match for Super Android 13 at this moment. Continuing the battle might lead to his defeat. Large beads of sweat dripped from Gohan's forehead, indicating his severe exhaustion. Dr. Gero, what do you say to a temporary ceasefire? Gohan's precarious situation had not escaped Rek's notice. He understood that Dr. Gero was closely monitoring the battlefield and could manipulate Super Android 13 at will. Indeed, as soon as Rek's words left his lips, Super Android 13 ceased his movements and turned towards Rek as Dr. Gero's voice echoed. You say ceasefire, and it is so? Gohan is on the brink of death at my hands. What gives you the right to negotiate? Rek flashed a devilish smile, his golden aura flickering momentarily. And Super Android 13 was sent hurtling away, gravely wounded and sprawled on the ground. How about now? Am I qualified? Rek strolled leisurely to Super Android 13, placing a foot firmly on his chest. In the research facility, Dr. Gero was taken aback. He had not anticipated this unfamiliar Saiyon's formidable prowess, capable of severely injuring Super Android 13 in an instant. With no alternatives left, he begrudgingly agreed to Rek's terms, knowing that his ultimate creation, Cell, required time to be completed. Gritting his teeth, Gero acquiesced. Rest assured, it shan't be long. We shall reconvene in 7 days at the research facility. After kicking Super Android 13 aside, Rek turned towards Gohan. Chapter 66. The First Trial of the Golden Great Ape. Rek placed one hand on Gohan's shoulder while the other pressed against his forehead, locking onto Piccolo's energy signature before vanishing from their location. Following their departure, Super Android 13 gradually rose, clutching his chest as he made his way back to the research facility. When Rek and Gohan arrived at the temple, Dandy and Krillin were engrossed in conversation, while Piccolo and the others closed their eyes to sense Gohan's battle. Vegeta was nowhere to be seen, clearly having entered the time and spirit room. Piccolo, sensing an unexpected presence beside him, opened his eyes to find Rek and Gohan. Piccolo scrutinized Gohan, relieved to see that he bore no injuries, and awaited an explanation. Krillin and the others quickly gathered around, eager to discern the current situation, as they had clearly sensed that Super Android 13 had not been vanquished. Gohan relayed the discussion he had with Rek and Dr. Gero, and the expressions of Krillin and the others shifted to one of dejection, realizing they were of no help. The time frame set by Rek was evidently intended for Vegeta and Gohan. Gohan, once Vegeta emerges, you and I shall enter, Piccolo stated amidst the silence. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan smiled and nodded in agreement. Then let us meet again in 7 days. With that, like bid farewell and vanished from the spot. He had already departed from Earth, arriving on a planet devoid of intelligent life. This time, he intended to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Having recently learned the art of creating an artificial moon for Vegeta, thus eliminating the need to seek out a planet with a full moon. A sphere of light ascended from Like's palm, gradually floating into the sky. With a mere thought, the orb expanded rapidly, manifesting into an artificial moon. Like gazed upward, his pupils slowly fading as fangs began to emerge, giving rise to a colossal brown ape towering at 500 meters. Indeed, in contrast to the previous 100-meter giant, this 500-meter behemoth was a sight to behold. Fortunately, this time Like did not succumb to madness. The mechanics of it eluded him. Yet it seemed the feral essence of the great ape could not penetrate his mind. He sensed an exponential surge of energy within, prompting him to mobilize his cells, causing them to divide incessantly and spread throughout his body. Golden flames enveloped the giant ape, its fur gradually transforming to a golden hue. As the limitless energy within him surged, the immense aura began to escape Like's control, expanding outward. With a pained roar, he felt his body strain to sustain the transformation into the golden great ape. The sensation of tearing muscles and creaking bones tormented him. If he persisted, the risk of bodily collapse loomed large. Reluctantly, Like unleashed an energy blast toward the artificial moon in the sky, obliterating it and ending the transformation. His body gradually shrank, drenched in blood, as he half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. That had been perilously close. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have perished on this planet. The challenge and danger of transforming into the golden great ape far exceeded his expectations. Curse it, I've been misled, Like thought wryly. Based on his previous observations from anime, he had assumed that Vegeta could skip Super Saiyan 3 and directly ascend to Super Saiyan 4. Thus he sought a similar shortcut. Now, he could draw two conclusions. Either Vegeta had already mastered the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3, or his base combat power far surpassed Like's. Like's attempt had not been without merit. He confirmed that Super Saiyan 4 was indeed attainable, albeit he lacked the necessary level. Moreover, he had made progress in overcoming the bottleneck of Super Saiyan 3, and with a little more time, he could step into that realm. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his golden great ape aura began to leak, it had caught the attention of others. In an unknown dimension, an angel with bluish-green skin, white hair, a colossal halo around his neck, and a staff was projecting Like's transformation onto the air. It seems Lord Beerus will have quite the delight upon awakening. The angel chuckled softly, a playful expression gracing his face. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, a trainee angel also observed Like, yet he could not wield angelic powers and refrained from investigating further. Within the confines of the spacecraft, a diminutive figure with coffee-hued skin and an emblematic belt, a sorcerer, also detected the fleeting surge of energy. Depura, proceed in that direction, the mage instructed, pointing towards the detected source. The Earth Temple. Gohan and his companions sensed the overwhelming aura, their eyes widening in disbelief at the magnitude of what they perceived. Is this the extent of Rake's power? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. No. Gohan furrowed his brow, discerning the instability of the earlier energy signature. Coupled with the prior mention of exploring Super Saiyan 4, he could ascertain that this was merely an attempt, and not particularly successful. Gohan, what do you sense? Piccolo inquired, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Gohan shared his suspicions with the group, prompting Yamcha to speak first. Even so, it's utterly terrifying. If this is merely a trial, how fearsome would it be if he succeeded? Krillin swallowed hard, visibly shaken. Thank goodness he isn't our enemy. Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief. However, the stir caused by Rake extended beyond them. In the North Galaxy, aboard a spaceship, a towering figure with a tail wrapped around his waist reacted, as if provoked, golden energy radiating from him as he roared towards Rake's direction. Beside him stood an elderly man, also with a tail, who, witnessing the impending rage of his companion, hastily retrieved a controller and pressed a button. A surge of electricity coursed through the golden collar around the towering figure's neck, averting his outburst. After a considerable time, the figure calmed, and the elder approached him to inquire about the recent events. Broly, what happened just now? I don't know. An energy came from that direction. The towering figure replied, pointing timidly towards Rake. That direction aligns perfectly with our objective, the elder mused, stroking his chin. Unbeknownst to them, Rake had utilized instant transmission to return to the temple, preparing to have Dandy attend to his injuries. Uncle Rake, what happened to you? Gohan gasped at the sight of Rake, bloodied and battered. Although he had suspected something was amiss, he had not anticipated the danger Rake had faced. It's nothing. Just a minor issue. Dandy, I would appreciate your assistance, Rake reassured, shaking his head to indicate Gohan need not worry. Of course, Dandy replied, rushing forward, his hands glowing with a verdant light directed at Rake. As the green luminescence enveloped Rake, his wounds healed completely. Dandy, your skills are truly remarkable, Rake remarked, recalling the hardship he endured on Yadarapa, which was one of the reasons he had resolved to come to Earth. Chapter 67. The appearance of the Supreme Kai. 2 days swiftly elapsed. The temporal and spiritual doors opened. Vegeta emerged clad in tattered battle attire, exuding a formidable presence that drew the attention of all. Rake smiled faintly. Although he was uncertain whether Vegeta had achieved a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, the fact that his base power exceeded 100 million was not disappointing. Indeed, the most gifted Saiyan lives up to his reputation. With sufficient pressure, he can swiftly catch up. There is no need for you to enter. I shall handle those worthless androids myself. Vegeta, once again embodying the proud prince, spoke disdainfully of the androids, considering them beneath his notice. Even Gohan was dismissed with a mere glance, as Vegeta's gaze fixated on Rake, brimming with eagerness that raised concerns about his imminent attack on Rake. Vegeta, do not rush. The androids are not as simple as you presume. We still have 5 days. You may strike then, Rake remarked in a calm tone. TCH, what a waste of time. Vegeta, perceiving the enigmatic energy within Rake, suppressed his urge to act and took to the skies, heading west. Gohan, it's our turn, Piccolo announced as he stood and made his way toward the room of spirit and time, evidently burdened by Vegeta's pressure. All right, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, hastening to follow. Krillin, do you wish to resurrect Goku? With several key fighters vanished from the temple, Rake felt a twinge of regret over Goku's absence. Yet he had no means to contact the deities, relying instead on Krillin and the others to find a way to reach King Kai. What? Krillin was momentarily taken aback by Rake's inquiry, his face a mixture of confusion and elation as he approached Rake, asking, the dragon can't resurrect Goku, can it? Do you have a plan? Indeed, Rake affirmed with a nod, continuing, as long as you can contact King Kai, I have a way to bring Goku back. King Kai? What kind of god is that? I've never heard of him. Tien and the others gathered around. Think of him as the superior of King Kai. Do you have a method to reach him? Rake elucidated. Rake, can you hear me? Rake felt a voice resonate within him. King Kai or Goku? Rake was not at all surprised. Given the significant upheaval on Earth, he anticipated King Kai's attention. I am King Kai. How do you know about the Kaioshin? Do not concern yourself with how I know. As long as you can reach the Kaioshin, I have a way to persuade him. Rake certainly would not comply with King Kai's inquiries. Rake, can I truly be resurrected? Goku's voice emerged, and recalling the current elite fighters on Earth, he could no longer contain his anticipation. As long as we contact the Kaioshin, you can be revived. Thank you, Rake. Once I am resurrected, you must spar with me. Goku responded joyfully. On King Kai's planet, Goku was continuously pleading with King Kai to connect him with the Kaioshin. Goku, it's not that I can't reach him. I simply cannot get through myself. King Kai chuckled helplessly, worn down by Goku's insistence. Oh, then forget it. Goku, realizing the plan was unfeasible, shrugged nonchalantly, a broad smile breaking across his face. Rake and the others soon received their response. The great king cannot be reached either? Rake was determined to make an effort. Fearing rejection, he continued, just relay a message to the King Kai. The North Kai, perceiving the task as trivial, inquired, what should I say? Simply inform him that Kakarot can confront Majin Buu, Rake declared, uttering the name of the ancient demon. The North Kai fell silent for an extended period. My lord, who is Majin Buu? Is he formidable? The North Kai, taken aback by Rake's revelation, found himself speechless, while Goku, sensing the gravity of the situation, eagerly pressed for answers. Goku, that is an ancient demon. You are no match for him. The North Kai, well aware of his disciple's tendencies, felt a headache coming on, knowing Goku could not resist the urge to engage a powerful foe. Didn't T-Ray claim I could handle it? I believe it's not a big deal. Goku dismissed the North Kai's warning, brimming with confidence in his abilities. You have no comprehension of Majin Buu's strength. The North Kai replied with a wry smile. My lord, please assist me and relay the message. Goku pleaded earnestly. Very well, I shall convey a message to the Grand Kai. Whether you receive a response is left to fate. The North Kai acquiesced, unable to escape the persistent requests. Meanwhile, in the sacred realm, a day had elapsed since Gohan and the others entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Rake's intent to contact the King Kai was not solely to revive Kakarot. He harbored personal ambitions of having the old Kai assist him in unlocking his potential. Being well-versed in the narrative, Rake could not forget the old Kai, an enhancer of power without side effects. He had a strong premonition that with the old Kai's help in unlocking his potential, a year or two of refinement would enable him to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. This could save him nearly a decade of effort, especially considering the imminent awakening of Beerus. He was also reluctant to face destruction casually. As Rake pondered, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened quietly. Piccolo and Gohan emerged, and a smile on Piccolo's face indicated that their endeavors had borne fruit. Krillin promptly shared the news that Rake had a method to resurrect Goku. Uncle Rake, can my dad really come back to life? Gohan asked eagerly. There is a way, but given the time that has passed, the hope may be slim. Rake acknowledged, nodding before shaking his head, not allowing Gohan to savor the moment. Rake sensed something amiss and turned his gaze to the left, where two figures, one tall and one short, stood. Upon seeing them, Rake's face lit up with joy. Mortals, you believe you can contend with Majin Buu? The taller figure scoffed, exuding disdain for Rake and his companions. At this stage, you can only rely on us to confront Majin Buu. Rake, unfazed by Jebbit's tone, stroked his chin and replied, with your meager strength, you are hardly a match for Majin Buu. Jebbit remained unconvinced by Rake's words. Realizing communication was futile, Rake shifted his focus to the shorter figure beside Jebbit. My Lord Kai, your attendant is quite ignorant. I trust you are more formidable. Enough, mortal. Show some respect when speaking to Lord Kaioshin. Before the Kaioshin could utter a word, Jebbit leapt forward to admonish. Hold on, Jebbit. Let us hear what he has to say. The Kaioshin interjected, turning his gaze towards Rek. Chapter 68. The Old Kaioshin Appears. I am aware that 4 of you Kaioshins were defeated by the Demon Buu, and that you, the sole survivor, are quaking in fear. Rek boldly exposed their hidden truths. But I can assure you, Buu is not insurmountable. How dare you? Jebbit could no longer contain himself and charged at Rek, delivering a powerful punch. Rek effortlessly raised his hand, grasping Jebbit's fist and rendering him immobile. I mean no harm. I merely state the truth. If you cannot bear to hear it, that is your concern. Rek released Jebbit with a casual shrug. You enough, Jebbit, the Kaioshin commanded, causing Jebbit to obediently retreat to his side. Mr. Rek, I am uncertain where you acquired this knowledge, but I must inform you that Buu is formidable, far beyond your capabilities. The Kaioshin did not take offense at Rek's words, but reiterated his thoughts. Do you possess any means to enhance our strength? Rek, wishing to avoid argument, sought to guide them to the Kaioshin realm, and thus inquired, following Shin's suggestion. Your abilities are commendable. If you wish to improve, accompany me to the Kaioshin realm. Very well, but might I request that you bring Kakarot along as well? Rek, fearing refusal, continued. He could assist in confronting Buu. Agreed. Come forth. Jebbit will escort us. Shin gestured for Rek and the others to step forward. Rek summoned Gohan and approached Jebbit, leaving behind the others, as they would not prove useful. The group vanished from the temple. At this moment, Piccolo sighed in relief. For one who had merged with the Supreme Kai, the pressure from the Kaioshin was overwhelming, existing in an entirely different dimension. On North Kai's planet, Rek and the others suddenly materialized, and Goku immediately spotted them. Hey Gohan, what brings you here? Goku's mind faltered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had Gohan perished as well? Realizing this, Goku's expression turned grave, an ominous aura emanating from him. Father. Gohan, unable to contain his emotions, rushed to Goku's side. Gohan, have you fallen in battle? Goku asked, patting Gohan's shoulder. Father, I'm alive. Uncle Rek brought us here with Lord Kaioshin's assistance. Gohan awkwardly explained, his earlier enthusiasm evaporating under Goku's scrutiny. Lord Kaioshin. The North Kai approached respectfully upon hearing their mention. Let's postpone discussions until our task is complete. Rek interrupted, eager to avoid further delays. Gohan briefly conveyed their purpose to Goku, and they vanished once more, leaving the North Kai in a state of confusion. In the Kaioshin realm, the group materialized, and Rek inhaled the air of the Kaioshin realm, invigorated, feeling a surge of energy and clarity. Great Kaioshin, what method do you speak of for enhancing our strength? Let's commence at once, urged Rek. Follow me. The Kaioshin instructed as he took flight, elaborating as he soared. In the realm of the Kaioshin, there exists a divine artifact, rumored to bestow immense power upon the one who can extract it. Such a wondrous object truly exists? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Mortal, it is merely a reflection of your limited experiences, jeered Jebbit, observing Goku's exuberance. Indeed, if you can pull it free, you shall surely gain power to rival that of Majin Buu. The Kaioshin pointed toward the hilt of a sword embedded atop a towering mountain. Who among you will dare to try? Kakarot, you shall go. I wish to see your prowess. I hope you do not disappoint me. The Kaioshin declared, just as Rek gestured toward Goku. Very well, I'll look forward to our duel afterward, Goku replied, not opposing the challenge, and began to limber up while seizing the opportunity to voice his request. Rek, however, offered no assurance. The after effects of his transformation into a golden great ape from days past still lingered. Although his injuries had healed completely, his inner energy remained somewhat chaotic. Goku ascended, grasping the sword's hilt and exerting his strength. Yet, with a resounding thud, he not only failed to extract the sword but lost his grip, landing unceremoniously on the ground. I knew it. How could mere mortals possibly pull the sword of the Kaishin? Jebbet resumed his mockery, leaving Rex speechless. It was difficult to chastise him, for his intentions were good, albeit his words were caustic. With renewed determination, Goku stood, transforming into a Super Saiyan and channeling his energy, yet the sword remained steadfast. The golden aura around him surged, crackling with energy, his hair standing on end. Rex nodded approvingly. Kakarot had indeed achieved Super Saiyan 2. The mountain trembled as the sword began to budge. Jebbet could only watch in wide-eyed disbelief. With a thunderous crash, the peak collapsed, and Goku fully withdrew the sword, struggling to wield it. Mr. Goku, do you feel your power increasing? The Kaishin inquired hastily. Not at all. Goku replied honestly after mimicking a couple of slashing motions to assess his condition. This cannot be. Both the Kaishin and Jebbet exclaimed in disbelief. Perhaps we should test its sharpness? Rex suggested. The notion was met with approval, and the Kaishin conjured a piece of metal reputed to be the hardest in the universe, hurling it toward Goku. With a swift swing of the sword, Goku's blade met the metal with a resounding clash, severing it cleanly in two. Rex, having proposed the idea, observed the Kaishin and Jebbet intently. The moment the sword shattered, he was not disappointed, his expression becoming even more exaggerated than in the anime. Regret washed over Rex for not having brought a camera. He would have cherished capturing the moment to see if Jebbet would continue his taunts. Goku, holding the broken sword in one hand and scratching his head with the other, wore an expression of sheepishness. Gohan stood beside, bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. What on earth was happening? The most formidable divine sword had shattered. Jebbet bellowed, feeling his faith crumble. Apart from Rex, no one else had noticed the sudden appearance of an individual until the figure spoke. Are you the one who set me free? An elderly man with a repugnant appearance emerged. The Supreme Kai and his companion were taken aback, perplexed as to how a person could suddenly materialize from the realm of the Supreme Kai. Who are you? I am the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago. The old Supreme Kai replied nonchalantly. What? This revelation startled Xian and Jebbet. An ancestor. The old Supreme Kai cast his gaze upon Goku, then glanced at Gohan and Rex, his eyes penetrating, as if he could see through their very souls. Old Supreme Kai, Lord, Kakarot has rescued you. Do you have any intentions of rewarding him? With the main figure now present, Rex prepared to execute his plan. Chapter 69, The Miracle Drug. That's quite simple. Do you not wish to enhance your strength? I possess a terrifying ability that can assist him in this regard. The old Supreme Kai strolled leisurely toward Goku, hands clasped behind his back. Lord Old Supreme Kai, we are indeed in dire need of strength. However, for Kakarot, what he truly requires is to be revived. Do you possess any method for that? Rex pointed at the halo above Goku's head. The old Supreme Kai regarded Rex intently, causing Rex and the others to shift their gazes accordingly. I indeed have a solution. All that is required is to transfer my lifespan to him. However, since he succumbed to illness, if you lack a remedy for his affliction, he will ultimately perish. The old Supreme Kai saw through Goku's predicament with a single glance. What? Ancestor, that cannot be. Indeed, Lord Old Supreme Kai. How can you bestow your lifespan upon this mortal? Xian and Jebbet vehemently opposed the Old Supreme Kai's suggestion. Rex had not anticipated that the final hurdle would be the disease. He had assumed that the Old Supreme Kai's method of granting lifespan would eliminate the need for a miracle drug, but now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Goku and Gohan were also disheartened by the apparent futility of this approach, their faces reflecting disappointment. How reckless! After I give him my lifespan, I would merely acquire an additional halo above my head. It would not affect me, the Old Supreme Kai remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the two youngsters before playfully delivering a light punch to their heads. Is that so? Xian and Jebbet were left aghast, as this indeed touched upon their area of ignorance, mistakenly believing it would vanish like the time with Majin Buu. Lord Supreme Kai, if this is the solution, then it is futile. After all, if you transfer your lifespan to me, I would still meet my end. Goku discarded the hilt of his sword, crossing his arms behind his head as he rejected this proposition. Kakarot, are you a fool? Have you forgotten Bulma? With her intellect, creating a miraculous drug to heal, you shouldn't be an insurmountable task. Rex, observing Goku about to squander the opportunity for revival, poked him on the forehead, wondering if his head were made of stone. Ah, yes, there is that option. Wukong clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, appearing as if he had been awakened by a bolt of lightning. Hey, I haven't even agreed to part with my lifespan. So what are you all so jubilant about? The old Kaioshin observed Rek and his companions conversing amongst themselves, feeling a lack of respect. My dear old Kaioshin, if you agree, I can arrange for 2 beautiful women to keep you company. What do you say? Rek approached the old Kaioshin and whispered softly in his ear. Really? In that case, I might consider your proposal. Initially indifferent, the old Kaioshin's demeanor transformed as Rek's words resonated with him, his narrow eyes suddenly wide with enthusiasm. Of course, there will be trouble afterward when you assist us in enhancing our strength. How could I deceive you? A fair exchange, payment for results. Rek extended his palm toward the old Kaioshin. With a clap, they sealed their agreement, marking the preliminary establishment of their transaction. Gohan and the others looked on in confusion at the exchange between Rek and the old Kaioshin. Only Wukong seemed to grasp the underlying implications. Sensing a similarity between the old Kaioshin and the turtle hermit, his understanding was solidified by the mischievous expressions on Rek and the old Kaioshin's faces. Then, could you arrange for someone to escort Gohan and me back to prepare? How will we contact you later? Rek gave the old Kaioshin a knowing glance. The old Kaioshin nodded repeatedly and approached Jebet, instructing, you shall accompany them for the time being. Once they are ready, bring them back. Rek and Gohan moved toward Jebet, and Gohan waved farewell to Wukong, saying, Father, await our good news. Jebet, feeling uneasy about accompanying mortals, had no time to spare for a proper farewell to Wukong. He swiftly transported Rek and Gohan to the Earth's divine temple. Gohan, we shall split up. You seek out Bulma, while I prepare for the old Kaioshin. Jebet, you wait here in the temple. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rek vanished from sight. After sharing the good news with Piccolo and the others, Gohan flew toward Bulma's residence in West City. At Bulma's home, a streak of white light passed through the sky as Gohan calmed his energy and descended gently to the ground. Kid, what brings you here? Vegeta, having sensed Gohan's presence, crossed his arms and inquired. Uncle Vegeta, Aunt Bulma, Trunks, it's a pleasure to see you all. I've come with a request for Aunt Bulma. Gohan politely greeted them and explained his purpose. Aunt Bulma, is it possible for you to create a special medicine for my father's illness? Is that true? If a special medicine is made, will Goku be revived? Bulma asked, her eyes wide with excitement. When Kakarot is revived, he'd better be ready for me. Vegeta remarked with a slight smirk, his excitement evident. Yes, Aunt Bulma, Gohan confirmed. Then wait here. I shall find my father right now. Between the 2 of us, we should have it ready in about 2 days. Bulma handed Trunks to Vegeta and strode toward the backyard. Bulma had long been researching Goku's illness, and with the assistance of her father, she brimmed with confidence. Just as Bulma departed, Vegeta let out a cold snort and followed suit, leaving Gohan and Trunks staring at one another in silence. Gohan, come see my room, Trunks exclaimed gleefully, tugging at Gohan's arm, eager to show him his new abode. It was understandable for Trunks to be so excited. Ever since the emergence of the androids, their home had been destroyed, forcing them to reside in a basement. Having never experienced the comforts of a proper home, Trunks was astonished by the beauty of his room and toys, a luxury he owed to the Dragon Balls restoring their family. Gohan, look, Mom said these were all prepared for me in the past, Trunks said, pointing at a pile of toys, his face aglow with joy. Gohan gently ruffled Trunks' hair, fully aware of the hardships his friend had endured since childhood, and empathized with his feelings. In the Kaioshin realm, after Rake and the others departed, Shin inquired, Ancient One, how did you end up in the Kaioshin sword? The old Kaioshin replied with a serious demeanor, a powerful villain must have feared my formidable abilities and sealed me away. Goku, intrigued by the mention of another formidable foe, pressed for further details, but regardless of how much Shin and Goku probed, the old Kaioshin offered no further explanations. For 2 days, Bulma and Dr. Briefs immersed themselves in their research, tirelessly working on the special medicine. Holding the capsule in her hand, Bulma smiled with delight and hurried off to find Gohan. Gohan, the special medicine is ready. That's wonderful. Thank you, Aunt Bulma, Gohan exclaimed, receiving the medicine as if he were grasping the very essence of the world. Since Goku's passing, Chi-Chi had grown increasingly frail, a sight that weighed heavily on Gohan's heart. Now that his father could be revived, he knew his mother would be overjoyed. Aunt Bulma, I must deliver this to Dad right away, Gohan said, eager to take flight, bidding farewell to Bulma and the others as he soared into the sky. Chapter 70. The Resurrection of Son Goku. When Rake arrived at the temple accompanied by 2 beautiful women, Piccolo and the others felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, while Jebet was left astounded, unable to believe his eyes. Jebet pointed at the two women, glancing back at Rake as if seeking confirmation. Indeed, the two ladies will be accompanying us to the Kaioshin realm. Rake nodded, causing Jebet immense distress. Jebet felt as though he were on the verge of tears. This was not what he had envisioned. Surely, the Kaioshin Lord was not like this, and why was the old Kaioshin behaving so? Handsome, what is this place? Is the person you want us to accompany here? Questioned the raven-haired beauty, gripping Rake's arm with an infatuated expression. Handsome, there are so many of you. This is not what we discussed at the beginning. The more rational red-haired beauty expressed her doubts. Do not worry. This is not the location we agreed upon, and nothing will change. If you perform well, I shall offer you additional compensation. The conversation between Rake and the two beautiful women left a profound impression on Bick and the others, significantly affecting their perception of Rake. Gohan, have you secured the items? Upon noticing the shadow of a figure beside him, Rake disregarded the two women. I have obtained them. Gohan presented a miraculous potion for everyone to see. Then let us depart. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Rake and his companions suddenly materialized. The old Kaioshin was utterly captivated by the beauty of the women accompanying Rake. His eyes wide with astonishment, and drool trickling down his chin, revealing his naivety. Old Kaioshin, are you satisfied? Rake inquired of the two women accompanying him, seeking the old Kaioshin's opinion. Indeed, you have a discerning eye, young man. The old Kaioshin approached the two women and leered at them, as if he were about to make a move. As long as you are satisfied, let us commence, old Kaioshin. Rake firmly pulled him back, urging the old Kaioshin to fulfill his promise. The old Kaioshin's lewd expression vanished as he sat cross-legged, gesturing for Goku to take a seat before him. Rake then observed as the old Kaioshin extended his hands toward Goku, chanting a few incantations, causing the halo above Goku's head to vanish. After which the old Kaioshin suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Ancestral Master, what has happened to you? Saiyan was alarmed by the situation and hurried to the old Kaioshin's side, shaking him vigorously. Kaioshin, old Kaioshin is unharmed. However, if you continue shaking him like that, it may not end well. Rake pointed at the halo above the old Kaioshin's head. Saiyan's actions abruptly ceased as he observed closely, ensuring that the old Kaioshin had not vanished before he exhaled a sigh of relief. Truly, do the younger generation's eyes lack such discernment? The old Kaioshin reproached Saiyan, discontent evident in his gaze. Father, this is the miraculous potion targeting your ailment. Gohan quickly handed the vial to Goku. Goku accepted the potion and consumed it, his pale complexion improving significantly, though he still appeared somewhat weak. Gohan, you and Kakarot should prepare well for the battle in 2 days. I have matters to attend to in the realm of the Kaioshin, so I shall not return. Rake directed his gaze towards Jebet, signaling him to escort Gohan and the others back. Mr. Jebet, I appreciate your assistance. Gohan supported Goku as they approached Jebet, bowing in gratitude. The normally grim-faced Jebet, under Rake's command, struggled to suppress his displeasure, forcing a strained smile at Gohan. Mr. Gohan, are you still heading to the Earth's sanctuary? Yes. Just take us to the sanctuary. Gohan did not wish to trouble Jebet with a journey to the Capsule Corporation, planning to return to the mountain by flying once they reached the sanctuary. As the group departed, Rake stepped in front of Saiyan. Kaioshin, shall we have a conversation over there? Let's not disturb the old Kaioshin. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin shot Rake an appreciative glance, while casting an annoyed look at Saiyan, wishing to reprimand this younger generation, who seemed as wooden as a log. In the Earth's sanctuary, as Jebet and the others arrived, Krillin and the others immediately noticed Goku standing beside him. Goku, you have truly been resurrected. Before Goku could react, he was encircled by his companions, each of them radiating joy with beaming smiles. Although Krillin and the others had passed away for several years, they had been residing in heaven and had never encountered Goku. Hey everyone, it's been a long time, Goku greeted, delighted to see his friends after his prolonged challenges against the formidable beings of the Netherworld on King Kai's planet. Well, you could have come to visit us in heaven, Krillin said, playfully punching Goku in the chest in mild reproach. Hehe, I completely forgot, Goku replied, acknowledging Krillin's jest. I knew you'd still be the same, Krillin remarked, placing his hand on his forehead in a mock surrender. Old son, it appears you have been diligently training these past years, Piccolo observed, sensing Goku's heightened energy. You too, Piccolo. I can sense that you have grown strong, as has everyone else, Goku remarked, his expression turning serious as he expressed his happiness for their progress. Although I am unsure if I can catch up to you all, I will never abandon my pursuit of martial arts, Tien said, determination etched on his face. Yajirobe grabbed Tien's arm, affirming his unwavering support. Everyone, I am aware of the circumstances. In 2 days, I will return to the temple, Goku announced, having reminisced about the past. He then prepared to take Gohan home to spend quality time with his family. As the group watched Goku and his son depart, Krillin and the others split into 2 groups, having all trained to the Room of Spirit and Time, ready to participate in the upcoming battles. Dad, aren't we going back? Gohan asked, following Goku and realizing they were not headed home. Not yet. I plan to meet Super 13, Goku confirmed, his aura flaring white as he accelerated their flight. Though he had learned about Super 13 and drive Gero through King Kai, he felt it necessary to assess their strength firsthand. As they approached Dr. Gero's laboratory, the clouds above parted, leaving 2 trails in the sky. Warning! Warning! Son Goku detected. An electronic voice echoed through the lab, startling Dr. Gero. It turned out that during these 5 days, Dr. Gero had not been idle. He had not only modified Cell and enhanced Super 13, but had also deployed micro-robots around the laboratory for constant surveillance. Upon seeing Goku's face on the screen, Dr. Gero's eyes blazed with fury, accompanied by a sinister smile. He had lamented not being able to eliminate Goku himself. But now, thanks to a well-meaning individual who resurrected Goku, he had the chance to exact his revenge. In that moment, he dismissed the warnings of time constraints. He was eager to act. Super 13, go and eliminate Son Goku, he commanded. As you wish, Doctor, Super 13 replied, a flicker of inscrutable light crossing his eyes as he turned to leave. Chapter 71, Reunion. Gohan just suddenly, a dark red energy wave struck Goku and Gohan, interrupting Goku's words. A thick veil of smoke enveloped the location of Goku and his son, an invisible force sweeping through the haze, dispersing it to reveal their figures. Both had transformed into Super Saiyans, their forms enveloped in a radiant golden aura. Are you Super 13? Goku surmised the capabilities of Super 13 from a recent energy wave, concluding that his power would not be inferior to their transformation into Super Saiyan 2, reaching combat prowess surpassing 10 billion, a stark contrast to his previous understanding. Son Goku, I have come to eliminate you under the orders of Dr. Gero, Super 13 stated with an emotionless visage. The voice of Dr. Gero resonated. Today, you shall remain here. Wait, Dr. Gero, do I have a personal vendetta with you? Goku queried, bewildered by the sudden hostility and the apparent breach of their truce. Damn it. You annihilated the Red Ribbon Army, and you now dare to question our enmity? Dr. Gero seethed, his teeth grinding as he glared at Goku on the screen. Super 13. Eliminate them at once. Goku pondered for a moment before recalling the memory of the Red Ribbon Army, a nefarious organization he had vanquished in his youth. He realized with astonishment that even after all these years, there were those who sought vengeance against him. Dr. Gero, we did not come here with the intent to engage in battle. Surely, you and Team Mind postponing your revenge for a couple of days? Let's leave it at this for today. We shall meet again in 2 days. Goku wished to avoid conflict for the moment. Having gauged Super 13's strength and accomplished his purpose, he placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder while the other pressed against his forehead, sensing Chi-Chi's energy before vanishing from the spot. Doctor, should we pursue him? Super 13 inquired. Curse you, Son Goku, wait for me, Dr. Gero fumed, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Casting a glance at the developing cell in the incubation chamber, fearing that Super 13 might encounter the formidable Android 17. He suppressed his rage and ordered Super 13 to return. At the Capsule Corporation residence, Chi-Chi was preparing dinner when a familiar voice echoed behind her. Kiki. With a kitchen knife in hand, she turned to see a beaming face. Kiki blinked in disbelief, frozen in place, speechless. Chi-Chi, Goku called again, noticing her reaction. Goku? Chi-Chi finally regained her composure, placing the knife down and stumbling towards him. She reached out to touch Goku's cheek, as if to confirm the reality of her dream. Goku, I'm so hungry, when can we eat? Goku, perplexed by her actions, patted his stomach and exclaimed. Goku, it's really you. Kiki burst into tears, grasping the fabric of his attire, her tears cascading down as she buried her face into his chest, embracing him tightly. Chi-Chi, please don't cry. Goku was taken aback by her emotional response, casting a helpless glance towards his son, Gohan. Seeing the situation, Gohan dared not disturb his mother, feigning ignorance of his father's gaze as he quietly slipped out, granting space to his parents. After half an hour, the sounds of weeping within the room gradually subsided. As Goku elucidated the circumstances to Chi-Chi, Upon Gohan's return, he beheld his father exhaling a sigh of relief. For Goku, comforting Chi-Chi proved to be a more arduous task than confronting formidable foes. Soothing her was far more exhausting than emerging victorious from a fierce battle. Now, Goku and Gohan, I shall prepare a meal for you, Chi-Chi declared, wiping away the traces of tears from her face. Casting a glance at her son, she rose and made her way to the kitchen. In the instant Chi-Chi turned, her face radiated with a blissful smile, her entire demeanor reflecting a significant transformation. Even from a swaying silhouette she cast while cooking, one could discern her elevated spirits. Gohan, what are your thoughts on Super 13? Goku inquired, his expression serious as he directed his gaze toward his son while Chi-Chi busied herself with cooking. Father, Super 13's strength seems amiss. Just a few days ago, when we faced off, he was not this formidable, Gohan replied, his eyes narrowing. He harbored doubts that the Super 13 he encountered today was the same as the one from a few days prior. Though he had made substantial progress in his own power, having trained for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, he felt little pressure from the current Super 13. Yet, it was evident that this adversary had experienced a remarkable amplification of strength in merely a few days. Despite not unleashing his full might during their encounter, Gohan could not shake the sensation that something was amiss. Indeed, Gohan, I too have noticed the discrepancies in his abilities compared to your descriptions. Fortunately, we sought them out today. Otherwise, we might have faced an unpleasant surprise in 2 days, Goku acknowledged, nodding in agreement, his expression betraying a hint of excitement. Father, while I am not overly concerned about his current strength, my greatest fear lies in the possibility of a drastic change in just 2 days, Gohan remarked, observing his father's demeanor and understanding the underlying thoughts. However, unlike Goku's enthusiasm, Gohan felt a surge of anxiety. Yes, had it not been for you intervening today, I would have considered eliminating Super 13 outright, Gohan confessed. He was not a full-blooded Saiyan, driven by a reckless desire to battle strong opponents. Nor was he the indecisive child he once was. Over the years of fighting alone, Gohan had transformed into a true warrior, fighting relentlessly for the sake of peace. Do not worry, Gohan, everything will be all right, Goku reassured him, patting his shoulder with unwavering confidence. Gohan, what are you two doing? Hurry and bring the dishes. Chi-Chi's voice echoed, interrupting the conversation between father and son. They exchanged a knowing glance, both reluctant to add to Chi-Chi's worries, and with smiles, they made their way to the kitchen. Delicious. Chi-Chi, your cooking is unrivaled, Goku exclaimed, lifting a plate of steak to his mouth, showering her with compliments. Gohan, make sure you both eat well. Chi-Chi herself did not consume much. Instead, she continuously served dishes to Goku and his son. The evening glow streamed through the window, illuminating the blissful expression on Chi-Chi's face, as time seemed to freeze in that moment, creating a picturesque scene. For 2 days, Goku and his son had refrained from training, choosing instead to accompany Chi-Chi on a delightful excursion to the metropolis. Today marked the day of their battle against Dr. Gero. After finishing breakfast with Chi-Chi, Goku and his son donned their martial arts uniforms, preparing to head to the battlefield. Goku, you must take care of Gohan, Chi-Chi's anxious voice echoed in the air, reaching the ears of Goku and his son. In the King Kai's realm, Rake sat opposite the Elder Kai, a look of curiosity crossing the Elder Kai's face as he asked, Aren't you coming? Dear Elder Kai, I wish to join, but I was merely waiting for your ceremony to conclude, Rake replied, raising an eyebrow and shrugging in a manner that suggested he felt momentarily trapped. Do not feign ignorance. I do not believe you have forgotten that the ceremony has long since ended, the Elder Kai retorted, casting a pointed glance at Rake and leaving no room for pretense. With a nervous chuckle, Rake acknowledged that he had failed to deceive the Elder Kai. He certainly would not admit that his opponent's strength was too feeble to warrant his attention. Nor did he see the necessity of getting his hands dirty on the battlefield when the spectacle could be observed from the King Kai's realm. Indeed, over the past 2 days, Rake had successfully undergone potential development with the Elder Kai, although he had mentally prepared himself beforehand. It was only a half hour after the process concluded that Rake truly realized the extraordinary potency of the Elder Kai's skill. It far exceeded his expectations, living up to its reputation for transforming Gohan from a mere boy into the ultimate warrior. While Gohan's inherent potential played a part, it was undeniable that this skill was a significant catalyst. Upon completing the ceremony, Rake did not unlock a mysterious form, but he did increase his strength by an astounding 300 times, elevating his base combat power to 300 billion, far surpassing the 100 billion he had achieved in his Super Saiyan 2 form. However, Rake was taken aback to discover that after his potential development, he could not immediately stack his Super Saiyan transformations. He would require a year or two of adaptation before he could access Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2, and only then pursue breakthroughs into Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4. Even the precarious threshold of Super Saiyan 3 had solidified, rendering it utterly impervious to his attempts at disruption. This deviation from his expectations left him disheartened, as his hope of utilizing potential development to transcend Super Saiyan 3 now seemed futile. Nonetheless, Rake remained unconcerned. After all, enhancing the base combat power of Saiyan was fundamental. He was not permanently barred from transforming into a Super Saiyan. He merely required time. Ancestor, Mr. Rake, look quickly. The battle has commenced for Mr. Goku and the others. Saiyan's voice interrupted Rake's thoughts, drawing his gaze towards the crystal ball on the ground. Near the research facility, Goku and his companions had gathered, though Vegeta was yet to be seen. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. As Wukong and his companions gazed toward the research facility, they hastened their flight, swiftly arriving above the site. To their astonishment, the peak of the research institute had vanished, leaving behind a massive crater. Gradually, four figures emerged from the swirling smoke. Three stood on one side, while a lone figure faced them, locked in a tense standoff. It was none other than Vegeta and Dr. Gero. What surprised Wukong and his allies was the unexpected presence of an additional figure on Gero's side. Kakarot, leave these worthless fools to me. You should remain on the sidelines and watch, Vegeta remarked coolly, tilting his head and casting a sidelong glance at Wukong and the others. Wukong, do not underestimate them. They are formidable adversaries. Wukong's attention was wholly consumed by the additional figure on Gero's side. He briefly dismissed Dr. Gero and Super Android 13, focusing intently on the green figure. Sensing the energy emanating from the green silhouette, Wukong's expression grew increasingly grave. It was powerful, far more so than Super Android 13, and he could feel his blood beginning to boil. Dr. Gero noticed the change in Wukong's demeanor, and a satisfied smirk spread across his face. Son Goku, allow me to introduce my ultimate creation, the Android Cell. You shall meet your demise at his hands. Cell's eyes locked onto Wukong, his energy honing in on him. Wukong's hair stood on end as he felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from Cell, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. The pressure intensified, and just as Wukong could no longer restrain himself from striking first, Vegeta's voice rang out. Hey, your opponent is me. With a surge of energy, Vegeta summoned a golden aura, emanating an immense force. A brilliant golden energy wave shot from his hand, hurtling directly toward Dr. Gero. As the energy wave approached its target, Super Android 13 swiftly positioned himself in front of Dr. Gero, raising a massive hand to intercept the attack. Damn it, Super Android 13. Dispose of this pest, Dr. Gero exclaimed, startled and exasperated by the sudden attack. Despite his modifications, he was merely a scientist, not a warrior, and had no intention of engaging in battle. To his dismay, Vegeta, whom he deemed insignificant, dared to strike while he was speaking. Super Android 13, responding to the command, unleashed a barrage of dark red energy blasts aimed at Vegeta. The explosions erupted violently, and before Vegeta could react, the energy blasts were upon him in an instant. He was forced to urgently raise his energy, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. As the dust settled, Vegeta emerged, battered and disheveled, his clothes tattered and numerous wounds adorning his body. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with rage. He had not anticipated suffering such a significant setback due to a moment of carelessness. You worthless fools have truly enraged me. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, a tumultuous blend of anger and humiliation surging within him, as arcs of electricity crackled around his form. The attention of Goku and his son, along with that of Cell, was drawn to Vegeta. Goku and his son were astonished to witness Vegeta's ascension to Super Saiyan 2, while Cell perceived the emergence of yet another plaything. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from his position, reappearing behind Super 13, delivering a powerful kick that sent Super 13 hurtling away. The battle between the two ignited fiercely, their clashes echoing through the air. Such strength. Indeed, we exist in entirely different dimensions. Are all Saiyans so extraordinarily formidable? Krillin and the others lamented, realizing they were no longer capable of even spectating. Having retreated 50 miles from the battlefield, they could not even sense the auras of Vegeta and Super 13. Their speed was simply too overwhelming for Krillin and the others to comprehend. In the skies, Vegeta and Super 13 grappled fiercely, their hands locked in a contest of dominance. With a resounding thud, Vegeta delivered a headbutt squarely to Super 13's cheek, causing him to stagger backwards, losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a brutal kick to Super 13's chest, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. Blood and oil mingled at the corner of Super 13's mouth, and he struggled to stand, clutching his chest in agony. Final flash. Vegeta bellowed, releasing a violet energy blast from his hands, hurtling directly towards the grounded Super 13. Thunderous roars filled the air. Damn it! Super 13 growled defiantly, bracing himself against the energy blast with all his might. His muscles tore under strain, wounds cascading across his arms, as he was gradually consumed by the onslaught, reduced to mere remnants scattered across the ground. Useless. A failed creation is merely a failure. Dr. Gero observed dispassionately as he watched Super 13's demise, not only refraining from sending Cell to rescue him, but also expressing disdain. With Super 13 dispatched, Vegeta, panting heavily, turned his gaze towards Cell. Monster, that trash was merely a prelude to your fate. Huh, you have only vanquished a failure. Do not dare to equate me with him. Cell retorted with a cold laugh, vanishing from sight and delivering a knee strike that struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. Ugh. Vegeta was unable to keep pace with Cell's speed. His bravado was silenced as he coughed up blood. Grimacing in pain, he hunched over. One hand pressed to his mouth in a futile attempt to stifle the flow. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed, instinctively rushing toward Cell to intervene with a powerful punch aimed at rescuing Vegeta. Gohan, reacting swiftly to Cell's movement, preemptively kicked him away. Gohan, take Vegeta to Krillin for some senzu beans. Goku commanded urgently, his focus unwavering as he noted the severity of Vegeta's injuries. Understood, Dad, Gohan replied, reaching out to support Vegeta. Indeed, just moments ago, Cell's strike had ravaged Vegeta's insides, leaving him teetering on the brink of death. Damn it, let go of me, Vegeta insisted, attempting to shake off Gohan's grasp, yearning to continue the fight. The blow to his pride was unbearable, having issued threats only to be swiftly defeated. He cast aside all thoughts of survival, consumed by a singular desire to battle. Even if it meant perishing in the ensuing conflict, he, Vegeta, would retaliate. Bang! Gohan, unwilling to witness a repeat of the tragedy from years past, acted swiftly. Without waiting for Goku's guidance, he delivered a precise chop to Vegeta's neck, rendering him unconscious. Dad, be careful. I'll be back soon, Gohan said, casting a worried glance at Goku before soaring towards Krillin and the others, silently praying his father could endure a little longer. Go! Goku's gaze remained fixed on the direction in which Cell had been sent flying, reluctant to spare even a fleeting glance at Gohan. The battle had commenced, leaving no room for distraction. Zing! Goku, I hope you prove to be more resilient than that weakling from before. I wish to engage in a more prolonged bout. Cell appeared before Goku, arms crossed, speaking in a dispassionate tone. Goku assessed Cell, his pupils narrowing as a weight settled in his heart. He recognized that Cell had emerged unscathed from Gohan's earlier attack, showing no signs of injury, nor even a ripple in his energy. Then let us commence, Goku declared, adopting the Turtle School's stance to initiate his assault. What? Goku exclaimed, incredulous as Cell braced himself against his kick, rapidly retreating to evade a follow-up punch. After 2 backward flips, Goku distanced himself, unwilling to risk further testing. Golden energy enveloped him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching a punch aimed squarely at Cell's face. Snap! Cell caught Goku's fist with ease, shaking his head in disappointment. Is this truly all you are capable of, Son Goku? Unleash that transformation you displayed earlier, or I shall not hold back any longer. Goku remained silent in response. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, his face turning a shade of green with frustration, had failed to grasp the intricacies of Goku and Cell's earlier exchanges. Now, witnessing their standoff, he realized that Cell had not been exerting his full power. Exasperated, he shouted, Cell, eliminate Son Goku at once, or I will obliterate you. Doctor. Gero's threat only served to raise Cell's ire further. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins relished the thrill of battle. The doctor's actions not only instilled a sense of danger within Cell, but also aggravated his temperament. With a calculated shift in thought, Cell resolved to utilize Goku to rid himself of the threat posed by Dr. Gero. He launched a punch aimed at Goku's left ribcage. Goku's instincts flared. A sense of impending danger enveloped him. With no time to deliberate, he twisted his body to evade Cell's strike, rolling as he countered with a kick aimed at Cell's head. Cell deftly tilted his head, evading the attack, and retaliated with a fierce lash of his tail, striking Goku squarely in the face and sending him hurtling through the air. With wings unfurled, he soared toward Goku's direction, appearing in an instant behind him, his right fist poised to strike Goku's back. However, to his bewilderment, Cell's fist passed through Goku's figure without making contact. Given the recent exchange between them, it was inconceivable for Goku to have evaded such a blow. A golden aura surged, surrounding Goku with arcs of electricity as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Slowly, Cell turned around, gazing at the newly transformed Goku with curiosity, inquiring, "How did you evade that just now?" That was a technique I mastered through rigorous training called instant transmission," Goku replied, regaining his confidence in his Super Saiyan 2 form, revealing no intent to withhold. With 2 fingers pressed against his forehead, he explained while activating the technique. In a flash, Goku teleported in front of Cell, delivering a powerful punch to Cell's left cheek, sending him crashing into the mountainside. Debris enveloped Cell, pinning him beneath the rubble. A golden light flickered, and as the stones flew away, Cell emerged, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth indicating his injury. "Goku, you are quite capable, aren't you? There's no record of that move in my database," Cell remarked, wiping the blood with a grin. His excitement grew. Goku clearly was not the pushover he had anticipated. Although he was still not as strong, he proved to be a worthy opponent. "This is fascinating, Goku," Cell declared, crossing his arms as multiple images of himself materialized, for Cells standing in parallel, gazing at Goku. Tenshinhan's 4-way fist. Goku raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Cell's choice to employ such an obviously flawed technique. Yet he remained vigilant, adopting a defensive stance. Swish, 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 swish. The 4 cells surrounded Goku from all sides. "Goku, are you ready? Here I come." With that, Goku initiated the attack first, leaping to kick the cell before him, swiftly pivoting to counter the onslaught from the other 3. Bang, 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 bang. Goku found himself continuously assailed, sustaining increasing injuries. He had not anticipated that Cell's 4-way fist would completely compensate for its weaknesses. The 4 cells were no weaker than before. He could not withstand their combined assaults, forced to endure the blows while his energy dwindled rapidly. As the struggle intensified, Goku found it increasingly difficult to counterattack, reduced to a state of passive endurance. Chapter 74. Gohan joins the fray. Coughing, Goku struggled to stand upright, his breathing erratic. The golden aura that once surrounded him flickered and vanished, his hair reverting to black. Weak, he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form, teetering dangerously as if he might collapse at any moment. The 4 cells merged once more, standing before Goku with a mix of delight and disappointment. "It's over. Let me show you this," Cell declared, his hands forming a crescent shape at his waist as blue energy gathered in his palms. This demeanor is all too familiar to Goku. His signature technique, the Kamehameha wave. With a raised eyebrow, Goku summoned his spirits and assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, gathering a vibrant blue energy. Reluctant to surrender, he resolved to resist, even if defeat awaited him, fiercely channeling every ounce of energy within. Observing this, Cell's lips curled into a smirk, a glimmer of inscrutable intent flashing in his eyes. Simultaneously, a powerful shout erupted from both Cell and Goku as they unleashed their Kamehameha waves towards one another. To Goku's astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. His Kamehameha surged forth, effortlessly bypassing Cell's defenses and racing toward him in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Cell vanished, evading Goku's Kamehameha, which continued its relentless pursuit, trailing Cell's energy signature. "No, Cell, hurry and save me." Dr. Gero's desperate cry echoed as Goku's Kamehameha approached, destined to strike him. Why had this circumstance arisen? This question lingered in Dr. Gero's mind as he faced his demise, a riddle left unsolved as he descended into the abyss. The Kamehameha and Dr. Gero vanished into the void. Goku, utterly spent, collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixated on the remnants of the explosion, searching for Cell's silhouette. "Ha! Thank you, Son Goku, for eliminating this threat." Cell descended slowly before Goku, casting a condescending glance, his expression brimming with triumph. Cell's satisfaction was unmistakable. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The moment he cornered Goku into a dire situation, Dr. Gero's brief lapse of composure allowed his scheme to come to fruition. The energy from their confrontation had proven to be of no consequence, as Goku's surge had overwhelmed it. Utilizing his ability to track energy signatures, Cell positioned himself behind Dr. Gero, And indeed, Goku had unwittingly assisted in eliminating him. Goku's lips moved as if to utter something, yet he lacked the strength to do so. To express my gratitude, I shall grant you a painless departure, Cell declared, extending a hand towards the fallen warrior, a golden energy sphere coalescing in his palm, aimed at Goku. With a resounding explosion, thick smoke enveloped the area. Yet, there was no trace of joy on Cell's face. He furrowed his brow, casting his gaze to the right. There stood two figures, one large and one small, Goku and his son. In a moment of urgency, Gohan arrived just in time to rescue his father. "Dad, the Senzu bean!" Gohan exclaimed, retrieving a green bean from his waist and carefully feeding it to Goku. With his eyes tightly shut, Goku unconsciously swallowed the Senzu bean. As its effects began to take hold, he opened his eyes, an invisible aura radiating from him. Rising to his feet, he patted Gohan's shoulder and turned his attention to Cell. "Oh, Son Goku, you've recovered. Do you wish to continue this battle?" As Son Wukong transformed from a state of near exhaustion to one of vibrant vitality, Cell was taken aback, astonished by the existence of such miraculous phenomena. "There's no need. I concede," Wukong declared, shaking his head and dismissing Cell's inquiry. "What? Are you preparing to abandon the fight?" Cell exclaimed in surprise, never anticipating Wukong's admission of defeat. Even Gohan looked on in disbelief at his father, unable to fathom such words coming from his lips. Wukong, however, remained silent, his gaze solemnly fixed on Gohan. "Gohan, do you have confidence in facing him?" Gohan did not respond verbally but met Wukong's eyes with a resolute and self-assured nod. In that instant, the gravity etched upon Wukong's face dissipated, replaced by a smile as he addressed Cell once more. "Cell, let Gohan take on you as your opponent now." "What are you planning, old fool?" Piccolo shouted vehemently. "Damn that little brat," Vegeta seethed, his fists clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with fury. Krillin and the others, however, were not surprised. They evidently shared Wukong's sentiment. It was only natural, for although Gohan was merely 13, he was already a seasoned warrior and could not be regarded as just a child. They all had faith in his abilities. Their presence on the battlefield, despite being 50 miles away, was indeed due to Gohan. Vegeta, fueled by sheer stubbornness, had rushed over after consuming a Senzu bean, while Piccolo was apprehensive for Gohan's safety. Krillin and the others, informed of the unfolding events through Gohan's descriptions, could no longer remain idle and hastened to the battlefield together. Gohan, however, had sensed the change in Wukong's aura and had advanced ahead of the others, who arrived during the exchange between Wukong and Cell. "Cell, I shall utterly destroy you," Gohan proclaimed, advancing step by step towards Cell, his expression devoid of emotion. His emerald green eyes radiated an icy intensity, and a palpable aura of menace surged forth, enveloping Cell. "So, his son Gohan," Cell acknowledged with a nod. At this moment, only Gohan's strength surpassed that of son Wukong, for the newly updated database provided by Dr. Gero explicitly indicated that it was Gohan who had eliminated androids 17 and 18. Cell's anticipation of Gohan's prowess surpassed even that of Wukong, as his current data was significantly more potent than the original form stored in the computer. Even during his recent battle with Wukong, he had not unleashed his full power. Dr. Gero had augmented him to an extent that left even him incredulous. Gohan stood firmly before Cell, unwavering. He struck with a swift uppercut that connected squarely with Cell's chin before launching himself into the air, delivering a kick to Cell's chest that sent him soaring. A wave of energy erupted from Gohan, instantly striking Cell. As Cell's silhouette materialized, his left arm dangled limply, a clear indication that Gohan's earlier energy wave had rendered it useless. Observing Gohan's commanding advantage from the outset of the battle, Piccolo and the others were filled with elation. Only the expressions of Goku and his son remained unchanged, as they both sensed that Cell was unscathed, his aura unwavering, clearly at his peak. "Son Gohan, you have indeed exceeded my expectations, far surpassing your father." "Goku," Cell said, gripping his left arm with his right hand and forcefully tearing it off. He discarded the severed limb onto the ground, activating his abilities, and the point of rupture began to writhe, giving rise to an entirely new arm. Chapter 75, Son Gohan vs. Cell. Cell's condition caused Piccolo and the others' pupils to constrict, their disbelief palpable. "Do you find this peculiar?" he asked, flexing his newly formed arm, while observing their astonishment keenly. "Piccolo, you should be quite familiar with this ability of mine. You must also sense the energy within me, just as you surmised. My body contains cells and data from each of you." Instead of hastily engaging Gohan, Cell candidly divulged the nature of his situation. The expressions of Piccolo and the others turned grim, particularly Vegeta, who felt an explosive rage at the thought of Cell possessing his noble bloodline within him. Unable to contain his fury, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Cell, disregarding the disparity between them and his own life. He was unwilling to endure Cell's prattle any longer, eager to annihilate him. Allowing Cell to exist for even a moment was an affront to him. With a resounding thud, Vegeta landed a powerful punch to Cell's left cheek, interrupting whatever Cell had planned to say next. Cell absorbed the force of Vegeta's strike without so much as a flinch. As if merely swatted by a mosquito, with a stern gaze fixed upon Vegeta, he remained unfazed. A moment later, blood spewed from Vegeta's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, curling up in silent agony. Cell lightly lowered his raised leg and delivered a swift kick to the fallen warrior. Boom! Vegeta's body was sent hurtling away, crashing through several mountain peaks before vanishing from sight. Only then did Goku's voice resonate. From the onset of Vegeta's assault on Cell to his subsequent ejection, everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Goku and the others no time to intervene as Cell grievously wounded Vegeta. Sans-signe Vegeta's aura dwindling. Goku prepared to rush to his aid, but as he moved, Cell appeared directly in his path, blocking his advance. Step aside, Goku demanded, his expression grave, his voice low and resolute. I cannot allow you to rescue Vegeta, otherwise he will disturb my enjoyment, Cell replied, dismissing Goku's demeanor, leisurely shaking a finger as he spoke. Dad, go ahead. I will handle Cell, Gohan's voice echoed just as Goku was poised to strike. Upon hearing this, Goku retracted his intentions, soaring towards Vegeta without casting a glance back at Cell, treating him as if he were inconsequential. As Sheru raised his hand to intercept Goku, a small hand rested on Sheru's wrist, halting his impending motion. Sheru turned to face the suddenly present Gohan, his playful intentions slightly diminished as he began to amplify his inner energy. A crackling sound resonated as two invisible forces clashed. Both Sheru and Gohan were enhancing their auras, warping the air around them. The clouds above dispersed, the ground began to crumble, and debris around them slowly ascended. Sheru's previously relaxed demeanor gradually transformed into one of gravity, electric arcs manifesting around him. Had Rek been present, he would have instantly recognized Sheru's electric form, a transformation on par with Super Saiyan 2. The electric arcs surrounding both Sheru and Gohan collided, each attempting to suppress the other, unleashing their battle powers exceeding 20 billion without reservation. Piccolo and the others, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, retreated from the battlefield. Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin stood with mouths agape, as if sensing some surreal illusion, their expressions filled with astonishment as they stammered. As Piccolo struggled to maintain his footing, he nodded affirmatively at Krillin, validating his conjecture with a faint smile. Crack! After Piccolo and the others distanced themselves from the fray, Gohan launched the first assault, aiming a kick at Sheru's head. Sheru was not one to stand idly by. As Gohan moved, he too lifted his foot to retaliate. Their feet collided midair, resulting in a stalemate where neither side gained the upper hand. With a flick of his tail, Sheru ensnared Gohan's ankle, breaking the deadlock with a swift motion. He then delivered a punch that struck Gohan squarely on the cheek, sending him hurtling away. Yet, Gohan, uninjured from the blow, adjusted his position and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the approaching Sheru, creating a distraction while simultaneously crafting an opportunity for his own attack. Boom! 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 Sheru maneuvered through the energy blasts, occasionally deflecting or dodging them, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Gohan, ensuring he was locked in and denying him any chance for a counterattack. Violent explosions erupted between them, as countless mountains were obliterated and the earth itself was torn asunder. Gohan paused atop a towering peak, stamping down with his left foot, causing the summit to collapse. Propelling himself toward Sheru, their right fists clashed in midair, their forms momentarily suspended. Gohan withdrew his right fist, executing a backhanded strike that slammed against Sheru's chest. A bitter taste erupted from Sheru's mouth as he grimaced in pain. Seizing the moment of Sheru's instability, Gohan maneuvered behind him and applied a chokehold, tightly constricting Sheru's neck. Sheru's hands clawed at Gohan's arms, thrashing wildly in the air as he struggled to escape Gohan's grip. Neither combatant dared to relent, sensing his escape slipping away. Sheru aimed the sharp tip of his tail at Gohan's head. As Gohan diverted his focus to evade the tail, he inadvertently loosened his grip slightly. In that instant, Sheru seized the opportunity, coordinating his tail attack to break free, delivering a swift kick towards Gohan's waist. With both hands liberated, Gohan grasped Cell's tail with one hand while using the other to fend off Cell's relentless attacks. A resounding impact echoed as he blocked Cell's strike, simultaneously swinging the creature's tail downward with great force. Cell was driven into the ground, creating a deep crater enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke that obscured his form, leaving Gohan uncertain of Cell's true condition as he hovered in anticipation of his opponent's reappearance. Suddenly, a yellow energy blast pierced through the smoke at an astonishing speed, appearing directly before Gohan. His pupils constricted in alarm as he desperately maneuvered to evade the attack, the energy blast narrowly grazing his hair before soaring into the starry expanse. Having dodged the assault, Gohan's gaze shifted towards Cell, his expression darkening as he muttered, "Special beam cannon." To his astonishment, Cell emerged from the deep crater largely unscathed, maintaining a pose with two fingers pointed at Gohan. Indeed, it was the special beam cannon. How did it compare to Piccolo's? Cell retracted his arm, a smirk adorning his face as he regarded Gohan. "Cell, you court death." The audacity of Cell's provocation ignited a fiery rage within Gohan, his golden aura flaring up, a clear indication that Cell's actions had incensed him. Noticing Gohan's surge of energy, Cell raised an eyebrow, his mood souring as he had not anticipated Gohan's power to increase. A pang of regret for his earlier taunts flickering within him. Chapter 76, The Battle Intensifies. Although Cell harbored these thoughts, he did not express them. Instead, he beckoned Gohan with a finger, aiming to infuriate him further and provoke a loss of composure. In an instant, Gohan launched his offensive. Each punch and kick he delivered exerted immense pressure on Cell, leaving him in sheer discomfort. As Cell struggled to defend himself, he continued to taunt Gohan, attempting to unravel his focus. In the King Kai's realm, Rake observed Cell's reckless behavior with a sense of disbelief. Despite their apparent parity, Cell insisted on provoking Gohan, a recipe for his own demise. Covering his face, Rake found it difficult to witness the impending consequences, yet he was certain of one thing: Cell's end would be gruesome. "Mr. Rake, are you not the least bit concerned for Gohan?" Shin inquired, gazing at Rake. Even he could discern Cell's strategy, and he found it hard to believe that Rake was oblivious. Cell's tactics might work against Vegeta, but against Gohan. Rake paused, rubbing his forehead before continuing. "I can only say he has chosen the wrong approach. You, as a King Kai, truly bring us shame. Do you not see the potential within Gohan?" Shin retorted, urging Rake to pay closer attention. Before Rake could elaborate further, the Elder Kai cast a disdainful glance at Shin, his expression one of disapproval. Shin, feeling the weight of the Elder's gaze, awkwardly ruffled his hair, refraining from further questions and redirecting his focus to the crystal ball. On Earth, Goku unearthed Vegeta from a pile of rocks, offering him a Senzu bean. Vegeta's energy began to shift, gradually strengthening from weakness to vigor as he opened his eyes. Disregarding the recently rescued Kakarot, his awareness expanded to the battlefield of Gohan and Cell, sensing their fierce struggle. Even the blood seeping from his own palm due to deep nail marks went unnoticed. Amidst the shock, a profound sense of unwillingness surged within him. He had never anticipated that he, the Prince of the Saiyans, would become a mere spectator, now overshadowed by Kakarot's son. "Vegeta, let us move," Goku remarked casually, standing beside Vegeta, whose attention was equally fixated on the battle between Gohan and Cell. "Kakarot, do not take pride in your current superiority over me. Do not assume that you can command me. I shall demonstrate who the strongest Saiyan truly is." Vegeta snorted disdainfully, ignoring Goku entirely, as a white aura ignited around him. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished, racing towards the battlefield. Goku shook his head, unperturbed, for he understood Vegeta's nature well, and he summoned his own energy to keep pace with him. Soon, the two rejoined the fray, witnessing Gohan pressing Cell with overwhelming force. Cell bore numerous wounds, and his energy had significantly waned, no longer the formidable foe he had once been. At this rate, it would not be long before Gohan could put an end to Cell. Goku felt a mix of pride and regret. He was proud of Gohan's growth, yet lamented his own inability to confront Cell. As Goku pondered, the battle took a sudden turn. Cell was sent hurtling through the air, struck squarely by Gohan's Kamehameha, obliterating his body below the neck. While you're left with nothing but a head, Cell stammered, paralyzed by fear, realizing how close he had come to death at Gohan's hands. In a flash, Gohan appeared before Cell's head, gazing at him coldly. Slowly, he raised his right hand, aiming it at Cell's head as golden energy gathered in his palm. Gohan intended to finish Cell in one decisive blow. In a state of panic, Cell desperately activated his innate abilities, initiating a reconstruction of his body. Simultaneously, an invisible wave emanated silently from his head, swiftly reaching the remnants of Super 13. A chip and power supply trembled slightly before darting towards the newly formed tail of Cell. Thud! As Gohan's energy wave struck Cell, a transformation occurred within Cell's essence. His energy, which had plummeted, began to surge dramatically. Boom! Before Cell's energy could escalate further, Gohan's energy wave detonated, engulfing him entirely. Gohan exhibited no delight in victory. His expression was grave as he observed the direction of the explosion, already sensing Cell's change in the instant the explosion transpired. Cell's form gradually reemerged, visibly larger, with a significant increase in power. That was close. You nearly killed me. Cell regained his confidence. The previous terror dissipated, replaced by a palpable aura of malice. He had to acknowledge that he had gambled recklessly, had it not been for Dr. Gero's modifications that granted him the ability to absorb Super 13, he would have met his end. Then I shall kill you once more, Gohan replied coldly. Bang! Gohan gazed at Cell in disbelief, unable to fathom how the gap between them had widened so dramatically, realizing he could not contend with Cell any longer. Cell advanced steadily, pressing Gohan's right fist back, while his tail swung around to ensnare Gohan's neck, lifting him off the ground. A series of bone-cracking noises echoed as Cell unleashed a relentless barrage upon Gohan's body. Despite Gohan's strenuous efforts to withstand Cell's onslaught, he sustained grave injuries. And he knew that if this continued, it would spell his doom. A surge of energy erupted from Gohan's palm, momentarily interrupting Cell's assault, granting him a fleeting opportunity to create distance. Blood trickled from Gohan's forehead, blurring his vision. With immense pain coursing through his body, he summoned the energy within him, refraining from wiping the blood from his eyes, fully concentrating on Cell. The sudden turn of events astonished not only Goku and the others, but also those far away in the Kaishin realm, including Rake, who wore a look of astonishment. Especially Rake, who had been impressed by Dr. Gero's ingenuity, never anticipating that the old man would be so formidable. Not only had he caused Cell, who was not supposed to appear for another decade, to manifest early, but he had also enhanced him to this extent. Initially, Rake believed that Cell's newfound strength was the pinnacle of his capabilities, but to his surprise, the old man had proven his prowess, even managing to allow Cell to absorb Super 13. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Rake, are you not going to intervene? The old Kaishin's voice broke Rake's contemplation. Stroking his chin, Rake scrutinized Gohan's resolute expression within the crystal ball and shook his head, declaring, I shall not intervene, for I have faith that Gohan and the others can resolve this. The old Kaishin had no objections to Rake's decision and redirected his attention back to the battle. Meanwhile, Shin and Jeebit exchanged glances, contemplating whether to persuade Rake to reconsider, but upon witnessing the confidence on Rake's face, they abandoned their attempts. Suddenly, a yellow energy wave struck Cell, disrupting his forthcoming attack. Cell turned towards the source of the energy wave, and to his surprise, it was Piccolo who had intervened. If it had been Goku who unleashed the energy wave, Cell could have understood, as he was Gohan's father, but he had not anticipated that Piccolo would act first. Chapter 77. The battle concludes. With Piccolo's movement, the others could no longer remain idle and swiftly flew to Gohan's side. They all recognized the dire circumstances. Gohan was no longer a match for Cell alone. Although they could not offer much assistance, they were willing to sacrifice their lives to distract Cell, the formidable warrior of Earth. None of them feared death, nor could they allow Gohan, the younger generation, to perish before them, even in defeat. They would not lack the courage to act. Everyone, as he looked at the familiar figures standing resolutely before him, tears welled in Gohan's eyes. This scene had appeared countless times in his dreams during the relentless attacks of the androids, only to leave him disheartened upon waking. Now, this vivid reality had once again stepped into his life from the realm of dreams, rendering Gohan's emotions beyond words. A tremor coursed through his entire being, as boundless energy surged from the depths of his veins. Gohan's aura gradually intensified, and a shift in his emotions catalyzed the latent potential within him. In no time, he ascended to the level of Cell, gradually surpassing him. The transformation of Gohan left Goku and the others utterly astounded, while Vegeta gazed at him in disbelief. Rek, in his heart, silently labeled him a freak, a cheater. Cell, plagued by memories of the terror Gohan had instilled in him, no longer hesitated. He disregarded Goku and the others, launching a powerful punch toward Gohan. With a resounding impact, Gohan intercepted the blow, sending shockwaves that propelled Goku and the others away. Cell noticed the emotionless gaze of son Gohan, which sent a shiver through him. The shadow of death loomed ominously, as if he would perish at Gohan's hands if he did not retreat. Acting on instinct, Cell hastily withdrew to a distance of 1,000 meters. Extending his right hand, a disk of energy materialized in his palm. With a swift motion, he hurled the energy slash toward Gohan. Gohan, indifferent to the approaching attack, evaded the energy slash with a subtle shift of his body, and in a near-instantaneous movement, he appeared before Cell. An elbow strike plunged deeply into Cell's chest. Cell's eyes widened in shock as he coughed blood. Gohan's power wreaked havoc within him, leaving him incapable of retaliating. He fell to his knees, his hands instinctively reaching for Gohan, brushing against his shoe. Gohan offered Cell no respite. He forcefully stomped on Cell's head, embedding him into the ground. Cell's legs flailed weakly, his tail limp against his back, devoid of any semblance of confidence, resembling a lifeless fish. Gohan, unwilling to relent, seized Cell's tail and yanked him from the earth, hurling him into the sky. Following suit, he ascended and delivered a heavy punch to Cell's back. A sharp crack echoed as bones splintered within Cell's body. Once again, Cell was propelled higher, his body convulsing. The successive blows ignited a frenzied and destructive light in Cell's eyes as he summoned every ounce of energy within him. With a gaze filled with hatred, he locked onto Gohan, a white glow enveloping him. Son Gohan, you shall accompany me to the grave. Seeing the ominous development, Gohan furrowed his brow, positioning his hands at his waist as blue energy began to coalesce in his palms. You think you can use that technique? With my current state, even a slight injury will trigger an explosion, and the entire planet will pay the price. The fear on Cell's face vanished, his body swelling further. Upon hearing Cell's words, Gohan hesitated in gathering energy, sensing the gravity of the situation. In that moment, Goku appeared beside Gohan, his expression grave as he regarded Cell's enormous form. Gohan, we must act together. We have to intercept all of Cell's explosive energy. Not only Goku, but others also gathered around Gohan, each taking a position to encircle Cell, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. Even Vegeta, with a conflicted heart, began to formulate his own powerful move. Despite his pride, he could not permit himself to perish in the void of space. With the level of energy emanating from Cell, even the slightest trace landing on the Earth would lead to its annihilation, compelling them to fight with all their might. Do you still wish to thwart me? A mere dream. You shall all perish together. Cell observed their actions, yet found himself unable to move. Nevertheless, his confident demeanor betrayed his belief that Goku and the others would be incapable of succeeding. The dire situation on Earth prompted a sense of urgency in Rake, who was far away in the Kaioshin realm. He had not traveled to Earth only to witness its destruction. With no time to greet the old Kaioshin, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, locking onto Cell's energy, and vanished from the Kaioshin realm in a flash. Rake, Uncle Rake, humph. As Rake materialized, Goku and the others sensed his presence and looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Although they were not well acquainted with Rake, they were well aware of his formidable strength. Rake nodded in acknowledgement to Goku and the others before directing his gaze towards Cell. Speaking with disdain, Cell, your abilities are rather unimpressive. Your schemes are destined to fail. Before Cell could react, a beam of white light emanated from Rake's hand, forming a luminous energy shield that enveloped Cell in an instant. The expression on Cell's face soured significantly. His database held scanned information on Rake. This sudden appearance of a Saiyan, capable of annihilating the previous Super 13, was marked as an extremely dangerous individual by Dr. Gero's records. Initially, Cell had dismissed Rake, attributing his victory over Super 13 to the latter's incompetence. Having not encountered him on the battlefield, Cell had assumed Rake was aware of his own power and was merely avoiding him. Upon finally witnessing him, Cell realized how misguided his assumptions had been. Every cell in his body screamed in panic, urging him to flee from Rake. His primal instincts heightened his awareness of the looming danger. The energy shield, effortlessly conjured by Rake, had him thoroughly ensnared, and he could sense its strength, knowing it would firmly contain the energy of his self-detonation. His plans had unraveled. Fearful of even speaking to Rake, despair enveloped him. He found himself incapable of halting his self-destruction and could only await his demise in the energy shield. Rake, however, was not inclined to wait for Cell. With a firm grip, he began to constrict the energy shield's radius. Damn you, I will remember this. Cell roared in desperation as the shield approached him, his energy spiraling into chaos. Boom! An explosion erupted within the confines of the energy shield, obliterating Cell's cells entirely, not to mention his core. The instant the explosion occurred, it annihilated any chance he had for rebirth. Thank you for this, Rake. As Wukong released his Super Saiyan form and approached Rake, he began to express his gratitude. Rake waved his hand dismissively, responding in a nonchalant tone. Had it not been for Cell's intent to annihilate Earth, I would not have intervened even if you had perished. In Chapter 78, the complexities of Super Saiyan transformations were elucidated. Vegeta, visibly displeased with Rake's demeanor, internally cursed him. Wukong, however, remained unfazed. With his palms pressed together in a cheerful expression, he remarked, Rake, now that you have time, perhaps we could finally commence the sparring session you promised me. Observing Wukong's eagerness, Rake felt little inclination to engage. The disparity in their strengths was too great, as Wukong could not even breach his defenses. After a moment of contemplation, Rake revealed to them the potential unlocking capabilities of the old Kaishin. Is that truly the case? Vegeta, unable to contain himself, cast aside his grievances with Rake and inquired eagerly. Wukong and the others gazed at Rake with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. Indeed, though the old Kaishin may not necessarily assist you, and your growth will primarily depend on your inherent potential. Pausing to allow everyone to absorb this information, Rake's gaze shifted to Gohan. Among you, Gohan should experience the most significant enhancement. Impossible. I'm the strongest bloodline of the Saiyans. Vegeta interjected vehemently, unable to fathom that this half-breed could surpass his potential. Rake had anticipated Vegeta's reaction, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. You should first find a way to persuade the old Kaishin to assist you in unlocking your potential. Moreover, who claims you're the strongest bloodline of the Saiyans? As far as I know, the legendary Super Saiyan has already been born among our kind. That is the true, strongest bloodline. Rake, are we not Super Saiyans ourselves? Wukong asked, bewildered. Vegeta fell into contemplation, as Rake's words seemed to awaken a dormant memory. Not quite, Kakarot. We are merely ordinary Super Saiyans. Given the right conditions, any Saiyan can achieve this. Rake shook his finger, dismissing Wukong's assumption, and continued. The legendary Super Saiyan is a true warrior who emerges once in a millennium, possessing an initial battle power of 10,000, and grows stronger over time without the need for training, naturally becoming the universe's mightiest warrior. Gasping at Rake's explanation, Wukong and the others took a collective breath. Even Shun and Jebbet, far away in the Kaishin realm, widened their eyes in astonishment. Only the old Kaishin remained unfazed. Having encountered many legendary Super Saiyans throughout his extensive history, most of whom either self-destructed or were obliterated. Wukong, your Saiyan lineage is utterly monstrous. Krillin remarked with a wry smile, feeling disheartened, as it instilled a sense of futility in his aspirations to catch up. He stroked his chin, unfazed by the words of Rake, as he pondered how to extract information about the legendary Super Saiyan from him. Goku yearned for a confrontation, for a challenger of such caliber left him feeling restless if he did not engage in battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. The emergence of Saiyans, even stronger than himself, left this proud prince of Saiyans deeply distressed, teetering on the brink of rage. He had always taken pride in his lineage, and although Rake and his companions now surpassed him, he remained unconcerned, confident that he would eventually eclipse them. After all, they were either lower-class warriors or hybrids, hardly worthy of his regard. Rake, do you know where that person is now? Goku gazed at Rake with anticipation, hoping to glean an answer from him. Goku's inquiry genuinely caught Rake off guard. Who could say if Broly even existed in this timeline? If he did, was he the new version or the old? Rake was merely slightly more informed than others, not omniscient, and it was indeed a challenge for him. You're still too weak. Even if you find him, it would be tantamount to courting death. You should focus on becoming stronger, Rake replied, evading Goku's question while emphasizing his own power. With that, Rake dared not linger, uncertain of what further questions Goku might pose, and vanished in an instant. Left in a state of bewilderment, Goku and the others exchanged glances. How shall we seek the assistance of the old Kai? Krillin broke the silence, his gaze directed towards Goku and his son. Among them, only Goku and his son had interacted with the old Kai. The others had not encountered him. Without delving into their strategies for persuading the old Kai, Rake, after parting ways, returned not to the Kai's realm, but to his residence on Earth. Having reaped the benefits from the old Kai, lingering there served no further purpose. Rake planned to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. For years he had either been training or traveling, and now it was time to unwind and prepare himself for future breakthroughs. In the ensuing 2 years, Rake abstained from training, instead traversing various cities around the globe, savoring culinary delights. Seizing the opportunity, he also made a trip back to Udarapa's star, fulfilling Place's wish and visiting Blue Heart and others. Invited to a feast by Bulma, he enjoyed her hospitality while also collecting Dragon Balls in hopes of resurrecting his original parents. Alas, they had already been reincarnated, and his wish remained unfulfilled. Rake refrained from wishing for immortality or anything related to body modifications, ultimately settling on a wish to perceive temporal nodes. Rake had no desire to be trapped in this timeline. While Bulma might concoct a time machine, he did not place all his hopes in her, striving for self-sufficiency as well. In these 2 years, transformations were not limited to Rake alone. Goku and Chi-Chi welcomed another son, named Son Goten, who bore a striking resemblance to Goku himself. Gohan has returned to school, now attending high school in Orange Star City, where he has also met Videl. This connection prompts a reflection from Rek, as if an invisible hand were guiding the world back to its original course. Rek does not dwell on this notion. It is beyond his current understanding and concerns. Vegeta, on the other hand, remains largely unchanged, challenging Rek at every opportunity while spending his days training in the gravity chamber, with Trunks suffering alongside him. Meanwhile, Piccolo and others have found their own paths, some continuing their training while others have abandoned it to experience life as ordinary humans. After 2 years of adaptation, Rek has fully acclimated to his surging energy. He can transform into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, and has quietly shattered the barrier to achieve Super Saiyan 3. One day, while he meditates to sense his internal energy and contemplates Ultra Instinct, a fierce aura intrudes upon his awareness. This energy not only stirs Rek, but is sensed by all warriors on Earth. Chapter 79, Broly appears. The group does not dare to linger and hastily begins to move. Uncle Rek, Goku, and his son arrive at the general vicinity of the energy's descent, finding Rek gazing solemnly at the sky. If I am not mistaken, it must be our kin, the legendary Super Saiyan, Rek responds, retracting his gaze to Goku and his son. That's wonderful, Goku exclaims, his eyes sparkling with surprise, his body trembling with excitement. For 2 years, ever since hearing about such a formidable warrior from Rek, Goku has imagined the moment of their confrontation. Now, as the spaceship approaches, anticipation fills him as he gazes intently at it. Kakarot, do not think of making the first move. That Saiyan will be dealt with by me, Vegeta interjects, interrupting Goku's daydream. As Rek converses with Goku, the prince has arrived just in time to overhear their exchange. Vegeta, how can you say that? Let me face him first. I was the one who arrived first, Goku retorts, unwilling to concede the opportunity to Vegeta. Absolutely not. I shall go first, Vegeta insists, their foreheads nearly touching as neither yields ground, both eager to strike first. Gohan watches helplessly, unsure of how to mediate, casting a glance towards Rek for support. Rek does not disappoint. He had already planned to engage, for this is the strongest opponent he has encountered, and he will not relinquish the chance to face him to anyone else. You're overthinking this. If anyone is to strike first, it shall be I. This individual is not comparable to the weaklings you have faced before. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta exchange knowing glances as if reaching a silent accord, and they turn their gazes towards Rek. Rek, it won't do for you to hog all the glory, Vegeta declares, taking the initiative. Let us engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors, where the victor shall make the first move, Goku suggested eagerly. Gohan had hoped that Rake would quell the rising tensions, but to his surprise, he only exacerbated the situation. Sighing, he walked over to Piccolo and the others, relinquishing any hopes of mediating their dispute. Rake, are you perhaps afraid? Goku taunted, noticing Rake's hesitation to respond. Even Vegeta joined in, dismissively gesturing to emphasize his point. Indeed, Goku's words resonated with truth. Rake was caught in a web of uncertainty, primarily because the game relied heavily on luck, and he harbored doubts about his own fortune. He felt unworthy of competing against the likes of Goku and Vegeta. Goku, with his singularly focused mind, swiftly seized the moment, calling out rock, paper, scissors. Rake's hand instinctively shot forward. Yes, I've won. I shall go first. Goku's jubilant exclamation jolted Rake from his reverie. Upon closer inspection, he realized that both he and Vegeta had chosen paper, while Goku had selected scissors, securing his triumph. Vegeta wore a disgruntled expression, whereas Goku leaped in elation. Rake, caught between amusement and exasperation, remarked, "Kakarot, you cheated. You cannot claim foul play, for it was your own choice." Goku countered, swiftly silencing Rake as protests. With a resigned sigh, Rake glanced at his own hand, which had chosen paper, and stepped aside, conceding his position to Goku. However, he was not overly concerned. No one understood Broly's terrifying prowess better than he did. Whether in his newer or older form, Broly was an unreasonable force, and neither Kakarot nor the others stood a chance against him. Had they managed to persuade the old Kai to unlock their potential, perhaps they might have had a chance at victory. Alas, 2 years had passed, and they had yet to convince the old Kai. Though they had all made significant strides in their abilities during this time, they still fell short of being able to confront Broly, as all eyes were fixed upon them. An egg-shaped spacecraft gradually descended before their gaze. Emerging from the vessel were hundreds of aliens with purple skin, who formed 2 rows to welcome their master. The sound of footsteps echoed as 2 figures, one tall and the other shorter, stepped out of the spaceship. Rake and his companions fixed their eyes on the towering figure, who emanated an invisible aura of pressure. "Prince Vegeta, I am your loyal servant Paragus, here to welcome you back to New Vegeta for your coronation," announced the scarred figure, surveying the surroundings before locking his gaze on Vegeta. Bowing respectfully while crossing his arms, he spoke with reverence. Vegeta, however, remained unperturbed by Paragus's display of subservience, brushing past him to approach Broly. "So, you are the legendary Super Saiyan?" Vegeta's words sent a wave of shock across Paragus's face, his previously respectful demeanor vanishing as he glared ominously at Vegeta. He could not comprehend how the other party had discerned Broly's identity, which significantly diverged from his plans. This unforeseen turn of events instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Throughout Vegeta's inquiries, Broly remained unresponsive. His attention was wholly captivated the moment he laid eyes on Goku. His expression contorted into a grotesque visage, his hair began to billow, and his aura surged immensely. "Kakarot," the deep voice resonated, and Broly's pupils started to vanish, a golden blaze enveloping him. Broly's disregard rendered Vegeta's countenance grim. He had not anticipated such disdain from his adversary. Abandoning their pre-battle agreement, Vegeta's aura intensified as he prepared to strike. "Wait, Vegeta, you cannot resort to trickery." Goku hastily intervened, gripping Vegeta to halt his advance. A tempestuous gust swept through as Broly's aura erupted. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, tearing the earth apart, sending debris flying. The hundreds of purple-skinned aliens surrounding Broly were obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere dust. As for his father, Paragus, he had distanced himself long ago upon sensing Broly's volatile demeanor, seeking to avoid the fate of the aliens. Goku, channeling his energy, retreated repeatedly to evade the onslaught. Vegeta, too preoccupied with Broly's menacing presence, displayed no interest in arguing with Goku. He could distinctly feel his own bloodline being suppressed, extinguishing any desire to resist. Not only Vegeta, but even Rek felt the same oppressive sensation, akin to prey confronted by a predator. Although Broly's combat prowess of approximately 30 billion was beneath Rek's notice, this overwhelming pressure disregarded the disparity between their strengths, striking deep within. Rek's cells seemed to urge him to distance himself from this formidable being, causing a disquieting shift in the flow of his energy. This unfamiliar experience intrigued Rek, momentarily immersing him in fascination. Unbeknownst to them, as their focus remained on Broly, Earth was being visited by a cadre of uninvited guests. Chapter 80, Battle with Broly. "Master Babidi, shall I eliminate them now?" A tall figure with deep purple skin and a distinctive mark on his forehead asked respectfully, confidence saturating his tone. "Dabura, do not meddle," Babidi reprimanded before continuing. "Their battle will provide me with ample energy to resurrect Bu. I hope they fight with vigor." Babidi beamed with delight as he observed Rek and the others. Beside him stood a colossal pink egg. He had not anticipated such fortuitous circumstances. Tracking the energy of Rek's golden great ape had led him to this energy-rich planet. As he observed the egg's energy absorption rate escalating, Babidi's excitement mounted. His grand ambitions were on the verge of fruition. With a sudden motion, Broly seized Vegeta by the leg and hurled him away, sending him crashing into the mountains, clearing the path ahead. Upon encountering Vegeta, Goku was swiftly sent flying by Broly's formidable strength, prompting him to transform into a Super Saiyan and confront Broly with renewed vigor. Though Broly staggered slightly from Goku's strike, his expression betrayed no pain as he extended his massive hand to envelop Goku's face. In a moment of urgency, Goku evaded the impending grasp, lowering his form and executing a swift kick to Broly's neck. With a resounding thud, Broly chose not to evade, absorbing Goku's blow, before ensnaring Goku with his arms and slamming him into the ground. A deep crater formed as Broly hovered above, while Goku lay within, groaning in discomfort. Kakarot, is this all you can muster? Broly criticized, his energy surging ominously. With a flurry of golden energy blasts raining down upon Broly, explosions erupted, shrouding him in thick smoke. Now do you grasp my might? Vegeta proclaimed with pride, halting his attacks, convinced that Broly could not emerge unscathed from such an onslaught. However, before Vegeta could revel in his triumph, a fist erupted from the smoke, swiftly striking him in the face. Coughing, Vegeta was propelled backwards, managing to steady himself after being sent flying 100 meters, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. With his golden aura intensifying and arcs of electricity crackling around him, he locked his gaze and vanished from sight, delivering a heavy punch to Broly's abdomen, eliciting a pained gasp from him. Before Broly could react, Vegeta was behind him, his fingers interlocked and poised to deliver a crushing blow. With a resounding impact, Broly's body collided with the ground, following in Goku's previous trajectory. Hey Vegeta, we agreed that I would go first. You're being unfair? Goku's voice rang out in discontent as he accused Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta responded with a dismissive tilt of his head, unwilling to engage further. Dad, the opponent is unharmed. Gohan reported as he flew to Goku's side, his expression grave as he surveyed the deep crater below. He sensed the energy below had not diminished from the recent assaults. Rather, it had swelled, emanating an increasingly menacing aura. Upon hearing this, Goku quelled his complaints, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Gohan's heightened perception was not lost on him, as he braced for the imminent onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the smoke dissipated, revealing Broly's yellow-green hair and stark white eyes, his physique having expanded significantly and scathed. This is bad, Goku shouted as he launched an attack to his left. In an instant, Goku and his companions were hurled back toward the ground. What manner of beast is this? Vegeta exclaimed, pushing aside the debris that had pinned him down, his voice laced with astonishment as he gazed at Broly's imposing form. Gohan's expression darkened, the recent skirmish having made him acutely aware of Broly's tenacity. Observing Goku and the others struggling, Lek chuckled mockingly. Are you all capable? If not, allow me to take over. Wukong remained silent, appearing behind Broly and delivering a swift kick aimed at Broly's head. Simultaneously, Gohan joined the fray, launching an elbow strike towards Broly's solar plexus. With a resounding clash, Broly caught Wukong's leg with one hand and seized Gohan's head with the other, forcefully colliding them together. Two anguished cries escaped the lips of Wukong and his son. Broly had no intention of releasing the pair. Like a symbol, he continued to clash their bodies together. Vegeta stood motionless, indifferent to the plight of Wukong and Gohan, too intimidated to engage Broly. While Vegeta remained in a stupor, Piccolo, resembling Gohan's father figure, could not bear to watch any longer. A surge of orange energy erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Broly's back. With a thunderous roar, Broly momentarily halted his torment of Wukong and Gohan, directing his attention towards Piccolo, the unwelcome intruder. In a swift motion, Wukong and Gohan were flung away like cannonballs, crashing towards Piccolo. Upon impact, blood erupted from Piccolo's mouth as Gohan collided with him, and the three of them tumbled into the mountainside. Green energy blasts emanated from Broly's hands, targeting the spot where Wukong and the others had landed, indicating his lethal intent. Should Wukong and his companions fail to defend against the onslaught, their lives would be forfeit. Just as the energy blasts were about to strike, the three figures vanished and reappeared beside Vegeta, narrowly evading Broly's attack. Piccolo lay unconscious, while Wukong and Gohan appeared gravely injured, struggling to remain standing. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? Gohan cried out repeatedly, but upon seeing Piccolo unresponsive, a surge of fury ignited within him. His aura began to fluctuate, and a golden flame surged skyward. Gohan, the Senzu beans! Quickly, feed Piccolo a Senzu bean. Krillin's voice accompanied a green bean that startled Gohan into action. He hastily caught the Senzu bean and administered it to Piccolo. As Piccolo's energy began to stabilize, Gohan's anger subsided slightly, and he gently set Piccolo down. In a flash, he struck Broly, sending him hurtling away. The sound of blows echoed as Gohan's attacks grew increasingly fierce and rapid, preventing Wukong from intervening. Kamehameha Wave. A blue energy beam erupted from Gohan's hands, striking Broly in an instant. The blue wave collided with a green energy barrier, which held steadfast against the Kamehameha. Furthermore, within the barrier, a green energy wave began to coalesce, signaling Broly's impending counterattack. It was evident that Gohan's previous assault had not inflicted significant damage on Broly. The blue and green energy waves struggled in the air, with the green wave gradually gaining the upper hand, inching closer to Gohan. Unable to remain idle, Wukong rushed to Gohan's side, channeling a Kamehameha into Gohan's attack. Chapter 81. The intervention of Reik Vegeta found himself engulfed in a profound sense of humiliation as he was jolted from his trance by Goku's thunderous shout. The recent events were too much for him to bear. The notion that he, the mightiest Saiyan, had been rendered paralyzed by fear was utterly disgraceful. A resonating hum filled the air as he summoned his ultimate technique, the ultimate flash. Enveloped in a radiant golden aura, he directed his hands toward Broly, unleashing arcs of golden lightning. A colossal wave of golden energy erupted from his palms. Piccolo and the others were not idle, launching their own formidable attacks toward Broly. A cacophony of explosions ensued as Vegeta's strike not only disrupted Broly's onslaught, but also empowered Goku and his son to mount a counteroffensive. A thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos as a fierce wind swept across the battlefield, casting a blinding light over the earth. Tremors shook the globe, mountains crumbled, buildings swayed, and titanic waves roared in defiance. Struggling to maintain their footing, Goku and his companions directed their gaze toward the source of the explosion, awaiting the outcome with bated breath. "You worthless trash shall perish." Broly's voice, rife with annihilation, echoed ominously as a massive energy sphere hurtled toward them. Broly reappeared, his bare torso drenched in blood. Yet his aura swelled ever more formidable, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance from Goku and the others. As the energy sphere drew perilously close, a figure enveloped in white energy stood resolutely before it, extending a hand to intercept the impending doom. The descending energy sphere collided with what seemed an impenetrable wall. Halting in midair, "Broly, I shall be your adversary from here on," Reik declared, his expression more serious than ever. Facing the legendary Super Saiyan, he dared not underestimate him, fully aware that Broly's power could escalate boundlessly with each passing moment. A miscalculation could spell his doom. With Reik's intervention, Goku and his comrades exhaled a collective sigh of relief, while Krillin hurriedly distributed senzu beans among them. Goku felt a mix of exhilaration and regret as everyone distanced themselves from the battlefield, heightening their senses to the utmost. Before the clash between Reik and Broly could commence, an ominous aura sliced through the atmosphere like a lightning bolt. "Bu, my Bu is finally about to emerge," Babidi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the slowly cracking pink egg. A cloud of pink mist ascended as the egg absorbed the residual energy, splitting into two halves, revealing an empty interior. "This cannot be. Where is my Bu?" Babidi frantically rummaged through the remnants of the egg, desperate for any signs of his creation. Suddenly, Goku and his allies materialized above Babidi, having gleaned the unfolding events through the Kaishin. This was one of the reasons they had departed the battlefield to arrive at this location. Babidi was the first to notice the figures of Goku and his companions, momentarily setting aside his search for Bu as his thoughts turned to survival. Although he could not see the Supreme Kai, he surmised that the recent arrivals were allies summoned to confront him. However, Goku and his comrades were oblivious to Babidi's presence. Even the demon King Dubra, beside him, was fixated on the swirling mist accumulating in the air. No one could have anticipated that a humble planet like Earth would encounter two formidable foes in a single day. Rek was well aware of Goku's departure and sensed Buu's energy, but he had no time to dwell on it. The formidable adversary before him demanded his full attention. "Another stronger piece of trash?" Broly remarked with a cruel grin as he scrutinized Rek. "D." With that, Broly lunged, delivering a powerful kick to Rek's arm. A heavy force radiated from the impact, yet Rek merely smiled, for no matter how restrained he might be, the warrior blood of the Saiyan race surged within him, perpetually influencing his combative nature. Years of training had prepared him for this moment, yet facing a creature like Broly caused his blood to boil uncontrollably. In an instant, his rationality was drowned, replaced by a singular thought: battle. With a swift motion, Rex seized Broly's leg and, channeling all his strength, unleashed a punch aimed at Broly's chest. Blood erupted from Broly's mouth, a clear indication of the damage inflicted by Rex's blow. Yet rather than weakening him, The strike only intensified Broly's ferocity as he grasped Rek's wrist, and they began to grapple. The air crackled between them as Broly, initially pushed back, halted and glared at Rek with bloodthirsty intent. Gradually, he pressed forward, a green energy sphere coalescing in his right hand, aimed at Rek's head. With the energy sphere closing in, Rek was unwilling to test his luck. He quickly unleashed his energy to push Broly back and sidestep the attack. The energy sphere grazed Rek's nose and soared into the distance, obliterating mountains in its wake, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that devastated a 10-kilometer radius. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Rek's forehead, filling him with dread. Before he could ponder further, Broly launched another assault, unleashing countless energy spheres. As the barrage surged towards him, Rek retaliated, sending forth his own myriad of energy blasts, precisely detonating each of Broly's projectiles mid-air. The earth trembled with the cacophony of explosions, and the damage inflicted upon the planet escalated. If Rek and Broly continued their escalating conflict, Earth was destined for ruin. A golden aura flashed as a brilliant light swept through, completely nullifying Broly's energy blasts. In a swift motion, Rek propelled Broly away with a powerful kick, disrupting his relentless onslaught. The golden energy converged in Rek's hands, its aura locking onto the retreating Broly, an astonishing force radiating outward. The creatures of Earth seemed to sense impending doom. Animals trembled in fear, while humans felt a gnawing anxiety within. Goku and his companions also sensed this destructive energy. Was Rek intent on obliterating the Earth? Krillin stared wide-eyed, astonished at Rek's direction. Surely, that couldn't be the case? Yamcha's voice trembled as he spoke. Tien Shinhan clutched tightly at Tien's clothing, his expression resolute. Tien gently patted him, signaling him not to fear. What was Rek up to? Vegeta remarked with visible annoyance. Even Goku felt a rare tension rising within him. Only Gohan maintained his composure. Having interacted with Rek the most during their 2 months in the mental training room, he was left with a profound impression of Rek's mastery over energy. He harbored no concern that Rek's technique would devastate the Earth. The ultimate annihilation wave surged forth. The dazzling golden energy propelled towards Broly. Chapter 82. Buu and Vegeta. Babbidi's servant Dabura gazed pitifully at Babidi. Even he, who could not perceive energy, felt the overwhelming aura of destruction from afar. Faced with such energy, he harbored no thoughts of resistance, only praying that Babidi would whisk him away from this perilous planet. Silence, Babidi exclaimed, his magic detecting the energy's magnitude. Did he wish to flee? No, he was incapable of escape. This energy had already interfered with his magical abilities, rendering him powerless. His face pale with dread as he gazed at Buu's remnants. Regret swirled within him. He never anticipated that this visit would cost him dearly. The energy required to resurrect Buu had accumulated without showing any sign of Buu's presence, and now he was left to face the consequences on this planet. Boom! The force of annihilation erupted, visible even to Goku and the others, who were thousands of miles away, as they beheld the dazzling light ascending into the sky. The immense weight upon their hearts was lifted. Given the magnitude of that energy, the Earth was not immediately destroyed, alleviating any subsequent concerns for its safety. Unbeknownst to them, a pink, rotund figure had appeared among their ranks. With a serious expression on his chubby round face, he observed the direction of the explosion, sensing a profound danger that rendered him motionless. As the distant explosion subsided, Goku was the first to detect the anomaly. "Are you Buu?" he inquired, ruffling his hair. Feeling little threat from the figure, unable to comprehend why the Supreme Kai had expressed such grave concerns. Goku's voice not only startled Gohan and the others, but Babidi also caught sight of Buu. His expression shifted from gloom to joy. He anticipated that his Buu would indeed be resurrected. Buu, I am your master, and you shall obey me from now on, or I shall seal you again," Babidi declared, dancing with excitement. Only Babidi was pleased, while Buu's expression turned grim. The blatant threat sparked a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, but it vanished in an instant, overshadowed by the constraints of the seal, replaced by a simple, amiable smile. "Buu, eliminate them and fly behind me," Babidi commanded, pointing at Goku and the others. "My lord Babidi, there is no need for this oaf to intervene. I shall handle them myself," the demon King Dabura interjected before Buu could respond. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he uttered the word oaf, Buu had already marked him for death. "I'm hungry. I crave chocolate," Buu declared, his two antennae twitching as a pink beam shot towards Dabura. In a flash of brilliance, Dabura was transformed into chocolate. Bu promptly devoured him with 2 swift bites, licking his lips in sheer delight. Bu, you've rendered Babidi speechless. Goku and the others became vigilant, no longer dismissing the seemingly harmless figure before them. After finishing Dabura, Bu's gaze shifted towards Goku and his companions, causing Babidi's expression to soften slightly. Forget it, Dabura was a useless fool. Bu, now go kill them, Babidi reassured himself, issuing a new command. Boom! Just as Bu prepared to strike, a golden energy blast struck his head, resulting in an explosion. Bu's head was obliterated, and even Babidi, who had just begun to assert his authority, was forced to meet his demise. Following his line of sight, they could see that Vegeta's left palm was emitting wisps of smoke. Fool, retract your left arm, Vegeta scoffed derisively. He had long grown impatient with Goku and the others' delays, especially after his defeat at the hands of Broly. He had no inclination to wait for their deliberations. Thus, upon confirming their status as foes, he acted immediately. Now that this is resolved, let us proceed to Rek, Vegeta announced, his body gradually lifting off the ground, preparing to fly towards Rek, sensing that Broly was still alive. Vegeta, it may not be so easy, Goku remarked with a As Goku spoke, Vegeta also recognized the anomaly and halted mid-flight, directing his gaze towards the headless Bu. In mere moments, the powdered remnants of Bu's head reformed and reattached itself to his neck, resulting in a new head, leaving Bu seemingly unscathed. However, his expression was far from pleasant. A low, grumbling sound emanated from him, and white steam began to rise from the top of his head, indicating his anger. Attacked without provocation, Vegeta was ruthlessly battered, hurled towards the ground by Bu, causing his internal organs to shift and his bones to creak ominously. Witness golden aura enveloped the ensnared Vegeta, and his energy surged forth, shattering Bu's arm. With a grim expression, Vegeta glared at Bu and let out a thump. Near-death recovery, but rather a significant enhancement in his base combat ability derived from his battle with Broly. In a flash, Vegeta vanished from his position and reappeared before Bu, unleashing a flurry of punches that contorted Bu's form, leaving imprints all over his body. A powerful energy wave erupted from Vegeta's hands, detonating upon contact with Bu and sending debris flying. What an impressive display! Krillin exclaimed, utterly astonished by Vegeta's fluid combination of attacks. Now you understand my might, Vegeta declared, pointing his thumb towards his own nose with a proud grin, addressing Bu's battered form. However, amidst his triumph, Vegeta was cautioned by Goku's voice. Lost in the euphoria of victory, he remained oblivious to the encroaching danger as a mass of pink flesh beneath him began to swell, gradually engulfing him. Realizing the peril too late, Vegeta hastily attempted to amplify his energy to escape, but it was in vain. The mass had already closed in, ensnaring him tightly, rendering his efforts to break free futile. Chapter 83. Goku and Son's Defeat. Once enveloped by the pink mass, Vegeta was swiftly propelled towards the resurgent Bu, merging with him seamlessly. Not only did Bu's energy explode forth, but it soon surpassed both Goku and Gohan, reaching levels that Kaioshin. The Supreme Kai witnessed the harrowing moment when Vegeta was absorbed, awakening ancient fears of domination by Bu. Overwhelmed with dread, he paced anxiously before the Elder Kai, muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's all over." "Calm yourself," the Elder Kai chastised, exasperated by the Supreme Kai's lack of composure. "Have the teachings from the past 2 years gone to waste? I hardly comprehend how someone so foolish could ascend to the rank of Supreme Kai." He reflected on the current situation, noting that the power of Goku and Broly on Earth was far beyond what Bu could contend with, leaving him perplexed by the Supreme Kai's trepidation. Gradually, the Elder Kai's voice helped the Supreme Kai regain his composure. He stopped pacing, directing his gaze towards the Elder Kai. "Ancestors, what shall we do now? Should we go to Earth and bring back Mr. Goku and the others?" The Elder Kai contemplated the two battlefields, stroking his chin. "Bring them here. We still have a chance to confront you." "Yes, Ancestor. I will do so immediately," the Supreme Kai replied eagerly, grasping Jebbit's arm to set off. "Wait. There is no need for you to go. Let Jebbit handle it alone," the Elder Kai interjected, his patience wearing thin. He had repeatedly warned the Supreme Kai against recklessness. Yet it seemed his words had fallen on deaf ears. With the Supreme Kai's meager fighting capability, charging into Bu's battlefield could lead to catastrophic consequences for the entire universe. Reluctantly, Jebbit felt disheartened by the prospect of facing such a perilous battlefield alone, casting a pitiful glance at the Elder Kai, hoping to negotiate his way out of it. However, he failed to realize the absurdity of his predicament. Had he been a delicate beauty, the Elder Kai might have reconsidered, but as a robust man, his pleas fell flat. The Elder Kai shivered, turning his head aside and stating firmly, "Why all this nonsense? If I command you to go, then go swiftly." With no other option, Jebbit suppressed his apprehensions and used instant transmission to disappear from sight. On Earth, amidst the chaos of Bu's battlefield, Goku and his son were being mercilessly toyed with by Bu, who kicked them around like mere playthings, rendering them utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others remained unharmed. As Bu showed little interest in them, Goku and his son's attempt to fight back had diverted Bu's attention entirely. Jebbit appeared beside Piccolo and the others. Yet upon witnessing the brutal assault on Goku and his son from a distance, he found himself at a loss, frozen in place, uncertain of his next move. The intention of the Kais was evidently to prioritize rescuing Goku and his son while also saving Piccolo and the others, but the present circumstances made that impossible. If he dared to intrude upon Bu's battlefield, he would be obliterated in an instant, which further restrained Jebbit from acting recklessly. "Fool! First, bring Piccolo and the others to safety," the Elder Kai's voice echoed in Jebbit's mind, causing him to jolt with fright. It is no wonder that Jebbit is taken aback. The circumstances here are perilously dangerous, with the constant threat of obliteration looming over him, putting his nerves on edge to an extreme. Upon receiving the directive, Jebbit swiftly sprang into action, briefly explaining the situation to Piccolo and the others before vanishing from the spot with a few of them. Concurrently, the Elder Kaioshin communicated with Goku and his son telepathically, urging them to find a way to escape the battlefield. "I understand, Elder Kaioshin. I will find a way," Goku affirmed, his mind racing despite the physical toll he was enduring. "Father, can you still use instant transmission?" Gohan inquired. "No, we must first evade Bu's assault," Goku responded. "Then, are you ready, Dad?" Gohan began to channel his energy, seizing the moment when Bu's foot connected with his abdomen to firmly grasp Bu's leg, momentarily halting his assault. Goku capitalized on this fleeting opportunity, creating distance and unleashing a Kamehameha wave towards Bu. With a resounding explosion, Gohan utilized the moment to maneuver, firing a barrage of energy blasts aimed directly at Bu, sending dust and debris swirling, shrouding the battlefield in smoke, obscuring the figures of the three warriors. Goku moved to Gohan's side, grasping his hand and honing in on Chi-Chi's energy signature before vanishing from the scene. As the smoke dissipated, Bu widened his eyes, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of Goku and his son, left in a state of shock. With a thunderous roar infused with a furious aura, Bu unleashed his rage, white steam billowing around him, realizing he had been outsmarted and erupted in fury. After a considerable time, the tumult surrounding Bu gradually subsided, leaving devastation in its wake. Casting a glance toward the battlefield where Rek was, and weighing the disparity between himself and his adversaries, Bu hesitated for a moment before hurling a mass of flesh in that direction and then turning to flee elsewhere. Guided by his memories of Vegeta, he first set his sights on West City, a place abundant with his favorite chocolates and cakes. In the Kaioshin realm, Goku's figure materialized, surrounded not only by Gohan, but also by Chi-Chi and the entire group he had brought along. "What do you think his place is, you rascal?" the elder Kaioshin exclaimed, jumping up and pointing at Goku with an exasperated tone upon seeing the crowd. "My apologies, elder Kaioshin," Goku said sheepishly, scratching his head, aware that his actions were somewhat inappropriate. However, the sentiment of guilt was quickly overshadowed by the urgency of his companion's safety as he approached the elder Kaioshin. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Elder Kaioshin, did you not promise to help us unlock our potential?" "That was indeed my intention, but now I find myself disinclined," the elder Kaioshin replied, turning his back, appearing uninterested in Goku's plea. "Elder Kaioshin, I will bring the latest magazines next time I visit," Goku promised.